This young man was dubbed the strongest pope of another world, having endured countless hardships to achieve his current power. At first, he was just an ordinary, unknown 23-year-old, someone nobody knew or cared about. Yet, during what seemed like a normal livestream where he recounted his struggles, the young man unexpectedly received an otherworld contract he never could have imagined. The scene opens with Shu fortuitously discovering a strange livestream channel. Lately, he had been feeling constantly stressed and frustrated with his life. Someone on the channel with the nickname Ryman listened intently. To him confide all night. Shu sadly lamented his life's hardships. After losing his parents, he had to single-handedly support his two younger siblings. He was racking his brain, unsure how to manage, especially with the current unemployment situation. Tomorrow was the rent deadline, but Shu didn't dare ask Grandma Kim for more money. He read all the suggestions from the online community. He tried his best to respond politely to every comment, hoping to find a job to support his two younger siblings. On the other side of the screen, a mysterious woman with the nickname Ryman was still attentively listening to Shu's every word. She remained silent, as if contemplating something. Immediately after, without a word, she publicly slammed 5 million world donor ATE into his face. Everyone in the comments section seemed to explode. Question marks flooded the chat, one after another. Shu showed no joy, instead, he found it highly suspicious. He immediately slammed the table and jumped up in alarm. He felt scared, unable to discern this person's intentions. He thought this was precisely a trick to gain views for larger channels, giving an unknown streamer a huge sum of money and then recording their reaction. After a moment of thought, he became hesitant before the enormous sum. A barrage of negative thoughts continuously flooded his mind, spilling out into words. Shu was determined to return this enormous sum. Comments from the online community, clearly showing envy towards him, filled the entire livestream. Saliva clogged his throat as he waited for the wealthy Ryman to respond. But after a long wait, there was no movement. He decided to treat it as an exchange and asked Ryman to state her request. As soon as he finished speaking, the girl commented, asking him under the name Ryman. "So, will you save Eden for me?" Stunned by Ryman's comment, Shu just stood there, dumbfounded, lost in his own internal monologue. But then, he still agreed. As if waiting for just that, the moment he accepted this perplexing request, the girl on the other end reached out her hand and formed a contract with Shu. Suddenly, a blinding halo appeared above his head, illuminating the entire frame. And so, sometime after that outrageous incident, Shu had no choice but to comply with the rules and missions the woman set forth. After some time here, he had mastered combat. With bare hands, he tore the heart right out of the monster's chest. Although he had tilted his head, a little blood still splattered on the side of his face. Facing the still warm corpse before him, he coldly uttered a few words of farewell to Lucifer. Then he stood watching Lucifer gradually turn to dust. After gazing at the corpse for a while, he casually wiped the blood from his face and sighed to himself. His life had been turned upside down just for accepting those 5 million coins. The horrifying memories of that fateful day were still vivid in his mind. Immediately after receiving the enormous sum, he realized it was just a trick by goddess Ryman. That night, he was transported to a land called Eden and had to fight for his life with only a mace in his hand. She instructed him about the existence of the system and that all he needed to do was defeat the enemies before him. Better to run than fight. Shu, as if he'd wet his pants, immediately turned around, intending to renegotiate this absurd request. Ryman just stood there, hands clasped, looking at him and asserting that he was the only one who could save Eden. "If you save Eden, I will bring you back to Earth." Hearing those words, sweet as honey poured into his ears, Shu suddenly glanced at the tall, dark, smelly, ferocious goblins in front of him. Well, in for a penny, in for a pound. Shu thought the request was quite simple. Just save Eden, and it would be over. Thinking of his family, all he needed was to ensure they lived well and that he could find a job upon his return. Carrying that hope, he grabbed his mace and charged straight into the tall, dark, smelly goblins without hesitation. And just like that, he had made a contract with a goddess from another world named Ryman. Shu continued to wield his mace without hesitation. If that was the reward for the 5 million coins he held, Shu would fulfill his promises, and he hoped she would keep hers. In the land of Eden, churches and religious organizations also sprang up, thanks to the system's guidance. He was naturally recruited by them to become a renowned pope for the organization that served and worshipped her. But that wasn't all. Eden was overrun with fierce demons and enemies, so Shu had to personally eliminate all of them, notably the 7 great demon lords. And just like that, 10 years passed. Now, he watched the final boss's heart vanish into thin air in his hand. His feelings at this moment were indescribable. Suddenly, unconsciously, he remembered his siblings. He wondered how they were doing these days. While he was still lost in thought, Ryman unexpectedly reappeared from behind, emerging from nothingness once more. She immediately approached, apologizing and thanking Shu, while also informing him that this was the end of their contract. Hearing this, Shu felt as if all his worries had been lifted, and he unconsciously broke into a bright smile. Looking at the scene that was gradually becoming beautiful before his eyes due to the final boss's death, Shu, outwardly calm but inwardly seething, cursed to himself. So tiring. This damn world isn't worth living in. Ryman also reminded him once more, hoping he would remember this world of Eden. But all those things in this world were already far from Shu's mind. Now, he only wanted to return to Korea quickly. Every journey must end. He turned and stepped into the gate back to Earth, not forgetting to tell her, next time, don't keep apologizing like that. Goodbye. In contrast to his joyous excitement, Ryman seemed to show no cheer, silently watching him depart without a word. Inside that gate, Shu, after 10 years, finally saw Earth. His heart couldn't help but pound with excitement at the thought of returning to his homeland. The green Earth, Korea, seemed to clearly appear before his eyes. Upon his return, it was exactly as he had longed for. A golden sunny sky, towering skyscrapers, and bridges connecting people's lives. Everything was still there, the beauty of Seoul, along with flocks of wyverns leisurely soaring in the sky. Despite the loud explosions and frantic screams behind him, Shu stood there, dreamily reminiscing about his soul. Before his eyes now was a scene of people and soldiers shouting and cursing, desperately fighting against their attacks. Soldiers, concerned for their lives, urged reinforcements to arrive quickly. As for Shu, being too accustomed to such sights, he hadn't yet noticed anything unusual, only wondering if his welcome back would be a string of curses. He had returned after 10 years, but the scene was truly chaotic. Soldiers fighting mythical creatures with guns, was this the peaceful Earth? Despite the ongoing battle, with the scene before him, Shu put his hands on his hips and reconsidered, thinking, perhaps I haven't completely left Eden, it's just rain. But a second later, he regained his confidence and smiled, even so, it couldn't possibly be like that. From behind, Ryman, as if reading his thoughts, appeared and told him he had completed his previous mission. She even complimented him, saying he was very charming when doing it. Shu turned his face, looking at Ryman in bewilderment. She also silently observed him. Then she playfully teased her Pope, but contrary to her joking demeanor, Shu immediately frowned and asked her about the contract that had supposedly ended in Eden. Goddess Ryman, upon hearing those words, chuckled softly, teasing him. But Shu suddenly replied to her with resentment. Seeing this, the goddess stopped teasing. She stated that even if she left him on Earth, Shu would surely die. He immediately stared in shock, loudly asking her again. While he was still confused, Ryman reminded him that no matter how he perceived her, she was still a legitimate goddess. With that, she used her power to lock Earth's gears of time, causing the Earth system to issue a warning: a deity from another dimension is interfering with the principles of Earth's dimension. A powerful principle is being forced to comply. Due to a temporal paradox error, your time will stop for 5 minutes. Seeing everything become motionless, Shu looked bewildered, as if this was the first time he had witnessed such a thing. After smoothly arranging a meeting room for them to talk, she went straight to the main point with Shu. She confidently made a request to him, asking if he wanted to make another contract with her. Seeing this somewhat familiar scene, Shu immediately remembered that fateful night and shouted reproachfully, "You're not trying to exploit me like a slave again, are you?" Ryman said this time would be different. If Shu didn't want to, she truly couldn't do anything more. A notification window appeared before Shu, to his astonishment, also reminding him that he truly had to want this contract. Briefly, what Shu would receive was that his power in Eden would remain the same. However, she also had no influence on Earth, so there would be some limitations. Shu went from one surprise to another, asking in alarm. But before he could say anything, she reached out her hand, poking him, and explained that traveling between two worlds wasn't simple, so losing power was natural. Immediately after, Shu's face darkened, and he became angry with her again. Seeing Shu's expression at this moment, Ryman said nothing more. Perhaps he had endured too much in Eden. Suddenly, he asked her. The question made Ryman freeze for a moment, unsure what would happen next. Then Shu shouted loudly, beating his chest, and ordered her to make a contract with him immediately. This time, Ryman truly didn't know what to say. Had he been arrogant for 10 years, only to become a washed-up protagonist now? Hearing this, she happily blessed him. Sanchia says, contract complete. Goddess Ryman of the Eden dimension will support human Kim Shu. As this is a Sankata Sed's contract from another dimension, Earth's dimension, and the principle of causality will investigate the just cause for this. After Earth's notification confirmed he had successfully made a contract with Ryman. Because the contract was not made in Eden, Ryman had also reached her limit. She would have to return to Eden, not forgetting to instruct him. Divine power is built on faith in another entity. If there is no faith, that power will vanish. Therefore, to maintain your power, you must convert everyone on Earth to believe in me. You were once the Pope of the Ryman church, weren't you? After giving her instructions, Ryman left, not forgetting to tease him. Don't cry when I'm gone, which only made Shu's face blank. Immediately after she left, Earth's notification suddenly appeared before him. Timeline resumed. New mission issued. It was to establish a church, enticing followers to believe in goddess Ryman. If not completed within 90 days, everything he possessed would be reset. Looking at the notification before him, Shu stood dumbfounded, still thinking. Then he suddenly realized that means I have to open a church for a god no one has ever heard of and become the leader of some obscure religious organization. While Shu was preoccupied with the matter, a wyvern suddenly swooped down from behind, attacking him. With his power newly restored, he had already sensed the danger. Standing before the approaching monster, Shu showed no fear, only staring intently at it. As he waited for the prey to draw closer, biding his time, he had already gathered power in his palm. Only when it was in range did he suddenly unleash a powerful blow, gripping its wing tightly. A second later, he easily tore off its wings as if they were feathers. The wyvern screamed in pain and collapsed on the spot. The nearby soldiers were terrified by his superhuman strength. Shu suddenly remembered his potential devout followers were still here. He hesitated for a moment, unable to bring himself to speak to them. Seeing a superhuman entity before them looking at them and thinking like that, the soldiers began to cower, not daring to make a sound. Shu, despite being covered in plasma and the wyvern's strawberry-like blood still splattering everywhere, ignored it and politely asked them to join his congregation. The soldiers were stunned to hear such words, unsure how to react. The follower count request was still there, the number still 1 out of 10,000. Thinking back, this way of recruiting was too outrageous. He then apologized to them in embarrassment and fell silent. After the conversation, the number remained the same, 1 out of 10,000. This was truly a mess. Kim Shu's hands were so powerful they tore the dragon's wings like paper. His eyes suddenly glowed golden, and a destructive blue power surged on his arm. His cold gaze made viewers shiver, let alone the stubborn dragons. Before they could even scream, "I'm dead," they were so terrified they plummeted to the ground amidst the roaring sky that threatened to collapse. The Special Forces squad stood frozen, eyes wide, almost popping out. One soldier stammered, "Sir, did you see that? The dragon fell. It fell to the ground out of fear." The whole team looked at each other, speechless. Finally, another person stared at the control panel and exclaimed in astonishment, "No magical energy detected. A normal regressor couldn't be this terrifying." Team leader Kim Dong-si frowned upon hearing this, his eyes revealing suspicion. He mused, "Normally, a regressor's rank is determined by the mana they emit. But there's no way a regressor who starts off so weak could be a normal rank. At the very least, he must be a disaster-grade regressor." Kim Shu stood tall amidst the battlefield. Around him, dragon corpses lay piled up, tails tangled like a mess of wires. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, team leader Kim Dong-se immediately raised his hand and activated his radio, his voice tense. "Based on the Special Investigation Agency's Emergency Response Manual, I request the immediate deployment of all agencies." On the other end of the radio, a dispatcher's voice rang out, asking with some surprise, "Is the situation at the gate that bad?" Kim Dong-si took a deep breath, quickly glanced at Kim Shu, then replied vaguely, "It's not just the gate, we've confirmed a suspicious presence believed to be a regressor, but we cannot confirm it via mana sensors." Kim Dong-si's eyes remained fixed on Kim Shu as he continued, "He is very unusual, beyond our understanding." He spoke with a resolute tone, willing to risk his life and sacrifice for the nation. "I will try to talk to him first. Send support here immediately. It's been a pleasure working with everyone." The person on the other end of the line became frantic, shouting in helplessness, "Wait, Kim Dong-si, what are you going to do?" On this side, Kim Shu looked at the dragons lying strewn across the ground, clearly displeased. He muttered, "What is this? All these flying lizard gods." He looked around, as if searching for someone. Then he suddenly turned back, wondering, where are those people from earlier? Before he could finish, a voice rang out from behind, making him stop. "Hey there." Team leader Kim Dong-si took a deep breath, gathered all his courage, and took steady steps towards Kim Shu. Kim Shu silently observed Kim Dong-si, his eyes not hiding his assessment. He thought to himself, with such a distressed expression, maybe I shouldn't have messed with those lizard gods? Suddenly, Kim Dong-si changed his demeanor, flashing a bright smile, his eyes sparkling as he said, "Pleased to meet you." He approached Kim Shu with a friendly attitude, "Let me help you, sir." Kim Shu looked up, surprised by the sudden change in Kim Dong-si's approach. He subtly frowned, unsure what the other party wanted. At this time, in the complex residential area, Gyeonggi District, Gangmyeong City. Kim Shu stood silently before a house, his gaze fixed on the closed door. After 10 years apart, his heart couldn't help but feel anxious. He recalled the conversation a few hours earlier with team leader Kim Dong-si. He asked in a deep, serious voice, "How is my family?" Kim Dong-si didn't hesitate, answering immediately. "We investigated, both your younger siblings are safe. They are living in Gyeonggi district. Your grandmother is currently in the US. Kim Dong-si calmly continued, "Our settlement management bureau will fully support you, Kim Shu, in settling in Seoul. You can trust me. Additionally, we have a recovery counseling program, but I'm not sure how effective it would be for you. If you have any other questions, you can contact me anytime." Kim Shu was silent for a moment, then looked at Kim Dong-si with grateful eyes. Although he still had many concerns, it was good that they welcomed him. He lowered his head, looking at his own hands, muttering to himself. His eyes held distant thoughts. Everything seems fine. Maybe they've realized something, but even if the world is crazy, Grandma seems very active. Let's see, it's been 10 years, Ingen must be 27 now. Kim Dong-si's face lit up, and he gave a thumbs up in approval. That's good news, you might be surprised. But only 5 years have passed on Earth. You said you were in Eden for 10 years, right? Your age here is 27 instead of 32. As he spoke, he thought to himself, this person is truly strange. Kim Dong-si didn't hesitate, answering immediately. We investigated, both your younger siblings are safe. They are living in Gyeonggi district. Your grandmother is currently in the US. Kim Dong-si calmly continued, our settlement management bureau will fully support you, Kim Shu, in settling in Seoul. You can trust me. Additionally, we have a recovery counseling program, but I'm not sure how effective it would be for you. If you have any other questions, you can contact me anytime. Kim Shu was silent for a moment, then looked at Kim Dong-si with grateful eyes. Although he still had many concerns, it was good that they welcomed him. Back to reality, Kim Shu stood before a door. He felt a little anxious, wondering, why am I so nervous? I've never been this nervous since I returned. Hesitating no longer, Kim Shu took a deep breath, gathered all his courage, and stepped forward to ring the doorbell. He stood there, filled with confusion and anticipation. His eyes intently watched the door, unsure what awaited him on the other side. But after an unknown amount of time, there was still no response from inside. He pressed the doorbell again, his heart tightening with each passing second of waiting. Suddenly, a voice echoed from within. Who is it? Kim Shu took a deep breath, then quickly covered his mouth and coughed a few times, as if to calm the tension in his voice. He cleared his throat, trying to remain composed. It's been a long time, Ingen. It's me. His face was full of anticipation, as if every word he spoke carried hope. He continued, his voice full of concern, how have you been? But he received a curt reply. Hey. Which made the smile on his face fade, his spirit shattered. Though separated by a wall, the cold, clear voice from inside responded, we're not religious. It's the 21st century, and you're still going door-to-door proselytizing. Kim Shu hastily explained, wait. It's me. Without letting him finish, the person inside sounded annoyed and sarcastic. You should go change your clothes. If you don't leave, I'll call the police. The other party lazily complained, TSK. I was sleeping soundly. Crazy person. These words made Kim Shu's eyes widen in astonishment. He froze for a few seconds. After regaining his composure, he furiously yelled, open the door, you brat. His voice echoed throughout the apartment building. Suddenly, a young man with brown hair, wearing glasses, and holding a weapon, forcefully pushed the door open and shouted, come on in and get some. This person was Ingen, the protagonist's beloved younger brother. He was boldly ready for a fight. Suddenly, he froze. Kim Shu, with a challenging look, asked, what's wrong? Are you going to use that on me? Ingen collected himself. His eyes lit up as he called out, brother. It was a truly emotional reunion. A moment later, the two had entered the house. Ingen was busy cooking noodles, his hands deftly stirring the pot. Meanwhile, Kim Shu sat beside him, mouth agape, waiting for each fragrant spoonful of noodles. He kept urging, his eyes full of anticipation, make me 3 more servings, but don't add too much water. You know my taste, right, Ingen? Though busy, Ingen didn't forget to reply, his voice gentle and slightly humorous, coming right up. Quickly picked up each hot strand of noodles and put it into his mouth, feeling the warmth spread. Each bite of noodles was like a connection to the past. The food brought back his emotions. The first bowl of noodles in 10 years. Korean food, kimchi. He thought to himself, his eyes showing a hint of emotion. I really missed this taste. Ingen rubbed his head and laughed like crazy. I really can't believe it. Kim Shu, chewing his noodles, noticed his younger brother's strange behavior. He stopped and looked at Ingen, puzzled. What's wrong? Ingen couldn't stop laughing for a while longer. Then he replied, his voice a little choked and mixed with surprise. Well, the brother I thought had died 5 years ago has returned in religious attire, and he's eaten 10 packs of noodles. Kim Shu was slightly surprised but couldn't hide his embarrassment at hearing that. He misunderstood, saying, you shouldn't use words like that with your elders. Are you mad because I ate without waiting for you? Then why don't you come eat with me? Ingen slowly poured water and explained, no, it's not just that. He continued to ask curiously, so, you were in that place called Eden for 10 years? Kim Shu happily took the cup of water and calmly replied, haven't I already returned? What else are you curious about? Hearing his brother say that, he remained silent for a long time. Then he still spoke up, asking, what did you do there? And how did you come back? Those important things. Why didn't you say a word? Kim Shu looked up, cheerfully saying, Eden, huh? You know, your brother here. He paused here. A dark, deadly memory flashed through his mind. He lowered his face, falling into contemplation. Finally, the words about to come out of his mouth, Kim Shu swallowed back. Never mind. Hearing this, Ingen angrily shouted, hey! Do you know what the two most annoying types of people are? First, those who speak halfway. Or. Kim Shu quickly cut him off. That's not a happy story. Because he knew that stories like this were like that. That world overrun with demons was too terrifying. At that time, he was truly exhausted. To save that world, his hands were stained with countless amounts of blood. Kim Shu clearly showed his displeasure. He rested his chin on his hand, thinking, damn it. I wore out my butt fighting in Eden. I just got home. Suddenly, the system appeared, reminding him. Followers, 1 out of 10,000. So I'll lose all my power if I don't complete the mission? Are you kidding me? Do you know how hard I worked to accumulate this much divine power, huh? While he was still lost in thought, Ingen hastily instructed, eat it all, okay? I still have work to do. As soon as the words fell, he sat down at his computer desk. He performed a series of operations with extreme proficiency. Kim Shu turned back and asked, puzzled, what is it, Ingen? He stared at the computer screen and explained, I'm an editor for a MedUp channel. Since you disappeared, this has been my main income. I still have a lot of work. I'm working for a pretty big channel. Hearing that, Kim Shu was very surprised. Truly admirable. He was always interested in video editing. He actually did it. Kim Shu praised, the video looks so real. On the large screen, a meticulously edited video appeared. Ingen explained, you probably haven't seen it before. Nowadays, these people are the main content. They're called players. They specialize in dealing with gates, monsters, and dungeons out there. Shu rested his chin on his hand, wondering, do they have system windows and skills? Ingen was surprised. Yeah? You know about that too? I guess you read a lot of web novels before. He stood lost in thought, coming up with something interesting. Ingen, meanwhile, continued to speak in an exhausted state, my followers keep increasing. My work is getting heavier and heavier. Suddenly, a huge MedUp logo caught Kim Shu's eye. He excitedly rushed over, saying, this is... Ingen turned his head in alarm. You startled me. He had a bold idea. If I also create MedUp content, I can find more followers and expand the church for my viewers. Suddenly, the system displayed a notification. Your religious trait has been activated. This made Kim Shu jump in confusion for a few seconds. A series of information appeared. Ryman Church. First Goddess. Ryman. Origin Dimension, Eden. Trait acquired. Link unavailable. Request complete. Your goal is to proselytize to as many followers as possible. You will receive divine power points based on the church's development level and hidden missions. Divine power points can be used in the shop. Item variety in the shop will be proportional to the church's development. Currently available items, trait, compassion. All subordinate followers will receive plus 1% experience through the blessing of the benevolent goddess. There is an extremely small chance of awakening if the target is not a player. Price, 1,000 points. Special profession, unavailable. Unlocked at 10,000 followers. After reading all the information, Kim Shu was dumbfounded for a moment. He muttered, it appeared because I thought of creating a MedUp channel? Everything is locked. It seems nothing is useful. Suddenly, he paused, pointing to a line of information. As if he had discovered something very important. Wait. This line. It might be useful. Ingen, sitting nearby, chuckled. You're thinking of starting a channel too? He reminded him, I'm telling you, it's not easy. Ingen also said seriously, you need government permission if you want to create content about players. Not everyone can do it. Hearing this, Kim Shu smirked. Ingen patted his chest, speaking proudly, but what can you do? You haven't been back long, so you wouldn't know. So I'm here to assure you. I've earned quite a bit. But before he could finish boasting, he was called back. Little brother. Kim Shu smugly continued, thank you very much, but you've misunderstood. You're the one who doesn't know anything. The words made Ingen's eyes widen in astonishment. He slowly asked, how do you think I found you after 5 years? A few hours earlier, in front of Shu's apartment, team leader Kim Dong-si had brought him there. We've arrived at your apartment complex. Thank you for spending the entire night cooperating with our investigation. Kim Shu shook his head. It's nothing. I didn't have anywhere to sleep anyway. Thank you for bringing me here. Kim Dong-si stared at him, asking curiously, so what are you planning to do now? Truly. His eyes were full of determination. I want to expand the church. Kim Dong-si was surprised to hear that. A church? Kim Dong-si couldn't hide his surprise and confusion. He couldn't imagine that he would have this intention after all he had been through. Korea is a country of religious freedom. But the followers aren't exactly normal, are they? He hastily explained, you've heard me say it. Ryman is a benevolent goddess. She just... Without letting him finish, Kim Dong-si nodded in agreement. Ah, right. Ah, wait. So you were the Pope in Eden? His eyes sparkled with admiration, and he gave a thumbs up. Wow. The Pope is so cool. But Kim Shu misunderstood, thinking the other person was mocking him, and felt displeased. Go ahead and laugh. Kim Dong-si revealed a secret to him. Let me tell you something. You are a VIP of the Settlement Management Bureau. If you need anything, call us. Team 2 is always awaiting your orders. Welcome back to Earth. He was given the title, Korea's first anomaly, Kim Shu. Back to reality. Ingen found it hard to believe after hearing this. He shouted, asking, you're an anomaly? Kim Shu's face was full of pride about that. Ingen still couldn't believe it was true. He continued to ask, the person who just ate 10 packs of noodles? My brother who just returned from the dead? Kim Shu immediately warned, watch your mouth. Ingen couldn't hide his excitement as he asked, why didn't you say so sooner? You look strange, but in an eccentric way. Worry welled up in his heart. I can't tell him I'll lose my powers if I don't get 10,000 followers. Ingen crossed his arms over his chest, pouting angrily as he questioned, so, you're the Pope. And you need more followers. So you want to start a channel to get more viewers? Looking at his brother's appearance at that moment, Ingen couldn't stop criticizing. If you're still wearing that outfit, it won't be easy. It seems no one on Earth knows about Ryman. Kim Shu smirked slightly. He became serious and continued, listen to me first. What if I have the ability to awaken an ordinary person? Along with those perplexing words. Creating players. Then you'll be captured by superpowers for experiments. Ingen replied with a doubtful expression, what are you talking about? There's no such ability, if there is, it's just luck. If it's real, I'll be the first to join. Kim Shu spoke as he opened the system window. Ryman is the goddess of compassion and benevolence. A notification quickly appeared. Available items, trait, compassion. All subordinate followers will receive plus 1% experience through the blessing of the benevolent goddess. There is an extremely small chance of awakening if the target is not a player. Price, 1,000 points. Special profession, unavailable. Unlocked at 10,000 followers. A new space was created, with many system fragments. Ingen was astonished. Players? I can become a player? Just by faith? Kim Shu replied confidently, not yet. But if I get more followers, perhaps I'll buy this trait. He further explained, it will make becoming a player no longer a matter of luck, but everyone's effort. He emphasized once more, why don't we advertise based on that? What do you think? Followers, 1 out of 100,000. The system continued to announce good news. In suddenly changed his attitude, flashing a bright smile. His eyes lit up with determination. He looked at Kim Shu, his voice full of commitment. I can't refuse, brother. I'm ready. Ingen continued, his hands raised as if in prayer, speaking with seriousness. Let's spread compassion and benevolence to this world. Kim Shu looked at him, his face surprised, as if he hadn't fully grasped the meaning of his brother's words. Ha! But before he could react, Ingen shouted excitedly, Goddess Ryman. I believe in you. His voice echoed throughout the neighboring buildings. Accepted. At this very moment, the system window appeared. It informed Shu that he had completed this challenge. Completion condition, followers 2 out of 10,000. Seeing his brother's admiring expression, Shu asked him, puzzled, I thought you said you weren't religious before? Ignoring his words, he brushed them off like wine through clouds, looking at his brother with hopeful eyes, pleading, accept me too. This expression made Shu feel helpless. I don't know whether to be happy or sad. He actually believed it. Truly my brother. Seizing the opportunity with his somewhat beneficial younger brother, Shu brought up the issue he was still pondering. Currently, my plan is to use online services like Meetup. I haven't figured out the specifics yet. As he rested his chin in thought, his younger brother spoke up, interrupting him. Shu. This is exactly your strength. He had already planned it as soon as his brother spoke. So Ingen confidently told his brother, I have a plan. You don't need to worry. His younger brother's trustworthy expression made Shu trust him a little. Oh. Okay. While they were discussing important matters, loud footsteps suddenly echoed. Beep 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 beep. Ingen's face showed 2 words, panic. Shu, meanwhile, was still wondering who was making that sound. As he pondered with a series of question marks on his face, Ingen quickly grabbed his shoulder and warned him, phew. She's here. Don't you know? You'll have to take responsibility, Shu. His face was blank, he didn't understand at all. Huh? What? Outside the door appeared the small figure of an elementary school girl. Opening the door, the light reflected back, preventing them from seeing any expression. They only heard a dangerous-sounding call, Ingen. Wait. Ingen. Indeed. That person was none other than his precious little princess. Seeing the little girl there, Shu was startled as if his tail had been caught, sweating profusely. He stammered her name, Scythian. As she was about to enter the room to scold Ingen, the figure of her beloved older brother appeared before her eyes. This made the little girl's heart bloom, and her emotions changed as she called out 2 words, Big Brother. Perhaps she couldn't have imagined that her brother, whom she thought had sacrificed himself, would appear standing tall before her. While the little princess was still stunned by the scene before her, to break the awkward atmosphere, Shu approached and asked her, Scythian. Ah, you look prettier. Do you remember me? At this moment, Scythian looked like she was about to cry. The little girl spoke tearfully, making Shu feel full of guilt. I thought you were dead. To comfort the little girl, Shu bent down and patted his princess's shoulder. He spoke softly, comforting her, Scythian. I was wrong. I'm sorry for leaving without a word. The little girl still stood there, head bowed, not uttering a single word. This made him feel even more like a sinner. But we've met again, haven't we? This image of loving siblings is so heartwarming and happy to see. As for my brother, I want to call the police. At this moment, as if confirming that the person she had always waited for had returned, Scythian's emotions burst forth. She cried loudly like rain. Uaa. The crying sound must have been over 1,000 hertz. To preserve his eardrums, Shu had to tell his sister, Scythian. That's enough. Stop crying. The more he spoke, the louder the little girl cried, making the entire building seem to explode with her emotions. Waiaa. Unable to stop his younger sister, Shu had to turn to his younger brother for help. Ah, no. Kim Ingen. Come help me. But this was exactly what he deserved. That's why Ingen simply replied, This is your karma, brother. The sun rose high once again. The scene was still like any other day. The sky was still blue. Clouds still drifted. Birds still flew, but something was different because this was the day after Shu returned. Perhaps that's why the scene felt more beautiful. In that large building, the beloved image of the Kim siblings appeared again. Kim Scythian wanted her brother to promise her that they would eat her favorite dish. Shu, let's go eat tteokbokki today, okay? To make up for the days he had neglected her, he also hooked his pinky and promised her, okay. I promise. Receiving the affirmation from her beloved brother, Scythian happily waved goodbye to him as he left for school. Before leaving, she still turned back to instruct him, okay. I know a really good place. You have to go with me. When I get home this afternoon. And so, that small figure blended into the dense crowd. Shu also happily waved goodbye to his beloved princess. A happy, knowing smile appeared on his face. Thinking back to yesterday's unforgettable memory, Shu had a terrible headache. He struggled greatly but couldn't comfort his sister, causing neighbors who heard her crying to come and scold Shu. Ingen also got caught in the crossfire. Why did you make my Sizian cry? He felt a headache coming on. What a grueling day. After going door to door apologizing, peace finally returned. Morning sun rose high, shining brightly on the lush green leaves, making the alley feel cool and fresh amidst the hot weather. The scene shifts to a large high-rise building. This was where Kim Shu met with his business partner. Shu spoke to the other party. I've talked to my brother. But for awakened individuals to operate on Metup, they need government permission. Inside the high-rise building was a luxurious office. The other party heard Shu speak. Knowing he had many intentions and also knew how to comply, I understand. In that case, we are willing to support you. The person speaking with him held a high position. It was none other than Minister Yuseo No of the Settlement Management Bureau. He knew clearly that Shu was a person of power and influence. That's why he was willing to help. He even apologized for delaying their meeting. I'm truly sorry. I should have met you sooner, regressor Kim Shu. Even the escort beside him was excited to meet Shu. To meet this powerful person, Shu must have had a lot of headaches. It wasn't easy. He held a hot cup of coffee in his hand, lost in thought. A major figure who arbitrates awakened individuals with political talent. Even though he himself isn't awakened. I didn't think I'd have the chance to meet Minister Yuseo No. It seems that's the power of connections. Since the Ryman Church is the first religion under Ryman, all leaders of various races gather. There seemed to be some misunderstanding here. He had used proselytizing to get Minister Yuseo No's support. So the minister asked again, is proselytizing the reason why you want to engage in media activities? Minister Yuseo No quickly replied, yes, yes. But his words were too obvious, a mere formality. The minister didn't know how to fault him. Feeling he had an advantage, he happily said, okay. Proselytizing, you say? Excellent. To bring more benefits to himself, the minister further instructed Shu, you can present yourself as a regressor on Metup. But please announce that you are also an anomaly at the Settlement Management Bureau's press conference. Shu replied with a serious expression, of course. With that, Minister Yuseo No projected a video of an awakened person creating magic onto the large screen. Have you seen this video? Shu was a little surprised. It's already been posted? The minister explained to him, we issued an order. But we can't completely ban it. Looking at the large screen, Shu remembered. Ingen knows quite a lot about Metup. He's probably seen this video too. At this moment, Minister Yuseo No stated his own intention. You probably won't like this. But before this, we sent some agents to monitor you. I can promise that we have no intention of confronting you. Explaining why he hired people to monitor him, the minister said, it's just that an anomaly of your level has never appeared in Korea. Our management bureau is short-staffed. Please overlook it. What he said wasn't unreasonable. So Shu easily overlooked it. He thinks that makes sense. With a blank expression, Shu wasn't worried about being monitored. It's fine. No problem. The conversation quickly ended. He had returned home. Just then, he received a phone call. It was his grandmother. A loud, scolding voice came from the other end of the line. You rotten rascal. You should have told Grandma you were back. Shu remorsefully could only apologize. I'm sorry. Yes. His grandmother was also very concerned about him and his grandchildren, so she instructed, it's good you're back. Grandma is also preparing to return. Remember to take care of Sizian and Ingen. He obeyed his grandmother. Yes. Have a safe trip home, Grandma. And with that, the conversation quickly ended. The other end of the line hung up. Click. Looking at his phone screen, Shu pondered his grandmother's words, then turned to his younger brother Ingen. From Grandma's voice, it sounds like she knew I would return. Ingen replied to Shu, Grandma said sometimes she dreams of you. According to Ingen, in her dreams, she saw herself walking on an endless horizon. Sometimes she saw herself fighting winged monsters. That's why she believed he would return. This astonished someone like Kim Shu. Truly surprising. Kim Ingen, sitting beside him, also voiced his previous thoughts. I also thought you were dead. To be honest, I still don't believe it's real. It's truly anomalous. His younger brother's words made him stand there, lost in thought for a long time, unsure what to say. Kim Shu recalled fond memories with his two siblings. The three of us always had a very good relationship. In my last years of high school, after our parents died in a traffic accident, our lives would have been very miserable if not for Grandma. Sitting at the dining table, he crossed his legs, deducing. Ingen must have waited for me for a very long time. Until he gave up. Accepted that I was dead. Sitting opposite the computer screen, Ingen spoke up. Ah, brother. He showed off their absurd achievement to Shu. We built your grave in the forest. There's a tree there with your name carved on it. At first, we planned to visit every 5 years. But then we changed it to 10 years. Scythian decorated it beautifully. Brotherly love, will it last forever? I thought it would be touching, but it's actually chilling. Hearing these words, Shu suggested, go tear that place down immediately. In his heart, Kim Shu was certain. He can't be serious. Looking at his brother's back, he guessed as much. Now Shu got to the main point. He asked Ingen, so, how's that thing I asked you about? Ingen proudly turned around. Ahem. It's done. I have a plan. Look here. With that, he showed him a strange account with a large following named Player K. This is a player's channel. He usually reviews his battles and experiences. Orcs are common monsters in dungeons, gates, and other dimensions. So today, I'll show you their weaknesses. Shu looked at it and assessed. A suit and a sword. That's why he has so many subscribers. From behind his brother, Shu said, it's because he's handsome. His brother Ingen agreed. You think so too, right? His personality is also very good. He doesn't cause any drama either. And he pays me very generously. Shu then declared, he truly is a good person. Kim Ingen then opened the new channel's profile for Shu to see. It was named, I believe, Ryman. Do you believe Ryman? Just looking at it, you knew it was about proselytizing. Ingen confidently said, currently, we've just started the channel. It usually takes 2 weeks to set up a channel. This much is already very impressive. So he began to instruct his brother, the best way for small channels to get attention is to collaborate with bigger channels. You mean collaborate with the person you just showed me? He's creating content that I can participate in. Newbie Academy. We clicked on the Newbie Academy playlist, a series of videos appeared. The individual streaming ecosystem won't change much, so you can easily learn. Minsu creates content for newbies. Looking at the view counts, Shu could only exclaim, so many views. Ingen explained further, the start of this was because one of them got injured while fighting monsters. At that time, he'll ask you to come for an interview. His brother's words made Shu feel his abilities were being underestimated, so he spoke up, asserting, Ingen, what about me makes you think I'm a newbie? I think you're the newbie. Hearing this, Ingen seemed to hit his sweet spot. He excitedly turned around and said, that's right, Shu. A script had already appeared in his mind. Hidden Master Protagonist. Title, this newbie is actually an anomaly. Idea, Kim Ingen. Director, Kim Ingen. Screenwriter, Kim Ingen. He was excited by this idea and fidgeted. We can go with this idea. Hidden Master Protagonist. What do you think? My perfect plan. Quickly, he continued to turn back to the screen and type. I haven't informed Minsu of the details yet. But I'm sure he'll accept. Let's do an interview style. Minsu likes this kind of content. Shu was also helpless before his younger brother. His fervent appearance made him realize, it seems I've just awakened a capitalist. What was said was done. The scene shifts to a large forest, where trees were lush and overgrown. Car speeding down the main road belonged to the Shu brothers. Inside the car, Ingen contacted Minsu. The filming location is still far. We're almost there. 30 minutes. It's fast, isn't it? Very quickly, 30 minutes passed. The two of them arrived at their meeting point, Mount Manga, a mountain with an ominous appearance. At this moment, the car stopped. The two got out of the car and were about to head to the meeting point. Looking at the surroundings, Shu spoke up, the air here makes me want to smoke a cigarette. Ingen, are you sure this is the place? He confirmed to his brother, yes, it is. But it feels a little strange. So he picked up his phone. The person he called was Gu Minsu. The other end of the line didn't bother to pick up. Ingen was helpless. Still not picking up. Shu only focused on observing. Bad signal. Is there really a place like this in Korea? He seemed to have discovered something unusual. The scene before his eyes was all wrong. It was a wild place. And it looked dangerous. Something wasn't right. To better protect his younger brother Ingen, he spoke, wanting to retreat. Let's go back. Let's put aside the hidden master protagonist plan or whatever. Hearing his brother say that, Ingen didn't understand anything. No, wait. He thought I wanted to leave because I was afraid of being stood up, so he defended Minsu. He's probably busy filming somewhere else. Can't pick up the phone. Let's go find him first. Kim Shu was currently closing his eyes tightly, sensing. No. She deduced through his senses, honed from battles in Eden. His extremely sensitive senses were a blessing from Ryman. A gloomy aura emanated from the sky. This was demonic energy. Only monsters and demons emitted it. To open his younger brother's eyes to people, he asked again, also to assess the current level of danger. So, is this Gu Minsu really a good person? There are no bad rumors about him, right? Including human sacrifice or demon worship, or anything like that. Ingen immediately affirmed to his brother, no way. How could that be? It doesn't make sense. He's a very famous YouTuber. But these words didn't make any sense. Shu already knew he had fallen into a trap. A strong wind spread around him. He created this to protect the two of them from the monsters. Shu said to Ingen, if I weren't a regressor, we would have died long ago. Do you understand? Chapter 4. Kim Shu looked seriously at his beloved younger brother and said, if I were just a normal regressor, we'd both be dead, do you understand? Hearing his brother's words, Ingen's face grew heavy with doubt. That? No way. Minsu is a good person. Seeing his younger brother still stubbornly defending Minsu, Shu annoyedly pointed at Ingen's face and scolded, good person, my ass. You're just too trusting. If you keep being like that, sooner or later someone will stab you in the back. Do you understand? You idiot. Seeing his brother's annoyed attitude, Ingen retorted, you don't have to be so angry. It's like you've been through it yourself. If a nerve had been hit, Kim Shu immediately adjusted his angry emotions. In his mind, the image of a white-haired girl raising her hand and laughing boisterously still appeared. Shu adjusted his voice. No way? What are you talking about? Seeing his brother still stubbornly holding negative thoughts about Minsu, Ingen recounted a past event. 3 years ago, when Grandma had to go to the hospital. Minsu came and paid all the hospital fees. He didn't say a word to me. At that time, I had no money left because I had used it to pay the rent. Hearing this, Kim Shu's attitude changed. He suddenly thought the person wasn't so bad. You should have told me sooner. I don't know where this guy came from, but he can change his tune as fast as rice paper. But even as he said that, Kim Shu was still pondering human nature. He fell into deep thought. It truly wasn't easy to doubt someone who was willing to provide financial help. If it was 3 years ago, that means I wasn't here then. He might actually be a good person. After a moment of thought, Shu turned towards the forest. All right. First, you get in the car and go back. This place is very dangerous. Kim Ingen grabbed the backpack on his shoulder, came next to Kim Shu, and asked, what about you? In response to his younger brother's concern, Shu simply replied softly, if your plan didn't work out, then it's my turn. With that, Kim Shu lightly patted his own shoulder. That was also when he began to transform, changing into a different outfit. The transformation was gentle and smooth. At this moment, Kim Shu was wearing an elegant, royal-like outfit, completely different from the Korean-style clothes he had worn earlier. Shu adjusted his cuff, then turned his head towards Ingen and said with pride, if being an online protagonist doesn't work, then I don't mind trying it in real life. Hearing his brother's sullen words, Ingen's jaw dropped, and question marks appeared in his head. He thought his brother was going to act like an online female character, so he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, ah, you want to be a magical girl? Shu was helpless at his brother's cluelessness. He just replied, no, do I need to actually turn into a girl? I've already been to the military. After speaking, Shu opened the car door, gesturing for Ingen to go home. He still lingered, turning to his brother and saying, next time you transform, remember to let me film it. Shu no longer wanted to prolong the conversation with his clueless younger brother, so he quickly, yet mercilessly, pushed Ingen into the car, but didn't forget to remind him, this place is very dangerous. Go home. Kim Ingen still refused to leave and called back, I have to use it as a channel intro, promise me. Watching the car carrying Ingen slowly drive further away, emitting exhaust, Shu felt conflicted. Ingen wasn't like this originally, was he? What happened? It seems to be due to a difficult childhood, it's all my fault. In the peaceful forest, with sparse trees standing in the wind, there wasn't a single sound. Shu followed the paths, having crossed the first finish line. The system displayed a notification. You have entered an abyssal zone. A related quest has been created. Salvation. Side quest. Abyssal dungeon. Description: you have entered a land filled with familiar demonic energy. Bearing a noble mission, you must purify this contaminated land and reclaim it from the demons. O Holy One, bring down divine punishment upon the demons. Free the fearful flock from their sins and lead them to salvation. Reward, 50 holy points. It only left behind gloomy air. Shu headed deeper into the forest. As he walked, he assessed. At first glance, this place seemed like an ordinary mountain. But with such dense demonic energy, it must be inside an abyssal dungeon. Shu continued to move forward. But he gradually slowed down, seemingly sensing something nearby. He stopped, then looked in the direction his intuition told him. Then he spoke, startling them. The weather is really nice today. What are these guys doing here? It turned out to be 4 men holding cameras and filming equipment behind him. They were also stunned when Shu suddenly turned to them and asked that. A young man among the 4 stepped forward, awkwardly asking, "Excuse me. We didn't mean to disturb you. We're just filming." The young man continued, "May I ask why you're here?" "There's a dungeon near here. It's very dangerous." Shu didn't beat around the bush and answered immediately, "I'm looking for Minsu." The young man excitedly continued, "Oh, you mean the regressor? I heard Minsu mention it. If you had called earlier, we would have picked you up at the foot of the mountain." In response to the young man's enthusiasm, Shu coldly crossed his arms. "My phone couldn't make calls." Hearing this, the young man pulled out his phone and looked at it. "Again? I can't believe there's a place in Korea with no signal." Shu politely replied to ease the awkwardness, thinking that meeting everyone here wasn't too bad. A quick voice from one of them continued, "Let us lead the way." Along the way, the young man enthusiastically chatted with Shu. "We're planning a big event for Minsu's channel and he already has quite a few viewers, so I helped him out a bit. Just like Ingen." The young man glanced at the clothes Shu was wearing, continuing the topic. "Is your priest outfit related to the content you create?" Shu just replied indifferently, "No." The young man continued with praise, "It looks very distinctive and impressive. That's a great strategy." Hearing the young man who had been chattering since they met, Shu felt annoyed. This person talks a lot. Yet, the young man still didn't notice Shu's annoyance and continued, "This is my first time meeting a regressor." "How interesting. Ha ha." Ignoring the young man's enthusiasm, Shu turned to observe the other 3. Then he asked, "By the way, the 3 of you haven't said anything for a while, have you?" The 3 men stared silently at Shu. The young man continued for them, "Huh? Oh. Them? I'm not sure. They were just talking a moment ago." The young man also just started to notice a little, but still didn't realize the abnormality. Shu glanced over. "Huh?" He touched his left hand and asked the young man, "By the way, what's your name?" Seeing the regressor asking him, the young man happily replied, My name is Su Semayung." "Alright, Semayung. Listen carefully to what I'm about to say." As he spoke, Shu conjured a pair of mysterious black gloves. "You're very lucky. Some people are born with the ability to resist demonic energy, even if they haven't awakened yet." He approached, placed a hand on Semayung's shoulder, and continued, "You should thank your parents." Saying such strange things made Semayung look at Shu's hands in surprise. "Huh?" Then Shu continued, "If you make it out of here alive today, hug your parents." Semayung still didn't understand but agreed to Shu's words. "Okay." Shu's hands on Semayung's shoulder began to glow with electric sparks. Semayung wondered, "You're..." Shu's eyes glowed, and his finger emitted stronger electric sparks towards the other 3 men. Semayung instinctively looked in the direction of those sparks. Seeing what was happening before his eyes, Semayung's eyes widened in surprise. "Huh?" What met his eyes was that the 3 people behind him had lost their heads but were still standing upright. From the headless positions, gloomy black smoke continuously emanated. Su Semayung screamed, "Ah! What?" Semayung fearfully clung to Shu, his face completely drained of color. Shu calmly said, "Was it easy for you guys to get in here?" Shu gradually approached the bodies and stepped on them. The headless man's body slowly disintegrated. He continued, "They must be inside. This place should be safe. Let's rest here." Semayung fearfully backed away, stammering, Who are you? Why are you here? I don't know what to do anymore." Shu smiled at this. "Oh. Me? Ha." To comfort the young man's anxiety, he placed a hand on his chest and smiled brightly. "I am merely the messenger of the goddess." His radiant smile made Semayung's heart skip a beat. Semayung, seeing this radiant glow, also froze. The scene gradually shifted. Before them, a large, dark spatial rift loomed. The system displayed a notification. "You are entering a dungeon. The current dungeon is the Soul Laboratory. It is currently undergoing abyssal contamination. Long, gloomy, silent rooms. The dungeon's name has been changed from Soul Laboratory to Bridgehead of Pride. If you fail against the dungeon's boss, the surrounding area within 5 kilometers will be contaminated by the abyss. Remaining time, 2 hours 7 minutes. Kim Shu, after reading the quest and its consequences, wondered, abyssal contamination, huh? The demonic energy around here is gradually converging. There's also mana from other players. There must be a few players left resisting the demonic energy. Shu also moved deeper into the room. He stopped at a place with a large light. It must be here. Seeing the bodies slumped on the ground, he remained silent. The bodies were quite robust, slumped against each other. Shu secretly observed. They seem to still be alive. But their faces have all been taken. So these are the monsters I killed before entering. A brief explanation, mimic. A strange type of monster. After being defeated, it will transform and take on the identity of its prey. They only subdue their prey instead of killing them because they cannot transform into dead people. Mimics are low-level monsters. They don't have vocal cords to speak. So they cannot exist on their own. This means the boss of this place. Shu thought as he bent down to examine the bodies. He immediately guessed. The boss of this place is a doppelganger. A living entity. The system appeared. Proud warrior. Keyword doppelganger confirmed. Dungeon boss confirmed as doppelganger. The system continuously confirmed. Shu was confident. Indeed. Monsters like mimics with their shapeshifting ability are a headache even for experienced people. If they transform into allies, it would truly be hell on earth. Suddenly, a loud scream interrupted his train of thought. Look! Shu reflexively looked in the direction of the scream. A survivor? Or the boss? Doesn't matter. He thought, then ran straight towards the source of the scream. Chapter 5. Kim Shu ran like the wind towards the place where the scream echoed through the sky. Along his path, a blinding light appeared right before his eyes. Shu judged, there's light. It's a monster. Shu had already approached the crack in the door where the light was coming from. He squinted, looking with difficulty. They're gathered around the plaza. Then he ran very fast, rushing forward. His feet seemed to have speed boosters. But what hit his eyes were 2 blinding spotlights. They were filming equipment, and there wasn't a single monster here. A sound came from the direction of the large camera. A man stepped out, pointed at Kim Shu, and shouted, "Don't just appear out of nowhere. You're causing trouble." At the same time, murmurs came from those present on set. What the hell? Where did this guy come from? Things were going well, and now this. What a hassle. Realizing something was wrong with the situation, Kim Shu could only feel awkward. Ha! He looked at the people before him, assessing. These people are still alive? But there are too many people. Seeing the person who had just shouted approaching him, Shu could only scratch his head. The director approached, sighing, ugh. This is bad. The crew members also looked in the director's direction, as if waiting to see what he would do next. One person in the crew expressed dissatisfaction. Do we have to reshoot again? The director had reached Kim Shu. He angrily continued, who let you in? We rented this dungeon to film. You can't just show up like that. Shu, who had been flustered a moment ago, now changed his demeanor, put his hands on his hips, and replied nonchalantly, wrong. I heard a scream, so I ran here. I'm truly sorry. As he spoke, Shu raised a hand to rub his neck, hiding the lingering awkwardness on his face. They let me in because I needed to meet Gumisu. Has anyone seen him? Shu continued to introduce himself. That's right, I had a plan. We need to discuss it directly. The young director, hearing these words, judged him, realizing the young man in front of him was an important figure. You're the regressor. You're the regressor, right? I was wondering why your outfit was so strange. Seeing that someone recognized him, Kim Shu deliberately changed his expression and tone to a gloomy one. Yes. That's me. He dragged out his voice to appear scary, startling the director. Oh my. You should have said so sooner. With that, the director turned to his crew members and called out, hey. Is that walkie-talkie still not fixed? Then the director pulled a young, somewhat energetic woman over and instructed her, take this person to meet Minsu. He's Ingen's older brother. The girl was also very quick-witted. She immediately spoke in a friendly manner, Really? It's a pleasure. May I speak comfortably with you? This way. As she spoke, the girl extended her hand and showed Shu the way. He just politely replied, thank you. Shu followed behind the guiding girl, observing the film crew. The crew members were still enthusiastically chatting. So? Yeah. I mean, that's it. Do you want to go home already? Hearing the others chatting normally, Kim Shu breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, the people here haven't been completely contaminated by demons. But that means... He heard more sighs. Me too. I want to go home too. Kim Shu observed more meticulously. He looked and thought. Area of effect illusion. This seems to be a play with the doppelganger as the main actor. Players not yet contaminated by demonic energy are affected by it. If it has used area of effect illusion, it means it has accumulated a lot of power. Kim Shu had walked a distance, but his eyes still tried to look back to observe the actions and gestures of the people, then assessed. There must be a reason for the amount of demonic energy leaking from the dungeon. While deep in thought, the voice of the guiding girl cut through Shu's long train of thought. The girl began to share, "You don't need to worry about this place being a dungeon. This entire area has been controlled by us." Shu was surprised to hear that. He immediately asked, "Controlled? How?" The guiding girl didn't hide anything and pointed out, "We've captured the dungeon boss." Shu froze at the girl's innocent answer. What the hell did I just hear? But he still asked again, "You guys captured the dungeon boss?" The guiding girl, walking ahead, smiled and recounted the process. We usually use this method to film in dungeons. Dungeons disappear after the boss is defeated. But we can't let it roam free because that's very dangerous. So we'll lure the boss and tie it up. That way, other monsters will also weaken, making filming easier. The girl's voice was full of pride as she recounted the process of capturing the boss. Shu was very impressed to hear that. You guys cornered the boss and captured it alive. The guiding girl quickly replied, effective, right? Shu's face still showed surprise and disbelief at the film crew's method. He thought, unbelievable. Satan should come here to learn from humans how to capture things. The more Shu spoke, the more he thought about the film crew's creative truth he had just heard. He rubbed his chin. So that's how they film? It seems this event was just bad luck encountering a doppelganger. This is truly a karmic disaster. Ingen. I don't know how Gu Minsu is doing. This might be difficult. After walking a short distance, the guiding girl and Kim Shu stopped before a relatively tall, metal door. The door's surface was decorated with dominant red and gray colors, with unique details that looked both ancient and luxurious. The guiding girl pointed towards the door. This is the boss room. Minsu is also in there. See you later. Good luck with your collaboration. Shu, following proper etiquette, politely replied to the guiding girl, Thank you for bringing me here. Kim Shu didn't rush in but waited for the guiding girl to walk away until he was the only one left in front of the door, then he was ready to open it. As Shu knocked, the door automatically opened. Inside the room, 3 people were still enthusiastically discussing the script. Or maybe edited a bit. Seeing that the people inside hadn't noticed the door had opened and he was outside, Kim Shu spoke up, "Excuse me." The blonde man was still commenting to his colleague, "Yeah. At the beginning. That's right. That part was done very well." And when he heard someone else's voice from outside the room, the blonde man turned his head towards the door, wondering who was calling out there. When the blonde man turned around, it was a handsome, fair-skinned face. His sparkling eyes, like fresh young meat, radiated the aura of a beautiful person. The blonde man didn't hesitate to look directly at Shu and frankly asked, "You don't look familiar. Which department are you from? Why are you here?" Shu quickly introduced himself, "Ingen brought me here. I'm his older brother, Kim Shu." Hearing that he was Ingen's older brother, the blonde man smiled gently like morning sunlight. The blonde man's smile was so beautiful that roses and lilies bloomed in competition. Then the blonde man happily said, "Shu, is it? I've heard about you. I was wondering when you would arrive." "Oh, I forgot to reintroduce myself. I'm Guminsu, player X Matuber, and you look even more handsome than Ingen described." Kim Shu, seeing Su Minsu's excessively beautiful radiance, couldn't help but exclaim to himself, "Is this the protagonist's aura? His voice is good, and he's handsome too." While Shu was still captivated by Minsu's beauty, Minsu extended his hand. "You've traveled a long way, you must be tired. Please sit down." Seeing this, Shu immediately shook hands with the handsome man before him. "Thank you." Then he sat down on the empty chair. Meanwhile, Guminsu politely bid farewell to his 2 colleagues, instructing them, "Everyone. Can you edit it as I said? I need to discuss something." "Thank you." The 2 happily said goodbye and quickly left. "Okay. I don't know Minsu's true nature, but seeing his handsomeness and politeness to everyone makes me feel a little moved. Shu sat on the chair, looking towards Minsu, thinking, so he's a machuber. After seeing off the two others, Minsu brewed a cup of coffee and gracefully approached Shu. He gave an awkward laugh. Ha ha. Oh dear. If only I had something better to offer you. But currently, I only have instant coffee. To help the handsome man feel less awkward, Kim Shu took the coffee cup and smiled, replying, it's fine. I like instant coffee. Following Shu's words, Minsu asked, that's good then. Nothing happened on the way, did it? Shu replied with a compliment for his warm hospitality, some staff members led me here. Quite a few people. Then Minsu got straight to the main topic of discussion. In this project, authenticity is important. So I brought all the capable editors. Cut. Minsu said, looking towards the group of people acting. From behind, Minsu's back looked so slender. Shu smiled and asked, are they all players? Minsu smiled and replied, that's right. They've all awakened, but they don't meet the standards to become hunters. After all, not all players are the same. But I pay them quite well. With that, Minsu gave a charming wink. After hearing that, Shu sipped his coffee and thought, Ingen also wants to become a player. Perhaps he's influenced by this person. Seeing Shu say nothing more, Minsu spoke first. In the notes, I saw that Ingen would also be coming here. Is he outside? Shu heard this question and smiled, lying, he's a bit tired today, so I came alone. Hearing this, Minsu believed him completely and even showed concern. Is he always unwell? TSK. Perhaps I should send him some supplements. He often gets sick when working for me. Surely, after hearing these caring words, Shu's perception of Minsu had changed a little. Shu secretly thought, the most effective way to communicate with someone you don't know well is to talk about common ground. This person is indeed very sociable. Minsu still smiled and continued, I'm not telling you this because you're his older brother, but because Ingen is a very good person. Despite this, Shu still harbored doubts. I wonder if he's always been like this, or if it's because he became famous. Shu suddenly smiled unconsciously and said, what an interesting person. That strange remark made Minsu somewhat confused. Shu realized what he was saying and explained, sorry. I mean Ingen. He's always unwell. I think so too. So, both of them laughed awkwardly to dispel the earlier embarrassment. You have good looks, and you're a player. As Minsu was about to continue, Shu interrupted, may I ask you something? Minsu happily replied, of course. Then Shu put on a slightly worried expression and spoke slowly, I'm a little worried. Is filming here really safe? Understanding Shu's concern, Minsu led Shu to a large red curtain in the room and said, it's understandable to be worried the first time you enter a dungeon. Take a look. Okay. Then Minsu approached and opened the curtain. Shu also looked to see what was behind the curtain. His eyes widened as he looked at the creature before him. It was a large monster, chained and confined in a large glass cage. Minsu continued, see? I have to prioritize everyone's safety. Minsu looked at the glass cage containing the boss monster and said seriously, although there are some dangerous scenes on Metap, we always prioritize everyone's safety. Hearing this, Shu asked doubtfully, before you started filming. I heard some people had to abandon the project midway. Minsu immediately denied it. They weren't injured during filming. They already had an illness. It was just a relapse. If you're still worried, you can observe before joining the filming. You only awakened recently, so I can understand. Kim Shu listened silently for a moment, saying nothing. Then he picked up the coffee cup and took a gulp. All right. Seeing this, Minsu smiled and waved his hand, explaining, I'm not trying to pressure you. After only a moment, Shu's demeanor changed. He adopted a tough, badass attitude. Let's begin. Since we're collaborating, how about a handshake? Minsu eagerly shook his hand, beaming. All right. Welcome to the team, Shu. As Minsu shook Shu's hand, a bright blue electric spark flashed from their handshake. The electric spark was accompanied by a surge of power and wind that blew both their hair back. Minsu looked at the electricity in surprise. What? This? Gradually, Minsu's body began to turn black. His painful scream echoed throughout the room. Seeing this, Shu couldn't help but smile, as his plan was about to succeed. His face now clearly revealed his cunning. The system displayed a notification. Passive skill information, Holy Fire. Synchronized. Shu, with a wicked smile, used a greater surge of power. What's the fun in only one person tricking us? A play should have a few twists, shouldn't it? And then, the hand that Minsu had shaken with Shu gradually turned black. Oh, where was the fair, plump hand from before? Shu's power exerted an increasing effect on Minsu. He continued to ask, don't you think so? Despite Minsa's agonizing screams that wouldn't stop. Ah. Then Shu slowly let go, looking at the body struggling in pain. Ah. Shu leaned close to Minsu's ear, who was gradually transforming, and spoke his final words. Hey. How was my acting? A question that was like a taunt for Minsu. Finally, Shu placed his hand on Minsu's shoulder to make the body disappear faster. Chapter 6. When he realized the dungeon boss was a doppelganger, the atmosphere gradually became gloomier. Su Minsa's eyes welled up with tears. A bitter, choked-up emotion lingered in Su Minsa's throat. Su Minsa stood frozen. His heart tightened. In his mind, he still thought, I thought this would be our resting place. A large, deep black arm. Around it were red veins, bulging as if blood was about to burst out. The dark brown hand lunged quickly, then opened its palm, approaching Su Minsa's neck. After that, it directly grabbed Su Minsa's neck. He was uncomfortable. So easily tricked. He raised both hands, trying to pull the other hand from his neck. He was so breathless he had no strength left to struggle. Euroka! So that monster, that arm belonged to it. Extended to take over Su Minsu's body. Now. That monster was Su Minsu. And Su Minsu was in the form of the monster. He looked at the monster in his own form. It smiled sinisterly, its eyes gleaming with malice. He continued, the moment the monster stole my identity, the outcome was decided. Su Minsu was transformed into the monster's form. Exhausted, he collapsed. The monster, in Su Minsu's form, stood proudly, hands on hips, looking at him with a contemptuous and arrogant smile. Then everyone who came down to this dungeon with Su Minsu saw the monster they were looking for. But it was Su Minsu himself, the one who came with everyone, now in the form of a monster. No one paid attention to anything else. Everyone ran towards him. Then they brought out chains and wrapped them around the monster they found. We caught the boss, Minsu. He, in monster form, still struggled to speak in vain, I'm not the doppelganger. Everyone. But no one paid attention to what the monster in front of them was saying. They just cheered, looking at him as if he were their own trophy. Everyone was overjoyed because it was so easy to catch a monster that many rumored to be very strong and brutal. His two friends were still pulling hard, tying him up. His heart was helpless. He couldn't speak anymore. He looked at everyone, only able to scream internally. Ion C. Seung Tich. Me. But looking at the humans before him struggling, capturing their own ally, standing outside, they just smiled cunningly, and many schemes were being set up from now on. In Sumitsu's heart, he didn't understand why. There were so many emotions. He thought, I can only be helpless. In the end, he, in the form of the monster, was completely captured. He was surrounded by tangled chains. Tears still welled up in the corners of his eyes. No one around paid attention to the monster before them, who was filled with sorrow, shedding tears. Everyone just cheered, well done, everyone. Standing behind the curtain. A real-life play, arranged by the monster itself, unfolded smoothly according to its wishes. It watched silently. It gave a faint smile. Its sharp eyes held unpredictable cunning. Stepping through the red curtain. The real monster had entered in his form. He slowly approached. Around him were 3 people and those who had been captured. The monster spoke to him telepathically, how does it feel to be seen as a monster by the people you once trusted? He was tightly chained, shedding tears. He looked up at the monster. He screamed in pain, why don't you kill me? End my suffering. Everyone standing around was controlled by the monster. Psychologically manipulated. The people around became hazy. He saw everyone in danger but didn't know what to do. Everyone around him was harmed by it one by one. He screamed, no. Stop. Ah. He, in monster form, just screamed. Tears streamed down his face. No. Let them go. Please. I beg you. He was silent, collapsing because he didn't know what to do. In his mind, he still cried out, everyone. Help me. He shouted loudly, please save them. Despair reached its peak. Sumitsu's screams and cries grew louder. Suddenly, a turquoise sky appeared above. A clear beam of light emerged. A lightning bolt was created. It shot down like a flash, striking directly at the monster. The monster was hit, screaming, "Ga!" It seemed to be in great pain. Shu suddenly appeared miraculously at this place. So Shu was the one who struck the monster. Shu appeared like a hero, helping everyone in distress. Sumitsu, in the monster's form, was stunned. He looked up in a daze. Sumitsu just uttered a word, save. Hearing that, Shu immediately turned to look at Sumitsu. Shu's entire body was enveloped in a mysterious blue flame. Sumitsu looked towards the monster. It was writhing, uncomfortable in the blue flames. It kept growling, screaming, "Ag. Ga." Sumitsu couldn't believe his eyes. Am I dreaming? Sumitsu looked up. Choked up. The fire. It's so warm. This dream. Sumitsu just had to exclaim, like a mother's embrace. Shu appeared like a deity. Light radiated around Shu. Shu looked at Sumitsu and said, Sumitsu. Sumitsu was astonished. He looked at Shu and said, you recognize me? Shu extended his hand and said, that's right. Sumitsu, in monster form, said in surprise, how? Even those people couldn't recognize me. Shu smiled and said, my eyesight is very good. Shu looked at him and continued, I haven't introduced myself yet, have I? I'm Ingen's older brother. Sumitsu was surprised to hear that. Sumitsu continued, Ingen. He's very kind. Sumitsu continued, he's very diligent. He's still young but has to take care of his younger sister and grandmother. I heard his older brother disappeared 5 years ago. Shu looked up at the sky and thought in silence. Shu bent down, looking away with a shy feeling. He didn't know what to say. Shu looked down at the monster and said, you choose. In this dungeon, you are the most affected person. With that, Shu grabbed the monster and said loudly, you have 2 choices. Sumitsu replied resentfully, yes. I accepted my fate the moment it took my body. Sumitsu continued, please kill me. Shu stood at a distance, astonished. His eyes widened as he looked at Sumitsu. Sumitsu bowed his head, tears streaming down. I'd rather die by human hands. Shu heard that and burst out laughing, no, no, no. Shu held the monster with one hand. He raised the other hand, smiled faintly, and said, it's not what you imagine. Sumitsu just looked down in a daze. Shu continued, just listen to me first. Shu raised his hand and said in a friendly manner, choice number 1, open this guy up. Or burn him to death with holy fire. Shu continued, I recommend choice number 2. Holy fire is very painful for him. Sumitsu heard that and couldn't believe his ears. Sumitsu straightened up and said loudly, painful. Make him suffer until death. Shu winked, gave a thumbs up, and said, of course. To exterminate demons, burning them with fire is the best. Let me cook this guy for you. As soon as he finished speaking, Shu created fire to burn the monster. The monster screamed in pain, arg. As the monster was burned, the chains around Sumitsu's body also gradually disappeared. Sumitsu softly said, the chains. All the chains around Sumitsu's body disappeared. Sumitsu spoke up, they're gone. The system continuously chimed. You have received salvation from holy fire. You have received salvation from holy fire. You have achieved the hidden achievement, Atonement. Outer God responded to your suffering. A goddess appeared before Sumitsu. Her body was graceful. Light radiated around her. Her name was Ryman. The outer god Ryman opened her eyes. Her sparkling, deep blue eyes were beautiful. Ryman looked towards Sumitsu. Immediately after, the outer god Ryman bent down. She extended both hands and placed them on Sumitsu's cheeks. Sumitsu returned to his original form. The monster form gradually disappeared. Sumitsu stared into the outer god Ryman's eyes, stunned. Ah! Ryman gently said, no need to blame yourself. It was not your fault. Sumitsu just shed tears. Ah! In Sumitsu's mind, he thought, I never believed in miracles. Sumitsu slowly closed his eyes in joy. But if this isn't a miracle, then what is it? The system continued to chime. You have conquered the abyssal dungeon. The dungeon will self-destruct in 1 hour. You have received 50 holy points. You have completed the quest, Atonement. You have received 100 holy points. Shu looked at the system panel and thought, something's not right. If I hadn't come, what would have happened? Shu turned to look at Sumitsu and said, well, the situation would probably have been very bad. No one was seriously injured. Everyone will wake up soon. Sumitsu lay slumped on the ground, still mumbling, goddess. Shu looked and said, that's right. Goddess Ryman stood in place, clasping her hands. Shu said, last time we said goodbye, you didn't look so good. I thought we wouldn't see each other for a few years. I didn't expect to reunite so soon. Ryman said, it's all because you've been working hard. Goddess Ryman smiled and said happily, I told you we'd meet again soon, hee. Shu replied, I didn't think it would be like this. Goddess Ryman clasped her hands. She approached and said, it's good to see you again, Shu. Shu extended his hand and replied, ha. All right. How long are you staying this time? Goddess Ryman continued, probably about 5 minutes. It's all due to the strangeness of this place. For some reason, there's a spatial rift here. I sensed you through the rift, so I came. Shu rested his chin on his hand and said, a spatial rift. This place is truly strange. Could it be related to this place becoming an abyssal dungeon? I need to investigate thoroughly. The goddess looked at Shu and said, oh. The goddess rested her chin on her hand, looked at Shu, and smiled, why are you acting like I'm invisible? You're always like this, Shu. Shu heard that and retorted, stop nagging. Shu looked at the goddess and continued, I thought you didn't like to directly heal others. How did you heal Minsu when your physical body can't appear here? He passed out from direct exposure to your divinity. Goddess Ryman smiled and said, I think he's a good person. The goddess moved closer to Shu and continued, people who blame themselves for the safety of others cannot be bad people. Moreover, he will be your right-hand man on your journey in this new world, won't he? I know how hard you work to help me. So shouldn't I take care of your future partner? Shu crossed his arms and listened without saying anything. Goddess Ryman, seeing no reply, looked over and said, Shu. Goddess continued, after all this time, how do you feel about your homeland? Shu looked straight ahead and replied, everything feels strange. Goddess Ryman brought her hands together and took Shu's hand. She continued, I couldn't give you much information due to time limits. But do you remember? Goddess Ryman continued, when we signed the contract on Earth? The system then announced. Warning. An outer god is interfering with Earth's causality. The goddess continued, causality. The thing that governs all space. It also affects deities. Goddess Ryman added, because of causality, I, a being from another world, am not allowed to influence Earth. With that, the goddess gradually moved away. Shu asked, you're not allowed to influence Earth? Shu looked up at her and said, then what is it that I use on Earth? Also, didn't you just save Minsu? Goddess Ryman replied, that's right. So you must be careful, Shu. Imagining a scale, the goddess continued, causality is like a balance. Earth has approved the contract between you and me. This means what's on the other side of the scale also has similar weight. Shu looked up and asked, what is on the other side? The goddess remained silent, not answering. Shu saw this and said, furthermore, this silent space. It's truly uncomfortable. So something unknown is suppressing Ryman. Shu broke the silence. Ha! It seems I won't be getting any rest. I've found it strange ever since monsters started appearing on Earth. Shu continued, alright. The goddess asked softly, worried, aren't you angry? Shu looked at her and said, angry at you for what? Shu continued, Earth being like this isn't your fault. There's no reason to be angry at you. I'm not that bad. Goddess Ryman smiled. She laughed aloud. He. Shu said awkwardly, what are you laughing at? Goddess Ryman turned and said, nothing at all. Shu replied, do you have to go already? In his heart, Shu thought, over the past 10 years, I seem to have grown too attached to her. I really don't want to let her go at all. Shu looked at Goddess Ryman and continued, next time, bring me a picture, okay? Maybe people will believe if they see you. The goddess turned back and smiled, I'll take that as a compliment to my beauty. Thank you, Shu. I hope our next meeting will be in a brighter place. She continued, you know what you need to do, don't you? Shu looked puzzled. He asked, what do I need to do? The goddess clasped her hands. She said, build a shrine. I need a place to easily manifest, as well as to attract believers. Saying her last words, she vanished. See you again, Shu. Immediately after Goddess Ryman returned, Su Minsu woke up. He blushed, shyly. Ah. Shu looked at Su Minsu and said, you're awake? How do you feel? Su Minsu placed a hand on his chest. He turned to Shu and spoke, where is the goddess? Shu heard that and replied, unfortunately, she's gone. Su Minsu looked at his palm awkwardly and trembled. He didn't know what to say. Su Minsu spoke up, do you think we'll see her again? Shu replied, well, about that. Do you want to learn about the goddess's good words? Chapter 7. Just like that, the battle in the deep, dark forest ended. The Shu and Ingen brothers took a car and sped back. The car blended into the bustling rhythm of life, a stark contrast to the desolate scene from earlier. Sitting in the white car, the two brothers saw the system appear. The system reported to Kim Shu, follower count completion condition, 4 out of 10,000. Looking at it, Shu was a little thoughtful. Ha! The car contained two people engrossed in their own affairs. Shu looked at the quest he had completed 2 days ago. Ingen was only focused on his computer screen. He's truly a metup addict. Luckily, the doppelganger incident at Mount Mayon 2 days ago ended with 12 injured. But unfortunately, no one suffered psychological harm. However, everyone sustained mental trauma from the mimic and doppelganger's purification spell. Minsu, the victim of the doppelganger, after being healed by Ryman, is currently in a hospital in the Gurugu area. Shu. I'm currently on my way there. While on his way to the location where Gu Minsu was being treated, his younger brother beside him suddenly spoke to Shu. It's such a relief that Minsu wasn't seriously injured. He'll be discharged soon. My youngest brother only cares about his idol, treating his older brother like he's invisible. Kim Ingen was apprehensive about the previous battle. He expressed his worry to his brother. I don't know what would have happened if the doppelganger's plan had succeeded. Shu then reminded him that he was the one who saved the metup group's lives. If I had arrived a day late, no one would have been injured. Hearing that, Ingen couldn't hide his surprise. He turned his face, jaw dropped in disbelief. Ha! Ha! Getting straight to the point, Shu explained the situation if he had arrived late. Everyone would have disappeared or died. It seems demon gates don't usually appear here. His brother's words made him unable to understand the problem. What do you mean, disappeared and demon gates? Ingen was extremely puzzled. Demon gates? Seeing that his younger brother was still very naive, Shu didn't hesitate to explain clearly to him. They are dungeons that summon demons. Their demonic energy is even higher than abyssal gates. Is this perhaps where those disgusting but powerful monsters gather? That's why the doppelganger was called the Proud Warrior. If there's theory, there must be concrete evidence. Shu recounted his days in Eden and what he had witnessed there. When I was in Eden, doppelgangers often used villages as sacrifices to summon giant demon gates. The demon army that attacked Eden all came through those gates. Not only did the doppelganger use monster forces to attack, but it also likely intended to use the people in the dungeon as sacrifices to summon a higher-level demon. Our accidental thwarting of that plot was a blessing in disguise. He reasoned with his younger brother to make him understand the danger of doppelgangers. However, in his mind, something felt wrong. Shu pondered for a long time, but there was still something not quite right. It was as if he had detached his mind and thoughts from the present world to find the answer to his own question. Why did a demon gate appear before me? Kim Shu then remembered what Ryman had told him. Like the scales of justice, it couldn't be a coincidence. Was it a coincidence, or was it related to the causality Ryman spoke of? Speculating in his mind, Shu saw this as a good opportunity for him to work with Ryman if such things happened again. I need to quickly attract followers. Ingen's hidden master protagonist plan was shattered after that incident. Besides, I need a big opportunity. The atmosphere was silent for a long time, making Ingen speak up to Shu to relieve the tension. By the way, what did you do to Minsu and the others? His younger brother's sudden question made him unclear about its meaning. Do what? He thought it was something strange, but it seemed it really was too strange. Ingen was astonished by the messages he read. Minsu hadn't been religious before. But now, look, these messages are from Minsu to Ingen. They say, Ingen, the Pope is the goddess's proof to this world. We will serve the Pope together. Do you understand? Everyone is drawn to Shu's aura, and a famous machuber like Minsu is no exception. This was extremely unusual. Ingen feared his brother had done something bad to the famous idol, so he interrogated him. Did you brainwash or manipulate Minsu, right? Or did you do that because he has a 5.4 million subscriber channel, right? That's illegal. His younger brother's rich imagination even sent shivers down his spine. What do you think I am? Suddenly, his younger brother, Kim Ingen, put on a formidable face. He stared with wide eyes, as if he had just deduced something ominous. This look was adorable, no different from a little sparrow. After a moment of hesitation, Ingen finally declared, "You're a cult leader," making the listener furious. He was helpless against his brother's mind. TSK, but there was nothing else he could do. To clear his name, Kim Shu stated something even he found hard to understand. No, I didn't think I could convert Minsu in such a short moment. That moment looked very romantic, which planted a very suggestive thought in Ingen's mind. He exclaimed, "Oh my! You too," but before he could finish, Shu gave him a punch on the head. He cried out in pain, "Asika!" Unable to tolerate Ingen's thoughtless words, Shu's hands trembled as he sternly rebuked his brother. Ingen! Ryman can be merciful, but I am not. His beloved older brother's kick made him clutch his swollen head and cry 2 rivers of tears. Ouch. After all, they were family. He temporarily forgave his naive younger brother. Sitting back in his seat, he sighed and fell back into thought. But it's not hard to understand. When I rescued Minsu's expression at that time, anyone seeing it for the first time would be just as shocked. It was the same for me. It was like a handsome man speaking bad Chinese for the first time. Turned out that the goddess's beauty had saved him. Her beauty made others lose their minds. An aura radiated around her. Just one look was enough to know she was a goddess. Not to mention Minsu was personally healed by Ryman and experienced her power. Then, Shu wondered. How many people could refuse after experiencing her miracles? Looking at the computer screen, Ingen reported back to his brother. Minsu has joined. I didn't expect Goddess Ryman to be so gentle and beautiful. That's amazing. It would be great if we could get her on the channel. Hearing the 2 words gentle, Shu's face stiffened. He questioned Ingen, even if she's beautiful, how do you know she's gentle? I told you she kidnapped me. To defend himself, Ingen turned to Shu and said, but she still takes responsibility for you, right? I want to meet her too. Just then, Ingen's computer screen chimed with a notification. It was from Minsu's channel. He was utterly surprised. Huh? Minsu uploaded a new video? What is it? As soon as he clicked to watch, the words appeared on the screen, I'm sorry. Ingen's fans were startled. What's going on? What's happening? Through the computer screen, he saw Minsu lying in a hospital room, reviewing the previous battle. Hello everyone. This is Play X. I want to tell you what happened 2 days ago. I also want to thank the person who risked his life to save me and the film crew from a dangerous situation. On the other side of the computer screen, the 2 Kim brothers listened, wide-eyed and open-mouthed. Very quickly. After a long journey, the 2 of them arrived at their destination. It was a hospital in Seoul, where Minsu was recovering from his injuries. The place was a grand and extensive facility. Feeling worried for his idol, Ingen rushed to Minsu's hospital room. He flung open the door and shouted, Minsu! It was as if he didn't even know who his real brother was anymore. Welcoming the 2 brothers, Minsu flashed a smile as bright as the sun. With a radiant face full of concern, he asked, Ingen, are you doing well? Ingen immediately replied, Minsu, I'm fine. Standing to the side, observing, Shu didn't join the conversation but merely leaned back and assessed. Even though he's injured, he still wholeheartedly cares for others. He truly is a good person. He looks even more handsome than usual in that hospital gown. That sounds intense. While he was deep in his own thoughts, a sudden remark from Minsu made him choke on his saliva. Your Holiness, I don't know how to properly receive you here. Unable to hide his confusion, Kim Shu turned to Minsu and asked, Hey, where did you learn those words? Minsu's face flushed red as he placed a hand on his chest and declared, I saw it written like that on Wikipedia. Realizing he was about to become a third wheel in this conversation, Ingen quickly found a way to retreat. Hey, I'm gonna head out first, okay? Shu calmly told the person in front of him, just call me Shu. If not, Mr. Shu is fine. Still unable to contain his excessive admiration, Minsu exclaimed like a devotee, Pope. May I? At least don't stop me from calling you Pope. Shu was at a loss in this situation and had to accept. Sure, whatever. After a while, they finally sat down at the table to discuss. Outside, it was still quite early. Inside the hospital room. Through the glass pane, 2 figures could be seen talking to each other. Kim Shu voiced his curiosity. Why did you suddenly upload that video? Knowing what Shu was referring to, Minsu replied, that video? Shu was concerned about the video's increasing popularity. Yes. That I'm sorry video has already reached over 1 million views. The video, which is over 2 minutes long, is all about me and Ryman. Though he didn't mention Shu's name, he called him his savior. And he talked about the goddess healing him. The entire video was filled with praise. With his arms crossed on the sofa, Shu silently pondered. It's good, but this still isn't enough. I want a bit more drama when I announce the Ryman religion. Suddenly, Minsu showed him the video's comments. Would your holiness like to see people's reactions to that video? What they mentioned was, I can't believe Minsu uploaded such a commercial video. So disappointing. Is this content sponsored by some white radiance society or something? Minsu, heretical content isn't good. So all those words from Yudsuk were lies. Damn. I don't know what kind of content you're planning, but upload more videos quickly. Stop this nonsense and upload real videos, Minsu. Remember, Metup. Health. The earthquake is coming. What is he planning? In the end, these comments did not support the religious sect that appeared in his video. Reading these comments, Shu felt how terrifying social media was. So this is the life of a MATuber. Everyone thinks it's staged content, but he's completely serious. I can't conclude so quickly. To be sure, he asked Minsu again, Minsu, is this video really staged? But Minsu firmly asserted, no way. Everything I said was completely serious. And he also expressed, I just want the world to know the Ryman religion. And I don't want heretics to eye it for destruction. Perhaps he had fallen in love with the Ryman religion. Minsu stated firmly, glory to the goddess. I am ready to donate everything. The more he spoke, the more excited he became, even shouting, even my good fortune. If Ryman's name can spread. The aura from his words spread throughout the room, making Shu shield his eyes from Minsu's sparkling gaze. Looking at the person in front of him, knowing he couldn't save his brain anymore, Shu cursed under his breath. This guy's brain is fried. Or did Ryman intentionally make him like this? No, it's all just Ohm's law. Hug too much and you get weak. Suddenly, the system appeared before Kim Shu. What news was it about to announce now? It read, Ryman religion's third follower, Gu Minsu, has confessed his devotion. Special achievement received, devout follower. You have received 20 divine points. Unlocking this achievement expands the shop with a special profession, Inquisitor. He received the profession, but he wasn't happy at all. His face showed clear disgust. Ha! An Inquisitor in modern Korea. Isn't this profession a bit outdated? For those who don't know, an Inquisitor is someone who specializes in investigating heresy. Inquisitor. Expanded profession type. Achievement condition, devout follower. Judgment ability, when facing enemies of the religion or demons, all abilities increase by 10%. The higher the devotion, the greater the ability's effect. Players or civilians without faith cannot use this ability. Cost, 500 divine points. You do not have enough divine points yet. After purchasing this profession, you can pass it on to your subordinates. Seeing this, he helplessly rubbed his head inside. I can't even afford it myself. Gu Minsu, who kept witnessing Shu's strange actions, just sat there, stiff. Unable to bear Shu's silence, Minsu slammed the table and shouted, fearing Shu would give up. Pope. Don't be discouraged. I have some experience with metup. Initial reactions are like this, but it's okay. Gu Minsu was proud of his own abilities. No one can refuse after witnessing your holiness's miracles. Have you seen the person named Su Semayung? No. This video was edited by him. At this moment, the question in Shu's mind about the fourth follower was answered. No wonder I have 4 followers. Looking up, he had thought of something interesting that he needed Minsu's help with. Kim Shu stood up from the long sofa and spoke. Minsu, how about this? Minsu looked on expectantly. Ha? Shu told Minsu, come here for a moment. Then, moving closer, he placed a hand on Gu Minsu's shoulder. He didn't know what Shu said, but it made him foolishly happy. I can receive such a privilege? Knowing his plan was working, Shu smiled radiantly like a flower and gently replied, of course, Ryman will be very pleased. The scene shifted to a strange base, consisting of large stairs and columns. Inside, this was a base for people in white robes. They seemed to be holding a dark, heretical ritual. Receive the great will. The leader cast magic on the people praying below and began to recite spells. I appoint you as a warrior. You shall dedicate your heart and soul to the great emperor. The oath was completed. The light in the area flashed brightly. After being controlled, those people charged into battle like puppets, fighting madly. For the will, they rushed at their opponents like moths to a flame, no longer caring for their own lives. Save us. They were fighting against huge monsters. This was a noble and heroic act. But could they truly stand against them? Very quickly, it was time for Sizian to finish school. Shu had come to pick her up and took her to an amusement park. After a while of playing, late afternoon finally arrived. Shu asked his little sister, did you have fun? She excitedly beamed, yay, I like the boat ride the most. The little girl excitedly chatted with her brother. It reminds me of before. He took her hand and asked, before? You still remember? She proudly said, of course. While happily with his little princess, a phone call came in. Shu was suspicious. Who would call on the weekend? Shu's sister asked him, brother, what's wrong? Pick up the phone. In the end, he chose to answer. Ah, sorry. Hello? The caller was from the Settlement Management Bureau. Was this asking for his help? The man spoke with an urgent tone.
Shu, this is team leader Kim Dong-si from the Settlement Management Bureau. I have a few things to discuss. I'm currently at your neighbor's house. Are you home? Being the protagonist is tough. Everything had to come to him. Chapter 8. Soon after, at a building in the city, a firm voice rang out. We have ensured Shu's safe return home. Inside the building, Kim Dong-si held a tablet, sitting calmly across from Shu, smiling as he stated, I apologize for the sudden visit. Shu looked at him and confirmed, it's fine. Thanks to your free ticket, I was able to spend time with Sizian. Hearing this, Kim Dong-si quickly got to the main point. We are very grateful for what you did in the dungeon. So many things have happened that our Settlement Management Bureau is constantly on high alert. Shu, hearing this, widened his eyes at Kim Dong-si and calmly confirmed, is that why you came? Hearing Shu's question, Kim Dong-si confirmed, that's right. Time is gold. I'll skip the pleasantries. He placed the tablet in front of Shu and stated, this is a trending video on MedUp. Inside the video, a group of people knelt in a circle. Dressed in white robes, they knelt before another person in robes. They all spoke in unison, respectfully, except the Great Will, the chosen one to become a warrior. Immediately after, they quickly grabbed their weapons, shouting, for the Great Will, as they charged forward. For the Great Will. The monsters inside continuously rushed towards them. The leader raised his sword, commanding the group and shouting, save us. Back in reality, Kim Dong-si asked Kim Shu, what do you think? Shu held the tablet calmly, his hand stroking his chin. He mused. Then he let go, gripping the tablet and stating, Clearly, they're a religion. Beside him, Kim Dong-si, hearing this, gripped the edge of the table excitedly, looking at Shu and shouting, as expected, you think so too? Immediately after, Shu glanced away. With a nonchalant expression, he asked Kim Dong-si, Then I guess they and I are in the same business. Kim Dong-si, seeing Shu, frowned with excitement and confirmed, I like your attitude. Immediately after, Shu widened his eyes and added, I'm just kidding. Hearing this, Kim Dong-si was speechless. Next, Shu put down the tablet. Then, smiling, he looked at Kim Dong-si and questioned him, why are you showing me this? Do you mean I shouldn't go crazy like them? Is that it? At Shu's question, Kim Dong-si quickly became flustered, waving his hands and stammering, no. That's not what I mean. No, it's not. The government and the country won't suppress religions. Immediately after, Kim Dong-si calmed down and looked at the tablet, scrolling through something as he added, however, with the White Radiance Society, it's not quite the same. Hearing this, Shu was puzzled and asked again, the White Radiance Society? Hearing this, Kim Dong-si paused the screen on an image of people in robes wielding weapons and attacking monsters, explaining further, the organization in the video calls itself the White Radiance Society. They've been involved in most of the Bureau's recent incidents. Next, he displayed a map on the tablet, showing red and pink dots, and confirmed to Shu, look at this map. The red dots represent void gates. Then he added, you're probably familiar with the purple dots. Those are abyss dungeons, like the one you handled. Then Kim Dong-si looked back at Kim Shu. He pulled his hand back and calmly explained further, void gates and abyss dungeons don't usually appear in Korea. You could say they're very rare. Finally, he added, however, this phenomenon has occurred 4 times in just the last 2 days. After that, he confirmed, in most cases, regional associations would assist by sending in reserves. The robed members of the White Radiance Society quickly gathered. Kim Dong-si informed Shu of the situation, however, before we could act, the White Radiance Society had already intervened. Next, he added, except for the gate you destroyed, similar events occurred at the other gates. Shu, hearing this, was puzzled and picked up the tablet, looking at it and denying, how can that be? Seeing Shu's disbelief, Kim Dong-si explained further, the White Radiance Society was only established 6 months ago. They claim to be able to handle the gates before us because a god granted them the ability to predict. Due to the sect's secrecy, the Ministry of Power Management cannot investigate them much. Monsters appeared amidst the prophecies of the group. Kim Dong-si further confirmed to Shu, however, they've grown so strong that we can no longer ignore them. Then he added, the video you just watched is their first move to reach the public. Hearing this, Shu was both puzzled and astonished, wondering inwardly, a sect can grow so much in just 6 months? He couldn't hide his interest, smiling as he looked at the tablet in his hand and mused, predictions? Something fishy is going on here. Immediately after, he looked at Kim Dong-si and confirmed, I understand why you came to find me. You want me to take care of the White Radiance Society, don't you? Seeing that Shu had figured him out, Kim Dong-si brought a hand to his mouth, coughed, and reminded him, it's not about taking care of them. Next, he leaned his hands on the table, interlaced his fingers, and looked seriously at Shu, confirming, we need to cooperate with them. Shu, it seems they already have influence in political and economic circles.
The Ministry of Power Management finds it extremely difficult to investigate them. He then added, dealing with the void gates is costing us too many resources. Finally, he stated the purpose of calling Kim Shu.
So we need outside help. Specifically, you, Shu.
Shu, hearing this, calmly looked at him without speaking. Immediately after, he lowered his face, tapping his fingers on the table as he mused. It seems the White Radiance Society isn't just using media.
They seem to be eyeing our territory.
Then he calmly considered further, however, this time I have the government on my side. I'll make them regret daring to act recklessly. Finally, he smiled at Kim Dong-si and confirmed, alright, I'll cooperate to deal with the White Radiance Society. Since the Abyss Dungeon and Society are connected, I'll investigate it myself.
Seeing Shu agree so quickly, Kim Dong-si was somewhat agitated and asked again, really?
If you assist us with Society and the Void Gates, we will fully support you. Next, he sighed and looked down, smiling happily as he added, although we can't fully grasp your power, your presence in South Korea means we can continue to dream of the future.
Immediately after, he bowed to Shu. Thank you for everything.
Kim Shu, seeing this, was startled.
He reached out awkwardly and said, no need for that.
Kim Dong-si's face was filled with joy, his eyes closed in a sincere smile, making Shu wonder, is there something fun about this? His eyes looked somewhat hazy at Kim Dong-si as he thought, I don't understand. Then he asked himself, what the hell happened in South Korea over the past 5 years?
That night, at a large building in the city, a voice came through the phone. You said no skills were used?
And mysterious player tore dragons apart with bare hands.
Inside a room, with the TV on.
The voice grew clearer.
I believe so.
There were no signs of casting spells or using skills. Perhaps the fire in that person's hand was holy fire. It not only kills, but normal monsters also take a lot of damage from it.
The voice on Kim Shu's phone grew louder. I'm curious about this person now. Aren't you? No, we'll meet this person in the next video. We'll announce the broadcast date once preparations are complete. Please continue to follow along.
Shu calmly sat on the living room sofa, scrolling on his phone.
He looked at the comments on his phone. PlayX has been losing its touch lately, lol. Oh wow. Even the Ministry of Power Management couldn't find this person's identity. How did you find them, lol? He's probably just hired a cosplayer to put on a show again.
It wouldn't be the first time someone did that.
He would never do that. Could this PlayX be a foreign agent? Not sure. The netizens' doubts kept ringing out.
Immediately after, the system chimed with a notification.
Thanks to follower Gu Minsu's efforts, many people are interested in you.
You have received 10 divine points.
Seeing this, he was surprised and exclaimed, oh, really?
Then he confirmed, it seems a channel with 5.4 million subscribers can really stir up the internet.
Then he thought, my plan is simple.
While attracting attention to the mysterious player through Minsu, I'll ask the Ministry of Power Management to hold a press conference.
Then I'll bring the Ryman religion into the light.
He then added, by leveraging a channel with 5.4 million subscribers, I can start attracting followers and expanding.
The goddess stood behind Gu Minsu. Ingen, holding a glass of water, stood behind Shu and said, isn't this easier than the hidden protagonist plan?
Shu was still holding his phone, smiling and imagining something lewd.
Ingen's expression grew increasingly displeased. He walked towards Shu with his glass of water, eyes wide, and commented, brother, do you really think such a foolish plan will work? It has no investment or excitement at all.
Immediately after, both their phones chimed with a notification. Both quickly grabbed their phones in a panic. Then they shouted in unison, a void gate has appeared in Guro.
On the phone, the administrator informed them, Ministry of Power, October 17, 9:32 p.m.
A medium-sized void gate has appeared near Korea University Medical Center with a radius of 1.5 kilometers. All residents in the area are requested to follow evacuation staff instructions to the nearest shelter. Additionally, the Ministry of Power is urgently summoning players. This message will be sent to suitable individuals. Only C-rank hunters or higher are summoned. Monsters in the gate are confirmed as undead. Immediately after, Ingen quickly turned and ran in a hurry, continuously urging, Sizian, wake up! We have to evacuate. Then a mechanical voice announced, we have an announcement from the Manhwa apartment management. Kim Shu calmly looked at his phone screen and remarked, Bureau Hospital.
Isn't that where Minsu is? The announcements kept ringing out. There's a gate nearby.
All residents, please evacuate to the shelter.
Shu frowned, his face grim. He worriedly shouted inwardly, Karma. The announcements kept ringing out, I repeat.
But he ignored it, lost in thought.
Who would believe this is a coincidence?
On the other side, Ingen had quickly packed his bags. Kim Sizian was still rubbing her sleepy eyes.
Ingen urged, Sizian, are you awake yet? It's okay. Your brother is here.
The little girl stammered, Big brother.
Brother.
Ingen quickly placed a hand on her shoulder and urged, Hurry, let's go.
While you and Sizian evacuate. Kim Shu calmly looked at them and reminded, I said I'm going.
Hearing this, Ingen finally calmed down and looked at Shu, frowning with worry, confirming, you helped an entire otherworld with a giant gate.
No need to say more.
Then he added, even if I tried to stop you, you'd still go.
Immediately after, the defense forces outside quickly entered his house.
The representative, holding a gun, introduced himself.
Kim Sizian, we're from the Ministry of Power. Kim Sizian looked at them.
The person added, we will escort your family to the nearest safe house of the Ministry of Power Management. Kim Sizian, please go to Team Leader Kim. Hearing this, Shu frowned and pressed his lips together, not replying.
In the city. Dark clouds and gloom enveloped everything. A car was speeding down the road.
A voice inside kept ringing out.
Monsters are mainly undead.
The core of the gate has not yet been identified.
We must limit entry to C-rank hunters or higher. It's been 3 years since the Busan tragedy. On top of a building. A gate opened. It was surrounded by gloomy energy. Immediately after, an announcement rang out.
We're here, Shu.
Inside a building, bustling noises quickly erupted. Sniff, sniff. Mom. Here. Jujin. Mom's here. It's okay. We need medics here. Sorry. Over here.
Inside, security teams quickly set up cordon lines.
An announcement from the loudspeaker also rang out. Players participating in the plan, please use this way. For everyone else, we thank you for your cooperation during the evacuation. Kim Shu calmly walked through the crowd, observing his surroundings. Then, screams continuously rang out.
Currently, players are being assigned to rescue teams and will enter soon.
Doctor, help me. Where's Dad?
Civilians were being treated in chaos. Kim Shu walked calmly through the crowd and further remarked, this place is truly chaotic. Immediately after, the system quickly displayed a warning near the building where the gate opened. Warning, a suspicious energy source is emanating from the gate.
Kim Shu quickly stopped in his tracks. Outside on the street. The gathered people were chatting in small groups. One person in the crowd, laughing excitedly, said, Huh? You came too? Long time no see.
Then another replied, I had to postpone my date because of this void gate, huh?
They chatted and laughed happily. I hope this trip is worth it. Shu calmly looked at them.
Finally, he frowned and remarked, this place is not like outside.
Out there, it's all cries of lament.
His face was vigilant as he looked around. Then he further confirmed, it seems they are all players from various guilds. Immediately after, he called out, Team Leader Kim. Behind him was Kim Dong-si. He slowly walked towards Shu, smiling as he confirmed, you might not be used to it, but that's the rule.
We won't act until assignments are complete.
Then he added, this is especially true in emergencies.
Hearing this, Shu was puzzled and frowned, asking him, area assignments?
Immediately after, Kim Dong-si didn't hesitate to explain further, to ordinary people, chaos gates are no different from natural disasters. But in the eyes of players, they are all delicious pieces of cake. The leaders looked at the large map and assigned tasks. Kim Dong-si further confirmed, currently, guild representatives are dividing the areas into smaller zones.
Hearing this, Shu couldn't help but exclaim, wow. The world is certainly getting more interesting.
Immediately after, he quickly became serious and frowned, thinking, no.
To be honest.
Finally, he confirmed, I find it disgusting.
Immediately after, he asked Kim Dong-si again, do you remember our discussion yesterday? That you would fully support me.
Seeing this, Kim Dong-si widened his eyes at Shu, awkwardly confirming, yes. Immediately after, Shu put his hands in his pockets and casually looked at Kim Dong-si, confirming, I'll handle this gate.
Alone. Huh? Before Kim Dong-si could express his surprise, Shu added, let everyone else focus on rescue work. Leave the fighting to me.
Hearing this, Kim Dong-si stammered, but, Shu. Immediately after, Kim Shu quickly placed a hand on his shoulder, closing his eyes calmly. His body radiated energy. Immediately after, he quickly changed. His body radiated powerful energy along with a calm demeanor.
Seeing him, the crowd quickly exclaimed in astonishment, huh? What's that?
They focused their gaze on him and the energy flowing around his body. A streak of light quickly formed around Kim Shu's body.
Powerful energy emanated from beneath his feet.
Immediately after, they looked up at the energy he created, astonished, and exclaimed in unison, "The sky. It's so beautiful. Mom, look." The fleeing crowd also took out their phones to photograph it, asking, "What's happening?" Immediately after, the system announced, "Active skill sanctification has refreshed Earth's status." Above, the dungeon gate opened at the top of the building. Next, the system announced again, "Upon activation, the sanctification effect will apply to the surrounding area.
Demons and undead will be weakened, while weaker monsters will be instantly annihilated."
He grimaced and frowned, his face calm as he looked upwards.
Next, the system announced again, "Space management. Causality is observing you."
Streaks of light quickly flashed.
Along with them, a multicolored eye appeared. Kim Shu, seeing this, looked up at it.
Next, he knelt and called out, "Oh, Ryman." Then he clasped his hands together and sincerely knelt in prayer before the holy light. "Rain down divine punishment upon those who dare to destroy the peace of this land." Immediately after, he opened his eyes calmly and further confirmed his prayer.
"Annihilate those who dare to stand in my way."
Then he continued to pray, "I offer this body to you."
Chapter 9. Horrifying screams echoed among the tall buildings.
Countless terrifying undead continuously pursued, howling.
The person in front ran, looking back and reminding Minsu, "Get out of here quickly."
He spun around, angrily slashing with the sword in his hand. His eyes were sharp and merciless.
Minsu turned his head and asked the person running, "You still haven't located the boss of this dungeon?"
The other person grimaced and replied, "Someone went to scout, but they haven't returned yet." Hearing this, he could only run frantically.
"I can't wait here any longer. I must find the boss quickly." Minsu's eyes were wary and apprehensive.
Even this much is already difficult to deal with. If the difficulty of this gate increases further, we're definitely going to die here. The other person had long since shown his frustration, continuously cursing.
"Damn it! We can't escape. How long do we have to keep running? I bet the guilds are still arguing about dividing territories.
And the Ministry of Power Management isn't competent enough.
No one will come to save us." He panted, chasing, patiently waiting. Just a little more patience. They will definitely come.
The escape gate soon appeared before their eyes.
"All right. But who?" "I know someone."
He stepped forward and quickly flung the door open. Just as he paused to catch his breath, another person ran up and reminded him, "Player K.
Hurry to the rooftop." Minsu rushed up, forcefully opening the door. The crowd also turned back in surprise to look.
The purple sky and hordes of undead moved towards the sound. The swirling black smoke before his eyes was what truly astonished him. Lich Lakias was approaching him, his red eyes glowing, emitting black smoke. The system's voice rang out like a death knell.
"Terror is approaching you. Lich Lakias, arrogant follower, has appeared. You have found the core of the Chaos Gate."
His eyes shining brightly, he turned to look at Kim Shu. Minsu looked at it, frozen and stunned.
"The highest grade undead. A lich.
It alone is a disaster.
Even as an A-rank hunter, I can't do anything." The people nearby also fully realized this, crying miserably. "It's over. There's nothing we can do but wait for death."
His hand involuntarily dropped the sword by his side.
"However, if there's a miracle."
He knelt, bowed, clasped his hands, and slowly stammered, "Oh, goddess." As soon as the call was made, a sparkling streak of light shone down from above.
"Please have mercy."
The streak of light continued to shine down, creating an explosion.
Smoke and dust billowed and swirled.
Familiar footsteps approached, accompanied by a cheerful voice.
"Well done, Minsu."
Shu, in his battle attire, smiled and turned his head.
"Leave the rest to me."
The people who heard him immediately froze in astonishment, unsure what to do. He smiled gently and explained, "You saved them."
"Perfect timing."
Shu then quickly took a stance, looking coldly at the lich.
"Thanks to Minsu's prayer, I could come here directly." The system's voice continuously echoed in the space. "Earth's space system is performing a causality compatibility check." He looked at the undead before him. Mechanical voices continuously rang out.
The Chaos Gate was formed by an unknown cause, breaking causality. Just like that, the information panel immediately displayed a request.
"The system requests you to balance the causality of Earth's space." A countdown sound rang out in the moment of life and death. 3, 2, 1.
Shu looked at the system in surprise. Then he looked at the undead before him. Causality compatibility check, no issues.
The lich's eyes unhappily glanced a warning. "Annoying human.
I don't know where you got that divine power, but that alone isn't enough to defeat me."
Its eyes gleamed with excitement as it agitated the undead below.
This place will be a sacrifice to great arrogance.
No one shall dare to break our night. Shu looked at it blandly and asked, "Are you done talking?" Information for inviolable sanctuary. Earth and Eden have been synchronized. Inviolable sanctuary.
Then Shu immediately channeled divine power into his palm.
Active type. Description: completely eliminates all demonic energy within the sanctuary's range.
The undead screamed in agony as they were struck.
The lich grimaced in anger and questioned, "You? Who are you? Where did you get that power?"
It stood before Shu, raising its hand, wanting to directly send him away with one blow.
"What kind of power is that, to destroy my army? A mere slave of a god dares to blaspheme me?"
It angrily opened its mouth, revealing jagged teeth, and roared, "None of you shall leave here alive."
Then thick waves of dark energy rose from the ground. The system's voice rang out, signaling danger. Graveyard. Danger. This area has been cursed with pollution.
Small green plants and the surrounding rubble had already withered and broken.
Causality zone destroyed. Shu's eyes stared blankly downwards, his brow furrowed. High-level magic curses everything within range, creating a space only for the dead. The lich, radiating dark energy, enjoyed it with satisfaction. A curse right in the heart of Shu. Your helpless god will not save this place from death. This place will be a city of death. Shu angrily frowned, using his divine power. Helpless? You're tired of breathing.
Then divine power, like a pillar of light, shone down from above.
You're still alive only because I wanted to hear what you would say. But it seems it's no longer necessary.
He charged forward with claw-shaped divine power.
The lich angrily mocked, "You are just their useless slave." Like lightning, Shu struck it directly, smashing its face into the crumbling ground. Faint smoke diffused, glowing dimly. It lay on the ground, angry and confused. What is this? My fate is not supposed to be like this.
Shu clenched his fist in anger and warned, "Fate is for the living.
You're dead, so stay dead." It immediately understood. So that's it. It's you. Its fierce eyes glared, recognizing him.
You're the one who killed Doppelganger and the Mimic Squad.
You dare to destroy that person's grand plan. Shu stepped forward, extending a leg in annoyance. You talk too much. Its skull completely shattered. Blood splattered everywhere. A faint purple evil spirit appeared, its mocking voice echoing with difficulty.
Even if you kill me, my curse will still cling to this place. This place will become a city of death. Shu completely ignored it, crushing the smoke. And so despair for them.
A congratulatory sound rang out along with a large notification panel. You have defeated the core of the gate.
Shu, at this moment, frowned unhappily.
Satisfying the Chaos Gate's requirements. It's right. That's what's giving me a headache. He looked at the ruined city before him, grimacing unhappily. This place is cursed by the graveyard. It will soon become a dead land. At this rate, this area will turn into hell, continuously producing undead.
Shu frowned, making a difficult decision regarding the divine power within him.
Although there's only one skill I can use right now, I really never want to use it. It's unnecessarily flashy. And very embarrassing. Shu then glanced at the opposite building, at the rooftop.
People in white robes continuously observed him.
The White Radiance Society, right? He covered his mouth and warned, I warn you. Watch carefully what I'm about to do for you. The system quickly grasped the information and transmitted it. Active skill information, Wings of Purification is being synchronized.
From the void, a large red streak appeared, continuously emitting energy. The Causality Bureau has no objections. Behind Shu, white, expanding angel wings gradually appeared, purifying the contaminated area. Large wings grew bigger and bigger, covering the rooftop where he stood. The people below looked at the falling white feathers, reaching out in surprise. Minsu and the person who came to stand at the door were also stunned. He closed his eyes, slowly and gradually purifying. Two of them watched, eyes wide open, enjoying the rare sight. The citizens looked up at the angel wings in silence. But the system kept chiming repeatedly. Number of followers, 13. Number of followers, 167. Number of followers, 674. Number of followers, 1,807. And so it went, reaching thousands of people. Chapter 10. Everyone looked towards the wings of purification, soaring high and shining splendidly in the sky. Pure white feathers drifted down from the wings. It was now 11 p.m. Team leader Z and Kim Shu stood at the front. Before hundreds of reporters pointing their lenses, it was announced, the press conference is about to begin. Team Leader Z began to speak.
Hello.
I am Team Leader Z of the Ministry of Power Management.
I will begin. He got to the point. The gate incident unfolded as follows.
A gate was predicted to appear at Guro University Hospital at 9:32 p.m. And as predicted, at 9:47 p.m., a team from the Ministry of Power Management was on site.
The surrounding area was cordoned off, and residents were evacuated.
At 10:15 p.m., Hunter Kim Shu, who appeared at the scene, identified the lich as the core of the Chaos Gate. Currently, the emergency situation has been completely resolved.
Team Leader Z urgently emphasized, the following information is an official announcement from the South Korean government.
Team Leader Z introduced the person next to him. All microphones and camera lenses were directed at Kim Shu. Team Leader Z introduced, Mr. Kim Shu returned to Earth through Gate C-42 at Han River Park. He is also the mysterious figure in the rumors. Team Leader Z clearly stated, because Mr. Kim Shu's abilities cannot be measured by magic detection equipment, it is impossible to determine his specific power. However, I believe that through the Han River Park incident and the Chaos Gate at the hospital, soldiers, hunters, and civilians alike have witnessed his power. After investigation, the South Korean government confirms that Mr. Kim Shu is at least disaster grade. The reporters began to buzz with discussion.
A disaster grade regressor? Isn't that an anomaly? South Korea has an anomaly now. Quickly inform the director. Is he an anomaly whose power cannot be measured? Team Leader Z continued to announce to the reporters about Kim Shu.
From this moment, the Republic of Korea declares the appearance of an anomaly rank regressor. At this moment, Kim Shu finally spoke.
Good evening.
I am the leader of the Ryman Church, Kim Shu. The reporters, who were taking pictures and notes, were stunned to hear church. They wondered if he was religious. Kim Shu slowly continued, first, allow me to explain the Ryman Church.
It all began when I went to Eden.
And that is how I returned to Earth, as well as my 10-year journey of dedicating my spirit and body to Goddess Ryman as her Pope.
Hearing this, everyone's jaws dropped in astonishment. Kim Shu asked them, do you have any questions?
Reporters began to rush and jostle to ask him questions. Cho Song-ha, from Sula News.
Jang Ho Jang, from ZBC Live. How does it feel to be South Korea's first anomaly? Do you plan to expand the church on Earth? That's right.
Reporters bluntly asked somewhat rude questions.
So the South Korean government is forcing people to convert? The gate is just a publicity stunt, right? What's the difference between a religion from another world and a cult? Will the Ministry of Power Management officially support the Ryman Church?
Kim Shu thought to himself, I was wondering why no one asked those things. Although I lived in Eden for 10 years, as a Korean citizen, I don't like cults.
Kim Shu calmly replied, I understand everyone's concerns. However, Kim Shu powerfully declared, I will prove my faith through action.
And the extent to which everyone respects or believes in us is entirely a matter of individual will.
No one will be forced to join.
Kim Shu, full of enthusiasm, showed everyone that he was a fervent believer. Kim Shu showed himself to be full of enthusiasm, but everyone's expressions remained silently blank, leaving both Kim Shu and Team Leader Z completely stiff. Other reporters also began to introduce themselves.
Li Rang from Gongdong News. Cho Pilian from Hyundai Broadcasting. Ji Ha-yeon from G Entertainment.
Among them, Kim Shu's gaze stopped on a male reporter in the distance. Kim Shu excitedly looked at him, thinking, oh, just one look and I can tell this is an enthusiastic person. He immediately invited him, you, in the second row.
Brown jacket. What would you like to ask?
The reporter's eyes lit up as he replied, yes, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to interview.
He introduced himself. I am Seo Taehai from Gyeongda News.
Personally, I am very interested in the Ryman Church.
Could you tell me more about your future activities? Kim Shu calmly replied, for the purpose of attracting and expanding, the Ryman Church will begin operating on MeTube.
We haven't named the channel yet, but I hope everyone can suggest some ideas for me. Reporter Seo Taehai immediately said, thank you for your answer.
I will definitely participate.
In his heart, Kim Shu secretly rejoiced.
Thank you, future follower.
Feeling that the purpose of the press conference had been achieved, Kim Shu immediately declared, well, we will conclude the press conference here.
Other reporters, still unsatisfied, continued to ask, as South Korea's first anomaly, how do you feel?
The system continuously announced, you have reached 10,000 followers. You have completed the Establish Religion quest.
New items have appeared in the shop. Trait, baptism. Profession, missionary. New main quest, expand the church. Ryman Church. Primordial goddess, Ryman. Original dimension, Eden. Acquired trait, compassion, level 1. Affiliated organizations, none. Divine points, 2,500 points. The church is currently rapidly spreading. However, you have not yet converted that popularity into faith.
To strengthen faith and effectively spread the doctrine, you need to propagate the doctrine.
The next morning. The sky was clear blue.
Sunlight streamed through the leaves.
In Kim Shu's luxury apartment. Kim Shu, wearing pajamas, lay on the sofa, looking at his phone.
On his phone screen, Kim Shu was reading comments from people. One person commented that he was clearly fake.
Disaster grade. Japan's S-rank regressor.
Now some cult leader pops up. But if he handled the undead type gate, then he must be at least S-rank. Someone thought there must be a secret government assisting him.
Obviously, it's a cover-up. Another refuted, once is fine, but again?
Someone else doubted, but he doesn't really look like a cult leader.
Kim Shu unhappily sat up and asked, Ingen, in your eyes, am I that bad?
Ingen replied while brushing his teeth, don't you just look like a believer?
Kim Shu asked again, do you mean I look like a bad guy? Ingen wiped his face and replied, you're missing something.
Like a believer, but without the purity. He mumbled and continued, to be honest, with those wings growing from your back, you don't look very pure. You look like those cult leaders on the news. Kim Shu pondered dejectedly. In the end, Ingen still didn't say if he looked like a bad guy or not.
Ingen gesticulated wildly and said, oh, right. Try flapping your wings a few more times. That'll definitely attract a lot of people. Combined with a magical girl transformation, too. Kim Shu angrily scolded him, shut up.
Then Kim Shu scratched his head and said, maybe that would actually work, but I can't do it often. Ingen curiously asked why, and Kim Shu replied, because every time I use a skill.
While he was speaking, the system suddenly appeared, karma alignment check.
Kim Shu was surprised. Something called karma alignment had appeared.
Karma is like a scale. Every miracle I perform must be considered. If I don't pass the karma check, I will be punished by the system. Kim Shu pondered. This means I can't always freely use my powers. For now, it's best to save wide area skills like Wings of Purification. Ingen continued to ask curiously, by the way, what about those malicious comments? You seem calmer than I thought. Don't you usually get annoyed when people don't believe you?
Kim Shu waved his hand and explained, because the church is growing too fast.
If I were them, I'd be wary too.
Through media activities, my credibility will increase until the Ryman church's standing is on par with the guilds. Slowly but surely, people's prejudices against the church will gradually disappear.
Shu gave a thumbs up and said, if it's just like this, it's not bad. It's still much better than I thought. This attitude of his surprised Ingen.
Since you came back, you're much more positive than before.
The system appeared again. The shop has updated with new items. Kim Shu then let out an O. Ingen understood and asked, another window appeared? Missionary. Type, expanded profession. Condition, doctrine comprehension level 10. Main effect, permanently increases the listener's faith. Effect is proportional to the practitioner's faith. Price, 1,500 divine points. Below, a purchase button appeared. Kim Shu felt a little interested. It's missionary.
Kim Shu carefully read the notification panel, muttering, finally, the profession I need.
Missionary is much more important than the Inquisitor that appeared in the shop before. But, what is this?
Puzzled Kim Shu was the condition, doctrine comprehension level 10.
This condition. Ingen asked further, in Korea, who understands the Ryman church better than you?
Kim Shu buried his face in a pillow, dismissing the topic.
I'm depressed. Don't talk to me. Kim Shu pondered.
Doctrine is the foundation of religion.
A missionary conveys doctrine.
They play a crucial role in expanding the church.
They are the people I need most right now. In waved his hands and said, how about you open your wings again? Just a few times would be enough. It would attract quite a few people. Kim Shu was angered again and scolded him, shut up.
Kim Shu lay silently, staring intently at the system panel. Thanks to the increase in the number of followers, your permitted causality range has also been strengthened. Your goddess is very pleased and bestows a miracle. A voice came from the phone screen.
Ahem. Can you hear me, Shu? Ingen excitedly cheered, Ryman.
The other end replied, oh, Shu.
You picked up.
Ingen lost control and blurted out, thank you for taking care of my brother. Kim Shu panicked and quickly stopped Ingen.
What are you saying? The other end asked, is that your brother, Shu?
The goddess was not angry, instead, she laughed loudly.
Ah ha ha. You're really close with your family, aren't you? Kim Shu said, you just haven't seen him trying to tease me yet. Anyway, what happened?
She replied, thanks to your efforts, the number of followers increased, so I can connect with you.
Well done. She even added a few teasing remarks to Kim Shu.
Now I can help you operate the church on earth, my adorable Shu. Such a busy pope, so busy he doesn't even have time to study doctrine.
Kim Shu, hit where it hurt, asked, how did you know?
The other end replied, I told you when you first arrived in Eden. She had once gently placed a hand on Kim Shu's shoulder and said, I will always be with you.
Now she said, I've also come up with a solution.
Kim Shu smiled, secretly praising her.
She's really cute. Kim Shu crossed his arms and casually asked, so, tell me what the goddess has prepared for me?
She replied, just doing business with the system and space.
I've passed the causality test. The status window will appear soon. The system appeared.
After purchasing the special profession, missionary, you can pay an additional 1,000 points to summon a missionary from Eden's dimension.
This surprised Kim Shu, making him gape. I can bring a missionary from Eden here? Kim Shu asked in horror, you want me to kidnap them to Korea, just like you did with me? The goddess replied, in your case, well, yes. But not this time, okay? Kim Shu, still stunned, asked, do you have a hobby of kidnapping people?
The goddess replied, no, I don't.
You're exaggerating this time. I only chose a volunteer.
Kim Shu asked, even more surprised, oh.
So you've already chosen someone who will come here?
She answered, of course. Tomorrow, they will come through the Chaos Gate. Kim Shu placed his hand and pressed the purchase button.
What kind of one-way transport is this? How can one cross dimensions so easily? Well. It's good. Probably. Buy it then. The system window appeared.
You used 2,500 divine points to purchase the missionary profession. The first missionary has heard the Pope's call and crossed dimensions. Please confirm the coordinates of the Chaos Gate.
Kim Shu let out a sigh of relief. I didn't expect the problem to be solved this way. Thank you, Ryman. Good thing you're here.
The goddess simply replied, you're welcome.
Kim Shu asked further, curious, so, who's coming? Do I know them?
The goddess replied with a sly chuckle, hee hee.
It's a secret. The gift should be a surprise, right?
At this moment, Kim Shu felt a little bewildered.
Thinking about it, who would even want to come? Who will come to Earth? He began to feel worried. No matter who it is, it's really. Truly. Thanks for watching the video. Truly, it's all. Worrying. Thanks for watching the video. Chapter 11.
Then, at a building in the city, a serious voice rang out, Shu.
Regarding the C-51 gate that appeared in Anyang. The person on the other end quickly confirmed, yes.
Kim Dong-se calmly sat at a desk with a computer and a pile of documents, looking at Kim Shu as he reported, it has already been occupied.
We don't think we can help with this matter.
The Ministry of Power Management might face backlash from transnational awakened organizations. Meanwhile, he sat opposite him. Immediately after, Kim Shu also smiled, his eyes crinkling, and thought to himself, wait.
I thought everything would go smoothly since Ryman sent a missionary. Then he frowned and asked Kim Dong-se, so, is there anything I can do? Next, Kim Dong-se confirmed, ahem.
We might be able to negotiate if that gate had been handed over to a small guild. But Gate C-51 has been occupied by a large guild called the Goblin Guild, ranked 4th on Korea's strategic ranking. Shu recalled the image of a mask through his words. Kim Shu added, they are sponsored by the Yushin Group, so it will be very difficult to persuade them to abandon the gate or bribe them. A large man stood at the peak of glory, hands on his hips, looking at the crowd. Kim Dong-se further confirmed, and because C-51 is a C-grade gate, it seems the guild has decided to use it as a training ground. Hearing this, Kim Dong-se stared at him, eyes wide, and asked again, may I ask why it has to be Gate C-51? Seeing this, he bit his thumb, glanced away with dissatisfaction, and cursed in his mind, damn it, this is really complicated. Next, he replied to Kim Dong-se, oh, because to carry out our missionary work, our goddess sent a missionary from Eden.
Ha, they intend to go through that gate. Hearing this, he quickly became agitated, stood up, slammed the table, and shouted at him, one person? Not a regressor, but someone from that world? Immediately after, he quickly regained his composure, closed his eyes, frowned, rubbed his forehead, and stated, this will make things complicated, Shu. Then he added, there will be many problems if an otherworlder meets a guild. Hearing this, he just uttered a confused, Immediately after, Kim Dong-se further explained, until now, all humanoid monsters that have appeared in Korea have been very powerful and hated humanity. And there are many incredible rewards and a lot of experience. He imagined a monster guarding its pile of gold and silver. Kim Shu still didn't understand and asked, "What are you talking about?" Next, Kim Dong-si further confirmed, "I mean, even if that otherworlder isn't a monster, well." He stammered, unable to make him understand. Seeing this, Kim Shu stammered, confirming with his hands on the table, "You mean if my colleague were to encounter the Goblin Guild, a fight would break out?" Kim Dong-si calmly and indifferently looked at his hands and confirmed, "That's right." Hearing this, he broke out in a cold sweat, frowned, and propped himself up, confirming, "Ah. I guess I have no other choice." Then he asked again, "Team Leader Kim, can you inform the Goblin Guild that I want to meet them?" Finally, he confirmed, "I think I'll have to show up myself." At the same time, at a high school in Anyang, Gate C51, the dungeon gate opened on the school grounds. People quickly gathered there. The sky was purple. Urgent shouts continuously rang out. Meanwhile, he had just stepped out of the car. No time left. Get ready. Remember to wear your armor properly. And always keep your potions where you can reach them. Immediately after, he calmly sat down on a row of seats, watching everyone rush around. He thought to himself, a purple sky. The sign of a chaos gate has appeared. It brings a rather chaotic atmosphere. Immediately after, someone approached him from behind and greeted him, "Thanks for waiting. I had to direct the rookies first before I could come." He turned to look at the young man. It was Seo Jin. He smiled, his eyes crinkling, and friendly introduced himself, "I'm Choi Seo Jin, leader of the Goblin Guild." He propped one hand on his hip and extended the other to shake his hand. Seeing this, he quickly stood up and thought to himself, "Amazing. I can easily see the enormous amount of mana this guy possesses." He extended his hand to shake, awkwardly introducing himself, "It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Kim Shu." Then he asked himself in his mind, "He's the strongest player I've seen so far. This is the level of an S rank." Immediately after, he regained his composure and smiled, saying, "Thank you for agreeing to meet me despite the late notice." Seo Jin, still shaking his hand, his eyes crinkling, confirmed, "I'm honored to meet an anomalous great hunter like you." "Nice to meet you, Archpriest." In this situation, he also smiled, his eyes crinkling, and confirmed, "Haha. The honor is mine." Suddenly, the system frame appeared. His body was quickly suppressed by a surge of energy. The system continuously announced, "Enemy's mana is suppressing you. Enemies you. Enemies you. Enemy's mana is suppressing you." Immediately after, he also confirmed, "I think this kind of greeting is a bit much, don't you?" Seo Jin, still full of excitement, stared at him. The system announced, however, due to high defense level, the subject will not be affected. His body emitted an immense source of energy. Next, Seo Jin leaned his face close to him, smirked, and stated, "I think I'm very interested in the Ryman faith. Do you accept new believers? I'm hoping to find someone I can entrust my faith to." His hand clenched. He still smiled kindly and replied, "We always welcome new people." Next, he added, "especially when there's a famous believer like you, Choi Seo Jin." Hearing this, he quickly pulled his hand away from his, smirked, frowned, and said disdainfully, "Ha! You're quite the smooth talker, aren't you?" Immediately after, he spun around, his eyes darting, frowning, and stating, "I heard about it on the way here. It seems you're very interested in this gate. All right. It's fine. I'll do anything to fulfill the request of a disaster grade." Behind him, he forced a smile, looking at him with a displeased expression. Seo Jin continued to speak contemptuously, "Anyway, it's just a C-grade gate." However, immediately after, he blurted out, "This gate must have something great for someone like you to pay attention to it." Hearing this, he widened his eyes, awkwardly froze. Next, Seo Jin, full of disgust, turned to look at him, frowning and staring, confirming, "That's why I was so annoyed when I heard the news." His foot stepped forward with great power, muttering, "Our guild might not be what it seems on the surface." He quickly stomped his foot hard on the ground, making the ground sink, and shouted at Kim Shu, "But we're the third-ranked guild, you know. Do you really think we'll just give it to you because you asked?" Then he asked again, "When, you ask?" Meanwhile, he calmly stood watching him. Finally, his face was dark with anger, frowning and staring at him, asking again, "Do you think you can do anything you want just because you're disaster grade?" In this situation, he also stared at him, eyes wide, confirming in his mind, "Oh, so that's what the team leader mentioned." He remembered Kim Dong-si pointing and smiling at him, advising, "By the way, guild leader Choi Seo Jin is quite impulsive. Please be careful with his sudden changes in emotion." Next, he added, "I'll give you a little secret to deal with Choi Seo Jin. You're the only one I'm telling this to." He looked at him proudly, rubbing his chin, confirming, "I've been able to manage him for 5 years thanks to this." Hearing this, he frowned, a little confused, and shouted in his heart, "This is a secret knowledge of a senior government official." Back to reality. His hands quickly clasped together.
Next, he quickly approached, flattering, and glanced at Seojin, confirming, not at all.
I've heard many things about the Goblin Guild and their excellence on the battlefield. I've never seen Earth players fight before.
Hearing this, he quickly recoiled in surprise, his face full of astonishment, frowning as he looked at him. Kim Shu added, please allow me to witness how the Great Goblin Guild fights, so I can learn. Please, I beg you. Immediately after, he was overwhelmed and stammered, well, I never thought a priest would do that. Before that, the gate had not yet opened. Purple energy flows gradually appeared.
The system announced, 10 minutes until the Chaos Gate appears. Dark mana has enveloped the entire area.
Around them, purple energy flows still lingered. In the current situation, both he and Seojin had quickly become friendly.
The two smiled, their eyes crinkling, each holding a cup of drink.
He happily smiled at him. Kim Shu smiled, his eyes crinkling, flattering, if I had to choose, I'd want to fight right now.
I really like your attitude.
And you're very good with your words too.
Ha ha ha. It seems you fight anyone you want, huh?
Next, he thought to himself, this guy seems to really like people who praise him.
Thank you, Team Leader Kim.
Finally, he brought the bubble tea cup to his mouth. With a silly expression, he forced a smile, confirming in his mind, I don't really care as long as I get into the gate. After all, nothing ever goes according to plan.
Immediately after, he surveyed his surroundings and thought to himself, they're quite well prepared for an S-rank gate, aren't they?
The crowd quickly surrounded the gradually opening gate. Then he wondered to himself, does this mean this is my chance to see how Earth players deal with gates?
Beside him, Seojin held a cup of coffee, smiling, his eyes crinkling, boasting, those guys are my pride and joy.
Even with rookies among them. Kim Shu beside him didn't hesitate to smile, his eyes crinkling, and flatter, that's great. However, I can tell who's experienced and who isn't. Hearing this, he became even happier and boasted further, my kids have proven their skills. I'm sure they'll get used to it soon. Suddenly, he stepped forward, seriously asking him, Choi Seojin.
Don't you have any players specializing in healing? Hearing this, Seojin calmly looked at him and confirmed, it seems you don't know. Healers aren't that common.
Then he added, most hunters with healing abilities are ranked A grade.
Even an unlicensed doctor costs a fortune. Hearing this, he widened his eyes, drinking bubble tea, and thought to himself, it seems Earth lacks doctors, huh?
This seems like a good opportunity for the Ryman faith to find its footing. Immediately after, purple energy quickly enveloped the gate.
It gradually opened. Someone in the crowd cheered, it's opening. Get ready, everyone. To your positions.
The system also announced at the same time, Chaos Gate has appeared.
Starting mission.
A purple light flashed.
The system added. Welcome.
Subcategory. Description according to the agreement between Earth and Eden.
A missionary from Eden has been sent to the Ryman faith. Finally, it announced, safely meet the missionary and escort them out of the Chaos Gate. Completion condition, missionary's survival. Reward, Ryman's symbolic holy relic. Next, the shouts grew louder, they're coming.
It's the trolls. Large monsters quickly emerged from the gate before the eyes of the crowd. Seeing the large, drooling monsters, he also shouted in his mind, it's trolls. Immediately after, urgent shouts continuously rang out, aim for their heads.
Finally, continuous arguments, hey. Focus on the fight. What are you thinking about during a battle? You were supposed to be the top of your class at the academy, huh? Does the academy only teach you to stare at enemies in battle? The monster was quickly struck, blood splattering everywhere, and collapsed.
From behind, Kim Shu and Seojin observed the young people in front.
He asked, don't you think you should help them a little?
Beside him, he calmly propped himself up and asked Kim Shu, I'm sure my elites can handle it.
Are you worried about the rookies?
Finally, Seojin confirmed, they joined us because they trust us.
We won't let them die from an accident.
Instead, he glanced over, smiled, and thought to himself, this guy seems very loyal. If he were in Eden, he'd be perfect as a mercenary. Then he added, I thought he was just a guild leader with a lot of money.
It seems I underestimated him too much. Immediately after, a shouting announcement rang out again, the gate has expanded.
The system also announced at the same time, the Chaos Gate has expanded. The leader of the group confirmed, everyone.
Switch to Formation B.
Hearing this, the students gaped, their eyes wide. They shouted in surprise, prepare for battle.
Ugh.
Immediately after, monsters rose from the ground.
People around them shouted, ugh. Blood.
One person among them stated, it looks like the trolls are being chased by something. The monsters' faces were dark and fearful. Seeing this, another person stated, something's wrong. The trolls look very rushed.
The monsters quickly ran out of the dungeon gate, wailing miserably as they went.
Meanwhile, the people in front still pointed their weapons at them. Next, someone quickly ran to inform Seojin, "Sir, something's wrong with the trolls. I think they're being chased by something." Seeing this, he frowned, his face scrunched up, and stammered, "Hey, don't tell me." His face was full of shock. Next, Seojin, with a dark and excited expression, his body beginning to radiate energy, asked him, "Kim Shu, is that the person you're looking for?" Seeing this excitement, he stammered, confirming, I believe so." Immediately after, Seojin quickly became excited, his whole body radiating powerful energy, staring and shouting excitedly, "Truly strong. It's been so long. Unbelievable. Last time it was the lich. But are you going to handle this thing alone?" Next, he confirmed to him, "Sorry, but this one's mine." He, standing to the side, was startled and glanced over in horror, confirming in his mind, "Wait, that's not the enemy. But it seems he's not going to listen to me, huh?" Immediately after, he was speechless and no longer tried to dissuade him. Immediately after, the head of a green monster quickly fell. Blood splattered everywhere. Next, Seojin quickly shouted, reminding the crowd, "Rookies, fall back." The head rolled onto the ground. Blood flowed everywhere. A man holding a thick book stepped out. He wore glasses on one side of his face, frowning. A familiar voice rang out, "Leo Ryman." He stood calmly to the side, looking at him, and further confirmed in his mind, head of the doctrine research team. And the man who reached the position of archbishop at only 29 years old. Meanwhile, Seojin beside him, as if stepping on thorns, charged forward with fiery energy. Leo Ryman quickly looked at them. Kim Shu further confirmed in his mind, he is a very righteous person. But the most fitting nickname for him is. He cut himself off. Next, he quickly closed his eyes, smiled, and bowed his head. Kim Shu confirmed in his mind, the mad dog of the faith. Meanwhile, Leo Ryman remained respectful with the book in his hand. He further confirmed, the one who will enforce the rules he has set. The mad dog of the faith. Kim Shu's face was awkwardly smiling, sweating profusely, his eyes wide as he shouted in surprise in his mind, "Why him?" Beside him, Seojin was full of excitement, frowning, clenching his fists, and charging forward, shouting, "Hey, you! This is the perfect opportunity." Next, he further confirmed, "You are mine." His body radiated fierce fiery energy. Leo Ryman, seeing this, frowned, a little displeased. Seojin's shouts continuously rang out, "I won't let anyone have you. Make me happy. Right now." Immediately after, he quickly extended his hand to block Seojin's punch, stopping him mid-air. Immense pressure quickly radiated around them. Leo Ryman frowned, looking a little impatient. Immediately after, his hand trembled before Seojin's powerful punch. Immediately after, he widened his eyes, his mouth agape in astonishment. Finally, Seojin's body was quickly thrown backward by Leo Ryman. He slammed hard into the ground, creating a large explosion behind Kim Shu's body. Meanwhile, he smiled gently and harmlessly at the flying debris. Kim Shu thought to himself, "I'm so screwed." Chapter 12. Leo blocked Choi Seojin's punch with one hand. His face showed a look of bewilderment and panic. Leo, with an unreadable expression, threw him aside with force, as if tossing a rag doll. Choi Seojin was slammed to the ground, sending dirt, rocks, and dust flying everywhere. Shu watched the scene, feeling a bit stiff, and thought to himself, "I'm definitely screwed." The scene was silent for a few seconds as they witnessed Choi Seojin doing a handstand, half his body buried in the ground. Then it exploded in an instant. The soldiers gasped in fear and commotion. He threw Choi Seojin and S rank headfirst into the ground. That must be the dungeon boss. Shu internally protested. "It's a mess. Group 2, go assess the boss's status. Block the boss. If we don't, the surrounding areas will be in trouble. Calm down." Leo adjusted his glasses with a calm expression and said, "My brothers, please cease this meaningless battle." His eyes warned coldly, "I don't want to fight you all. Lady Ryman would be displeased." Shu clutched his forehead in exasperation. "Damn it, Leo, you really have no shame. He just buried a high-ranking hunter into the ground with his mere appearance. I feel so bad for team leader Kim. How am I going to face him now?" After muttering for a while, he looked up, puzzled, seeing Leo staring intently at him. Leo, the gentleman, knelt down reverently. "Your Holiness, I, a loyal servant of Ryman, head of the doctrine research team, Leo Ryman, Archbishop of the Second Church." His voice was solemn, "Respectfully greet your Holiness, the first apostle and sole representative of Ryman." Shu scratched his head awkwardly. "When did you learn Korean?" Leo replied, "This is a gift that the great Lady Ryman bestowed upon me." Leo recounted, she told me to use this beautiful language to spread throughout the world.
Shu smiled. She's unnecessarily detailed, isn't she?
In his mind, he remembered Ryman's last words, Shu, you'll have to figure out the rest yourself.
Then Shu quietly questioned, but what have you done as soon as you arrived? Do you even see what you've done? This is insane.
He was too dangerous a character to notice Choi Seo-jin's foot twitching. He worried, no, you should have considered my situation as someone who lives here.
How am I supposed to face team leader Kim?
As soon as he finished speaking, a large explosion occurred right behind him.
Shu turned around in alarm.
Choi Seo-jin had escaped and landed spectacularly.
An archbishop of a religion.
They must be utterly loyal to the doctrine and possess a noble character, willing to sacrifice for others.
A proud position that one can only achieve after being revered by many. However, Leo was an exception.
The two armed forces representing the faith, the warrior priests and the holy knights. Leo was the leader of the warrior priests and the hero who brought them victory countless times in battles against demons. Leo adjusted his glasses and said seriously, Your Holiness, please step aside. You don't need to exert yourself with such a thing.
Shu quickly stopped him before his mouth went too far. Leo. Shut up. Choi Seo-jin. I'm very sorry for not informing you beforehand. This is...
Choi Seo-jin didn't listen to him, shouting loudly, Kim Shu.
Step aside for a bit. His whole body radiated immense aura. Heat spread in all directions. This is going to be fun. So don't get in my way.
Shu trembled, explaining, the thing is, this is Leo.
An archbishop of our faith. I think there's some misunderstanding here. Choi Seo-jin warmed up and replied, Kim Shu. I know this monster-strong bastard isn't an enemy. He
shouted excitedly, however, a true man's dream is to confront the strong.
He was dumbfounded. What?
Choi Seo-jin shouted with great spirit, sometimes, a dream is even worth more than life itself.
Shu couldn't understand. Is he crazy? Leo nodded, sighing in admiration, A dream. Truly a magnificent word.
He replied cheerfully, seeing warriors like you, I'm starting to get interested in this world called Earth. If your holiness permits, I shall demonstrate the power of the great lady Ryman to this warrior of Earth.
Shu, seeing Leo also joining in, immediately objected in alarm, no. You must be crazy too.
Choi Seo-jin didn't wait for Shu's reply and charged directly.
We're not children. Why do we need permission to fight? The two exchanged blows, thoroughly enjoying themselves. Shu stood frozen between the two.
Leo grabbed Choi Seo-jin by the collar, startling him. He was no pushover either. Immediately after, he also grabbed Leo by the collar. Both were determined to wrestle each other down. As a result, both were buried in the ground.
Neither was superior.
Shu watched, teasing, so. How does your dream taste?
A notification board appeared in mid-air. The words on it read, the Chaos Gate has been completely destroyed. The system appeared. Welcome mission completed.
You have received a reward from Leo Ryman.
A voice called out, Shu. Man trembled, unable to bear the sight before him, questioning, didn't you say you would only talk to Choi Seo-jin? Shu turned away and replied, I tried my best. It's fine. The man cleared his throat and said, anyway, let's pretend what happened today never did.
And everything that emerged from the gate belongs to the Goblin Guild.
Do you both agree? A little fight is fine, right?
Shu sighed in exasperation, with 2 hits, you could clearly clear an A-grade gate. Extended his fist, speaking righteously,
Choi Seo-jin.
I have a few requests for Kim Shu.
He proposed, how about an alliance treaty between the Goblin Guild and the Ryman faith? Shu pondered, an alliance treaty? But we're not a guild. We're a religion.
Choi Seo-jin continued, you are a faith with 2 awakened who can easily overpower an S-grade hunter.
He tried to persuade, don't forget that many eyes are on you, Shu. Moreover, some of them have already started to make their moves. Choi Seo-jin sat in his car, winking playfully. I could feel the burning passion from both of you for a moment today. You can form an alliance whenever you want.
With that, he sped off like a gust of wind, saying goodbye, Choi Seo-jin, will be leaving now.
The man said seriously, we will recognize Leo as an awakened and proceed with his identity verification right now. Shu. You may go. Shu smiled awkwardly, I always give you trouble, don't I?
He was moved to tears.
Thank you for realizing that.
He thought to himself, once I make some money, I should buy team leader Kim some health supplements.
Night fell.
A few houses in the apartment complex still had their lights on. The four of them, including Shu, sat around the dining table.
Thank you for the meal. The sticky rice was soft and smooth.
The soybean paste stew had plenty of country-style doenjang, beef, zucchini, and tofu.
Grandma's fried fish fillet was lightly pan-fried.
Soy sauce with thinly sliced chili.
And clean, crispy white kimchi.
Leo praised profusely, oh, truly impressive.
Thank you for the meal. Ingen awkwardly replied, yes, please help yourself.
Then he leaned in and whispered, if I had known this missionary would come directly to our house like this, wouldn't it have been enough to just order chicken?
A foreign soup for the first meeting? And such an authentic doenjang stew? Shu ate and replied, this is a feast. And white kimchi this time.
Leo suddenly spoke up, yes, the dish smells wonderful.
I've heard a lot about you from His Holiness. And your cooking skills too.
This made him blush awkwardly.
Ah, thank you.
Sizian smiled, Leo, please eat freely.
Ingen cooks very well. You've heard a lot about him too, right? Even though you've never met him. He.
Leo politely replied, of course, I've heard a lot about you.
His Holiness always says he has a very cute younger sister.
She praised, you look tall and cool too.
Leo gently said, thank you for the compliment.
I look forward to your care from now on, Sizian.
Ingen's reaction was understandable, but Sizian seemed calmer than he thought. Leo brought a spoonful of soup to his mouth to taste. He suddenly exclaimed, oh, Lady Ryman. This dish is truly. Sizian was startled. What? Doesn't it suit your taste? Just order chicken then. He quickly stopped her, excuse me. It's too delicious. Ingen, you really cook well. Can I learn to cook from you later? Ingen was touched. Really? He leaned in, asking excitedly, ha. What a relief. Eat a lot. I'll teach you everything. I'm good at cooking Korean food. What do you like? Meat? Seafood? Vegetables? I'm good at seasoning vegetables and know how to make all kinds of stews. Leo also smiled gently, ha. Sounds fun.
The atmosphere at the dining table became more relaxed and warm. Shu sighed, my family in Eden and Korea have met.
It feels surreal.
Because finding a place to stay in Korea was quite strange, Leo decided to stay in his grandma's empty room. I contacted grandma to ask for permission, and she said she'd made friends in the US and decided to stay longer. But I also want to introduce Leo to her.
The next morning, bright sunlight shone down. The symbol of goddess Ryman. A necklace with a memorable almond green gemstone. This is one of the representative holy relics that Ryman herself blessed.
Shu held it in his hand, recalling, this is the holy relic Leo brought to Earth.
The intention of giving this to me through Leo is too clear.
The system displayed a notification,
revealing more information about the main quest. Expand the congregation. Expand the congregation. Shrine. Category, main.
Description, you have received a new holy relic with the goddess's power through a missionary from Eden.
A new objective has appeared. Your Holiness.
Please establish a shrine for the faithful of the church. A shrine is a home for the precious faith of the faithful to build their trust in each other.
Completion requirement, build a temple. Reward, 500 DP. Trait level, baptism. +1. Shu clenched the necklace in his hand, excited. Build a temple, huh? Finally, the time has come. Chapter 13. The system continued to display a notification, revealing more information about the main quest. Expand the congregation. Expand the congregation. Shrine. Category, main.
Description, you have received a new holy relic with the goddess's power through a missionary from Eden.
A new objective has appeared. Your Holiness.
Please establish a shrine for the faithful of the church. A shrine is a home for the precious faith of the faithful to build their trust in each other.
Completion requirement, build a temple. Reward, 500 DP. Trait level, baptism. +1. Everyone prays to their deity. A gathering place for the faithful where they can connect and hone their understanding of the gospel.
The fact that this is the main quest makes it seem like the Ryman faith is on the right track to establishing itself on Earth. While Kim Shu was holding up the item, observing it, and thinking, a voice suddenly called out, Your Holiness.
Could you please lift your foot?
It turned out to be Leo Ryman cleaning the house. Hearing this, Kim Shu quickly lifted his foot.
Ha! Oh. Okay. Ryman replied, thank you, Your Holiness.
But after Ryman walked past, he realized something was wrong and exclaimed in his mind, wait.
Something strange. Suddenly, he shouted in surprise, how do you know how to use a vacuum cleaner?
Ryman turned around, handed him a piece of paper, and replied, Lady Sizian taught me this before she left. She also gave me this little book.
Looking down at the neatly folded clothes and towels, Kim Shu's surprise doubled, and he exclaimed, you folded the clothes too? Ryman happily replied, yes, Your Holiness. Sir Ingen took the time to teach me.
He also taught me how to use the two machines called the washer and dryer.
Because I must serve His Holiness, this is the least I can do.
So please don't worry.
He looked incredibly diligent, dedicated, and serious.
Now Kim Shu sighed, even though he looks like he could kill a bear and has the strength to take down an S-grade hunter, this guy is really serious about housework. That's what they call a perfect butler.
Thinking this, he couldn't help but call out, Leo.
In his mind, he began to calculate, although I intended to let Leo operate independently, I think it's best to keep him by my side.
Then he approached Ryman, put his arm around his shoulder, and began to scheme, you were my right-hand man in Eden, remember?
Leo, surprised and delighted, humbly replied, I must fulfill my duties to help Your Holiness.
Kim Shu continued to smile brightly. Yes. So finish cleaning up and get ready to leave. Ingen should be back with clothes for you in about 30 minutes. But Leo, still a little confused, asked again, may I ask why we are leaving?
He replied bluntly, to gather more new believers. The scene shifted to an office building in Hapjeong, Mapo. From inside the building, a voice rang out, I think I should go visit myself. At this moment, Guminsa stepped out, beaming, and said, I'm very sorry about this.
Kim Shu laughed falsely and replied, since you're busy, there's no other way, is there?
It's only right for those who are free to visit, my friend. Then Guminsa politely placed his hand on his chest and said reverently, even so, I don't think it's right to make Your Holiness come here.
Kim Shu reassured him, it's fine, really. I'm glad I could visit a part of Seoul. After observing for a while, he couldn't help but think to himself, building a 5-story building near Hongdae, huh?
I forgot his name is a YouTuber with 5 million subscribers. Then he began to praise, though I must say, this building is very impressive. Hearing this, Guminso scratched his head awkwardly and said, since we've been recognized as a guild company, we receive financial support. Although MedUp is our main content source, we also participate in dungeon exploration requests and gate suppression meetings.
We actually earn more money from consulting guilds than from MedUp.
As he spoke, they entered a room. A moment later, drinks were laid out on the table.
Kim Shu drank and didn't forget to turn to his Leo and ask, so, do you like coffee?
Leo picked up the coffee cup with a rather surprised and satisfied expression and replied, it's expanding my palate. I'm very interested in learning more about Earth's food. Hearing this, Kim Shu happily thought, it seems Leo was born to be here. Gu Minsu on this side also smiled brightly, I'm glad you like it.
Let me know if you want more. Leo replied, thank you. Then Kim Shu quickly introduced, this is the person I mentioned earlier.
The missionary from Eden, sent to spread the word of God.
Archbishop Leo Ryman.
Hearing this name, Gu Minsu was so excited that he slammed the table and stood up.
Oh, this person? Leo Ryman calmly spoke, to think I would meet a brother on Earth. Thanks be to Ryman. It's a pleasure to meet you, Minsu. My name is Leo Ryman. Gu Minsu also happily introduced himself, my name is Gu Minsu.
Then Leo narrowed his eyes, observing the other person as if deep in thought.
But it seems you've met Goddess Ryman, haven't you? I can see her mark on you. On Gu Minsu's chest, a glowing energy was now present. Gu Minsu honestly replied, yes, Your Holiness. Although I didn't meet the goddess directly, she healed me and blessed me with warm rays of light. Hearing this, Kim Shu was surprised and thought to himself, is he about to gain divine power? It seems Minsu's faith is even more serious than I thought.
Then he smiled brightly, putting his hand in his jacket pocket, and said, all right, Minsu.
Now that everyone has met, why don't we get straight to the point?
At this moment, he presented Ryman's symbolic item. The system also began to analyze.
Category, Relic. Ryman Faith. Origin, Eden. Description, a necklace with Ryman's power. It possesses the power to create a sanctuary. Earth. Effect, claim surrounding lands as a sanctuary.
The temple for the faith must be built within the sanctuary.
Warning, based on causality, forcibly acquiring land will not be accepted.
Oh. This. Gu Minsu looked at the item placed before him, unable to hide his excitement.
Gu Minsu then introduced, this is the relic that Archbishop Leo brought from Eden. Then he said seriously, Minsu. We intend to build a temple under the name of the Ryman Church.
Hearing this, Gu Minsu was so astonished that he gaped, unable to utter a word. Then once again, he excitedly slammed the table and stood up. Then I will start collecting money from the management support team.
All for the construction of the Ryman faith's first temple.
Kim Shu quickly raised his hand to object. No.
There's something even more important than money.
Although, money is also very important. Then he explained, we haven't decided on a location yet. I have no idea how to make Ryman's temple accessible to the public.
That's why I'm here. Hearing this, Gu Minsu asked, do you have any place in mind, Your Holiness? Kim Shu held his forehead and replied, no.
Seeing this, Gu Minsu raised his hand, deep in thought. Then he asked, Your Holiness, Archbishop Leo.
Could you both wait 10 minutes?
At this moment, a projector whiteboard displayed the words, Ryman Faith.
Temple Construction Plan. Allow me to begin this short presentation on the temple construction project.
At this moment, Gu Minsu turned on a projector, astonishing Kim Shu and Leo with his speed.
Kim Shu couldn't help but raise his hand and ask, Minsu? You prepared this in 10 minutes?
Gu Minsu scratched his head awkwardly and replied, actually, it's something I prepared beforehand.
After Your Holiness saved me from that dungeon.
From the day the goddess saved me. I started thinking that building a temple to increase goddess Ryman's fame was my responsibility.
Hearing this, Kim Shu was stunned and thought to himself, he prepared everything just because we healed him? Leo couldn't hold back his tears.
Then he couldn't help but stand up, clapping continuously, and emotionally exclaimed, this is truly an act of great compassion. I'm sure goddess Ryman will be very pleased.
I can't stop crying because of Minsu's faith.
Then the two men embraced. Gu Minsu also emotionally replied, I'm just doing what needs to be done, Your Holiness. Leo continued, I will always pray for you, brother.
Kim Shu, now a little flustered, interjected, can we start the presentation now?
A moment later, after regaining his composure, Gu Minsu stood up and began his presentation.
Ahem, please look at this.
On the projector screen was the content, please vote for the first location of Ryman's temple.
Public poll.
What users often use.
Kim Shu commented, above all, people can vote anywhere.
What you've done is very impressive. Gu Minsu now began his serious presentation. The fact that the public has decided on the temple's location means we are ahead of other faiths. This will make it easier to build the image of a religion close to the people.
Kim Shu then asked, do you have any ideas for a location?
Gu Minsu gave a confident smile and replied, I agree that the first temple for our goddess must be a special place.
Please look at the next slide.
With that, he pressed the control button.
Isn't that an area shown on the projector screen, the void zone? Kim Shu exclaimed in surprise, that's Guangwaman. What's that blue wall? Gu Minsu explained, since Your Holiness only returned after 5 years, I guess that wall looks quite unfamiliar. This is what many people call the void zone. 5 years ago, this place became an open space.
A phenomenon that occurs when a space first opens and monsters begin to pour out. Photography inside was strictly forbidden, and these photos are all from the past. Although we were able to destroy the core of the gate with many sacrifices. In the process, the people living in the central area of the gate could not escape the mana contamination from it. After that, more and more gates appeared, and while requesting aid from foreign allies, the current government could not solve this problem and left it alone. Hearing this, Kim Shu's face showed confusion.
Such a thing happened in Seoul?
Gu Minsu continued to press the controller, switching to another symbol, and explained, the wall has 5 layers, including a mithril layer that can absorb mana.
Only higher-grade hunters can withstand the contamination and enter inside.
Kim Shu watched, worriedly thinking, the dense condensation of mana truly defies the laws of this world.
It causes contamination to destroy social order. The result, of course, is destruction. Land contaminated by mana can no longer sustain life. Like a dead city. Gu Minsu continued his presentation.
There are more than 2 such void zones in Taejun and Busan. However, as the only void zone in Seoul, it has become an extraordinary chapter in Korean history. I'm sure everyone clearly remembers the day the incident occurred. Kim Shu then carefully asked, you mean we're going to build the shrine here, right?
Gu Minsu affirmed, that's right. If we can erect a shrine in the void zone, the Ryman faith will benefit greatly.
For example, salvation, hope, comfort, symbolism.
Things like that. Kim Shu still wondered, but is it even possible to build a shrine there? I thought you said we couldn't.
Gu Minsu replied decisively, we need to purify it first. Just like Your Holiness did with the lich in Guro.
Please ask for help from Goddess Ryman. And I will prove to you that it is truly possible. As he spoke, Gu Minsu clenched his fists, his face full of excitement. Then a voice of admiration rang out, Cha.
Leo was also very pleased and excitedly clenched his fists, continuing, "That's right.
I believe you are correct, brother." Kim Shu felt invisible here and said, "Hey. Why don't you just become Pope yourself?"
Leo Ryman now broke out in a cold sweat and replied, I'm very sorry, Your Holiness." Then Kim Shu continued, seriously. "Although it's true we could do that, the energy from the lich and mana decay are not the same.
And I agree that we have the most important thing, Ryman's symbol. There's more to consider than we think. Let's say we start building a shrine in the void zone. But you only said we voted for potential locations. And you didn't even vote for a location like the void zone. So isn't it meaningless?"
But Gu Minsa smiled confidently and said, "No need to worry, Your Holiness.
I always have a way."
His face looked incredibly trustworthy. The scene shifted.
From outside the building, a voice rang out, "Hey everyone. Do you remember the onion cream cereal issue? Please vote. Player K's channel is asking followers about the Ryman Faith's new temple. Please share your thoughts on this." That's right. Is it better to enjoy everything and then leave? Gangnam Station or Hongdae Station, 3.6%. I can't do anything this time. Void Zone, 96.4%. User 1, how long will this topic go on? User 2, LMAO, it seems being in another world has changed their reality. Gangnam Station? No way. It's the Void Zone. User 2, everyone. I guess they'll change the results within a week. User 2, even Americans couldn't do anything about that Void Zone. So what are we going to do? Seriously.
I'll spend my whole life saving if they can build a temple in the Void Zone. By the way, I own a 28-story building here.
User 3, another scammer. User 4, Minsu. Are you really part of this cult? I'm so disappointed. I'm unsubscribing. User 5, how can you not believe he's disaster grade? Couldn't a high-ranking hunter also defeat a lich?
User 6, I heard rumors that the Ministry of Power Management is creating this story, lol.
Please vote. Player K's channel is asking followers about the Ryman Church's new shrine. Please share your thoughts on this. That's right. Is it better to just enjoy everything and then leave? Gangnam Station or Hongdae Station, 3.6%. I can't do anything this time. Void Zone, 96.4%. User 1, how much longer will this topic go on? User 2, LMAO, it seems like being in another world has changed their reality. Gangnam Station? No way. It's the Void Zone. User 2, everyone, I'm guessing they'll change the results within a week. User 2, even Americans can't do anything about that Void Zone. So what are we going to do?
Seriously, I'll spend my whole life saving if they can build a shrine in the Void Zone. By the way, I own a 28-story building.
User 3, another scammer. User 4, Minsu, are you really part of this cult? I'm so disappointed. I'm unsubscribing. User 5, how can you not believe he's disaster grade? Can't even a high-level hunter defeat a lich?
User 6, I heard rumors that the Ministry of Power Management is creating this story, lol. Kim Shu, behind the screen, read these comments and exclaimed helplessly, "Ha!
Really? I truly can't believe this country." The system now displayed a notification. Main quest completion condition, expand the congregation. Shrine has been replaced. Completion requirements, use Ryman's symbolic relic and create a sanctuary in the Void Zone in Seoul. Warning, if the sanctuary is declared anywhere other than the designated location, you will be penalized by receiving the trait, loss of faith. Reduces your divine power by half.
After reading, he muttered to himself, it seems the main quest has also been updated.
Whispers rang out. Our mother passed away. But my siblings. I want to find them. I hope the lockdown order will be lifted soon. We can't even bring bodies back from there for burial. Whenever I think they might be there, I hope they will be safe soon.
A symbol of hope and salvation. Kim Shu thought seriously and sighed, this could be a problem.
I quite like this title. Chapter 14.
The scene shifted. Team leader Kim appeared with a cup of coffee and exclaimed indignantly, I don't like you entering the Void Zone, Mr. Kim Shu. At this moment, the two stood in the middle of the street where people passed by.
They fell into silence for a moment. Then Kim Shu smiled and said, were you planning to object so strongly from the start?
In his mind, he thought, this is the first time I've seen Team Leader Kim like this. Team Leader Kim awkwardly replied, no.
I don't consider that an objection.
I'm not objecting to you because of a flaw in your plan.
Kim Shu asked in surprise, then why? Team leader Kim sighed helplessly, saying, well, as you can see.
Due to the depth of Soul's void zone, it's a mine containing a lot of high-quality mana stones.
Kim Shu exclaimed in surprise, mana stones. A brief explanation, mana stones are formed from crystallized mana.
They are said to be minerals containing pure magical power. They can be collected from monsters, but high-grade mana stones are mainly found in mines. Team leader Kim recounted, the mana stone mine was created due to the high density of mana when the space first opened in Seoul.
Because of this, the surrounding area was contaminated.
Kim Shu listened and pondered, that's right. Even in Eden, high-grade mana stones are found in places with dense mana concentrations. Team leader Kim recalled seriously, a year ago, after the mana stone deposit was found in the void zone, large guilds created a professional team to mine it.
Very few people know about this. Of course, even the hunters don't know. We just realized that the large guilds have always been fighting over the mine inside the void zone. Of course, we've also determined that they are at least A rank. Kim Shu asked in surprise, wouldn't it have been better if the government had controlled them from the start?
Team leader Kim immediately explained, most people with resistance to magic are associated with large guilds.
All we can do is control the number of people entering the void zone.
Kim Shu then concluded, so, it's not that you didn't do it, but that you couldn't. Team leader Kim continued helplessly, we are truly helpless.
The moment you enter the void zone, we won't be able to provide you with any support.
You might get caught up in brawls with corporations and large guilds, or be eliminated by awakened individuals associated with those guilds. Kim Shu observed the person next to him, smiling and thinking, geez, he's really a fool.
So he's only opposing my idea because he's worried about me? TSK. After all, this guy is a government employee.
However, I can't abandon the void zone just because the big guilds are fighting for power. He broke out in a cold sweat remembering the recent recruitment results of 5 million subscribers for Matuber Player K's community. I've already attracted too much attention with the poll and everything, so I can't turn back now.
Then he spoke up again, asking, what if I solve this headache for you guys?
Team leader Kim was startled and quickly turned around.
Huh? How would you? Kim Shu sat down on the steps and replied, isn't the government stuck in a difficult situation because of the lawless void zone? Team leader Kim hesitated, yes, that's right.
Now he happily said, when in Rome, do as the Romans do.
In a lawless zone, I just need to become like that.
At this moment, a clear blue sky with shimmering sunlight appeared. At this moment, someone was reading a document stating, because there are 2 hunters of at least level 5, using safety reasons to prevent entry into the void zone is unreasonable.
Minister of the Ministry of Power Management, you see, oh no. Kim Shu met Team Leader Kim again, smiling and saying, you don't look very happy, do you, Team Leader Kim?
Team leader Kim, meanwhile, was holding the paper, reading it and sighing, oh, well, I guess I have no choice. Looking up, he exclaimed, anyway, this wall is really high. This wall is called the Ark of Salvation, like Noah's Arkansas.
It is humanity's last fortress. But, are you really planning to go in with just 2 people? If, by any chance, a fight breaks out.
At this moment, the 2 faces opposite him were shimmering, making him unable to continue speaking.
Kim Shu quickly raised his hand and said, we will never be the ones to start it. I swear on Ryman's name. Team leader Kim was very happy to hear that. Thank you very much.
Kim Shu, meanwhile, thought, but if some idiot tries to pick a fight with me, I won't let it slide.
He.
A moment later, team leader Kim said, we've arrived.
This is the entrance.
He held up his ID card to open the door. A moment later, a door opened, creating a light puff of dust. Team leader Kim cautioned the 2, please be careful. Kim Shu immediately replied, don't worry.
Leo, let's go in. Leo Ryman followed behind, responding, yes, your holiness.
Then the 2 of them stepped through the door together.
His figure disappeared behind the strange demonic energy.
After walking for a while, his footsteps stopped. Leo Ryman observed his surroundings and spoke, your holiness, this place.
Kim Shu immediately replied, I know. Dark currents of energy swept past. Kim Shu thought to himself, I can feel the demonic energy here. At this moment, the system screen appeared. Warning, demonic energy detected. He immediately glanced vigilantly to one side.
The scene shifted to the outside. Team leader Kim was still standing there, looking up. Suddenly, a voice rang out, startling him.
Well done, Team Leader Kim.
He turned around, and it was the Prime Minister standing behind him, smiling. Team leader Kim immediately replied, Prime Minister.
You've arrived.
I also heard that you don't leave work on time anymore.
Team leader Kim clenched his fists, smiling brightly and happily, not really.
After I joined the Ministry of Power Management, there's nothing better to do than this. The Prime Minister immediately exposed him,
Flattery isn't good, my friend. I heard you opposed my idea, didn't you?
Team leader Kim heard this and fell into a panic.
Ah. I am very sorry, sir.
The Prime Minister seriously asked, Team leader Kim.
Can you tell me why you objected? Team leader Kim helplessly said, so Shu told you, didn't he? He didn't deny it, replying, that's right. The 5 major guilds are fighting for power in the Void Zone. There are too many risks that we cannot bear.
I think we would cause unnecessary trouble by sending Korea's first disaster grade hunter to such a place.
We have always eagerly awaited the appearance of a disaster grade. If, by any chance, Shu and his family encounter any trouble.
Team leader Kim sadly expressed his worries. The Prime Minister then called out, Team leader Kim. The International Awakened Association, which is the main cause of the large guilds, has already requested verification of Kim Shu's disaster grade level. The war has already begun. Team leader Kim heard this and was startled in surprise.
Huh? But the gate on Zahuay Island in the Guro army should have been enough, shouldn't they? They declared that it's possible the government orchestrated and fabricated those 2 incidents. This is due to our lack of power.
Prime Minister smiled patiently and recounted, the only way to counter illegal activities funded by guilds is to comply with the law. But they have been cooperating with politicians for a long time. Not long ago, the National Assembly began discussing banning the Ministry of Power Management.
Team leader Kim heard this and exclaimed in even greater panic, what?
He continued, I met the chairman of the National Awakened Alliance on the way here. He told me that because I had deceived the association with my pretense, I could only resolve it by surrendering myself.
Team leader Kim thought of the other person's image. Ah, that bald guy.
They've also decided that this is just our scam.
But Team leader Kim quickly retorted, but that's not true.
The Prime Minister then said, that's why I told that old man that Kim Shu would stir up the Void Zone today.
He still seemed very uneasy, saying loudly, but there's a chance Kim Shu could be attacked in the Void Zone. The Prime Minister calmly explained, that's not just a possibility. It's a certainty.
However, there's no way a disaster grade like him could get caught up in such a scheme.
Aren't you curious about the outcome of this? My old heart is already burning brightly.
Team leader Kim was a little flustered.
Yes. That's true. But didn't Kim Shu also say that he felt like he had been used once when he found out about this?
The Prime Minister put his hands on his hips and smiled, we've already made an agreement.
Team leader Kim was surprised again. What?
He then said, even if I look like this, I'm a very careful businessman. The Prime Minister recalled a previous time when he met Kim Shu while he was jogging. Seeing him, Kim Shu asked in great surprise, what is someone like you doing here? The Prime Minister replied, there's a mana stone mine in the Void Zone, and the large guilds are fighting over it. I heard from Team leader Kim. I also learned that the government has less power than I thought. At this moment, the two were sitting on a public bench. He continued, it seems that awakened individuals will side with whoever pays them the most.
Kim Shu then wondered, so? What kind of deal are you planning to make with me, Prime Minister?
After that, he confidently looked straight into his eyes, waiting. The Prime Minister also glanced over, as if scrutinizing something.
After a while, he spoke, everything you obtain in the Void Zone? The Ministry of Power Management will guarantee it for you. In return, can we borrow some of your power?
He immediately replied, then. Purify the Void Zone. The Prime Minister listened intently to his condition. Kim Shu continued, in return, I want a part of the Void Zone. Please allow us to build a shrine to goddess Ryman there.
Of course, I will allow citizens to freely enter and exit. Many people miss that place. Anyway.
With that, the Ryman Church will solidify its position as a full-time supporter of the Ministry of Power Management. And unlike what has happened until now, the Ministry of Power Management will be able to utilize disaster grades, gaining the power to confront the large guilds. Saying this, he stood up. The Prime Minister smiled and agreed, that land is already out of our control.
It's an anarchic zone. If you do that, no matter what happens, the government won't be able to do anything.
If you are willing to purify a hopeless place like the Void Zone, no one can object to the legitimacy of you owning a part of that land.
So, it's a deal then.
Saying this, the two shook hands, reaching an agreement. The scene shifted to another space. At this moment, the demonic energy grew thicker and thicker. The system appeared, notifying Kim Shu, clear hostility towards you has been detected.
He was extremely focused and vigilant, thinking, about 30 people, huh? It seems I'm at a disadvantage.
Then he said to Leo Ruman, Leo, I remember there was no mention of my life being threatened like this.
What do you think we should do?
Leo replied, I think it's best to resolve it through negotiation, Your Holiness.
Kim Shu heard that idea and said, it's a bit strange for you to say that.
At this moment, countless figures were observing the two of them. Ryman pushed up his glasses and said, "Violence is always the last resort, Your Holiness."
Kim Shu asked in slight surprise, "Hey, well, alright. I guess so. Then, should we talk to them?"
Then he spread his arms and called out loudly, "Hee, my friends.
Why don't we talk for a bit?"
But he stood in that posture for a long time, and everything remained silent. In front of him, Kim Shu still wore a confident smile as he raised one foot. Then he stomped down hard on the ground. Immediately, a large explosion accompanied by dust erupted from it. The people secretly observing the two were startled and quickly covered their faces due to the dust.
Kim Shu spoke again, "Wouldn't it be better if you came out while I'm being nice? Both sides will benefit here. Isn't that right? Or are you all shy? Are you all wearing masks?"
Kim Shu continued to speak calmly, kicking objects on the ground to create dust. "We're just here to survey the land where we'll place our shrine.
Goddess Ryman truly loves peace.
Therefore, I would be very grateful if you wouldn't stand in our way, my brothers and sisters," he said, smiling with friendly, narrowed eyes.
Chapter 15. The dust clouds continued to rise, accompanied by a voice. "How wonderful it would be if you came out while I'm at ease. If you do that, both sides will be filled. Don't you think so?" The masked figures were still busy covering their mouths. "Everyone, move aside."
Hearing these words, they were startled and glanced back.
Kim Shu appeared, smiling with narrowed eyes. "Ha, did my call for peace succeed?"
Ryman also smiled helplessly. "Did you really do that, Your Holiness?" Suddenly, a man in black clothes removed his face covering and said disdainfully, "I expected more since we were told we'd be taking the head of some cult leader.
Turns out it's just a kid." Kim Shu still smiled friendly and replied, "Just a kid, huh?
Well, I bet you feel good about yourself because you're older, my friend."
Internally, he thought, he's underestimating me.
Anyway, Choi Seo Jin of the Goblin Guild.
And this guy too? Are ranks that common?
The scarred man continued, "I hope you can still talk like that when your limbs are torn apart."
We were ordered to do so.
At this moment, Kim Shu turned to his companion and asked, "Oh, look.
Leo, do you think it's still okay to keep talking like this?"
Ryman then seriously pushed up his glasses and replied, "Your Holiness, I think."
Leo didn't finish speaking before he quickly disappeared from in front of Kim Shu.
Then he appeared among the masked figures, startling them.
What?
Immediately, Leo gently grabbed one of them and hoisted him onto his shoulder. His face showed danger and displeasure as he snapped, bending the man into a circle.
Kim Shu spoke, "Leo, did you give them a chance to repent? People die if they're folded in half, you know?"
Leo heard this, immediately dropped the man, and calmly replied, "I still left them their mouths to beg for forgiveness, Your Holiness." Meanwhile, a fearless man exclaimed, "You're crazy." Leo heard this and his eyes narrowed fiercely. At this moment, they began to clamor.
"He's crazy. Damn it. Catch them all at once."
The scarred man now thought in panic, where did he come from?
He's the assassin Choi, I suppose. They said their meetup channel was fake. Are they lying to us?
Meanwhile, Leo alone was sweeping through them. They couldn't fight back but still shouted, "Die.
Die, monster."
The man thought again, there's no information about that big man.
That monster is at least S rank. And could be a top hunter. Was he secretly trained by the government? That monster just bowed to Choi Shu. Right?
If I can capture that useless guy as a hostage, I can solve this problem. At this moment, he calculated, aiming for Kim Shu, who was calmly standing there observing. Thinking this, Choi Shu immediately lunged forward. He held a sharp knife and attacked Kim Shu. Kim Shu also directed his gaze at the sneak attacker. The man wore a sinister smile, and Kim Shu thought, here it comes. Immediately, a surge of power flashed across his face. Choi Shu suddenly vomited blood, and his eyes were bleeding. That surge of power came from Kim Shu's eyes.
The system announced, trait, demon-slaying will. Hostility detected. Hostility from player Choi Shu. Murder. Kidnapping. Theft. Killing minors.
And 582 other charges. Immediately, the man continuously vomited blood as Kim Shu's power relentlessly bore down on him. Kim Shu now stood before him, looking down and mocking, "How many people did you kill to become a level 5, huh? You're worse than I thought." Choi Shu, beaten face down on the bloody ground, trembled and begged, "Please have mercy."
Then glared down coldly, "You want to die quickly, huh? No way. That's not fair at all."
Saying this, he thought again, one of my skills, demon-slaying will, reveals all the hostility of those who enter my divine presence. It activates when the person who enters is a true villain. The other man, whose hand was stomped on, couldn't bear the pain and screamed, "Ah, ah, ah. I'll tell you. It's the White Radiance Society. They paid me to." Kim Shu stomped down harder and replied, "Clearly, they sent you to test me first. They must have known already. If they were sure I faked everything, they would have sent an S-rank hunter. Not trash like you." Saying this, he sat down, grabbed his head, and asked coldly, "Does it hurt?" Choi Isapo cried out in fear, begging, "I am sorry. Please." Suddenly, a shimmering light exploded, startling him. Kim Shu stared intently at him. Then he used all his strength to smash Choi Isapo's head into the ground. A large pool of blood appeared. The man's eyes were wide open, drooling, stiff and unresponsive. Kim Shu calmly said, "Forgiving you isn't my job. But weighing you before God Kapla is my job." Then the system appeared. First synchronization from the Dimension Eden has been completed. Use the player info command to check your stats. Dimension, Earth has ranked your character as Chaos. Therefore, the world of Earth has raised the law of causality on you. The second official update begins. His updated information appeared, Kim Shu. Worshipped deity, first goddess Ryman. Attribute, Chaos. Job, Apostle. Titles, Heretic Pope and 32 other titles. Player stats, Strength. Agility. Stamina. Faith, level 7. Magic, level 0. Special stats, Divine Power. Demonic Resistance. Acquired skills, Passive skills, Monster's Enemy. Ryman's Blessing. Holy Fire. Gospel Translator. And 42 other skills. Active skills, Wings of Purification. Sanctification. Demon Slaying Will. And 92 other skills. Indicates that current stats exceed system limits. The second synchronization will include the system. Kishu read the information, confused. What? So nothing really changed? So it added a dashboard to my attributes? I guess raising my causality limit is a good thing. Furthermore. Then he fell into thought, the second update makes me curious. Leo Ruman was now beside him, speaking, "Your Holiness. The riffraff have arrived." He replied, "I mean, you know. They don't seem to want to fight much." The men from the other side asked in panic, "Were you sent by the government? Why are you here?" Kim Shu turned around. After seeing the purple light emanating from that direction, he exclaimed, "Oh. So the mine is over there. That saves me the trouble of looking for it. This mana frequency. There must be about 7 tons buried here." Leo immediately said, "A medium-sized magic tower uses about 700 kilograms of mana stones per year." Kim Shu laughed and replied, 7 tons of mana stones is a huge amount of resources." Kim Shu laughed and replied, "I can feel both mana stones and demonic energy from it. Mana stones are the crystallization of, the purest form of mana. Mana stones are like pure water. So if they are combined with divine power, they will turn into holy stones. Similarly, if combined with demonic energy, they will turn into demonic stones." Kim Shu put his hands on his hips, concentrating. "I feel demonic energy similar to the lich from this mine. This energy. Could it be the demon lord of pride? This corruption isn't too ancient. The demonic energy I felt in the void zone is this." Then he spoke up again, asking, "Has anyone entered the mine recently?" One of the men replied in panic, "No. No. I don't know about that either." Another man immediately interrupted, "Don't answer him." Kim Shu calmly spoke again, "You must be busy fighting for power now, aren't you? But that person is very dangerous. You must have missed it because you were fighting." Kim Shu turned to look at the men, speaking in a dangerous tone, "Isn't that right? I heard this is a lawless land. I'll get this mine if I defeat you. That person must be somewhere among you. Do they come from the White Radiance Society?" The men on this side fell silent. Then he showed the Ryman symbol, smiling with narrowed eyes, "I don't intend to start a war. This lawless land just interests me. I'm just curious, you know? Just wondering what I can do here." Immediately, light shone from the stone on the Ryman symbol. He thought in surprise, the Ryman symbol is reacting to the demonic energy. At this moment, a panicked voice rang out, "What are you going to do?" Kim Shu placed the glowing Ryman symbol on his chest, smiling sharply. The system displayed a notification. You can declare a sanctuary by using the Ryman symbol. Do you want to create a sanctuary? Kim Shu held the Ryman symbol up in the air. The power grew stronger and stronger. He declared loudly, "I declare the creation of a sanctuary."
Immediately, the system announced, this area is now a sanctuary. The Ryman symbol also gradually retracted its light. But streams of light continued to explode in the sky, shimmering and sparkling beautifully. Immediately, strange phenomena occurred in the sky. The people there instinctively raised their hands to receive the falling power. Leo Ruman clasped his hands together, closing his eyes reverently. And, from above, a clear blue sky gradually appeared as Kim Shu purified it. He pushed back the dark veil to one side. Kim Shu stood in the warm sunlight, smiling at what he had just created. Then he looked down and spoke, I have decided to dedicate this place to Ryman. Ryman wants this land. As her servant, I cannot just stand by. At this moment, a large, luminous chrysanthemum grew prominently among the flowers and grass. Chapter 16. Shimmering particles of light fell from the sky. Kim Shu also raised his hand to receive that light. At the same time, the system displayed a notification. A sanctuary has been established using the holy artifact, the Ryman symbol. The system of dimension, Earth accepts holy artifacts from dimension, Eden. With the birth of the sanctuary, the surrounding demonic energy is completely purified. After finishing, he closed his eyes and took a breath. Phew. Then he stood among the people lying scattered there and thought, now it's easier to breathe thanks to the purification of demonic energy. Suddenly, a voice rang out, startling him in surprise. This is truly a cursed place. I didn't even know a place like this existed on Earth. It turned out to be Goddess Ryman, who had appeared, smiling as beautifully as flowers. He exclaimed in surprise, Ryman. Kim Shu looked down and replied, yeah. Quite unfortunate. Internally, he thought, seeing Leo so calm, it seems only I can see Ryman. Goddess Ryman now spoke seriously, I can vaguely see it. Dreams buried in this land. As she spoke, she looked intently at the space where the shimmering particles of light were. Then Goddess Ryman said, Shu. Thank you for taking good care of the gift I gave through that child. Kim Shu remembered Leo's bright-eyed image and broke out in a cold sweat, saying, you're the only one who calls that mad dog a child. Goddess Ryman turned back, smiling brightly, but he's still just a child to me. Do you know how cute Leo was when he was little? Kim Shu crossed his arms helplessly and replied, I beg your pardon. Suddenly, she grabbed his hand and said, even so, I still like you more. Kim Shu immediately became serious. Seriously. Stop acting. Why did you appear without warning? Goddess Ryman gently replied, I wanted to personally give you a gift because you did so well. There are some things I can only do when I'm here. He exclaimed in surprise, a gift? At this moment, Goddess Ryman clasped her hands and closed her eyes. Immediately, a surge of light power emanated from her. Her locks of hair seemed to lengthen and flutter with that power. The scene was incredibly beautiful and poetic. A moment later, a bright structure appeared. The space seemed to have petals falling, making him surprised. Goddess Ryman then asked, it feels warmer now. Don't you think so, Shu? Kim Shu immediately replied, that's right. At this moment, he pondered, this place couldn't be an ordinary gift. I can feel Ryman's sincerity and love. A large, rough stone appeared. In front of the two was a beautiful temple. Goddess Ryman continued, I only hope that the dreams left behind in this place have a warmer place to rest. I'm sure those who remember this place will consider this a miracle. Kim Shu thought to himself, like Eden. Suddenly, a building abruptly appeared, shaking the ground and startling him in panic. What appeared was a small shrine within the sanctuary. It was designed and built with exquisite beauty. Kim Shu turned his head in panic. Goddess Ryman clasped her hands together, happily saying, how is it? This is my real gift. The two walked, and she asked, so? What do you think? He immediately replied, it's wonderful, Your Holiness. I bet everyone will love it. Right now, I can even imagine Leo crying. The image of a tearful Leo calling out, Goddess Ryman. Suddenly, he said, I have something to say, Ryman. Goddess Ryman realized this and continued, it seems you already know. Then she continued, clasping her hands and closing her eyes seriously, Shu. Listen to what I have to say. The demon lord you defeated before, Lucifer, has transferred fragments of the demon lord's souls to the nearest dimension. Streams of energy piercing through the new space appeared as she spoke. Goddess Ryman continued, and the dimension closest to Eden is Earth. The reason why Earth's system accepted a contract with an outsider like you is probably related to Lucifer's actions. Kim Shu calmly speculated, it seems she's talking about causality. She continued, because Earth is not under my dominion, I cannot do much. You'll have to find out the details yourself, Shu. Sorry for these difficult requests. Please take care of this world. He heard this and asked in surprise, are you leaving?
But immediately, Goddess Ryman disappeared into thin air, leaving only a few shimmering particles of light.
Kim Shu was still looking up, exclaiming, "Well, I guess I'll have to get used to it." After turning to observe his surroundings, he thought, phew. That was certainly unexpected. Although, it looks like I've completed all my urgent tasks. Sparkling, beautiful building reappeared before his eyes.
Kim Shu began to smile with satisfaction, calculating, Leo is here to translate the holy scriptures for us. And now we have a shrine for the faithful to come and pray.
The system also displayed a notification. You have completed the main quest, expand the cult.
As a reward, the baptism trait has leveled up, and you have received 500 divine points.
Congratulations! The birth of your cult's first shrine. You are one step closer to solidifying your cult's position.
From now on, you can manage the shrine using the Shrine Management command.
He crossed his arms again, smiling happily. It feels like I'm actually doing something now.
The system continued to announce, through the contracts of 2 dimensions, you can purchase various equipment using divine power points.
The equipment DLC shop has been updated. Very quickly, the space became blurry as if being distorted. Immediately, Kim Shu appeared with Leo Ruman and Gu Minsu. At this moment, Gu Minsu spoke as if live streaming. He smiled with narrowed eyes, announcing, we are currently in the Void Zone for a special event. I am honored to be the first to show everyone the Void Zone.
I'm sure everyone knows who I'm standing next to today. Then he gestured towards Kim Shu, introducing, Mr. Kim Shu, Korea's first disaster grade, and the Pope of the Ryman Church. Kim Shu also happily raised his hand to his chest, greeting everyone, nice to meet you all. I am Kim Shu of the Ryman Church.
It is a great honor to show everyone our Ryman Church's first shrine.
At this moment, comments exploded.
User 1, wow, I thought they had to be in the Void Zone. It looks like they're on a set.
User 2, Player K, even if you need money, you should be more careful when deceiving others.
User 3, damn it, I knew it. User 4, Player K is handsome, though.
User 5, I thought this guy wouldn't deceive others. User 6, it seems the rumors about him being a cult are true.
User 7, I'm unsubscribing. Kim Shu read, smiling and thinking, these must be K's comments, right? Mr. K donated 1001. Who's behind you? Don't tell me you hired a mercenary.
Player K, if you've been kidnapped by a cult and forced to film this, wave a carrot. Leo leaned in and whispered, Your Holiness.
Why are they telling Gu Minsu to wave a carrot? Kim Shu gave a helpless smile, thinking, because it's you. Then the two continued to smile brightly and happily into the screen. Thank you for your enthusiastic participation. We were able to build the shrine in the Void Zone. Thank you, everyone.
But some people were still very harsh about this.
That guy better admit he's lying. This is hard to believe. I'm an expert.
The Void Zone is a place full of demonic energy. It's impossible for life to flourish. But this land is full of flowers and grass.
Therefore, I'm willing to bet my account that this is not the Void Zone. A person frantically typed to refute. After reading these comments, Kim Shu clasped his hands in prayer. Goddess, do you see?
Please shave this guy's head bald. Then he quickly calmed down. He took out his phone and said confidently, from now on, anyone can use the Seoul City app or register through a local center to enter the Void Zone. You can find more details on the Ministry of Power Management website or our Meetup channel. At this moment, everyone present looked up at the camera flying in the air.
The camera flew away to film the scene for those watching the live broadcast.
At this moment, everyone continued to discuss.
User 1, how can Player K be so handsome even from above? User 2, is the camera going up? User 3, are you crazy? User 4, aren't those the walls surrounding the Void Zone? User 5, what the hell? User 6, everyone, is this being live-streamed from KBC?
User 7, announcement, Minister Yucio of the Ministry of Power Management announced that Awakened Kim Shu has successfully purified some areas of the Void Zone.
User 8, really? User 9, User 10? User 11, wait. Is this really the Void Zone? Seriously? User 12, I'm here for a pilgrimage. User 13, if we want to join the pilgrimage, do we just need to register? User 14, please let us pass the test. User 15, please give me a test. User 16, please let me pass the Hunter Academy test. User 17, please let me pass this interview. User 18, go study. User 19, stop spamming. Despite everyone's discussion, the sky in the Void Zone was still incredibly clear and fresh.
Suddenly, someone's footsteps appeared with a bouquet of flowers. It was the Prime Minister. His face was very satisfied as he smiled and looked up. Kim Shu turned to him and asked, Prime Minister, everyone has left.
Do you still have something to do here? He pondered. I've always wanted to come back here. I never thought I would. And I came up with this idea. But it's truly unbelievable. Then he pointed to a small tombstone and asked, "What is that small grave?" Kim Shu replied, "It is the resting place for those who sleep here." He took a step down and exclaimed, "Who could have made such a precious thing?" Kim Shu replied, "That is the person responsible for managing this place. I think it's a memorial to ease sorrow without forgetting the past." The tombstone displayed beautiful writing, "Where dreams rest." The Prime Minister smiled and said, "I think you have fulfilled this old man's dream." "Thank you." At this moment, Kim Shu was lost in thought. Even after being kidnapped to Eden. Then he glanced at the things around him. A fresh breeze hovered over this land, making him conclude, it's because of what she brought to those around her. The kindness and hope she brought. Chapter 17. Religious Exhibition Room. Usually, I am a sinner. Views, 81,483. Shares, 1,572. Comments, 10. I apologize for a foolish person like me spreading false rumors about holy people. I apologize for doubting you. Sorry for cursing you. I will do my best to spread Ryman's name. Share, 1,572. Report, 509. All comments displayed. User 1, do you think it's him? User 2, yes, it's the guy who always called Ryman a fake cult. It seems he deleted all his posts. User 3, don't worry. I screenshotted everything and emailed it to the Ryman church. User 1 Sorto God, Ryman is watching. Please use polite language if possible. User 4, I created a new Ryman exhibition room. Everyone, come in and chat with your brothers and sisters. User 5, has anyone seen the goddess? Is she beautiful? User 6, I heard she looks like Kim Tae-hee. User 7, oh. User 8, I heard player K saw her. User 9, how dare you speak like that about the goddess? User 10, all of you. Kim Shu and the government are just playing with you. Seriously. This is all just the government using power to distract you. And you believe it? User 11, old man, stop looking at fake news. It's too funny. Even other countries are reporting this. So no more conspiracy theories. User 12, hilarious. Stop typing before I delete all the moles on your body. Dying of laughter. At this moment, Kim Shu read the comments and thought, I think this page perfectly reflects the nature of our current situation. It seems there are still many people who think I'm a fraud. Gu Minsu had been following him for a long time. After reading those comments, he exclaimed anxiously, unbelievable. How much more do we have to prove? This sudden appearance startled Kim Shu. Oh my. But Gu Minsu continued his worries, they still doubt us after this beautiful scenery? Then he confidently looked out at the surrounding scenery and said, although I never doubted your holiness, I didn't think this place would be so beautiful. Goddess Ryman is truly a miracle. This place is proof of that. Hearing this, Kim Shu thought with satisfaction, this is what this land was supposed to become. Just as Ryman wrote on the monument, where dreams rest. To fulfill the goddess's will, I plan to open this space to the public and allow grieving families to visit their loved ones. At this moment, the two were walking together in a garden. As they walked, Gu Minsu spoke, I'm sure everyone sincerely thanks you and Goddess Ryman. Kim Shu replied, I only hope I can comfort them, that's enough. Suddenly, he seemed to have an idea, his eyes focusing as he glanced over. Then suddenly asked, Minsu, I heard there are artisan guilds. Do you know any? Gu Minsu happily replied, I know a few guilds managed by acquaintances. Should I talk to them? Oh, a mineral mine. It seems you have a plan. Kim Shu smiled and replied, just a little. Then he began to analyze and calculate. When the demonic energy spreading from nearby magical energy sources and mineral mines was removed, some of the mana stones at the epicenter absorbed Ryman's divine power and transformed into divine stones. That means there's a divine stone mine within this sanctuary. A mineral mine with beautiful crystals appeared underground. Then Kim Shu suddenly asked again, surprising Gu Minsu, Minsu, have you ever produced merchandise? Making Gu Minsu exclaim, merchandise? At this moment, the system displayed a notification. You can purchase the Sanctification House through the DLC shop. Facility type, description, using divine stones, you can craft holy relics. The Sanctification House will bless those holy relics. The higher the level, the more blessings. Price, 5,000 divine points. At this moment, Kim Shu looked at the screen and exclaimed internally, perfect. With those holy stones, I can help the Ryman Church have a stable source of income. As he was concentrating, a voice called out, Your Holiness. Leo Ruman, with a cold expression, bowed before him and said, "We have uninvited guests."
At this moment, Kong Binsu appeared with an arrogant look, smirking. "Nice to meet you, Kim Shu."
"I am Kong Binsu, CEO of the National Awakened Alliance. I came here to speak with Kim Shu. An honor to meet you like this." His expression was extremely arrogant. He even brought 2 burly bodyguards.
Kim Shu observed him with an expressionless gaze.
Then he turned and said coldly, "Leo,
take them to the reception room.
And don't cause trouble." Leo Ruman replied, "Yes, Your Holiness." As they were walking, Kong Binsu suddenly asked, "Is that him? The one rumored to be able to fold people like paper?"
"I'd love to witness that if I had the chance. I still clearly remember when the National Awakened Alliance sent assassins to kill me."
"Why don't I send them a gift to say thank you?" Kim Shu calmly replied.
The man still wore an arrogant smile. "Huh?
No need. I'm really not interested in handicrafts."
Then Kong Binsu began to clasp his hands together, feigning sincerity. "After this is done, I want to pray to the goddess for helping purify this area.
The land we once protected."
Kim Shu frowned, looking at him and thinking, once protected. I don't like his choice of words.
Then Kim Shu didn't hesitate to expose him.
"You denied sending assassins, yet now you dare to come here and cause a commotion.
You seem to have a thick skin.
So? What you protected wasn't the Void Zone, but the Mana Stone Mines. I'm sure it was quite good." These words made Kong Binsu shut his mouth, having been hit where it hurt. But Kim Shu continued to provoke him as if nothing happened.
"However, do you know they're no longer mana stones? Now they're divine stones."
"I didn't know at first until I accidentally saw the mana stones in the temple." He had to cover his face to regain his composure, then replied, "Thank you for mentioning that.
This makes things easier."
After removing his hand, he returned to his usual arrogant face and continued, "I'm sure you have information about mana stones from the Ministry of Power Management. Therefore, we determined that you entered the Void Zone with the intention of taking those mana stones. I'm sure you know that the growth of our domestic guilds is proof of the nation's maturity. For an alliance of guilds like ours, mana stone mines are important resources for development. It's regrettable that you have forcibly taken them from us." He spoke as if the mine naturally belonged to him, which Kim Shu found a bit ridiculous.
He retorted without hesitation, "Are you trying to make this sound like I'm hindering national development?
I work with the Ministry of Power Management.
Aren't they a state agency? Aren't you the ones preventing the Bureau from working? You say these mines belong to everyone, while you're the ones profiting. I can't believe it."
I intended to talk seriously if you started with an apology. But you brought all this destruction to the Void Zone.
To hire assassins, is that all you have to say?
Each time he spoke, he injected more killing intent into his words, making the listeners shiver without cold. Kong Binsu, though quite intimidated, still tried to maintain a calm expression, holding up a document and saying, "Let's put everything aside for a moment.
We came here to negotiate."
While Kim Shu read the information in the document, he continued to sweet-talk him. "We will guarantee the Ryman Church half of the extracted products from the Mana Stone mines, as well as allow you access to our entire mining infrastructure. Additionally, we will donate a large sum of money to the church. I'm sure you'll be more than satisfied." But of course, it didn't go according to his plan. Kim Shu decisively crumpled the contract, growling, "Do you really think peaceful negotiations can be achieved with a piece of paper?" Kim Shu began to unleash his power. Bolts of lightning, like electric currents, poured down. He took on a terrifying appearance and said, "First you tried to kill me. And now, you're wonderful. Want to be friends? Do you really think this will work? Haha, unbelievable." His power attacked and restrained Kong Binsu and his 2 bodyguards, startling them. It wasn't over yet. Kim Shu raised his hand. His hand clamped tightly around Kong Binsu's neck. He gasped, "Let me go." His eyes, sharp and cold, stared intently at him. Though in pain and vomiting blood, the man still threatened defiantly, "We gave you a chance. We have the power to fight you, Shu. If we can cooperate, perhaps." Kim Shu heard this, released his neck, and sneered, "Oh, I'm so scared." Then he changed to a cold expression and warned, "Go tell those bastards that they'd better come here and apologize, or I'll come and get the apology myself." The system now displayed a notification. The number of followers has surged. Therefore, the main quest is being updated. Estimated time, 7 hours 32 minutes. Breaking news, the National Awakened Alliance has formed a joint public-private investigation team and has officially requested verification of the Void Zone location. While the editor was reporting the news, some people interjected, "What's wrong with the NAA? How do you know?" They need to calm down. Then the editor calmly continued, meanwhile, the Ryman Church has attracted global attention after their leader, awakened Kim Shu, purified the Void Zone location. However, the White Radiance Society continues. At this moment, Kim Shu was home. Seeing his younger brother with dark circles under his eyes and a haggard face, he exclaimed in surprise, Ingen, you look like a zombie. Ingen staggered closer and replied, tomorrow is the launch day of the Ryman Church channel. I'm working overtime. Sizian, who was sitting next to him, then spoke, is Leo in that beautiful place? Isn't he coming here anymore? Ingen just bowed his head and replied, yeah, that's Leo's workplace now. You should go visit him. Then Sizian smiled brightly and said, it looks so beautiful, huh? I'm going to sleep early today and visit him with you, big brother. Ingen also gave a helpless laugh, I don't know if I'll have time. Kim Shu then spoke, Sizian, ask me if you want to know anything, okay? The little girl immediately replied, I know some things too. Then Sizian continuously listed, you're the Pope leading the Ryman Church. You purified the Void Zone. He heard this and thought in panic, she knows everything? And innocently laughed and said, kids are better with phones than you are. You've been there for 10 years, haven't you? You're old. Before his younger brother could finish speaking, Kim Shu's hand quickly smacked him on the back of the head. Then he supported Ingen, who had a swollen head, and gave a forced smile to Sizian. The little girl waved and said, I'm going to sleep early today. See you this weekend, big brother. He quickly replied, yeah. Good night. Then the two siblings smiled and waved. After his sister left, Kim Shu exclaimed, so that's it. Sizian was just teasing me. Ingen, holding his swollen bump, explained, Sizian is a good kid, and she's very bright. She had no choice but to grow up very young. He gave a forced smile again, perhaps that's my fault. Ingen also sensed his self-reproach. So he then told Kim Shu, I almost forgot. Grandma called us. She said the department is preparing a private jet to pick her up in 2 weeks. Kim Shu asked in surprise, huh? A private jet? Why? He immediately explained, she said something about being a family member of an anomaly. Because she can't travel freely because of you, she said to prepare for a beating. Kim Shu heard this and turned into a dumbfounded boy. Then he uttered with an expressionless face, Grandma's coming back. He looked incredibly foolish. He's so worried. They couldn't help but exclaim, why are you worried? We're just launching an official channel. Because you don't know how much I've prepared for this. You've done great. Don't worry anymore. Ryman Official Channel. At Ryman Official. Subscribers, 43,000. 1 video. Subscribed. Playlists. Shorts. Community. Kim Shu thought while looking at the profile page. The number of subscribers after 1 hour of the MetaUp channel's launch was 43,000. More information appeared on the screen. Home. Videos. Shorts. Playlists. Community. Recommended. Void Zone. Views, 200,000. 1 hour ago. Comments, 24,325. Sort by. User number 1, please let me pass my exam well. User number 2, I pray I pass my exam. User number 3, player K looks handsome. But the Pope is a bit. And there's the big guy standing behind him too. User number 4, between the Ryman Church and the White Radiance Society. Which one is stronger? User number 5, oh my god, are there still people who believe in these cults? Everyone. They'll start asking for money, and then it'll be too late. User number 6, I'm here on a pilgrimage. The scene then shifted to a luxurious room. While Kim Shu was sitting and watching the news on his computer, Ingen asked a little nervously, there are so many comments. Many people are praying for wishes, right? He calmly replied, praying for wishes is fine. Ryman likes those kinds of comments. Right, Leo? Leo Ruman, sitting on the sofa with a teacup, replied with a bright smile, that's right. Ryman will take care of those who are earnest about their dreams. Kim Shu happily continued, I think that's reasonable. Since we've resolved many recent incidents, I'm sure more people will believe in Ryman once they understand. Seeing his demeanor, Ingen exclaimed in shock, this is the first time you've looked like a church member. Suddenly, the system appeared, surprising him. A quest has appeared. Expand the church. Preparation. Type, main. DLC description, by creating the shrine, you have previously created a home for the faith. The shrine will serve as a crucial pivot point for the church's development. Thus, the system has determined that your church has completed all necessary preparations. Your Holiness, Earth is currently facing many dangers. To prepare for the coming calamity, you must develop your church. Completion requirements: first, 150,000 official followers, those who have applied to join.
Second, 500 divine system players who choose Ryman as their deity.
Third, achieve a total of 15 levels across church traits and facilities, and distribute 10,000 divine points.
You must satisfy all 3 conditions to complete the quest.
The scene then shifted to a different setting. Sunlight shimmered down onto the green tree canopies.
An image of Gu Minsa standing with followers appeared.
The system continued.
The following announcement has been sent to all players in the Earth dimension.
The swordsman also received that announcement.
Special conditions have been met, and restrictions on divine power have been lifted from the Earth dimension.
The Earth dimension system is preparing to update for the era of order. Earth players, please prepare for the following changes.
Chapter 18.
After receiving the quest, Kim Shu exclaimed in confusion, 500 divine system players
must choose Ryman as their deity.
Hey!
Besides me, are there any other players who use divine power?
He rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache.
Ingen replied worriedly, I haven't heard of anyone. Are you going to find 500 more Ryman followers like Leo? He helplessly wondered, so what are these divine system players?
The system continued. This announcement is being broadcast to all players in the Earth dimension.
As certain requirements have been met, restrictions placed on divine energy will be lifted from the Earth dimension.
The Earth dimension will prepare for the era of order. Earth players, please prepare for the era of order.
24-hour news.
In Christianity and Buddhism, many have awakened divine power.
The female editor seriously reported the news. Breaking news this morning.
A great change has been announced on Earth. To prepare for the changing world, we have invited Professor Chang Ho of Korea University. Awakened individuals from various religions.
And
a bishop of the White Radiance Society.
The society, in his mysterious robe, said, many players in our religion have awakened thanks to the blessings of the divine.
With divine power now available, I'm sure you can see how important religion will become. If our country accepts the Ryman Church during this chaotic time, then it's only reasonable for the government to recognize our religion as an official faith.
The friendly host then asked, how does the White Radiance awakening work?
The society replied, our method is nothing special.
Simply, faith in the divine. Will save humanity from weakness?
Kim Shu sighed, thinking, divine players from the White Radiance Society.
So they don't use demonic energy?
I guess, the Guru Gate and the Abyss Gate in Ioju.
The White Radiance Society always posts videos of them fighting demons.
And they've never claimed to side with them.
And did I detect any demonic energy from the followers in Guru? No. Then there might be other organizations, not the White Radiance Society, but linked to demonic energy.
While he was deep in thought, a familiar voice echoed, it's been a long time since I've seen you so worried.
It was Goddess Ryman. Kim Shu immediately replied, is it easier to manifest in the shrine? Sorry for calling you so suddenly. She happily said, it's fine. You gained many followers yesterday.
You've worked very hard, Shu. And finally, divine power has been opened on Earth. But Kim Shu stood up, looking troubled, the whole country is in chaos. Now there are divine system players.
Even if I don't know if that's true. What is divine power? It's not just a power Ryman's followers can use, but the ability to create miracles by anyone with faith.
The stronger the faith, the stronger the deity. And in return, the deity can bless followers with more power. Goddess Ryman then explained, just as a player's will is directly linked to their magical abilities, divine power has a strong connection to the power of faith in followers. Awakened individuals, in turn, use that power to create miracles. The value of a god depends on the level of faith they can inspire in their followers.
A god without followers will disappear.
Kim Shu continued to ask, so the era of order is about the gods.
Then why wasn't there divine power on Earth before?
Goddess Ryman continued to explain, just like why Earth wasn't granted mana, the system placed restrictions on the potential of Earth's inhabitants. Hearing that, he said in confusion, they should have removed all restrictions 5 years ago along with mana. But Goddess Ryman still replied with a mischievous smile, hee hee.
I want to tell you everything, Shu. But Kim Shu immediately speculated, causality doesn't allow it. Right?
She remained silent, smiling gently at him. Suddenly, the system announced, your goddess has blessed you. Goddess Ryman closed her eyes and clasped her hands in front of him, radiating a transparent stream of power.
All traits have been increased by 1 level for 90 days. She then spoke, at least I can do that much.
Kim Shu was immersed in the divine power, marveling. Goddess Ryman then said, make me stronger, Shu.
Now, what will my little pope do for me? He happily replied, what do you think? I have to preach to gain more followers. Then he continued to wonder, Ryman, can you call more people from Eden here? The big guilds are trying to monopolize the divine system players. Goddess Ryman searched her memory and replied, I don't think so. Let me check. Now Kim Shu put on a sinister expression and said, haha. Well, I guess there's no other way. I'll just have to work harder. Goddess Ryman, seeing his scary face, exclaimed in alarm, Shu. Why are you smiling like that? Kim Shu replied, it's fine. He's still able to sleep, damn it. She immediately cautioned, calm down, Shu. Meanwhile, Leo, who was drinking tea, also got goosebumps when someone mentioned his name. At this moment, Kim Shu looked out the window, deep in thought. The age of the church. If that message was broadcast to all players, then perhaps the Earth dimension will truly undergo major changes. All I can do right now is maintain the shrine well and continue preaching, but I don't know where to go next. Suddenly, his phone lit up, startling him. Urgent news. Ministry of Power Management. February 28, ORC tribes near Pyongyang have begun moving south. Alert level 2 at the former DMZ area. Ministry of Power Management. Giant void gate detected near Busan. Expected A rank or higher. Analysis Department. Abnormal mana flow near Huang City. Kim Shu then narrated a bit about his own memories. 5 years ago, when I disappeared, North Korea had essentially ceased to exist as a nation due to the appearance of other dimensions. The northern part of the Korean peninsula is now an unconquerable monster-infested land, according to Ingen. At this moment, a muscular man in a floral shirt appeared. Are those damn pigs all crazy? It's Choi Seo-jin. He laughed heartily, funny, isn't it? They're all coming. Right? Right, Pope Kim? Kim Shu, sitting next to him, couldn't help but feel his face darken, thinking, this guy is too close. Choi Seo-jin continued to talk and laugh naturally, completely oblivious that everyone else had fallen silent and stiff. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Kim Shu had to quietly remind him, Choi Seo-jin. The Goblin Guild is a pretty big guild. Wouldn't it be more appropriate for you to sit next to the National Awakened Alliance? But he casually munched on a snack and said, socializing with thugs isn't my style. We're not part of the National Awakened Alliance. I already told you that. Before Choi Seo-jin could finish his sentence, the snack disappeared. Only a few crumbs remained on his lips, shocking Kim Shu to his core. He screamed internally, my snack is gone. After finishing, Choi Seo-jin joked, hey, Pope Kim. Do you want to get coffee with me after this meeting? I have a lot of questions about divine power. That's what you used to subdue me last time, right? I think you're the best at using it. Hearing that, he broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, wait. Why is he calling me Pope Kim? At this moment, opposite them, a man in dark glasses pointed unhappily and scolded, hey, Choi. You're not the only two in this room. Keep your voice down. Choi Seo-jin immediately put his arm around Kim Shu's shoulder and challenged back, I'm just talking to my friend. Is there a problem? Kim Shu, standing next to him, thought, Kong Binsu is still bothering everyone here. Even after being beaten. It turned out this person was Kong Binsu. He got beaten by me, so now he has to wear dark glasses to hide his black eye, huh? Kong Binsu, still unsatisfied, continued to criticize, that's your problem, Choi. You don't care about social norms. That's why your guild keeps getting into trouble with other guilds. But Choi Seo-jin just gave a sarcastic smile. Is that all? Then he plopped down and continued to provoke, so what? What are you going to do? Kim Shu next to him also flinched in alarm, thinking, it's so cold. At this moment, Choi Seo-jin hissed the name, Kong. Kong Binsu also seemed about to scold, Choi. But suddenly, Choi Seo-jin stuck out his tongue and winked teasingly, are you going on a date? The glasses look cool. Kim Shu couldn't help but let out a snort. Not stopping there, Choi Seo-jin casually put his hands behind his head and teased, trying to look young, huh? Looks good. I'll have to ask the boss to end this meeting quickly. Do you have a friend waiting at the local market? Right? Just as they were about to have a huge fight, someone unexpectedly opened the door and spoke, looks like you boys are having fun? Is this old man bothering you? It was Minister Yuseo No of the Ministry of Power Management. Choi Seo-jin replied with a bright smile, no. Not at all. You look more refreshed, Minister. Minister Yuseo No also happily replied, I've started drinking a lot of soda lately. I'll recommend some zero-calorie ones to you. Meanwhile, on this side, Kong Binsu sulkily plopped down onto his chair. The minister then continued, you are all busy people, so I'll get straight to the point. We are gathered here today to discuss the plan to deal with the approaching orc army.
He began to explain about the orcs.
Orcs are nocturnal creatures that live in tribes. Orcs are also hostile to each other if they belong to different tribes. But for some reason, these tribes have united. This is extremely unusual throughout the history of orc existence on Earth. According to our reconnaissance, it seems something is drawing these orcs together. As he spoke, the minister gestured towards the projector screen. Kim Shu observed and thought, I guess it doesn't exist on Earth. I've seen this a few times in Eden. A being born with the power to dominate all orcs, a monster that exists to lead the orcs' unbridled wrath towards a single goal. While he was deep in thought, the minister exclaimed, an overlord orc. I suppose it's called an overlord. His expression was extremely serious. According to reports, this overlord has gathered over 100,000 orcs under its command. Therefore, the alert level has been raised to level 1. Everyone there, including Choi Seo-jin, flinched in alarm and exclaimed, What? 100,000? Chapter 19.
Minister Yusiono then looked up and continued, orcs tattoo their tribal markings on their arms. Our intelligence agents have detected 7 different types of orc tattoos. Kim Shu, who had been calm until now, spoke up, a great warlord has completely overwhelming stats compared to other orcs.
I've fought one like that before.
As soon as they appear, they break all tribal hierarchies. That's why orcs with different tribal tattoos gather together.
As soon as a great warlord appears, the orcs' instincts will make them pledge loyalty to it.
Kong Binsu then showed his displeasure with him, even as a regressor, you seem quite smug about your knowledge of monsters on Earth. Leaving this to the experts and sitting quietly would be a wise choice, Your Holiness Kim Shu.
Kim Shu glared at him and questioned, even if, you're only saying it directly now, huh? Then he angrily retorted, so I guess you guys must be experts to illegally occupy the state-managed void zone, right?
Choi Seo-jin also quietly said, but everyone could hear, look, Pope Kim, they're quite the bullies, aren't they? Kong Binsu then pushed up his glasses and continued his flimsy argument, Mr. Choi Seo-jin, I can hear you.
And Mr. Kim Shu, they are a real threat.
They destroy everything in their path, praying and flapping your wings a bit won't make them disappear. Kim Shu's face turned green with anger.
He impatiently stood up, scratching the back of his head, and said loudly, wow, that seems to impress you a lot, doesn't it? The only reason I haven't beaten you to a pulp is because the minister is here. Choi Seo-jin, seeing the tense situation, became even more excited and interjected, oh, are you guys going to fight? Good thing I came.
At this moment, the minister had to raise his hand and clear his throat a few times to calm the scene. This is a serious situation.
Please calm down, Shu. If so, do you have a solution? He casually replied, it's simple. We just need to kill that great warlord.
This startled and astonished the others. Kim Shu confidently continued, we would have to sacrifice too much to confront 100,000 orcs.
The damage to civilians would also be too great.
It would be best if we could kill that great warlord. As soon as it dies, the orcs will go crazy and start fighting each other.
Their tribes are naturally enemies. And of course, this opinion was rejected by Kong Binsu. What nonsense are you talking about?
That unique entity is surrounded by 100,000 orcs. He pointed directly at Kim Shu's face and shouted, even if your deduction is correct, to approach an army of 100,000, our forces would have to break through.
Is there no limit to your arrogance? That's true if it's on the ground. But is it really necessary to approach from the ground?
Kim Shu casually replied to him, we have helicopters and fighter jets.
So why worry? What if we launch an aerial attack with helicopters over that area?
We can drop bombs on them. But at this moment, the representative of the Great Tiger Guild, Korea's top-ranked guild, also expressed disbelief and objected, there's no guarantee that killing that unique entity will stop the monster attack.
Are you saying we should deploy hunters despite those lack of guarantees?
It sounds like you're asking us to sacrifice ourselves for you, Pope Kim Shu.
But he just gave a faint laugh, haha.
Then he spoke with disdain, if you have no countermeasures and just want to show off to avoid losses, then don't open your mouth.
When did I ask you to deploy hunters? This startled the other person, who couldn't say anything more.
Kim Shu stood up and confidently said, I will be the only one to carry out this operation. While the others were confused, he ignored them and continued for those who understood, I heard the media intentionally exaggerated or fabricated my power.
Anyway, I'll take this opportunity to clearly demonstrate it. If anyone has any complaints, speak now. Just prepare a helicopter for me.
Having decided, he smiled, thinking, strike first and strike hard. The scene shifted to outside.
A helicopter had been prepared for Kim Shu. Someone spoke, are you really going to be okay going alone?
Kim Shu replied, no need to worry.
I'll resolve the situation in a flash.
I'm in a pretty good mood because I'll get to breathe fresh air for the first time in a long time. I used to ride griffins.
The two soldiers, hearing this, exclaimed in admiration, G griffins?
Kim Shu still smiled brightly, although the riding experience wasn't very good. Helicopters are much better. One of the two soldiers said worriedly, actually, I'm more worried about you refusing the large anti-wyvern anti-aircraft gun.
Do you have something else?
He honestly replied to reassure them,
Yes. I have some skills.
Then he observed and fiddled with the helicopter, saying, let me touch this helicopter for a bit. Immediately, the system displayed a notification.
Active skill, Sanctification, LV Max, has been activated.
A powerful blessing has been applied to the designated object for a certain period.
The two soldiers, after seeing his divine power, once again exclaimed in admiration.
Then Kim Shu turned back, winked, and gave them a thumbs up, saying, the effect should be pretty good.
Anyway, no monster wants to rush to its death. The two of them once again let out a loud "Oh." Semi-young.
Are you ready? He asked.
The cameraman quickly replied, yes. Yes, Your Holiness. The young man's full name was Su Semi-young, the cameraman from the doppelganger incident. Ryman's fourth follower.
The young man affirmed, I will make sure to record all your amazing feats, Your Holiness. At this moment, the vast sky appeared.
Strange birds flew in the air.
Kim Shu continued to calculate, filming is impossible in the void zone due to magical energy contamination. But we can film well in the lost land north of the ceasefire line, as long as we're careful with the monsters.
Accumulating views by live streaming when competition is heating up is important. And I have no reason to refuse that.
Furthermore, thinking this, Kim Shu couldn't help but rub his chin and smile with satisfaction.
I can fight 100,000 orcs alone.
Or I rode a helicopter into the lost land.
I can't not use that kind of clickbait.
As he thought, he couldn't help but break into a sinister smile.
He.
Evidently, the cameraman, Su Semi-young, witnessed that expression. After turning back and seeing him trembling, he asked with concern, Semi-young,
why are you trembling? You don't need to worry. It will be over soon.
He tried to reply, I know the safest place is by your side, Your Holiness. Immediately after, Su Semi-young quickly changed his expression to one of worship, looking at him with sparkling eyes. It's just that this is a great honor to undertake this mission.
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I am willing to sacrifice my life for Ryman.
Kim Shu was startled by his sudden change in attitude.
Semi-young? In this normal state, is this okay? Now Kim Shu was stunned. I was wondering about what Minso said. Why are there so many followers with such faith?
The scene shifted to his helicopter appearing in the air. Beside it, fierce birds circled.
An astonished voice rang out, no way. Is this really possible? We avoided all of them.
The two of them were now sitting in the helicopter, seatbelts fastened.
Su Semi-young nervously looked at the map on the tablet. 5 minutes until the designated location. Just as you said, awaken Kim Shu, the flying monsters didn't come near us.
A group of monsters carrying weapons appeared in formation.
Minister Yusio then spoke into his radio, I'm watching.
On his screen, Kim Shu's situation in the helicopter appeared.
Seriously? You're live streaming the aerial attack on Metup again.
I might have to submit an apology for this.
Another person replied, Minister.
If you're worried, I can turn off the broadcast now.
But the minister mused, I wonder. Team leader Kim next to him was utterly confused.
Several plans have been drawn up.
Plan A, an aerial attack will be carried out under the command of Awakened Kim Shu. The unique entity, the Great Warlord, will be eliminated, and the monster attack will be dispersed.
Plan B, in case Plan A fails, the Great Tiger Guild will establish a defensive line at the ceasefire line to prepare. They will cooperate with the reorganized 30th Mechanized Infantry Division to stop the monster attack. He continued, Kim Shu insisted on live streaming to prove himself. And due to his special status as an anomaly, he can make unreasonable demands forcefully.
However, he didn't do that.
Last time, he even led us to the villains that the Ministry of Power Management was pursuing,
calling it a gift.
But team leader Kim said worriedly, but Minister,
if Awakened Kim Shu fails in this solo operation, we will have to bear the consequences of live streaming a failed operation. This will put the Ministry of Power Management under strain.
But the minister just gave a trusting smile, if he can't stop it, then there's nothing we can do about the monster attack either.
Who cares about our usefulness?
We're useless whether we broadcast or not.
If Awakened Kim Shu fails, the end result will be the same. In that case, wouldn't it be better to raise the stakes?
It had been a long time since the awakened forces of large-scale private guilds far surpassed the state-affiliated awakened forces. The nation had no power to control the awakened alliance and absolutely no power to protect itself from being controlled. Many large guilds affiliated with the National Awakened Alliance were involved in illegal territorial disputes. Team leader Kim then exclaimed in alarm, Awakened Kim Shu is not Ministry of Power Management.
The minister added, nor is he National Awakened Alliance. Then he asked again, do you know why each country classifies regressors, especially disaster grade ones, separately? Even though they could classify them as we classify S-rank hunters?
Team leader Kim replied blankly, no, I don't know. The minister began to explain, disaster grade regressors are individuals who left a remarkable legacy in their own worlds before returning to Earth. Whether good or bad, they are beings who can affect the order of an entire world.
If these individuals return to their home on Earth, what do you think the probability is that they will submit to the current government?
Of course, there will be individual differences, and conflict is inevitable. That's why they are called disasters among the disaster grade regressors. The power of those we can measure is at that level, so what do you think will happen with the level above that, the anomaly level?
Conflict is inevitable.
Our task is to navigate that conflict in a way that best suits our interests.
Leader Kim then wondered, do you mean using Awakened Kim Shu to control the National Awakened Alliance? The minister denied, using? Didn't Awakened Kim Shu himself say he would help us, not the National Awakened Alliance? Weak as we are, we can only do our best. Do you think we have a choice to refuse?
At this moment, team leader Kim could say nothing more. The scene shifted to Kim Shu's livestream, where comments began to appear.
User number 1, is this really live? User number 2, wow, is this a monster attack? User number 3, what do we do if they go straight down below the ceasefire line like that?
User number 4, I heard the Payu area has prepared for the worst and started evacuating.
User number 5, they're not people who would make things up. User number 6, it's okay, the NAC heroes will handle it. Nothing to worry about. User number 7, everyone have faith.
Goddess Ryman will grant us all salvation.
User number 8, don't be fooled by these cultists, everyone. Loro still loves you all. User number 10, we're screwed. We're screwed. We're screwed.
At this moment, the minister finished reading and gave a bitter laugh.
He. Team leader Kim. Do you see? They say we're screwed.
Team leader Kim replied helplessly, Minister.
We've done our best.
So all we can do is humbly accept the outcome.
Whatever it may be.
The scene shifted to Kim Shu's helicopter. At this moment, an announcement rang out, we have arrived at the helicopter's operating area.
The unique entity, the Great Warlord, is in sight. A red mark appeared on the map.
At this moment, Kim Shu spoke into the camera,
Can everyone hear me?
Then he began to introduce to everyone, that big guy is the Great Warlord.
He's very dangerous and different from ordinary orcs. I'm going down now. Oh, and...
As he spoke, he stepped out and stood before the helicopter door. As he jumped down, he didn't forget to wink and wave to everyone, this is the official meetup channel of the Ryman Church. So please like, comment, subscribe, and hit the notification bell.
Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Meanwhile, the cameraman, Su Semyung, frantically called after him, Pope.
Your Holiness.
But Kim Shu had already transformed into a beam of light, shooting straight down into the air. The bright light shone down, making the monsters look up in confusion.
1 second later, the area where he landed created a huge shockwave. All the monsters were shattered by Kim Shu's powerful energy. Chapter 20. After the explosion passed, it left behind a large cloud of smoke. The person who appeared in the smoke was clearly Kim Shu. My knees hurt so much.
At this moment, he held his waist with one hand and his knee with the other, sighing, perhaps I'm getting old.
When I was young. Growls echoed, attracting his attention. Kim Shu looked up and asked, hey. Is this our first time meeting?
Looking up at the Overlord Orc, he continued, you're bigger than I thought. You also look very familiar. The Overlord Orc then replied, I do not understand.
In the future I was told, there was nothing about a human warrior like you. I sense a disgusting energy from you. An energy opposite to ours.
Indeed, at this moment, a mysterious and powerful aura emanated from him.
I've heard this before.
It seems overlords like you don't appear naturally, but are created through the demonic energy of others. Kim Shu began to speculate and conclude, there was that wyvern before.
Along with the doppelganger and the lich. Now I understand.
All your demonic energy comes from Lucifer.
Last time it was the demon lord of arrogance. Now it's the demon lord of wrath. Why are the demon lords trying to come to Earth?
The Overlord Orc replied unhappily, I don't need to answer your questions.
All that needs to happen is the fate that has been chosen. I will kill you here.
Saying that, it began to swing its weapon.
Kim Shu then narrowed his eyes at it.
Before the attack struck, he quickly jumped backward to dodge. Then he thought, whoa, it seems the destructive power of demonic energy converted into physical strength isn't something I can easily block. However, at this moment, his own power also erupted.
Lightning bolts began to appear.
Then Kim Shu descended from above towards the Overlord Orc.
It also raised its axe to defend itself.
His fist directly collided with its weapon, but he showed no weakness. After landing a punch, he jumped back inside. You're quite good at defense.
Better than I thought.
Internally, he had already assessed the situation.
It seems we need at least 6 S-rank hunters. He would be considered one of the stronger orc overlords in Eden.
The Overlord Orc then spoke again, our work has begun.
We draw our bows, starting the battle. Human warrior, you cannot resist our fate. Brave orc warriors, follow me.
Immediately, the other orcs behind it seemed to awaken. Kim Shu was now serious.
I was told that demonic energy is closely linked to the desperation for survival. This might be better for me.
I can deal with them before they become more dangerous.
Wouldn't this be perfect for MedUp?
Like getting 10 million views on shorts. Then he held out his phone to take a picture of the orcs, thinking, pose for the thumbnail.
This will find itself humiliated.
He continued to affirm, and above all, I don't mind being the lowest because I'm not a warrior. In Kim Shu's hand, there was now an energy orb.
The Overlord Orc saw that and narrowed its eyes, exclaiming, what? Kim Shu said nothing more. He seriously raised the energy orb.
Then a stream of power concentrated in his hand. The system then appeared.
The following skill transcends causality. He smiled with satisfaction, thinking, I knew it.
Therefore, the following skill has been adjusted to the causality allowed for you.
Active skill, Holy Spear, LV-Max, has been cast.
In his hand, a giant lightning bolt had now formed, descending from the sky.
A moment later, a shark shape emerged from within the lightning. The power grew more and more turbulent.
It swirled, causing the lightning bolts to coil together and form giant sharp spears that plunged downwards. As soon as they hit the ground, they created a massive explosion over a wide area. The shockwave was incredibly powerful, burying everything inside, making it impossible to see anything from the outside. At this moment, the shockwave caused the archway of the Holy Temple to collapse. The spears of power plunged straight into the orcs. At this moment, someone on the other side of the computer screen was watching.
It was Ingen. He watched, utterly stunned. Unbelievable.
The image of Kim Shu standing amidst that illusory, powerful energy appeared on the screen, driving netizens wild.
User number 1, ? User number 2, still processing. User number 3, whoa. What was that? User number 4, is that magic? User number 5, crazy. User number 6, oh wow. User number 7, is this real? User number 8, is this fake? User number 9, how can this be fake? User number 10, no hunter in Korea can do that. User number 11, oh. What the hell was that? User number 12, is this an anomaly? User number 13, isn't this a hack? At this moment, Ingen's narration appeared.
Everyone will understand that all are equal before overwhelming power. He recalled his brother, Shu, saying this morning, hey,
let's have soybean paste stew today.
He had helplessly exclaimed, we don't have potatoes. Suddenly, his brother threw out a wad of large denomination bills like a rich man and ordered, I have money here.
Go buy some.
Recalling it now, Ingen couldn't help but ponder, just this morning, he wanted soybean paste stew. He threw money at me to buy ingredients.
I forgot he was an anomaly. I never denied he was an anomaly.
My brother isn't the type to lie about such things.
However, even if you brought Korea's strongest heroes, could they compare to him?
At this moment, the image of his brother standing amidst the stream of power appeared before his eyes, making Ingen exclaim 2 words, a miracle. He asked himself, why did that word suddenly pop into my head? At this moment, comments continued to explode on the screen. User number 1, anyone who watches this and still thinks he's a fraud needs their head examined.
User number 2, our country really has an anomaly now. User number 3, what does an anomaly mean if we don't know the limits of their power? User number 4, I'm going to register with the Ryman church. User number 5, am I the only one who feels scared?
And it seemed Kim Shu's goal had been achieved. Suddenly, an orc's hand was still moving. This again startled the netizens.
User number 1, huh? User number 2, did he just move? User number 3, is that orc still alive? User number 4, he survived that blow?
On this side of the screen, Ingen also exclaimed loudly in alarm.
Kim Shu also noticed the one still alive.
Then he immediately used his power to split that person in half.
Kim Shu's expression, with pursed lips, seemed unhappy.
Ingen watched his brother stand with hands on hips before the pile of orc corpses and concluded, he's annoyed because it didn't die in one hit.
I knew it. That's the brother I know. After returning to the shrine, sounds of regret echoed. Damn it. Who would have thought he could survive that blow? The ending was a bit disappointing.
Kim Shu clutched his head and shouted, it wasn't cool at all.
Not at all. The two followers behind him clasped their hands in admiration and retorted, that's not true.
At this moment, Su Semayang said, Your Holiness, you showed an incredible spectacle.
Gu Minsu also said, you even showed your human side. I don't think it could be more perfect.
Both spoke with admiration and worship, making Ingen helplessly call out, Semayang.
Minsu. But Kim Shu still shouted regretfully, hey. You cultists. Wouldn't it have been better if the first attack? Ingen was truly speechless, thinking, it seems he's too concerned with looking cool.
Gu Minsu, meanwhile, was happily looking at information on his phone and said, after the Overlord was defeated, the remaining orcs started fighting each other.
The monster attack has disbanded, thanks to you. It seems everything is fine. The Ministry of Power Management is thanking you.
And the National Awakened Alliance said nothing.
However,
at this moment, Ingen also held up his phone screen and called out, Brother.
News of the day. The Chaotic Void Gate in Busan has been upgraded from B rank to A+. Mobilization order for all players in Gyeongnam region. Players from the Giant Guild in Payumunsan have begun to move. Korea's first anomaly, Kim Shu. Why isn't he doing anything in this situation? Ingen excitedly exclaimed, you know you even made the news? 00 Daily News. Korea in danger. Where is the leadership? Unbelievable.
Kim Shu finished reading, shocked, and clutched his forehead, thinking, it's not that I don't want to help.
I want to go too.
However, at this moment, a red screen appeared before his eyes. A red exclamation mark appeared, accompanied by two clear words, warning. Due to reaching your causality limit, the use of divine power has been restricted for the next 24 Earth hours.
Chapter 21. A series of powerful lightning bolts struck down, causing the earth to shake violently. Everyone's eyes widened in astonishment at this fierce sight. Team leader Kim exclaimed, what? This?
Yusiono observed the screen and quietly sighed in admiration, so this is what they meant by the power of an anomaly, like a nuclear weapon.
Team leader Kim next to him still couldn't close his mouth. He exclaimed, is this truly the anomaly? They looked at Kim Shu, who was radiating power, and thought, the anomaly in our imagination was vague. Now it's clear through this video. Shu aimed for this.
Everyone who watched the livestream must have felt it. The screen showed Kim Shu proudly giving a thumbs up with a capitalist message, subscribe to the channel, comment, like, and turn on notifications will help the goddess a lot. Team leader Kim quietly said, Minister.
Regarding the livestream, I don't think we need an apology letter anymore. Yusiono said happily, I won the bet. But the level of destruction was much higher than expected. Perhaps my luck in the coming years will be better.
A moment later, team leader Kim drove his luxurious car.
He spoke on the phone, that's right, Shu.
Kim Shu softly asked, Team leader.
Did you watch the livestream? Team leader Kim quickly replied, Shu.
I was very surprised.
I watched it from beginning to end, not missing a single second.
He thought, we projected it on the main screen, and all 250 staff at headquarters watched it together.
Kim Shu on the other end softly said, since I've taken care of this, can I leave the rest to you? I have something to do. Team leader Kim immediately replied, of course.
He softly said to Kim Shu, thanks to you, we were able to stop the monster attack.
Thank you very much. I'm currently on my way to China to negotiate the issue of orcs moving north.
Team leader Kim said, I'll contact you again after we resolve the situation as best we can.
Hearing this, Kim Shu thought, he must be very busy.
He softly said, yes.
Well done.
I'll take care of the rest. After hanging up, Kim Shu sighed and thought, phew.
He really is busy.
As soon as he opened his phone, Kim Shu saw local news that had just posted a series of hot headlines. A leaderless orc group has revealed Awakened Kim Shu is moving north, past Old Pyongyang, with China as his final destination.
The danger level of the Chaos Gate from B rank. Notification to all Gyeongnam players.
Large player groups in Payumunsan begin emergency movement.
There's even smear media. Korea's first anomaly, Kim Shu. Why isn't he moving in this dangerous situation? Scrolling down to the comments section, netizens' sarcasm made Kim Shu jump.
They said to each other, the first anomaly left immediately after promoting his religion without resolving the situation. Only finished after promoting his religion.
Pope Kim Shu's YouTube channel is just a performance. The meeting of the Zen master, Buddha, and Jesus.
Seeing his brother's bad mood, Ingen tilted his head and teased, "Oh my, you're falling for their clickbait headlines."
Kim Shu angrily shouted, "How can I not read them?"
A series of comments continuously popped up.
Recently, an hour ago, someone left a comment, "What a relief. The orc group won't come our way. Where is Kim Shu hiding? 15 minutes ago, he's strong enough. How long does he plan to hide? 7 minutes ago, someone else said, I heard those NAC guys are being mobilized. 5 minutes ago, someone suddenly appeared to defend Kim Shu. What the hell are you guys talking about, slandering the person who did the most? Why don't you try doing something?" Seeing this, a comment from 1 minute ago immediately caught on, "Is that you, Pope? Haha, how dramatic."
Seeing this, Kim Shu immediately switched to online arguing mode. "I left right after I built the shrine, didn't I? I solved the biggest problem, you bastards."
Ingen casually fanned himself with some banknotes. "You're just a normal person now, right? Go buy some potatoes."
Kim Shu irritably turned to Ingen. "I told you to be careful with your words.
It's just some restricted divine power. I can still hit you."
Then Kim Shu softly said, "And I bought potatoes yesterday.
Let's make potato pancakes today." Ingen grumbled, "Okay."
While cooking, Ingen didn't forget to jab, "You were cursed it terribly in the articles I read earlier.
You'll probably live a long life." Kim Shu calmly said, "Those politicians need to solve problems their own way.
They have to save face, so they'll try to do your part."
Ingen tossed the pancakes and said, "Ah.
I heard the gate that the Great Tiger Guild bid on also had a monster attack.
They must be busy dealing with that."
Kim Shu fed his sister a piece of pancake and replied, "It's not that they did anything.
At least they could stop it."
After thinking for a while, Kim Shu concluded, "Actually, this is a good thing." He told himself, "I should prepare the shrine."
The next morning, the system displayed a notification. Hidden quest, monster attack. Completed.
You have protected allied forces from hundreds of thousands of orcs while Earth, before an update, was in danger. You will receive a hidden quest reward. Reward, 5,000 divine points. Kim Shu smiled with satisfaction. Even though there's a lot to do and everything is busy, the good thing is that the hidden quest has been completed. Restricted for the next 24 Earth hours. Kim Shu thought, a day has passed since the penalty, but there's still plenty of time. I should check the church status window. He wondered, it's fortunate I earned points before the restructuring. Has anything changed? Information immediately appeared before Kim Shu's eyes. Ryman Church. Main deity, original goddess Ryman. Dimension of origin, Eden. Official followers, 12,700. Traits owned, Charity LV2, Baptism LV2. Affiliated organizations, none. Divine points owned, 12,700 points. Kim Shu mused, calculating, still far from the main quest target of 150,000. But with neglecting it, 255 more followers joined in my absence. Suddenly, Ingen next to him spoke, "Shu. Look." Hearing that, Kim Shu looked over. He called out, "Leo." Busy with the crowd in front of him, Leo quickly said, "Your Holiness, welcome. Many people have applied to become official followers because of the monster attack." Leo bowed, "I am very proud that we have brothers and sisters on Earth now." Kim Shu softly said, "I came for that." Seeing him, everyone cheered, "Oh. It's the Pope." Pope. One person's eyes widened in admiration. "I watched the MedUp livestream yesterday. You are truly extraordinary." Another said gratefully, "I am a relative of the deceased who was helped in the Void Zone disaster. I owe Ryman a debt of gratitude." Kim Shu immediately switched to his cringy persona. "Thank you for choosing us. From now on, I entrust myself to you, brothers and sisters. Ryman will be very happy." Hearing that cringy tone, Ingen next to him got goosebumps. Kim Shu thought, "That's right, Leo. This is the moment I brought Leo to Earth. I'm not good at teaching others. But we have someone who will be a perfect missionary." He then spoke, "As you all know, this is Leo. And he is the Archbishop of the Ryman faith. From now on, he will teach the doctrine to you, brothers and sisters. If there's anything you don't know, ask him. All right? I have great faith in Archbishop Leo." Kim Shu softly whispered, "You know you have to teach them the doctrine, right?" Leo replied nervously, "Yes, Your Holiness. But there are so many people." Hearing that, Kim Shu suddenly smirked, "Many, huh?" Kim Shu said something that struck Leo like a lightning bolt, "You'll have to teach this many people 200 more times." Leo softly said, "Your Holiness. According to Korean labor law, it's usually 8 hours a day, 5 days a week. Not caring in the slightest, Kim Shu continued to manipulate. Ryman said she would send more people from Eden to help teach new followers.
So try a little harder, okay? Leo replied mournfully, yes. Yes. I hope they come soon. Kim Shu smiled and said, I said I'd ensure aid, didn't I? You trust me, right? Leo was now swayed. It would be great if they really came.
Witnessing this situation, Ingen silently judged, I think my brother is truly a bad person.
While strolling in the garden, Ingen softly asked, but Shu, aren't we short on money? There are more and more people.
He thought, with living expenses and managing the faith, we'll need a lot of money.
Metup won't be enough. Kim Shu replied, I don't plan to profit from Metup. Ingen looked confused, so you plan to manage it with donations like other religions? Kim Shu softly said, I'll accept offerings at first. This has already been decided. Ingen said worriedly, Shu. I don't want to say this, but do you know how expensive Scythian's tutoring fees are? Hearing that, Kim Shu just smiled faintly. He whispered into his brother's ear, Ingen, this is an absolute secret. But I'll tell you specifically. After hearing that shocking plan, Ingen exclaimed, aloud? No. Loudly said, that's not missionary work. That's just business. No. It's like a cult.
Kim Shu made a sign to speak softly and smiled charmingly, hey.
You're blaspheming.
I'll bet double if Leo catches you.
Shut up.
After a while, the two of them arrived at the lush green grounds. The system displayed a notification. You can purchase a sanctification house in the shop.
Sanctification house LVU1. Type, OLC facility. Detailed description, uses divine stones. Holy relics.
The higher the level of the sanctification house, the more blessings it can bestow.
Cost, 5,000 divine points. Kim Shu immediately reached out and confirmed the purchase. Instantly, the system notified, sanctification house is being built. You have spent 5,000 points.
In a flash, the LV1 sanctification house was right before their eyes.
Ingen exclaimed in surprise, wow.
The system displayed a notification.
You have entered your shrine's LV1 sanctification house. Displaying a list of holy relics that can currently be crafted in your sanctification house.
Kim Shu softly said, this is where they're crafted.
Ingen could only give a helpless, wry smile.
Church health bracelet. A moment later, Kim Shu went to the production guild.
He presented the item and said, divine stones. I've never seen them before.
The CEO of the production guild smiled brightly and said, since they're new minerals, we're very curious about them. Kim Shu replied softly, I got to meet a great person thanks to Minsu.
And divine stones don't explode with mana like magic stones, so they're very safe. CEO Kong exclaimed, that's wonderful. He then asked in a low voice, so you want me to craft what you requested from these stones, right? Kim Shu immediately said, yes. Make a round design like this and place the stone here.
He added confidently, with that craftsmanship, it'll be as easy as pie.
And we can produce 100 to 200 of them every day. Hearing that, CEO Kong couldn't help but laugh loudly.
It's truly an honor to be the first manufacturing guild to cooperate with the renowned Ryman Church. I will show you excellent results, because you trusted us.
Ha ha.
The blink of an eye, the divine stone mining contract was successfully signed.
Kim Shu and CEO Kong even posed for various cooperative photos.
Kim Shu cheerfully exclaimed, hee, everything is going very well. On the other hand, Ingen, standing behind him, couldn't force a smile.
He spoke up, hey, are you really planning to become a swindler?
In the blink of an eye, Kim Shu had envisioned a wonderfully splendid future. The Ryman Church's best-selling product, the Divine Stone Bracelet. A bracelet with divine stones embedded in its grooves. Depending on the grade of divine stones used in production, there are different effects, and it's useful for the wearer's natural recovery. The number of relics that can be produced can be increased through purchases in the OLC store or by upgrading the sanctification house. Kim Shu joyfully exclaimed, we don't have to worry about managing the church with this, Ingen.
See?
The product was originally a bestseller because divine stones were made into bracelets, benefiting the wearer's health.
Promotional posters were even plastered all over the country. Do you know about the mysterious divine stone health bracelet?
A filial gift for parents. A love gift for lovers.
Extremely popular throughout Eden. Feel the power of the divine stone yourself.
The divine stone bracelet's effects include reducing fatigue, improving blood circulation, pain relief, treating hair loss, reducing menstrual pain, and buy 2 get 1 free.
And with a reasonable price, this is a holy relic loved by many.
Kim Shu softly said that although it resembled the unscientific anion bracelets once popular in Korea, it was a best-selling product in Eden. Hearing this, Ingen critically assessed, Shu, you have no talent for marketing.
He stammered, a new religion and a health bracelet? Doesn't anyone find that a bit strange? Kim Shu played mind games again. Ingen, anion bracelets are unscientific, but ours are real.
They have blessings that reduce fatigue and many other things, although priests need to bless them. With that prospect, Kim Shu confidently said, send Sizian to any tutoring academy she wants. Ingen helplessly thought, the whole world is falling into chaos, yet our Ryman church is slowly becoming a cult.
He softly asked, but who will bless them?
Kim Shu pretended to stroke his chin in thought, as he currently couldn't use divine power.
After a while, he came up with a name, Leo. It seems everything falls to me. Hearing that, Ingen couldn't help but sigh in exasperation.
Goddess Ryman, please do something about this scoundrel.
Kim Shu still calmly said, what can I do, when currently only Leo is a priest?
Coincidentally, the system suddenly displayed a notification, your main body has sent a prophecy.
A voice called out. Shu?
Kim Shu turned in surprise.
Ryman. Ingen quickly whispered back, Goddess, this person is trying to kill Leo. Hearing that, Ryman softly exclaimed, oh my, it seems I arrived just in time, didn't I? Shu?
Ryman continued, what I was preparing has been resolved. As I said, I will send you someone from the Holy Knights, using the same method as Leo. Hearing that, Kim Shu looked puzzled.
Like Leo?
Ryman immediately replied, yes, the method you bought through the system, and I sent them through a gate.
You can see it right before your eyes now.
At the same time, the system displayed a notification, a new item is available for sale in the shop. You can purchase a Holy Knight Commander. Right next to it was a warning message, due to reaching your karma/causality limit, your use of divine power has been restricted for the next 24 Earth hours.
Remaining time, 1 hour 35 minutes 24 seconds. Chapter 22, a message appeared. The shop's inventory has been updated.
You can purchase the special position, 2-star Holy Knight Commander. Seeing that, Kim Shu was a little suspicious that something was wrong.
A Holy Knight Commander costs as much as a new facility.
He thought to himself, luckily, I received points from a hidden quest.
Because I can't let Leo burn to death. Perhaps I have no other choice.
Kim Shu immediately decided in a flash.
I'll buy it. As soon as he pressed the button, the system immediately displayed a notification, you have used 5,000 points to purchase the special position, Holy Knight Commander.
Because you purchased at a suitable price, causality will overlook Ryman's intervention from the Eden dimension.
Kim Shu was still a little uncertain. Will it be effective? Ryman replied concisely, yes. Kim Shu softly said, are you going to tell me the date, time, and location of the gate like last time? Last time was a huge hassle.
He continued, although thanks to that, I met team leader Choi.
But that was just luck.
We need to prepare beforehand.
And?
Hearing that, Ryman just remained silent. Then she uttered a sentence that startled him.
I've already sent them. Kim Shu exclaimed in shock, what?
Ryman softly recounted the situation.
Ah.
I feel bad that it took so long to send reinforcements.
So this time I sent them immediately. There's already a connection established anyway. Hearing that, Kim Shu thought to himself, makes sense.
The world is in chaos due to strange gates and dungeons. Suddenly, Ingen hastily called out, brother.
What did the goddess say? Please tell me this has nothing to do with us.
Ingen showed the livestream screen displaying a scene of a red-haired girl easily defeating the Yahello guild members
of the Ryman church. I think we're screwed.
The image above was extracted from an emergency gate operation.
Yahello library.
With fierce momentum, Luna Leventon aggressively stomped on the corpses of the monsters. She glared with murderous intent towards the group of people behind her.
A Yahello guild member shouted loudly, are you an enemy? Show yourself. The woman next to him asked worriedly, isn't that a bit too straightforward?
Without further words, they all simultaneously surrounded Luna Leventon.
Everyone aggressively shouted, ah. Without saying a word, Luna just raised an eyebrow and glared.
She swung her mace with beautiful arcs. In the blink of an eye, she took down a large group of people. Luna Leventon's red hair billowed in the wind. She agilely leaped high and spun around to the astonishment of the Yahello guild.
Luna Leventon winked provocatively, then shouted loudly, you attacked first. Right? Then it's my turn. Seeing that, the people below couldn't help but be stunned.
Before they could say a word, Luna Leventon directly beat them to a pulp. A flurry of comments continuously popped up, she's so pretty.
Who is she? Everyone was confused. What is this? I don't think she's from the Yahello guild. Someone joked, Yahello guild, why are the attackers running away? One person asked, hey buddy, where's the explanation? As if on cue, a new comment appeared, I don't know either, haha.
Another person, full of self-admiration, thought, I think she just winked at me. Watching that scene, Kim Shu stammered, speechless.
Wait. Forget the winking. Why is she?
The livestream continuously broadcasted screams.
Ah. Ah.
Luna Leventon confidently showed off her personality by swinging her mace straight at the Daeho guild members, sending them flying. Kim Shu yelled in shock, why is she chasing away all our guild members while winking at them?
He blurted out, Ryman. What is this? Seeing the messy situation, Ryman decided to bail. My mission is done. I'm leaving. Too much work. Goodbye.
The system displayed a notification, the prophecy has ended. Seeing that, Kim Shu was so angry he felt like spitting blood.
He stammered, how are we going to handle this? Let's get out of here.
Unexpectedly, Luna Leventon confidently announced, I am Luna Leventon, the third Holy Knight commander of the Ryman Church, leader of the Phantom Knights.
He loudly threatened, my dears, if you don't want to surrender, I suggest you.
Hearing these words, Kim Shu and Ingen felt like they'd been struck by lightning. They worriedly thought, we're screwed. That charismatic red-haired woman was named Luna Leventon. Luna was the leader of the Third Holy Knight Order, the Phantom Knights, and one of the strongest individuals representing the church. Just as Leo was called the Mad Dog, Luna also had a similar title. That was the Bloody Saintess. As she carried the blood of her enemies across the battlefield, it was a fitting title when she wielded her beloved mace. Kim Shu thought to himself, although Luna is proficient with all weapons, she has a particular fondness for the mace. That's why I asked. At that time, Luna Leventon smiled and said, there's a certain joy in smashing skulls.
Why don't you try it to understand the feeling? She once playfully flirted with Kim Shu, are you free tonight?
If so, perhaps we could have a drink or two. Remembering that moment, he felt frozen in place.
Ah, I get it.
Besides her combat abilities, she was also a hugely influential figure in the church. Not only was she a saintess and holy knight, but she also had an appearance that made everyone look twice. Furthermore, there was her cool personality.
Many people were envious.
Sitting in the luxury car, Kim Shu continued, in this world's terms, she's basically an idol. In an era dominated by meta, having someone like Luna come would be great for us.
However,
he still couldn't believe his eyes. Why does she have to pick a fight with another guild?
Leo suddenly spoke up, well.
Kim Shu shouted, Leo, you did the same thing.
What the heck?
Leo softly said, but they attacked first.
Kim Shu irritably shouted, I know.
Yes.
Even so, couldn't you have just gracefully dodged the attack? Why did you have to fight back?
Leo calmly said, both Leventon and I merely follow the rules we were taught.
Kim Shu then yelled, what idiot taught the church members that?
Kim Shu loudly asked, who did that? Hearing that, Leo just turned to look at him with a meaningful gaze. Kim Shu looked puzzled.
Why are you looking at me like that? Leo feigned ignorance. Nothing.
At the same time, the World Middle Incheon Gate was reeking of fresh blood. The space was utterly chaotic.
A powerful aura enveloped the entire area.
Below, staff continuously cordoned off the scene.
Restrict the press. An operation is underway in the area. Only authorized personnel are allowed on site. A reporter angrily questioned, is it true that you are fighting the Ryman Church? Please tell us the truth. Is it true that the Ryman Church handled this gate, as well as the monster wave caused by the former North Korea? Suddenly, someone shouted, look. There's a Ryman Church follower among the reporters. Suddenly, the crowd became more chaotic than ever. Everyone needs to know the truth. Someone loudly shouted, get out of the way. Observing the situation, Leo softly said, it seems they're arguing. Kim Shu thought, that's because this is a matter of honor. He thought to himself, the Daeho Guild is one of Korea's representative guilds. Not only were they humiliated in a livestream, but the person causing this scene ensured everyone knew she was a member of the Ryman Church. Kim Shu wondered, what would happen if I appeared now? A series of negative scenarios immediately flashed before his eyes. Top 10 controversial moments of Ryman Church leader Kim Shu. The unexpected confession of a Ryman Church follower. The truth behind Kim Shu. Everyone would erupt in furious anger. That bastard. Thinking this, Kim Shu was terrified. All those online conspirators would tear me to shreds. Then a chain of events would follow. It would destroy all initial good impressions. I would disappoint team leader Kim and Minister Yu no. Kim Shu softly said, now, let's enter the barrier that the Daeho Guild created to stop Luna. And we'll quietly take Luna out of there. That's my plan. Leo commented, there's no way Lady Leventon will leave quietly. How do you plan to get past the barrier? Kim Shu calmly replied, what other way is there? We'll just walk straight in.
The system immediately displayed a notification, passive skill, max grade divine protection neutralizes all magic. The following magic barrier has accumulated significant damage.
Barrier integrity has been greatly reduced. Leo bowed his head and said, Your Holiness, I heard there's something called double standards. Kim Shu looked puzzled, what do you mean?
Leo evasively replied, nothing, I just said that.
At the same time,
Luna Leventon proudly stomped on the corpses of the trash she had defeated.
Kim Shu thought to himself, everything about Luna would have been perfect,
if not for the scene she had caused. Standing at the scene, Kim Shu sighed in exasperation.
Ha, I can't believe it.
Suddenly, a hunter unexpectedly launched an attack towards Luna Leventon, but she promptly retaliated.
Luna Leventon calmly blocked each attack. Seizing the opportunity, she glared with furious eyes.
The hunter was knocked backward and cried out in pain and ugh.
Observing the situation, Kim Shu thought to himself, it seems there's still an S-rank hunter standing firm. Perhaps that's the Daeho Guild's remaining pride.
Leo, beside him, softly said, it seems Lady Leventon is testing her opponent. Kim Shu softly said, Leo, most people would say she's toying with him.
He can't even land a single blow. Leo innocently replied, is that so? Perhaps she's bored now. Now, Luna Leventon subtly smirked and prepared to deliver a fatal blow.
That hunter also charged forward with fierce momentum. Unexpectedly, Kim Shu blocked both of them. He sternly said, we can stop here.
I think there's a misunderstanding. Blocked right in front, the hunter couldn't help but be startled.
Luna Leventon excitedly exclaimed, Your Holiness.
She immediately landed and adjusted her attire.
Luna Leventon smiled brightly and said, Your Holiness, it's been too long.
I've missed you so much.
Kim Shu helplessly said, It hasn't been that long.
It's only been 2 months since I came to Earth.
Luna Leventon suddenly spoke with solemnity, I, Luna Leventon. She knelt gracefully before Kim Shu and continued, have received the call from our goddess Ryman and have come to Earth to assist you, Your Holiness. Currently, Earth's main event has updated to the era of professions. Considering the current amount of mana on Earth, the appearance of divine power is too late. However, Christianity, Buddhism, and existing religions, even unknown religions like the White Radiance Society, have all begun reporting individuals capable of using divine power, regardless of whether they can utilize it. In the Ryman Church, we began to focus on and recruit divine system players who have chosen the Ryman religion as their true deity. Archbishop Leo proudly introduced to Pope Kim Shu, these are the players who have chosen the Ryman Church.
With the arrival of Lady Leventon, we have one less worry.
Kim Shu turned to smile at Saintess Luna Leventon.
It seems the church hierarchy is taking shape. Well done.
Luna Leventon replied, I'd been on Earth for a while, but thank you all for choosing our church as your refuge. Luna continued, so, it seems I will be responsible for combat training.
Kim Shu said, of course. Are you going to teach people support and healing with that mace? He glanced over,
seeing a very familiar face, and thought to himself, that boy.
As if understanding Kim Shu's thoughts, Archbishop Leo stepped forward to explain, that child's name is Seungyu. He recently joined the church with his father. He is very grateful to you for handling the gates.
Leo continued, also, you may have noticed, but the boy's destiny is to become a prophet. Kim Shu thought to himself, although the Ryman Church's history on Earth isn't long, I didn't expect someone with such pure faith to appear.
The boy doesn't seem much older than Sizian. Really makes me rethink my current priorities. Leo interrupted his thoughts. Your Holiness, could you share a few words? The followers have all requested to see you. He looked towards the boy Seungyu. Stepping forward, he recalled the old saying, give a man a fish, and you feed him for a day, teach a man to fish, and you feed him for a lifetime.
He explained, we will not make empty promises like other religions, such as a quick way to get rich. He looked at the boy praying with clasped hands, and extended his hand to him. However, he created a sphere of magic power. We will teach everyone how to grasp and develop divine power. Everyone clasped their hands before their chests, watching him. I am not here to show you miracles. More than that, I am here to show you how to create miracles. He looked up, Goddess Ryman will not abandon anyone. Hold firm to your faith in yourselves and the church. Luna Leventon and Leo looked at Kim Shu's speech, thinking to themselves, this expression is unbelievable, too abnormal. A guard's voice echoed from afar, wait, you can't enter. But the man stubbornly pushed forward, shouting, I apologize, Pope. Pope Kim Shu. Everyone was surprised. Kim Shu turned, looked at the man, and thought. That tattoo, a member of the Goblin Guild. The man, dressed entirely in black,
held his other bicep, knelt to the ground, and said urgently, "I beg you, Pope, please help us this time." Guild leader Choi Seo-jin, he continued painfully, he is in danger in the Busan restricted zone. He might have already lost his life by now. He prostrated himself on the ground, and now, please help us. Kim Shu's expression was grim, as if he was extremely worried. In the Republic of Korea, there were 3 restricted zones. Where our shrine is located, the Seoul restricted zone, the Daejeon restricted zone. Finally, the Busan restricted zone. The man, sitting on the plane with Kim Shu and Luna Levinton, began to recount. 3 years ago, you must have known about the outbreak headquarters that appeared in Busan. The Busan restricted zone is a consequence of the remnants of that gate. Because mana pollution is less severe than in Seoul, but its danger lies in its proximity to a major city. At that gate outbreak, it was us, the Goblin Guild, who were one of the important contributors to managing that place. He explained that after discovering the restricted zone was linked to dungeons in other dimensions, several gates appeared in Busan, and the Goblin Guild was given the right to choose rewards first. He continued, the gate outbreak incident brought us many benefits, including the unexpected appearance of team leader Kim Dong-si. Kim Shu thought to himself, it seems this was the price to appease Choi Seo-jin. Dealing with those gates must have cost a fortune. The man in black continued, however, the announcement of the main event, did you notice that gates are appearing everywhere in the world? The gate in Busan was similar. Since we were used to them, we didn't think much of it, however. Kim Shu thought, after arriving at the Busan restricted zone, 2 days later, the Goblin Guild encountered a problem. He received a message from guild leader Choi Seo-jin inside the gate. The difficulty of this gate is not something an S-rank hunter can handle. Luna Levinton stepped out of the car, excitedly saying, do Earthlings always ride in these strange carriages? They don't seem to use magic. I want to try driving them later. Kim Shu was speechless, assessing Luna Levinton. Are you copying Earth's fashion now? He assessed, did you really use your first funds to buy clothes? Luna, are you really a saintess? Are there no normal people in this church? Luna retorted, you're the most abnormal one, Pope. Kim Shu said, they seem to suit you. How did you find clothes that fit you so well? Luna Levinton laughed delightedly, oh ho ho, please praise me more. Kim Shu turned to the group in black and asked, where is the gate you mentioned? One of them replied, I will lead the way. They arrived at a place where a giant sphere emitted dazzling light, with continuous flashes of lightning, a beautiful light like the Milky Way. A man in black explained, this is the gate entrance. Kim Shu paused, feeling very familiar. He now understood why guild leader Choi needed his help. Luna stepped forward, Your Holiness, I believe this is. Kim Shu cut her off, you're right. Heretic Sanctuary. He said, I can feel an unpleasant divine power from here. A blue panel appeared in midair, visible only to Kim Shu. It displayed the text, you have discovered a heretic sanctuary. Time remaining until the dungeon goes berserk, 11 hours, 52 minutes, 12 seconds. Go berserk. Tonight will be long. Let's go. Blue panel continued to display, Chaos Dungeon, Heretic Sanctuary. An abnormal divine power emanates from the dungeon. Conquer the dungeon before it goes berserk. Conquest condition, destroy the dungeon core. Reward, 3,000 holy points. Do you accept? Kim Shu thought to himself, if only the tasks in my plan also gave points, that would be great. Then he pressed yes displayed on the screen. The blue panel announced, you have accepted the subquest. Enter the dungeon. Kim Shu and Luna Levinton stepped inside. The environment here is not what I expected. It's unlike Earth or Eden. Perhaps this is an entirely different world. Interesting. He replied, it seems we've entered another dimension. In his mind, he thought, I wonder if this is a world where humans only know destruction. A man in black widened his eyes. This is characteristic of the Association's dungeons. This place is like a false space. Its area is larger than we can estimate. He asked, if you can sense divine power, can you sense the guild leader's location? Kim Shu replied, I can only manipulate divine power from faith with. If the divine power here were based on goddess Ryman, then finding guild leader Choi wouldn't be difficult. But this place was once the sanctuary of another religion. There's no other option but to search the normal way. Luna said, it's not a cult from Eden. Do you have any ideas? Could it be a god from Earth? Kim Shu replied, I don't think so. Then he explained to Luna, on Earth, there aren't many religions with this kind of architecture. Not to mention, divine power only appeared on Earth less than a month ago. There hasn't been enough time for it to accumulate and become derelict like this. Kim Shu observed, it seems this place is the sanctuary of a god from another dimension. Nameless gods. Luna was surprised. Gods from another world? Divine power is energy born from the faith of living beings.
However, divine power cannot exist without faith or life.
But how does divine power exist in this place? Applying that equation to the current situation, we have the answer.
This place has living beings who worship that foreign god. Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted behind them.
Kim Shu and Luna flinched.
She screamed, "Pope! There are ghosts!" Because what they saw were shadowy skull figures floating in midair.
Luna transformed into a new white outfit to Shu's astonishment.
"I told you, Pope," he replied. "Huh? You always make the worst worries come true." Before them were tens of thousands of shadowy figures floating in the thick fog. The sky was gloomy, filled with the fiery red hues of dusk.
Kim Shu stood alone amidst the ruins.
Withered trees. That was 3 years ago. Kim Shu thought to himself, it's been 3 years since I set foot in Eden.
The endless battles and homesickness began to weigh heavily on me. That was when I hit rock bottom. An entity like a god die? Goddess Ryman appeared behind him. Placing a hand on his shoulder, she asked, "Do you want to kill me, Shu? It seems you still resent me."
She said that, gods like us exist through human belief, and we disappear when forgotten.
Kim Shu asked, "So what happens when you're forgotten?"
Goddess Ryman flew into the air, replying, "That's when we truly become gods." She spoke her final words, "There will come a day when you understand what I mean, Shu." In reality, Kim Shu was thinking, 7 years have passed since that day, but I still can't fully grasp the meaning of a god's completion. However, just as Ryman said, I can recognize that these entities have failed in their completion.
Luna Leventon irritably said, "Your Holiness.
In the name of Goddess Ryman, I have never seen such suspicious entities on Eden. Their terrifying appearance combined with divine power infuriates me.
Judging a book by its cover is a bad habit."
Luna retorted, "But you yourself once said the orcs looked ugly."
Kim Shu was speechless. Luna continued, "Don't you think Ryman would shake her head if she saw them?" He replied, "I don't think so.
Ryman might get angry, but in the end, she would feel pity for these entities.
This temple has existed long enough to turn into such ruins.
Yet, the souls that should have gone to the afterlife are still held here. They are imprisoned by the divine power created by their god."
Those words made Kim Shu ponder, how dare they disturb those who believe in them? This can no longer be considered divine. Is it right to call the energy they possess divine power?
Luna Leventon swung her sword, her face filled with delight.
How disgusting. Clearly, if these things appeared on Earth, things would get worse.
She leaped into the air, using all her strength to stab her sword into a large group of
spirits, shouting, "Ah!"
With one swing of her sword, the spirits shattered into 100 pieces.
Luna landed spectacularly. Stepping over to Kim Shu, "Your Holiness, do you permit me to purify these departed souls as I wish?"
Kim Shu replied, "It seems you've already done as you wished."
He conceded, "All right, I'll leave this to you.
I'll go find Team Leader Choi."
The men in black cheered to Luna, "We will assist in combat."
But Kim Shu stopped them.
"No. Follow me. Luna doesn't like it when others interfere in her battles." The men hesitated.
But a loud explosion, boom, erupted from the tall tower.
The men's faces turned pale.
They quickly replied to him, understood."
Kim Shu chuckled, "Ha." He began to assign tasks.
"Let's start looking for Guild Leader Choi Seojin. I think we'll have a chance if we head to the center of the dungeon." The three of them went to a secluded place.
The fog was thick.
One of the men in black spoke up, "Something's wrong, Your Holiness." Kim Shu stopped beside a large crater, seemingly left by some battle.
He asked, "What is it?"
The man continued, "There are no signs of Guild Leader Choi beyond this crater."
Seeing that he seemed unconvinced, the man explained, "I can sense Guild Leader Choi's mana from this crater." But Kim Shu stared intently into the crater, thinking, the battle here must have been fierce to leave such a large crater.
He wondered, but the traces stop here. He bent down and touched the ground near the crater. A flash of lightning appeared on his hand, as if hinting at something.
"I'll go alone from here." The men in black protested, "Why do you want to fight alone when we're also looking for the guild leader?" "We'll help you." Shu replied, "I'm very grateful. But I think it would be better if you stayed here. Normal hunters would be brainwashed if they entered this area."
Kim Shu extended his hand forward, activating the barrier system. The blue panel appeared again. Passive skill, max grade divine protection has neutralized the holy barrier. The remaining men exclaimed, "That's..." One of them replied, "There's a spatial barrier inside the gate."
Kim Shu jumped up. "Don't worry. I'll handle everything and bring the guild leader back." The men panicked, "Your Holiness." The blue panel appeared again. You have entered the holy barrier. The space now was only thick fog. The text read, your divine power is resisting the distortion. Kim Shu thought to himself, he's there. It seems he's still alive. Kim Shu's landing caused the surrounding area to glow dazzlingly. Dust flew everywhere. Choi Seo-jin, covered in blood, laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. You're late, Pope Kim. He continued, I was worried you'd never show up. A heroic landing. I knew you had a bit of romance in you. He exclaimed again, indeed, that's why I acknowledge you. Choi Seo-jin looked at Kim Shu with admiration. Kim Shu was speechless. You're amazing too. How can you laugh in this situation? Kim Shu said, you could have died if I had arrived a little later. Not to mention, it seems you haven't trained your members well. Choi Seo-jin turned around, looking behind him. There were shadowy spirits with two glowing eyes and mouths. Those idiots look like they want to kill you. Choi Seo-jin explained, for some members, this is their first time in a dungeon. How could I hurt them? Let them become disciples following some god I don't know? Not unless I die. If you don't want to get hurt like me, I advise you to treat Lady Luna and Leo well. Kim Shu replied, I always try to keep them under control. He thought to himself, he has an incredible will. Everyone here is brainwashed, but he's completely normal. If he were alone, he could easily escape the dungeon. Do you know who we're facing? Choi Seo-jin replied, I heard his voice. He said things like accept me, obey me, follow my command. Although I ignored it because I found it annoying, it seems they couldn't do the same. Kim Shu feigned understanding. So you want me to help you save them? But it will come at a high price. Choi Seo-jin stared intently at Kim Shu. I will offer my entire life. Kim Shu was astonished. Hey, that's too much. Choi Seo-jin loudly said, if you need a hunting dog, I will become your hunting dog. He flinched. But I prefer cats. Choi Seo-jin bowed his head low, pleading, please save my comrades. Personally, I don't dislike people like guild leader Choi Seo-jin. His hand began to unleash magic power. He said to him, guild leader Choi, we can discuss compensation later. Then he raised his hand into the air. Long, magically glowing blue vines appeared. He continued, hidden within this distorted new temple, using it as a shield. You have lost your true name as a god and embraced evil instead of holiness. The blue panel displayed another line of text, the boss of the Abyss Dungeon has been summoned by you. Kim Shu flinched. He exclaimed, the master of this distorted temple. It was a monster with many strange tentacles. It had 4 glowing red eyes. Its mouth was large and filled with disgusting slime. It said, obey me. Tens of thousands of black tentacles enveloped Kim Shu. But he used the vines he had just acquired to slash at it. Dazzling flashes of light appeared. Kim Shu moved closer to it. It opened its wide maw with many sharp teeth. It continued to say, obey me. It kept repeating, obey me. I am the only true God. The one worthy of your prayers. The one who saves you. Obey me. It stared at Kim Shu with its red eyes. A lot of slime spewed from its mouth. He angrily shouted, what the hell are you babbling about, you damn heretic? You dare brainwash people to make them believe in you? All you want is to turn them into heretics to maintain your divine status. Even if it's a god about to be forgotten, a god is still a god. He felt a pang of sorrow. 4 people from Earth who have never experienced divine power, they won't be able to resist. Choi Seo-jin clutched his injured arm, shouting, Pope Kim, wait. Don't kill that squid yet. If you kill him, will my comrades return to normal? Kim Shu thought to himself, Guild Leader Choi is truly on another level. Guild Leader Choi, blocking the faith of everyone and the leaders of the heretics and their god isn't too difficult. Saying that, he used his magic power. He punched it right in the middle. The magic power glowed brightly, making it scream in pain. Kim Shu explained, I just need to use overwhelming divine power to erase their existence. Monster continued to manipulate. Get out. Disappear. Go away. The monster's body seemed to want to swallow Kim Shu. Choi Seo-jin worriedly said, Pope Kim. But Kim Shu said, I'm fine. He reached out to grab the pink glowing gemstone. He thought to himself, just a little more. Just a little more. Despite the monster's tentacles enveloping him, he reached out. Found it. He retrieved the gemstone, shouting, Holy relic. The blue panel continued, item, fallen origin stone. Type, holy relic. Origin, other dimension. Description, a stone that preserves the origin of a god. Though once a powerful hope for humanity, that no longer exists.
Otherworld Holy Relic, Fallen Origin Stone has been re-established by the system.
You have found the dungeon core. The sacred place of fated faith. He crushed it without hesitation. Blue panel displayed another line of text. With the destruction of the core, the dungeon's sacred place of fated faith has been eradicated. Dungeon quest completed. It notified him, you have received quest rewards. Pope content, Holy Relics has been updated. Pope content, you can now use Holy Relic points. Holy Relics has been updated.
You will receive points each time you acquire an Otherworld Holy Relic and can summon Ryman Church Holy Relics with these points.
I've never seen this status window. Does that mean I can exchange Holy Relics from other dimensions for Ryman Church Holy Relics?
At this moment, Choi Seo-jin was facing his manipulated comrades.
He shouted loudly, "Wake up!" Sunlight had replaced the initial bloom at their starting point.
A little girl approached a rock pile made of other stones. She picked up a small stone, placed it on top,
and prayed earnestly, "May everyone be happy."
The girl left, but the truth of that stone was that it was a gemstone.
The blue panel appeared. You have confirmed the hidden legend within the origin stone.
After absorbing the legend from this holy relic, you have received 1 holy relic point. Using 1 holy relic point, you can summon a Ryman Church Holy Relic. You need 5 points to unlock the next Ryman Church Holy Relic. That little girl's prayer must have been the moment her god was born. The men in black were surprised to see Choi Seo-jin again.
Ha? Oh? What? Why am I pointing my sword at everyone? Choi Seo-jin was equally surprised. Oh? Everyone? The men asked, your face? Are you okay? What did we do?
Choi Seo-jin groaned, oh my god, I feel like I'm about to die. The men continuously said, Guild Leader. Guild Leader.
Are you okay? Then they rushed, everyone. Hurry. Check if anyone is injured.
Guild Leader.
Help me up. I'm dying. Hurry.
Kim Shu was watching them, smiling happily, when he heard a familiar voice.
Brother. Then he was hit on the back by Luna.
She exclaimed.
Your Holiness. Are you okay? Do you remember me?
Kim Shu helplessly said, Luna, I think you hurt me more than fighting the god. Luna said, I was just a little excited after the battle.
Luna smiled brightly and replied, did you finish off that fallen god?
He replied, of course.
The blue panel displayed a warning, the dungeon will disappear in 1 hour. Please exit quickly.
I'm not interested in how this otherworld god came into being, but... He crushed the dirt in his hand. In his heart, he thought, the fact that this place was once a sanctuary filled with human hopes and dreams.
What a cruel end for them. Choi Seo-jin was overjoyed.
Smiling, he asked Kim Shu, Pope Kim, how about a drink?
Nothing tastes better than a glass of wine after fighting for your life. Luna Levinton was equally delighted.
You certainly appreciate good wine, Guild Leader Choi.
This wine is truly perfect.
Praised, Earth's wine is quite good.
Choi Seo-jin replied, drink as much as you like, Lady Luna.
Choi Seo-jin told his members, hey guys, go to my car and bring the vodka crate here. The guild leader's subordinates replied, yes, sir. Kim Shu thought to himself, drinking in the park after a battle.
We're truly model citizens.
Choi Seo-jin said to Kim Shu, thanks to you, all my guild members escaped the gate without anyone being killed. Of course, we have to celebrate. I was just doing my job, freeing everyone from the clutches of that fanatical god. But you were the only one who almost died.
Choi Seo-jin was surprised. Almost died? Who? Kim Shu was speechless.
You, Guild Leader Choi. Kim Shu explained, the fact that you can still drink after all that. Most others would probably be dead if they drank in your injured state.
Choi Seo-jin replied, alcohol is perfect for disinfecting wounds on the battlefield. Kim Shu grimaced. But Choi Seo-jin didn't seem to care about him. Do you know how much my mind was damaged seeing my subordinates in that state?
Consider this my medicine for mental wounds. Kim Shu angrily said, good heavens.
Luna, drinking alcohol is for disinfecting mental wounds? I agree with you. Many people drink when they are mentally exhausted. You're not wrong. Kim Shu angrily protested, why do you agree with him?
Then the two clinked glasses.
Luna said to Kim Shu, you should have a drink too. You should drink too, Lady Luna. Kim Shu was speechless. He thought, both Leo and Luna. It seems everyone from Eden gets along with Guild Leader Choi. Seriously, I can't believe them. This is not the time to drink. The blue panel appeared again before Kim Shu. Main quest has appeared. the era of order has arrived. Quest type, main quest. Description, the era of order has arrived. Many gods will appear on Earth. While some will favor humanity, not all will. The mythical powers they possess will play a crucial role in strengthening your cult. Absorb those powers and expand the cult's influence. Completion condition, absorb 3 holy relics from other dimensions. Reward, special skill, mythical god search. 10,000 DP points. Main quest updated. The early appearance of divine power must be a sign that deities are coming to this world. We must prepare to face countless deities. Surely among them will be evil gods. He thought that evil gods could be summoned to harm ordinary people. The main difference between them and demons is that they possess divine power. Divine power is something demonic power cannot compare to. The appearance of the demon lord was surprising enough for me. But I can't believe other gods will also arrive soon. I wonder what will happen to Earth next. A subordinate of Choi Seo-jin quickly approached. Sir! You have to see this. Kim Shu was surprised. Huh? The man replied, people from the White Radiance Society are here. Choi Seo-jin and Kim Shu were both startled. Choi Seo-jin's subordinates were confronting a group of people in white robes, questioning, why are you appearing in our guild's private dungeon? One of them replied, we will explain everything to your leader at once. Please let us meet guild leader Choi Seo-jin. Although we don't know how you managed to clear that dungeon. Then the leader said, if you intend to confront us, I'm afraid we have no choice but to retaliate. A man in black angrily said, how dare you? Choi Seo-jin appeared. What's going on with these mysterious people here? His subordinate was surprised. Guild leader. The leader stepped forward and greeted, it's a pleasure to meet you, guild leader Choi Seo-jin. He introduced himself, my name is Sim Jingyu. Priest of the Busan Shrine. Serving the White Radiance Society. I apologize for the disturbance, but we are here to prevent a disaster. Please set aside any hostile intentions. Choi Seo-jin was angry. You intruded into our mission area and still claim to have no hostile intentions. That's truly contradictory. He turned to Kim Shu and asked, Pope Kim, what do you think? Kim Shu, who had been standing silently until now, was a little flustered at being called out. Sim Jingyu was startled. I didn't sense his presence. He continued, I see, it seems the leader of the Ryman church has assisted everyone. Very good. Luna Leventon appeared, blocking him. Don't come any closer. This person is not just a leader, but also a pope. She warned, watch your words, heretic. He is not someone you can speak to like that. Kim Shu signaled, telling Luna, calm down. I can feel their divine power. They are not weak. He looked at them. Each person possessed a large amount of divine power. Based on the fact that divine power had only recently appeared in this world, it was quite clear that they worshipped a god. Wondered, who was the god behind them? Sim Jingyu bowed his head. Our prophet has sensed an unclear foreign god attempting to attack Earth. That is why the Archbishop sent us here as usual. Kim Shu stared intently at the man, silently assessing this superior divine power. Choi Seo-jin chuckled, you predicted the gate outbreak and found a foreign god. It seems the White Radiance Society's prophets are truly amazing people. Sim Jingyu replied, this is not just luck, but divine power. Guild leader Choi Seo-jin, our god does not want innocent humanity to suffer. That is why he granted us the power of prophecy. Choi Seo-jin angrily said, but I don't think bringing a crowd of people here is very polite. Can you disperse? Sim Jingyu said, looking at the situation, it seems that if the Pope of the Ryman Church had not arrived in time, the consequences you would have suffered would have been catastrophic. We merely gathered forces to prevent the aftermath. Kim Shu assessed, thinking, they're pretending they came here out of concern. But was it necessary to bring so many divine power users here? If not for me and Luna, guild leader Choi and the Goblin Guild would have disappeared in the dungeon. How would they have dealt with the god in that dimension then? Choi Seo-jin erupted in anger, looking at the leader. Perhaps you don't know, but only invited guests are allowed into this designated area. And you are not our guests. He flared with rage. Do you understand what I'm saying? All of you are trespassers. Choi Seo-jin held his large staff. He continued with an angry expression, you must really think you can take advantage after we fail. He questioned with dissatisfaction, if you have confirmed the Abyss dungeon has been resolved, then quickly return to your own place. Sim Jingyu pulled up his robe. He softly replied, it seems now is not the time to talk. We will leave for now. He glanced towards Kim Shu. Our Archbishop is very interested in you, Your Holiness. Kim Shu was annoyed. You want us to meet? Please excuse me.
I don't like attracting unnecessary attention, heretic.
Sim Jingyu tried to persuade him, as fellow followers of a god, can't you understand our common ground? He bowed his head. Our archbishop wishes to meet you as soon as possible. But Kim Shu acted as if he didn't hear, turning his back and walking away. Someone exclaimed excitedly, Pope. Have you seen the article? It's all news from the two groups we hate.
The article talked about the increasing number of awakened.
The number of people with prophetic abilities continuously grew.
The awakened announced that the White Radiance Society was their destiny, and it came with benefits of contribution points and items.
Kim Shu was surprised. Wow, those White Radiance Society assholes published this article. And they even claim they only want attention. He looked at his phone. Unexpected.
I wondered what the National Awakened Alliance would do with the appearance of divine power. It turns out they've colluded with the White Radiance Society.
I don't like them working together. Not one bit. Standing near Kim Shu, Luna Leventon and Choi Seo-jin were still bickering. Said, obviously, we should work together. We're in the same boat, ha ha ha. Luna said, you're injured.
You should rest, replied, eating well and sleeping well will fix me right up. Kim Shu irritably thought to himself, so annoying.
Choi Seo-jin turned to look at Kim Shu. I smile. Anyway, I've decided to become a hunting dog for the church. So, researching the palace first isn't a bad idea. Kim Shu replied, please, no. Also, I prefer cats. Choi Seo-jin immediately retorted, but dogs are more loyal. They don't betray their masters. Isn't that better? Kim Shu thought to himself, ah. Seriously.
I never intended to ally with the Goblin Guild. Last night, on the way home, guild leader Choi had said to Kim Shu, tomorrow I will come to the Ryman church.
Kim Shu was surprised. For what? Choi Seo-jin said, what do you mean, for what?
He continued, so we can discuss the details of the alliance between the Goblin Guild and the Ryman church.
Kim Shu stopped him. Wait. Choi Seo-jin crossed his arms and replied, didn't I say I would become a loyal hunting dog for the church? Kim Shu was speechless. Why do you like being a dog so much?
In reality, Kim Shu said, to be honest, I'm also surprised by the idea of an alliance between us and the Goblin Guild.
Kim Shu's subordinate whispered, ha ha ha. Ha.
I think your holiness could gain access to more holy stone bracelets with the help of the Goblin Guild. Covered his mouth, whispering, because the Goblin Guild is actually. Before he could finish, Choi Seo-jin suddenly appeared behind him. Allow us to properly introduce ourselves. That annoyed Kim Shu immensely.
Choi Seo-jin laughed, ha ha. Pope Kim, do you know the Yushin Group? Kim Shu immediately replied, how could I not know?
They are the largest corporation in the country, famous for their electronic products.
That's right.
The Yushin Group is famous for its electronic products. Although my grandfather still manages the electronics division, thanks to my younger brother's business talent, he is now heading the logistics department. Choi Seo-jin advised, so if you need to do business, as long as the products are legal, we can discuss it further.
Kim Shu was surprised. Oh. Your brother is the CEO of Yushin Logistics? Then he was shocked. Ha? Wait. The Yushin Group. Is it that Yushin?
He thought to himself, if I'm not mistaken, the Yushin Group is one of the 5 largest corporations in the country.
Wait. No way. Does that mean? Now he realized.
This muscular guy is actually from a prestigious family.
Seriously.
Luna, beside him, opened her phone and looked. She said, guild leader of the Goblin Guild.
4th generation of the Yushin family.
So this is why the Goblin Guild flourished without going through the association.
Chosen by fate.
Belonging to a family with a high probability of having committed murder.
Kim Shu was suspicious. Why was this guy chosen? Choi Seo-jin explained, I won't say I've never received help from my family. But the Goblin Guild is the result of my efforts and everyone's hard work. Please don't misunderstand. I don't have.
Then he stepped forward and shook his hand.
Let's work together. Dog. Man, whatever you want to be. Kim Shu calculated inwardly. A chaebol is too good to pass up. I should get closer to him. Choi Seo-jin was surprised by his sudden change of attitude.
I know I've said this before, but this side of your holiness is truly heretical.
Leo walked in and asked, do you need me, Pope? Kim Shu replied, yes. It seems everyone is here. Now that everyone has gathered, why don't we officially start a meeting?
He sat down in a chair and began to speak.
As the Pope of the Ryman Church, I intend to declare the White Radiance Society an enemy. The others were stunned. An enemy? Heretics. As the word itself implies. It refers to those whose faith goes against ours, because Eden has many gods. So the Ryman Church allied with several other churches because they all shared a common enemy, the demon lords. Earlier, Goddess Ryman had told Kim Shu, faith does not come from oppression or fear. That is merely submission. She explained, I do not want my people to suffer that. Goddess Ryman announced, therefore, our church has decided that coexisting with other churches, except for some aggressive heretics, will benefit everyone. She continued, however, heretics who harm civilians have been suppressed by the papal envoys. Nevertheless, there is a reason for me to bring this up again. Luna Levinton questioned, why didn't you tell me where the headquarters of those heretics are? Leo and I could have wiped them out ourselves. Leo replied, Luna Levinton. Those words go against our doctrine. Ryman teaches that if one wishes to be respected, one must first learn to respect others. Leo declared grandly, therefore, in Ryman's name, Luna cut Leo off. Can you still say those words after those damned White Radiants tried to kill the Pope and leader Choi Seo-jin? Leo's expression changed. Damn them. Those devils. Pope, please declare a holy war. I, Archbishop Leo Ryman, pledge my utmost to eradicate these heretics on the battlefield. Luna yelled, stop it. Don't embarrass me in front of leader Choi. Choi Seo-jin was excited. Excellent. Can I participate in this holy war? This is a chance to wipe out those ignorant fools. Kim Shu's subordinate, Minsu, said, Ryman and player K. Luna Levinton was excited. Yes. A holy war? Minsu said, alright, then I'll arrange the schedule. Kim Shu laughed heartily. He stood up and slammed the table, startling everyone. He declared, as the leader of the Ryman Church, I declare the White Radiance Society an enemy of our organization. Does anyone object? Few minutes later. Minsa spoke up, do you think we're being too hasty? We might be misunderstanding the White Radiance Society. Kim Shu calmly replied, I understand your concerns. He explained, the White Radiance Society's actions, though seemingly simple, are full of suspicion. We don't have clear evidence of their transgressions. He recounted a past event. However, if Luna and I hadn't been present at the Busan Gate incident, what do you think would have happened? Would the White Radiance Society have simply left? Kim Shu suggested, I believe that to achieve their goals, they would have been willing to slaughter all the members of the Goblin Guild. What he said made Choi Seo-jin freeze. He continued, I don't know the true nature of the White Radiance Society. But when I discovered they knew about gods from other dimensions, my suspicions grew even stronger. Kim Shu asked, what if the god the White Radiance Society worships is connected to a hostile god from the otherworld? Luna agreed. She replied, although we lack concrete evidence, if the Pope believes they are a threat, we will obey your words. The Pope is the first believer of Goddess Ryman, and her sole representative. Minsu objected. He timidly said, I apologize. I think maintaining a neutral stance would be better for future content creation. I feel ashamed of my actions. Luna's eyes widened in surprise. She stepped forward and took his hand. There's no need to be ashamed. Your caution will eventually be a great asset to us, Brother Minsu. And besides, she praised, because you're handsome, everything can be overlooked. It's fine if you don't know all the doctrine. We can teach you now. So what is there to worry about? Kim Shu was speechless. He thought to himself, I swear I'll never attend a meeting with these people again. Kim Shu held up 2 fingers and declared, let me state it clearly once more. The White Radiance Society is our enemy. All contact, including commercial, will be completely severed. Any organization that sides with the White Radiance Society will suffer the same fate. That's all. Remember this well. The 4 of them shouted clearly, yes. Kim Shu thought to himself, the Ryman Church is also aggressively expanding its followers to keep up with the White Radiance Society. This is the right time to discuss the batch of bracelets with leader Choi. This expansion will also help improve the church's finances. He asked Leo, how many bracelets do we have from the last sanctification? Leo replied, 500 bracelets. Kim Shu exclaimed joyfully, perfect, Leo. Luna and Minsu were waiting outside. Second topic. Pope, is this what you want to sell? Choi Seo-jin asked. He introduced, that's right. These are bracelets crafted from the shrine's high-grade divine stones. He thought to himself, the finished product is much better than I imagined. This item can help treat chronic diseases. Also, Choi Seo-jin stared intently at the bracelet. Oh. Kim Shu explained, it also seems to help prevent hair loss. But for those suffering from hair loss, faith needs to go beyond science. Choi Seo-jin exclaimed, "Oh. Pope Kim, would you mind if I tried one?" He replied, "Go ahead." Choi Seo-jin used a knife to cut a line on his bicep, creating a long, open wound. Then he put on the bracelet. The bleeding wound suddenly healed. It stopped bleeding. He exclaimed with delight, "This thing. Compared to the familiar elixirs of alchemists, it's on a completely different level. It's amazing." Kim Shu smiled. "It merely amplifies the user's self-healing ability. The credit goes to you, Leader Choi. Once the divine power is depleted, it will return to being a normal bracelet." Choi Seo-jin said, "Even so, this is still an incredible creation." Then he put on a serious expression. "Pope Kim. However, I'm afraid it will be very difficult to help you distribute these bracelets." Kim Shu was surprised. "Really?" He explained, "If you don't have specific customers, we will buy the entire batch." He was astonished. "Why?" Choi Seo-jin exclaimed, "This is an item that can help players survive longer. This kind of recovery ability is extremely rare. Not to mention, players with divine attributes have only appeared for a week." He looked intently. Increasing players' survival rates is a concern for many guilds. Even if there are potential players, if they die on the battlefield, it's meaningless. Furthermore, it's not only rare but also difficult to produce in sufficient quantities for many people to use. Kim Shu thought to himself, "I never thought it was that important." Because most of Eden's residents have self-healing abilities. He asked him, "How many do you want?" Choi Seo-jin replied, "I can't accept them for free." Kim Shu thought to himself, "For free? Now that I think about it, I've never priced them. What if I sell each one for 1 million won? Wouldn't 500 bracelets be 500 million won? That should be enough for a year's expenses, right?" He dismissed the idea. "Even so, I don't intend to sell them for such a high price." Kim Shu said to him, "How about 1 million? Before he could finish, Choi Seo-jin interrupted, "How about this? 100 million won per bracelet?" Froze. Immediately, he proposed, "I will pay 100 million won for each bracelet and buy the entire batch from you." He set a condition. "However, you must promise that if more need to be produced, you will continue to sell them to us." Kim Shu said, "But we only have 500 bracelets." Choi Seo-jin replied, "That's fine. Each time a contract is signed, I will transfer the money directly to your church's account." Kim Shu was astonished. You're not buying at a high price just because I saved you in the dungeon, are you?" Choi Seo-jin stated, "As a guild leader, I can confirm this. These bracelets are worth far more than you think. I'm sure countless people would be willing to pay 100 million won if it increased their chances of survival." Kim Shu was astonished again. He thought to himself, "So that means 50 billion won?" He thought, "I've never even seen that number in real life. Oh. Why didn't I think of selling to businesses sooner? The treasure was right in front of me, but I was looking elsewhere." Kim Shu's eyes sparkled. "Leader Choi, thank you once again for cooperating with the Ryman Church." He immediately replied, "All right, let me get my calculator." No. I mean, let's solidify our friendship." Saying so, he shook his hand. Choi Seo-jin laughed heartily. "Perfect. I'll go gather the money now." Minsu reported, "It seems Leader Choi has left." Kim Shu replied, "He said he'd need some time to arrange 50 billion won." Luna Leventon was delighted. "It seems we've unexpectedly solved our financial problems. At this rate, wouldn't crafting these bracelets take up all our time?" Leo wondered, "Pope, we should have kept some high-grade divine stones." He gave his reason. "As long as gods from other dimensions exist, I believe keeping some high-quality divine stones would be a wise choice." Kim Shu said, all right. Why aren't you too calm like this from the start?" He replied, "Anyway, I think it's time to find someone who understands finance better than us. The White Radiance Society has far surpassed us in terms of expanding influence." Kim Shu explained, "With their alliance with NSE, they are our biggest threat. However, we still have the advantage right now. We have the advantage, and they don't." He asked Minsu, "Brother Minsu, how is the Ryman Church's Meetup channel doing?" Minsu replied excitedly, "It's truly astonishing." He agreed, ever since Luna appeared and confronted the Daeho Guild, online traffic has skyrocketed. Many people are looking for information about Luna. Kim Shu thought to himself, Luna's debut was truly spectacular. She completely overwhelmed the Daeho Guild. With Luna Leventon and Player K, we have all the wisdom, strength, and looks. He was delighted. We won't just be more popular than the White Radiance Society, we'll crush them on the internet. Minsu smiled. All that's left is to turn this interest into recruiting more new members.
Kim Shu suggested, I plan to hold a livestream on the Ryman Church's official channel. And I'll take that opportunity to introduce Leo and Luna. We can also post videos of training in the power room, demonstrating our divine power and combat skills.
That could attract even more interested people. Minsu was excited. That's a great idea. I'll call team leader Kim right away. He cleared his throat. Ryman. We must continue while the growth momentum is still there. A large explosion occurred in Yongsan District, Seoul. The second building of the Ministry of Power Management. It caught fire and caused extensive damage. Kim Shu, Luna, and Leo were astonished. Luna was curious. That looks like magic. Do you think it's an attack? Did they just light a giant bonfire in the middle of the city? Of course it's an attack. Luna smiled.
Kim Shu replied wearily, I can't believe my luck. This is clearly a terrorist attack.
Someone shouted, there are still people inside. Someone save them.
The mysterious man stood by a large window, calmly gazing at the luxurious, dazzling city at night.
The black hooded leader entered this spacious room. You called for me? That's right.
The mysterious man replied. He smiled with satisfaction. It seems the situation in Busan has been resolved. They must have become aware of the existence of divine beings from other dimensions. On the 38th floor of the second building of the Ministry of Power Management, there is someone who seems capable of becoming the embodiment of a demon lord. You must bring him to me. The black hooded leader, standing behind him, seemed to realize something. The mysterious man turned his head, revealing a cunning, unpredictable smile.
I will grant you power even greater than what you possess. You will reach a realm you could never touch on your own.
As soon as he finished speaking, a stream of purple magic moved towards the black hooded leader, gathering in front of his chest and then spreading outwards. His eyes glowed brightly. His entire being seemed to vanish. His mouth opened wide to receive this power. The man looked at the scene before him and said,
If the White Radiance Society has approached Kim Shu, shouldn't we also act?
His face was satisfied, bearing a faint smile and glowing eyes devoid of any soul. The next morning, in the city center, an explosion occurred at a nearby building.
The top floors of the building were destroyed.
Thick black smoke spread across the blue sky, and this entire scene was accidentally live-streamed.
Users began to flood in, some confused, others explaining.
The scene online and offline was no different, both were in a state of panic.
Some disbelievers even commented, I just joined. What's happening? Is this a show? Followed by countless question marks. Among them, one person keenly noticed, isn't that the second building of the Ministry of Power Management in Yongsan?
Someone at the scene posted an update, I'm in Yongsan and just received a government announcement.
An unidentified terrorist organization has attacked the vicinity. All citizens should quickly move to designated shelters. Someone online added, damn it. It seems to be true. Look at the news.
The TV station is broadcasting live from the scene. Others wondered, it's only been 5 minutes since the live stream started.
Did they know about this beforehand?
Kim Shu stood at the foot of the Ministry of Power Management building in Yongsan, wiping sweat from his forehead, looking up at the exploded area. He thought to himself, damn it.
It seems we accidentally live-streamed a terrorist attack even before the show started. If this isn't a coincidence, is it a cruel joke of fate? Shu called out, Minsu. That.
Kim Shu's face was blank like a statue.
He asked, looking away, does this happen often? Has the Ministry of Power Management ever been attacked before?
Minsu, standing beside him, was still wide-eyed and open-mouthed, unsure if it was because of Shu's question or the explosion. He quickly replied, of course, nothing like this has ever happened.
Shu looked to the side.
Seeing his expression, he realized, it seems Minsu was also shocked by this. Shu held his phone, his voice trembling.
I just wanted to be sure.
Meanwhile, Minsu stood by, tears welling up, unable to speak a word. Suddenly, a phone call came in.
Shu quickly answered. Shu. The second building is currently under attack by an unidentified organization. It will probably be difficult to continue the livestream. As soon as he picked up, he heard Kim Dong-SI's frantic voice, making him ask, huh?
Forget the filming, team leader Kim.
Are you okay?
Dong-SI on the other end of the phone tried to reassure him, but his voice was inevitably cut off.
I'm fine. And indeed, those two words were only meant to reassure Shu. Dong-SI stood amidst a gloomy sky.
Flickering sparks from the explosion continuously flew with the wind. His head was injured. Blood even ran past his eyes. His injured arm made his breathing quite ragged. But he still tried his best to instruct Shu. It seems many high-level mages are involved in this attack. Shu, if you can, please help evacuate nearby civilians. Even so, Shu couldn't stop worrying.
Team leader Kim, where are you? Are you okay? Dong Si reassured him again.
He had only managed to say 4 words, "Don't worry about me," before someone reached out and grabbed his hair, pulling him backward. The phone in his hand also fell, leaving only Shu's call for team leader on the other end. From the phone, Shu heard a sarcastic voice.
Huh? Saying goodbye to your wife? I didn't expect to find someone romantic here. What a pity. The phone then hung up.
Along with the words call ended on the screen was Shu's anxiety.
He looked up at the building in front of him.
He quickly speculated, "Minsu, I think team leader Kim was just attacked by a woman."
The building above exploded once more.
This time it wasn't a bomb, but possibly a gun or magic, as the smoke from the explosion was blue and there were purple lightning bolts.
Minsu looked at the explosion. A high-level awakened using blue fire? Could it be Li Sihi of Chonghua?
It was a delicate girl with short blue-purple hair, wearing a dress that was both gentle and seductive, yet her aura was not weak.
She's a monster who reached S rank 3 years ago.
I heard she wiped out an entire guild in a raid and then fled to another country.
It seems that rumor wasn't quite right.
Luna Leventon appeared in sturdy armor with sparkling magic, brightly adding, "In other words, she's an extremely powerful antagonist."
Shu stared at the faint purple-black aura in the sky, doubtful. Am I misunderstanding something? Why do I feel mana from the second building of the Ministry of Power Management? It's very faint. But it's definitely mana. Shu frowned, recalling the image of the White Radiance Society.
A group of people completely covered from head to toe in white robes.
Even their inner shirts couldn't be a different color.
Their faces were barely visible. Only their leader, a tall, thin middle-aged man, showed his face. He thought to himself, initially, I thought the White Radiance Society was behind this. But those people clearly possess divine power.
Moreover, there were advertisements about them eradicating demons. What's going on? Could there be another organization involved? Luna Leventon calmly said, Anyway, Leo, shouldn't we clear the way for His Holiness? Archbishop Leo looked towards the building's entrance.
That sounds good, Lady Leventon. I'll go first.
It's been a long time since we fought together. It's a good decision.
With that, they both rushed into the building.
Shu smiled from behind, watching their retreating figures.
With both Luna and Leo here, it truly reminds me of the early days of the Ryman Order.
Minsu, I'll be back soon. Help everyone evacuate and stay safe. Understood, Your Holiness. We will finish the live stream after you return. Inside the dark corridor, bodies lay scattered. Purple-black mana continuously moved around them. A woman's humming echoed.
Li Sihi strode through the corridor, her hand still controlling the purple magic with an arrogant air. She walked past team leader Kim, complaining, so boring.
Not fun at all.
Under the glaring eyes of Kim Dong-si, who was tied on the ground. She looked at the black-hooded leader and the people standing before her, exclaiming, too boring for me. If I had known it was just dealing with ordinary people, I wouldn't have bothered coming here. The black-hooded leader quickly replied, the second building has more ordinary people than awakened. And even among the government awakened, few are worthy of facing you. Our mission is to retrieve the vessel from the top floor's cell.
If anything happens, he won't forgive you.
Li Sihi flashed a sinister smile. She pointed at the black-hooded leader. But that doesn't change the fact that I'm bored to death.
How about I kill one of your men for fun? Or find someone interesting to fight me? Like you, perhaps? Black-hooded leader frowned, confused. Are you crazy?
Sihi crouched down opposite team leader Kim, picking up his employee ID card.
She stared at it and said, so what if I'm crazy? It's better than being weak, isn't it, old man? All of this happened because you're too weak. Kim Dong-si. Is that your name? If you're from the Special Investigation Bureau, shouldn't you be in the main building? Isn't the Special Investigation Bureau the center of the Ministry of Power Management? Then that's perfect.
You must know where Kong Chea is.
Dong-si looked at Sihi with caution.
He thought to himself, Kong Chea.
One of the last S-rank hunters still affiliated with the government. She seems to have an inferiority complex towards Kong Chea, doesn't she?
Sihi tightly gripped the ID card lanyard, pulling Kim Dong-si towards her, forcing him to quickly reply, no.
How would an ordinary government employee know the whereabouts of an S-rank hunter? Li Sihi said, what a pity. Then, I'll just have to kill you. Sihi's face turned cold.
Her eyes were terrifying, and her smile was grotesque. I heard being burned alive is the most horrible pain a creature can experience. Tell me where Kong Che is. I'll give you a painless death. I'm sorry, but most government employees know nothing beyond their own department. Kim Dong-sai's evasive answer both annoyed and angered her, leaving her speechless. After a while, Lee Si-hee sprang up, quickly summoning magic.
How interesting. Then I'll kill you. Magic surged towards Dong-sai. Ugh. So hot. Is this the end? Die. Die. Dong-sai was still contemplating his death when he heard Si-hee's shouts echoing in his ears. Ha! I feel like a roasted potato. Si-hee saw that he was unharmed, so she rushed over, grabbed his collar, and pulled him up. Wait. How can an ordinary person below A rank block my fire? Dong-sai, facing her interrogation, could only blankly reply, I don't know either. Lee Si-hee pulled Dong-sai to his feet, dragging him roughly towards the black-hooded leader. Hey! I'm taking this old man with me to find out more. We've already attacked the Ministry of Power Management. What's the difference if we capture another government employee? The black-hooded leader replied helplessly, Lee Si-hee. We don't have time. We have to get the vessel out of the 39th floor immediately. Just take him with you. Lee Si-hee looked satisfied as Dong-sai was carried away by a man. Just as she was about to continue, an announcement echoed. We just received news that Kim Shu is in front of the building. We must complete the mission before he arrives. Team leader Kim was shocked to hear Shu's name. One of them said, oh, the anomaly who stopped the monster wave? Better yet? We can take this opportunity, but before she could finish, a stream of purple light behind her pierced straight through the walls with a loud crash. A scream rang out. The subordinate who had been carrying team leader Kim was now slumped against a corner of the wall. Oh, excuse me. Luna spoke from behind. His Holiness said to kill anyone who resists. We're in a hurry to save our friend, Dong-sai. So, let's just assume you resisted, shall we? She flashed a radiant smile that somehow felt chilling. Archbishop Leo, standing beside her, also spoke up. Lady Leventon, I think we should give them a chance to surrender. Luna reminded him, Leo, you just crushed those who surrendered like crumpled paper. Leo replied as if it were obvious, I didn't hear them say anything. Lee Si-hee tossed her hair. Oof. Our people should be on other floors. Did you get past all of them? How interesting. Lee Si-hee turned around, intending to use magic to attack Shu's two allies. But the black-hooded leader intervened. Lee Si-hee, stop. Don't forget our mission. Those two are Kim Shu's friends. They're not ordinary. Don't waste time on them. Lee Si-hee seemed to explode. Her hands had gathered a lot of magic. She laughed gleefully. How interesting. You think I'll lose to these zealots? This is the perfect opportunity to test my new power. With that, she unleashed her magic. A chaotic blue-purple aura surged forward. A fierce flame so intense it could melt steel. Si-hee raised her hand high, her smile growing more sinister. Excellent. It's all thanks to him. I love hearing the screams of those burned alive. Satisfy me with your screams. Leo and Luna looked at the magic surrounding them. They were unwavering, without a hint of fear, but Si-hee didn't know this. She looked at the surging magic before her, so dense that nothing could be seen. Si-hee scoffed, don't tell me you can't even scream. How disappointing. I expected more from you. From the thick smoke of the magic, a slender hand emerged. From that hand, white magic, like a large star, appeared. Luna gradually emerged with a cunning smile. Si-hee's magic was instantly shattered, making her panic and continue her attack. How can this be? But the new attack hadn't even gone halfway. Before Luna's sparkling magic crashed down with a thud, slamming Si-hee into the wall. Her body, out of control, crashed straight into the wall behind, creating a large crack. Luna slowly approached her. I'm truly disappointed. You're a mage. When facing a knight, isn't it common sense to keep your opponent within your effective range? Luna easily grabbed her by the neck, lifting Si-hee into the air. And also, didn't the fool who granted you mana warn you about using it with divine power? Si-hee asked in a panic, divine power? What do you mean? Luna still had her lovely face with a constant bright smile. Yes. Divine power and mana are inherently incompatible. A surge of magic passed through her body, making her scream in pain. I love hearing others scream. But I love it even more when someone as beautiful as you does it. The black-hooded leader and his subordinate ignored Si-hee's situation. They just ran to the higher floor to complete their mission. Damn it! Lee Si-hee, with her blessing, should have been stronger than most S-rank hunters. It's hard to believe someone with her abilities was defeated so easily. His eyes were frantic as he ran up the stairs. Not to mention that hulking figure in the priestly robe is chasing us. For now, my men can slow him down. But he quickly opened a control panel to calculate his next steps. The Special Detention Center on the 38th floor of Ministry of Power Management Building 2. Before awakened are sent to private prisons, the Ministry of Power Management detains them here for investigation. The black hooded leader stopped at a sign that read authorized personnel only. He drew his sword. A stream of red magic gathered, enveloping the blade. With the situation this bad, I must ensure I get the vessel. Then, I'll just use the fake teleportation gate prepared on the rooftop to escape. He swung his sword forcefully at the door. Inside were his comrades. Leader, you've arrived. The black hooded leader stepped in. You fools, if you had the vessel, you should have retreated immediately. What the hell are you still doing here? One of them bowed deeply, speaking with utmost sincerity. I apologize, the emergency shutdown system was activated. But that wasn't what the black hooded leader cared about. What about the vessel? Here, another subordinate, also wearing a black hood, stepped out. On his back was Park Suho, who was considered the Demon Lord's vessel. The subordinate added, as soon as we released him, he immediately tried to kill the whole group, so we had no choice but to knock him out. During that time, 2 team members died. The black-hooded leader exclaimed inwardly, I knew it. As expected of the vessel, I can feel a terrifying demonic aura and malice from him. The black-hooded leader stared at the unconscious Park Suho. He is the vessel. I will use the teleportation scroll to take him to the leader. One of the team members wondered, Leader, shouldn't we rendezvous with the bomber girl? How will we get back? The black-hooded leader took the vessel from the previous subordinate and urged, everyone, quickly go to the rooftop. There's a magic circle there. Hurry. Understood. The subordinates obeyed and ran off. The black-hooded leader thought to himself, 3 minutes. I just need them to hold him off for 3 minutes. The magic circle on the rooftop is actually a self-destructing formation. As soon as they step on it, a massive magic explosion will occur. In truth, all of them are expendable pawns, except for Lee Si-hee. But it seems even she can't stop Kim Shu's subordinates. As long as I return safely, the rest can be dealt with later. The Ryman lineage will always be an obstacle on our path. Therefore, I must destroy them all for him. The black-hooded leader took out a teleportation scroll. Just as he was about to open the scroll with his mouth, a surge of magic struck him, along with a voice that echoed, using your subordinates as bait to escape? Even for a villain, don't you find that too hollow? It turned out the source of the magic was Shu. The black-hooded leader turned around. Kim. Shu. It seems the child you're carrying on your back is the Demon Lord's vessel, a vessel to summon the Demon Lord to this world. Now I understand why you're here. But shouldn't you have been a little more careful? What are you talking about? Before the black-hooded leader could finish, Park Soho suddenly sprang up, his eyes bloodshot, his face ferocious. He opened his mouth wide, revealing sharp teeth, and then bit the black-hooded leader's shoulder. He lunged, tearing apart the person who had been carrying him, under Shu's satisfied gaze, sending blood splattering. Shu thought to himself, those chosen as Demon Lord vessels usually gain power by devouring their own kind. Initially, I thought I was extremely unlucky to be live-streaming a terrorist attack on the Ministry of Power Management building, but perhaps I got lucky, this happened right before my eyes. If they had truly escaped with him, the consequences would surely have been terrible. Why was such a dangerous individual imprisoned in the Ministry of Power Management building? Park Soho, perhaps still unsatisfied after tearing apart the black-hooded leader, turned his head to look at Shu. He lunged, preparing to tear him apart. But Kim Shu quickly grabbed his arm. He twisted his arm decisively, and the hand with sharp claws was instantly torn from his body. The sudden pain overwhelmed him, making him scream. Regarding the vessel's information, they are reincarnations of demon lords, mortals who have almost become devils, manipulated by demon lords. He is the vessel that allows the demon lord to set foot in this world. To begin the reincarnation process, he must show signs of gradually losing his humanity. One of those signs is cannibalism. The more evil deeds he commits, the stronger he will become. Just like him now, the vessel clutched the wound on his arm. From that spot, a thick, dark red, lumpy, pustule-covered slime grew out. They quickly formed a new hand with sharp claws. Shu spoke, is it because you just ate your fill? Even though you haven't fully awakened, your regeneration ability is quite formidable. Park Soho lunged again, shouting loudly, die. Die. Kim Shu remained calm. He used his hand to block his head. However, you still haven't killed enough people to become a true devil.
No, perhaps this is just the first time. Looking at you, it seems you can't even control your own power.
After touching his head, the system began to analyze. Passive skill, will to destroy evil, has identified the target as evil.
Player Park Soho's crimes were listed: assault, murder, cannibalism, leading school violence, and 17 other charges. Shu continued, from the start, you were already a terrible person. I wouldn't be surprised if you were sentenced to life in prison.
I wonder if you're the son of a high-ranking official in the government. What's wrong?
Scared? Park Soho, who had been unable to move, was still being restrained by Shu's hand. It seems you still retain a bit of reason.
My divine power is always stronger when facing evil.
That's why you should have run when you had the chance, kid. Park Soho gritted his teeth, but before he could do anything, Shu's magic sent him flying.
That's more like it. Shu clenched his fist, and magic flared.
He stomped his foot and jumped.
You're smarter than I thought.
Shu struck down, his magic
clashing loudly with Park Soho's magic shield. Even so, Soho couldn't block his attack.
Ugh. He launched an attack, but it had no force, only startling him.
It seems being a demon lord's vessel has helped you quite a bit. He crouched down, gathering momentum, and leaped high.
He swung his claws directly at Shu. But unfortunately, Shu had already activated his shield.
His attack completely failed to penetrate.
Your weak claws can't even leave a scratch on my holy barrier. Shu pierced through the shield.
He grabbed Park Soho's neck and squeezed tightly. Divine power is the nemesis of mana. Not to mention, the power gap between us is too great.
Shu channeled magic along his arm, attacking Suho, making him scream in pain.
Perhaps you need to be taught a lesson. How about it?
From a distance, a purple hole appeared in the wall. From it, a purple slime oozed out. They rushed towards Kim Shu and Park Suho, wrapping tightly around his body, which was suspended in midair, surprising him.
What? Are you just stripping him of his vessel abilities?
The liquid wrapped around Suho grew thicker, making him shriek. Shu continued, you should have chosen a more worthy opponent.
Haven't you learned your lesson after I defeated you in Eden, demon lord of wrath, Satan? Hey, wait. Soho's face became more ferocious than ever.
His eyes were bloodshot, and his face was pale purple. I should have done this to the one who brought you into the mortal world.
Well then, I'll end everything right here. The system announced, with the increase in divine power, the passive skill sanctification has been activated.
Shu's powerful magic attacked, making him scream in agony. The magic was so strong that its light shone brightly,
spreading out from the building's glass frame. Archbishop Leo, standing outside, also felt it. Mana is gradually dissipating.
Soho, under Shu's overwhelming magic, had also disintegrated into dust. All that remained was a viscous liquid splattered on the ground.
All evil beings will ultimately bring about their own destruction. Archbishop Leo walked in. Pope, I was looking for you.
We stopped those who were advancing to the main hall and neutralized the dark magic circles.
Shu turned his head. Leo, you're here.
This magic circle used a human body as a sacrifice to activate a huge explosion.
If it had been activated, this entire building could have collapsed. You did well, Leo. You saved countless lives.
Archbishop Leo looked at the purple stain on the floor and asked, however, Pope, who was this person?
Leo, do you still remember the demon lord of wrath, Satan?
Leo replied, of course.
How could I forget the battle with the demon lord in Eden?
Shu continued, these ashes contain a fragment of the demon lord's reincarnated soul. The demon lord, a method to summon Satan to this world. The reason the second building of the Ministry of Power Management was attacked was because of this.
The demon lord's reincarnation.
The archbishop was startled.
Pope, if the demon lord's reincarnation has appeared, then, Shu replied, that's right. It means there are quite a few demon lord followers hiding among humanity.
This reincarnation acts like a prophet in their cult.
There are 7 demon lords, and Satan is just one of them. Shu raised his hand to rub his chin. First the White Radiance Society, now demon lord followers. It's hard to believe.
Anyway, we need to investigate these demon lord followers. So, Leo, tell me honestly.
How many are still alive? We need to gather information from them. The archbishop, hearing this question, could only stare blankly.
He was frozen. You sent them to heaven before I even fought them, so how can there be anyone left alive to question?
Leo turned his face away. He pushed up his glasses, feigning seriousness. I've captured 70% of them. The rest died due to their weak physiques.
No matter how he tried to justify it, he couldn't deny that Shu understood him very well.
Did you break them in half again? Leo was furious, stomping his foot repeatedly. What do you mean? They sold their souls to devils. They're just paying the price for it. Shu said helplessly, alright, fine. At least some are still alive. I hope Luna also caught a few who are still breathing. I wonder where she is now. As soon as he finished speaking, Luna's voice echoed. Pope. I'm back. Luna ran over happily.
Unlike when she was fighting earlier, she was no longer wearing her powerful armor, but a long-sleeved black shirt, with a leather jacket and a black skirt. Her hair was tied up, giving her a very edgy look. Luna didn't return alone. Sihi, unconscious, was slung over her shoulder. She tossed her onto the floor. A gift for you. Is this what you were looking for? Leo reminded her, Luna, don't throw people around like objects. Shu bent down to examine her. Anyway, is this the person we need? Is it Lee Sihi? It seems she's a mage. I'm surprised you didn't kill her. Shu looked up and met Luna's expression, which was both joyful and greedy. He thought to himself, since Luna lost her parents to mages, if she had been mediocre in combat, Luna probably would have killed her. Luna wiped the drool from her mouth with her hand and stuck out her tongue. He. I spared her because she's pretty. This time it was Shu's turn to remind her, Luna, you're a saintess. Put your tongue back in. Anyway, well done. Are you hurt? But inwardly, he couldn't help but judge. A saintess who likes pretty girls and women. Oh, are you worried about me, Pope? Ha ha. I'm so happy to hear that. Those words only mean something if you're too embarrassed to say them. How could I face you if I were injured by those small fry? Shu frowned and replied, honestly, I was never worried about you. But I was worried about Team Leader Kim and his comrades. Team Leader Kim, are you okay? Kim Dong-si quickly replied, but his face still held a hint of confusion. Ah, yes. Thank you. Even though I was attacked by Lee Sihi, I'm perfectly fine. Shu replied happily. His smile was so bright that a dazzling halo appeared above his head, illuminating all directions. That's good then. Goddess Ryman truly favors you. The last time we met, I gave you a blessing. Dong-si was surprised. Oh. So that's why? Thank you. Thank you very much. Shu waved his hand. No need to thank me. Without your strong faith, my blessing wouldn't have had much effect. As I see it, your faith is stronger than you think. Shu was still happy when he heard a woman's laughter. Ha ha. I knew it. I also wondered how I was still alive. It turns out it was all thanks to that holy barrier. Lee Sihi woke up. Her eyes were open, her mouth was moving, but she remained motionless on the ground. There's no way a weak civil servant like him could block my attack. The weak deserve to die. The useless and incompetent should be purged from this world. Yet you still hinder us, Kim Shu. And this little girl too. Even though she was still sprawled on the ground, her mouth kept moving. How long do you intend to obstruct us, purifiers? Sooner or later, when that day comes, you won't stand a chance. Shu slowly walked towards her. Purifiers, huh? That's a nice name for a bunch of criminals like you. Sihi, who was flattened on the ground, suddenly flew far away. Her body slammed against the floor and slid, and Sihi herself couldn't resist. Luna! I didn't even get to ask anything. Shu scratched his head helplessly at Luna Leventon's sudden action. Pope, I just had a hunch that you would order me to throw her away, so I just did it first. Luna smiled brightly, her voice both sarcastic and gleeful. Her body even remained in the same posture as when she kicked Sihi away. She laughed loudly. Anyway, this child belongs to me. Ha ha ha. In Shu's mind, an image of a brown-haired man with the exact same expression and demeanor as Luna now suddenly appeared, making him break out in a cold sweat. Strange. She reminds me of someone. But who? Shu looked towards Sihi, who was lying there, groaning in pain. Anyway, you just mentioned the purifiers, right? What is their goal? She propped herself up with her hands. She continued to ramble about her grand ideals. We were chosen because we are stronger. To create a better future on this land, we need to purify the world of the inferior. Shu found these words ridiculous. He just stood there, smiling disdainfully, and asked again, oh, so that's why you call yourselves purifiers? Sihi shouted loudly, that's right. We can sacrifice the powerless to accelerate the evolution of humanity. Shu angrily stomped on Sihi's hand, making her scream again. Ag! You people couldn't even cause any trouble for Leo and Luna. So what are you babbling about? I can't believe I have to deal with an organization that worships devils and suffers from delusions of grandeur. You must have a headache dealing with them, Team Leader Kim.
Not to mention, the fact that they know about the Demon Lord's reincarnation means Kim Dong-Si's eyes widened.
He looked around frantically, not daring to directly face Shu, who had asked the question.
There are spies in the Ministry of Power Management. We realized that early on. The prisoner on the 38th floor is Park Suho.
He awakened as a player around March last year, when he was only 16 years old. At that time, he attacked and murdered 2 other awakened trainees. This kid was already suspected of being involved in many other cases. We only took him in 2 days ago, after regular facilities confirmed they couldn't hold him. The information must have been leaked then, when the black-hooded leader met his comrades. If so, shouldn't he have been sentenced to life in prison in the awakened prison? Does he have someone backing him?
Kim Dong-Si bowed his head as if admitting guilt. I have no defense.
Shu continued, I was forced to deal with him during the fight.
Is that all right? Dong-Si simply replied, it's fine.
Seeing this, Shu added, we plan to announce to the public that the prisoner on the 38th floor was one of the victims of the attack.
We will also release other relevant information about this incident. All of them deserve punishment. There's no turning back once he became the Demon Lord's vessel.
I believe Team Leader Kim can handle the rest cleanly.
Kim Dong-Si replied, perhaps it's better that he's dead.
I don't know what I would have done if things had taken a different turn. If this kid truly became a Demon Lord, who knows what would happen?
Luna sat down next to the unconscious Lee Si-hee.
She poked her head, shaking it back and forth before confirming, Pope, she's passed out.
What should I do with her? Do you even need to ask?
She's a valuable hostage, Shu replied indifferently, knowing full well Luna wouldn't let her escape. Take her back to the shrine for interrogation.
Back at the shrine, Shu was sitting in a chair, listening to a report on an iPad.
Brother Shu, according to what you said, you believe that devils or forces influenced by them are behind this entire incident.
Although it seems hard to believe, I think so.
You see, oh no, after hearing Shu's answer, continued, it's not as hard to imagine as you think, Brother Shu. 5 years ago, after the spatial gates opened, everything in this world became possible. He accepted that truth and continued to adapt, while those who didn't were left behind. I'm the same, there's nothing to worry about. Shu smiled, resting his head on his hand, thinking to himself, but I'm quite surprised that someone without abilities like him could survive this era of change. It seems he possesses a special charisma, suitable for the position of director of the Ministry of Power Management.
Shu couldn't help but exclaim, thanks to people like you, Minister, the terrorists' delusions of grandeur look even more like a farce. Yu Xiaono asked again, did you say something? Shu quickly replied, no, nothing. Shu became serious again.
Our order intends to interrogate Lee Si-hee, one of the terrorists involved in the recent attack.
One of our missionaries, Luna, is also preparing a report on this incident. However, Minister, I have a favor to ask of you.
From now on, if the Ministry of Power Management obtains any information related to demon lords or nobles, such as the demon lord's reincarnation, I hope that you can share that information with the Ryman order.
Not only domestically, but also internationally. Yu Xiaono nodded.
Of course. However, other countries may request information about you in exchange.
Shu rubbed his chin. Then let's do this.
From now on, if the Ministry of Power Management obtains any information related to demon lords or nobles, such as the resurrection of a demon lord, I hope you can share that information with the Ryman Church.
Not just domestically, but also abroad. Yu Xiaono nodded, of course. However, other countries might request information about your holiness in return.
Shu rubbed his chin, then let's do this. If anyone holds information about demon lords' vessels, let them know that the Ryman Church will be ready to help them when needed. Minister Yu Xiaono suddenly smiled. Kim Shu found it puzzling, he seemed very interested in this offer.
What is he thinking? Alright, I'll do it, Yu Xiaono replied.
Once again, our government is extremely grateful for the Ryman Church's assistance. However, as problems may arise if we publicly accept help, we plan to find another solution for this matter. I will contact you again through Team Leader Kim.
Another solution?
Kim Shu was surprised but only wondered internally, while outwardly he hummed.
Yes, thank you, Minister. Then, Kim Shu put his hands on the table and stood up. One task done, now I should go meet Luna.
Suddenly, his phone chimed several times.
Information began to flood in.
Breaking news, Ministry of Power Management attacked.
Surveillance camera from Building 2 records a double-fold return. Hyundai line.
Terrorist double-folded. High-quality 4K video of the folder excites netizens about the breaking news of the Ministry of Power Management attack.
Kim Shu clicked on the Awakened forum. Displayed there was an image of Archbishop Leo, one hand holding a leg, the other gripping a neck.
Meeting an opponent is no different than bending a spring, read the sensational headline. All we need is to meet, double fold, and guide them into a folder position. Step 1 is to bend the opponent, and step 2 is to bend again, but by lifting them high and then bending.
Everyone seemed very interested in this topic. There were 120 comments below.
Kim Shu stared intently at his phone, then recorded the scene of the culprit on the way to the interrogation room.
They've leaked the CCTV footage. It seems this is what Minister Yuseo No wanted. Kim Shu seemed to recall something.
The recent terrorist attack resulted in 12 deaths and 52 injuries.
The building is currently sealed off for investigation.
We were truly fortunate that the broadcast continued throughout that time. It's incredible that they were ultimately able to minimize the damage to this extent.
Wonder if the Ryman church knows about this yet.
Kim Shu closed his eyes, beginning to transmit a message.
Ryman, we've prevented a major disaster. Can you hear me?
He stood still, waiting for a reply, but none came.
No response. It seems she's busy in Eden. At the house used for interviews.
Pope. Kim Shu, Leo, and Luna stood before one of the interrogation rooms, conversing.
How was the interview? Kim Shu asked. Luna quickly replied, we didn't do much. You could say we gained a little trust from her. Luna led Kim Shu into the interrogation room where Lee Si-hee was tied to a chair.
Although she knows how to use mana-enhanced magic, she refuses to reveal any useful information.
And the person who was with her?
The black-masked one, he called himself a team leader or something.
Did you see him anywhere? Kim Shu replied gravely, oh, yes.
But he didn't stay serious for long, quickly joking, he was swallowed by the demon lord's vessel.
Luna sighed helplessly and continued.
At least we know she has a foreign mana sustainability. Kim Shu looked at the person tied before him.
Foreign?
Where?
She mentioned Shanghai, China.
Within Chinese territory, there's a group of purifier predecessors. Their identities are unknown, and they possess superhuman abilities.
So, she received mana from someone? Kim Shu asked again.
However, it seems even the branch managers don't know much about their location.
I heard China is quite close to Korea. Should we go there and deal with them? Have you ever seen anyone kind to strangers in Eden? Have you ever tried crossing a border while carrying weapons? Kim Shu's counter-questions were baffling. Luna scratched her face, avoiding his gaze. No.
He continued, the 3 East Asian countries are always wary of each other.
We can't go. It's not that we don't want to, but we can't. Luna said tearfully, then it's all the same.
Kim Shu began his lecturing tone again.
As long as they don't request it, we have no reason to act. Do you know that anomalies are considered nuclear weapons? Just crossing the border would start a war. Besides, if we destroy their stronghold, our image as peacekeepers would also collapse, wouldn't it?
This greatly annoyed Luna.
She raised a hand to her forehead and complained, why can't we just flatten everything?
Leo spoke up, Luna Levinton.
Perhaps we need to talk.
He pushed up one side of his glasses, his expression extremely dangerous, a physical conversation. Kim Shu suddenly felt a chill down his spine, sweat beading on his face. He thought, but seriously, our church values peace. Shifted his attention to Lee Si-hee, who was sitting on the chair, ignoring the other two. He saw her current state was truly pathetic. Her body was covered in dirt, and her clothes were a stained prisoner's uniform. Although she deliberately bowed her head and kept her eyes tightly shut, Kim Shu could still recognize her.
Lee Si-hee, wake up.
I know you're not unconscious.
From now on, you will be reduced to a commoner, no longer an awakened.
After that, you will be handed over to the Ministry of Power Management.
Lee Si-hee flinched, raising her head to confront Kim Shu. What? No, you can't.
Although I can purify your mana, I truly don't want to do so, Kim Shu announced to Lee Si-hee with a cold expression, but she didn't seem scared and still resisted.
Get lost. I refuse to do anything.
Ignoring her screams, Kim Shu continued his action. He raised his hand to her forehead.
The system announced, will to destroy evil effect activated. The player will receive appropriate judgment.
Lightning began to appear, and Lee Si-hee, now terrified, pleaded, no, please don't.
The system announced, player has lost system privileges. Blood splattered on the ground, accompanied by coughing.
The system continued to announce, thanks to the will to destroy evil, causality will not interfere with your decision, and no consequences will occur. Kim Shu raised his hand, enveloped in lightning magic, towards Lee Si-hee.
You once said that those without abilities have no place in this world, didn't you? So, how does it feel to become one of those inferior beings?
Lee Si-hee was in pain, and the scene was filled only with her screams. Back at the shrine, Leo said, first it was the White Radiance Society, now it's the Purifiers. I have a feeling that I'll be even busier on Earth than I was in Eden.
Kim Shu, walking ahead, agreed, I feel the same way.
He thought, given the current situation, the Ryman Church will face many difficulties if it continues to confront such strange organizations.
We need to expand our influence.
He announced to the other two, soon, we will have new candidates for priest and knight positions. At that time, Luna will be in charge of knight training, and Leo will guide the priests.
All right. Leo and Luna enthusiastically responded in unison. But there was still something bothering Kim Shu.
He thought, to get more people to join the church, we need an item that helps growth.
But such items aren't easy to find. Is there anything that can be obtained through abilities or items?
Kim Shu suddenly remembered something, startled, his mouth agape.
Oh, that reminds me.
We have the holy relic we received after defeating that god in the other dimension.
I almost forgot. The system appeared, currently using command, summon holy relic. The Ryman Church can summon a random holy relic to Earth. This announcement greatly astonished Kim Shu. What the hell? Holy relics are chosen randomly? Currently using command, summon holy relic.
Summoning a specific holy relic is determined to have an impact on causality, thus randomness is necessary. Kim Shu's mouth formed an O and his eyes widened, his brows furrowed in anger.
Seriously? Don't explain everything with system notifications anymore. The Ryman Church has countless holy relics, but these relics seem strange.
First, there's a tattered, shaggy dust brush called Saint 20's Dust Brush. Next is Saintus Ohoho's Back Scratcher. Although still a very peculiar item, it's considered the most decent because it's not too old. Finally, there's a set of dumbbells that look like they're made of stone, all scratched up, named Holy Knight 20's Training Dumbbells.
It's true that many holy relics make me question things. So, that means I could also receive such random things? I'm the Pope, why can't I have a little luck?
Kim Shu stared intently at the notification window, his face clearly showing both anger and frustration.
Luna asked worriedly, Pope, why are you frowning at empty space? Everyone, pray to Ryman quickly. We need to win the lottery.
His sudden request made both of them doubtful.
Now. Kim Shu said loudly, his expression even worse than before, just do as I say.
Luna and Leo immediately closed their eyes tightly, hands clasped together, praying seriously even though they didn't quite understand.
All right, I hope this prayer works.
Summon Holy Relic. Kim Shu pressed the summon button on the system window. Using Holy Relic points, the Ryman Church has summoned a random Holy Relic to Earth. Causality has accepted the summon command. Kim Shu clasped his hands together, praying, whispering but still very earnestly. Please, please. It could be the holy shield that the first Holy Knight used, or
the Covenant bracelet with the power of the 3 demons would also be fine. Just as long as it's not something weird. The system announced, Holy Relic, Branch of Origin has been summoned.
A sparkling branch floated high in the sky.
When it dropped into Kim Shu's hand, he was utterly shocked.
All three stared blankly at the branch.
It's true, no matter how sincere you are, the result is the same. The protagonist's halo or whatever is completely useless in this case. It's really useless. It doesn't even look like a branch, just thin and withered like a wooden stick used to poke an ant's nest.
Kim Shu was also helpless.
The church's archives should be full of rare holy relics. Luna looked at the newly bestowed artifact with disappointment. This toothpick, no, this stick. I've never seen it before, not even in the sanctuary. I can feel a bit of divine power from it, but are you sure you really summoned this? Kim Shu angrily clarified, I didn't want this at all. Ugh, and yet I ended up with this thing?
Leo, ignoring the two arguing, stood frozen, but his thoughts seemed different from theirs.
Leo collected himself and then shouted, I can't believe it. Pope, am I dreaming? No, I never thought I'd see a holy relic like this in my life. This startled Kim Shu. Ah, my ears. Oh, Goddess Ryman.
Leo collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down his face, making Kim Shu even more panicked.
Huh? What's wrong?
Leo began to explain, but his tone was still not normal. Pope, this is the holy relic of the church that has been missing for 500 years.
The Branch of Origin. Kim Shu held up the stick in his hand, wondering, the Branch of Origin? This thing is the holy relic that went missing 500 years ago?
To talk about the history of this toothpick, long ago, when Ryman first descended upon this land. She promised blessings and prosperity to humanity in exchange for faith, and to prove that promise, she bestowed upon them a great tree. Later, that tree became our church's holy tree.
However, one day,
500 years ago, during the Holy War, the Demon Lord's army set fire to our holy tree. Faced with that sudden disaster, no one could do anything but watch. Although the holy tree's guardians tried to put out the fire, all failed. But then, a brave guardian managed to break off a living branch from the holy tree. That is this thing, the branch of origin. The holy tree can purify the divine power in the surrounding land and make it more fertile. The closer you are to it, the faster your recovery rate will be. Because of that effect, it was rumored to have been stolen by thieves who snuck into our sanctuary.
Thanks to the information Leo provided, the branch in Kim Shu's eyes became much less useless.
A notification window appeared, giving an overview of the branch of origin.
Type, Ryman Church Holy Relic. Original dimension, Eden.
Description, a branch of the holy tree that once symbolized Ryman's promise. Although the holy tree was burned by demons, its will and divine power still linger on this branch. According to legend, a holy beast guards this branch. Activation effect, if the branch is planted in land filled with divine power, it will grow into a holy tree sprout.
Excellent. Let's plant it in the garden. Amazing, wonderful, this current location is filled with divine power.
All three excitedly ran to find a spot to plant the branch. We can use the holy relic, the branch of origin. Arriving at a lush green empty plot of land, Luna suggested, let's dig a hole here.
Shu agreed, let's do it. Right, I also don't know what to do with this empty plot. Luna used a shovel and began digging the hole.
Once finished, Shu placed the branch in the middle and covered it with soil. Since Ryman possessed divine sight, she probably knew this would happen. After it was completed, a gentle breeze emerged from the ground, wafting around the branch. Then a large surge of magic shot up from it. As the magical surge dissipated, the branch's new appearance was revealed. A small tree, reaching Luna's waist, with lush green leaves, made everyone exclaim, "Is this a holy tree sprout?" It's no longer a strange stick. Leo excitedly said, "Oh my, even if it's just a sprout, I can understand why it's called holy."
But wasn't there a mention of a holy beast appearing if we plant the holy tree sprout? Where is it?
As soon as Leo finished speaking, a magical light spot appeared. From it emerged a small, incredibly adorable white-furred cat. It jumped to the ground, walking around the tree.
A cat? Luna delightedly approached. Look! Pope, this cat must be the holy beast. It's so cute.
Kim Shu wondered but was also very pleased.
I prefer dogs. The holy beast is a cat? A notification window appeared, outlining the newly appeared holy beast. Holy beast has recognized you as its owner.
The holy beast will grow with the holy tree. The more it develops, the more beneficial effects the holy beast will bring to the church. The holy beast will grow when church followers perform good deeds or complete main quests. Kim Shu picked up the holy beast and stroked it, startling Leo.
When did he pick up the cat?
Kim Shu said, in other words, the holy beast will grow with the church.
Perfect. But seriously, Leo, isn't it adorable? Do you think we can take it home?
Ingen and Sizian always say they want a cat, but both are allergic.
I guess a holy beast wouldn't cause allergies, right? I think so too. Besides, the holy beast isn't too far. We just need to come back here often. Alright, we come to the shrine every day anyway. We've obtained the holy tree.
Although it wasn't what I expected, it's still a great addition.
I think that's enough for today. Are you taking the holy beast home? So, can we leave now?
Luna excitedly ran over, but Kim Shu's short no was her reply. Because the system window announced that there were still unused holy points and holy relic points.
We recommend you use them for smoother progress.
Luna, Leo, make sure everything around the shrine is stable. Kim Shu raised his hand, preparing to use magic. You have used 10,000 holy points to purchase the Holy Knight headquarters, level 1. At this time, the Holy Knight apprentice rank has been unlocked.
You have used 7,000 holy points to purchase the monastery, level 1.
At this time, the priest apprentice rank has been unlocked.
2 massive structures rose from the ground. Kim Shu smiled, I told you, didn't I? Luna will train the knights, and Leo will guide the priests. This startled both of them.
Although they knew they would have to do it, they didn't expect it to be today.
It's starting today? Pope, I like recruits, but this is too much.
Kim Shu, with a devilish expression, shouted, we don't have time to rest.
Get to work. His command couldn't be defied. But both truly wondered, what about you? I'm off work.
Ha, even as the Pope, he's no different from a devil right now. Luna and Leo were also helpless.
Aha, monster.
Kim Shu just turned and left with the holy beast.
Ha, why don't you two become the Pope then? See you later. He hadn't walked many steps when his phone rang loudly. Kim Shu happily answered. Hello, Ingen.
What's up?
What?
He flinched.
Ha, Grandma is returning to Korea?
In a building somewhere in the Sejong special self-governing city, standing in a conference room. Minister Yusio No reported on the disaster-grade monster that appeared off Miyake, which Japan and the US had reported.
Disaster-grade monster, codenamed Yamada no Orochi.
They have sent a request for us to dispatch an awakened to assist.
President Seo Shingu, sitting below, listened intently, then suddenly burst out laughing. A disaster-grade monster? Yet it appeared in foreign territory.
It's strange that they're asking for our help. I'm sure they've offered some conditions. As soon as he finished speaking, Minister Yusio No continued to explain. Alden Horwath, also known as the Barbarian, is one of the individuals the US plans to send. The Barbarian Alden Horwath, whose specialty weapon is a two-handed flail, is a regressor who appeared on Earth 3 years ago.
It is said that he spent 20 years fighting continuously in another dimension. His most notorious nickname is the Anomaly Hunter.
After the anomaly rank was established, those who claimed to be anomalies began appearing everywhere, and Alden Horwath hunted them down one by one. Those who boasted about their power were all crushed by the Barbarian. President Seo sat with one hand propped on his chin, the other lightly tapping the table, speculating. The US sent him to Japan, and at the same time requested Kim Shu. Before he could finish, Minister Yusio No seemed to realize and interjected. There's no doubt, they want to test Korea's first anomaly.
President Seo asked again, what's your personal opinion on this?
He closed his eyes tightly and replied, I don't think my opinion matters.
After all, unlike the US or China, we don't have the ability to control our anomaly.
I think we should consult Kim Shu first. If we can't control him, then negotiate.
Isn't that the method we've always used?
President Seo burst out laughing, his face somewhat cunning.
Ha, that's why I like working with you, Minister Yusio No. I should send an invitation.
No, perhaps I should personally go meet him. If I say I just want to express gratitude to the hero who protected the country, that should be a sufficient reason. As he spoke, he tidied the documents on the table, stood up, and left.
When
he reached the door, he suddenly stopped and asked, I also have a very personal question, Minister. The minister stood there and replied, go ahead. President Seo leaned forward slightly and continued, if the Barbarian fights Kim Shu, who do you think will win?
Minister Yusio No confidently asserted, I have no hesitation. Kim Shu will definitely win.
The Barbarian won't even be able to touch him. At this moment, at his home, Kim Shu had just woken up, wearing pajamas, sitting on the sofa, yawning continuously.
He picked up the remote and turned on the TV.
He suddenly woke up when he heard the news from last night.
9 p.m. news, yesterday. On the 10th, a disaster-grade monster unexpectedly appeared off Miyagi, codenamed Yamada no Orochi, causing a media sensation.
The Japanese government has ordered the evacuation of residents in the area and sent requests for assistance to neighboring countries. The US government has agreed to send Anomaly Alden Horwath, also known as the Barbarian.
Experts believe this move is a step to create an opportunity for the US government to test Korea's first anomaly, Kim Shu.
He was startled, jumping up when he heard his name spoken.
What? What the hell is going on? The TV was still broadcasting. Alden is more famous for his title as the Anomaly Hunter.
Thus, the Japanese government has. Kim Ingen, holding a plate of sandwiches, walked over and placed it on the table, no less astonished than his older brother.
But he quickly calmed down and hastily reassured him, but if team leader Kim hasn't contacted you yet, aren't we still fine?
Kim Shu, now calmer, picked up a sandwich from the plate his brother had just placed down, took a bite.
Chewing and praising it incessantly. Probably. Did you make these? Impressive.
The white cat he had received after completing the quest appeared out of nowhere beside him.
It meowed continuously.
Kim Shu stroked its head, making it even more delighted, rubbing against his hand. He looked at it with a helpless expression and asked, I know, Snow.
Have you had enough of your afternoon nap?
He recalled Kim Sizian's appearance, hugging the cat in her arms. Her eyes sparkled as if she had found gold, and she smiled brightly, looking at him with doubt.
Are we keeping this cat? And I'm not allergic at all.
When she received the answer she wanted, she became even more excited, exclaiming, That's great. In the evening, when he passed by her room, he heard her talking to Snow.
Can we name it Snow? Because it's a white cat. White as snow. Snow, from now on, you'll live with us, okay?
Back in the present, he ate his sandwich, looking at the cat beside him, and thought, and so the holy beast was named Snow.
Ingen sat beside him, smiling brightly, saying, It seems no one is allergic to the holy beast, right? Even when Sizian and I picked it up, it was fine.
Kim Shu, having just finished his sandwich, with crumbs still on his mouth, replied, That's good then. As the church grows stronger, Snow will also develop.
I think you and Sizian need a bodyguard. Ingen exclaimed with a surprised expression, bodyguard? You mean Snow? Are you going to order the cat around? Look at your loyal follower, goddess. He only sees animals as tools.
Snow, hearing this, didn't care and continued its work. It opened its mouth wide and bit into the sandwich on the table, looking a bit strained.
He still ignored it. He calmly explained, Snow can easily handle any awakened below anomaly rank. Ingen's eyes widened and his mouth formed an O as he looked at the cat and asked, Brother, can cats eat sandwiches? He mumbled to himself, or is a holy beast different from ordinary animals? Kim Shu, still chewing, replied, just let it eat. If it can't digest it, it'll use divine power to process it or just throw it up. It's a holy beast, after all. Suddenly, Ingen reminded him, oh, right. Brother, don't forget Grandma is coming soon. This startled him, and he broke out in a sweat. Before returning to his room, Ingen worriedly asked, I'm busy with work today, so I can't pick up Grandma. Are you okay going alone? Kim Shu was scrolling on his phone, seemingly looking at something. He looked at Ingen and replied, who do you think I am? And our channel seems to be quite lively. Ingen also took out his phone and checked it. He excitedly boasted, it's good to maintain this growth. I'm just happy that the viewership is increasing. You know what? We even have viewers from abroad. With that, Ingen left and returned to his room. He smiled and waved goodbye to his brother. Alright, I'm going back to work. Be careful on your way. He still sat there, watching the disappearing figure, and thought, it's safe to say that Ingen looks much happier since I returned to Earth. His eyes have regained their vitality. It must have been difficult taking care of Sizian and Grandma alone. But when Grandma comes back, this place will be too cramped. I should prepare to move soon. He picked up the lazy cat sleeping on him. He ordered, now, Snow. Protect Ingen while I'm away, okay? If he looks tired, play with him a little. Understand? The cat seemed to understand his words, meowing a few times in response. He quickly changed clothes, preparing to pick up Grandma. As he stepped outside, he looked up at the clear blue sky. He sighed, the weather today is perfect for flying back home. He was surprised to see bodyguards in black suits and sunglasses standing neatly in front of his house. He thought, huh? What's this? Is something happening? Did someone come?
Kim Dong-si, peeking from behind the group, called out, Shoo.
He looked in the direction of the sound and scolded, ah. You startled me.
He walked alongside Kim Shu, his hands gesturing continuously, trying to persuade him. If you're on your way to pick up your grandmother, let us help. Kim Shu clenched his hands, wanting to walk faster to escape them. His tone was a bit annoyed as he refused, no need. It's too troublesome. I just need to take a taxi. Seeing his resolute demeanor, a bodyguard spoke up. No. I apologize for the abruptness. Please, this way. Kim Shu was led away, shouting, wait. Are you escorting me? Where are you taking me? He followed the bodyguard's instructions to a luxurious car parked nearby. He frowned, staring intently at the car, surrounded by 2 rows of bodyguards. He carefully assessed, there's something suspicious about this car. He walked closer to the already open car door. He muttered to himself, it would be funny if the president was here or something. President Seo's voice echoed from inside. Oh? How did you know? I personally asked Team Leader Kim to reduce my personal security to a minimum. It's a pleasure to meet you, Awakened Kim Shu. I am Seo Shinga, the current president of this country. This startled him, leaving him frozen in astonishment for a few seconds. He further explained, what is a president? It's the title for the person holding the central power of a nation. The highest position an elected official can achieve. A person most ordinary citizens dream of meeting. So why is that person here? After the other party introduced himself, he quickly got into the luxurious car. Inside, it was fully equipped with amenities. The seats were also more comfortable than ordinary cars. He was quite nervous, clenching his hands as he spoke first, I'm on my way to the airport to pick up Grandma. President Seo, sitting opposite him, gently replied, coincidentally, I also have business at the airport. Consider this a shared ride. Hearing this, his mind was filled with questions. Sharing a car with the president? Is this real? He definitely has some ulterior motive. He asked doubtfully, but is it all right for the president to act like this? The car slowly rolled towards the airport. President Seo calmly explained, most of the work of a head of an organization is conducted in secret like this. Official events are just for show. As a pope from a world like Eden, you must understand this well. He just sat there, listening silently without saying anything. He thought, I knew it. He didn't just come here to chat.
A president without arrogance or an overwhelming aura. Seo Shingu, thanks to his unique sense of humor, had won the support of many voters.
Seeing that he said nothing, he started with a question.
Did you watch the news this morning? He calmly replied, yes. A monster appeared in Japan. And their government requested our assistance.
He nodded and continued, exactly.
Since you're aware of the situation, I'll get straight to the point.
The United States has asked us to send you, Awaken Kim Shu, to join the aid force. He seemed to understand his purpose for coming here.
He confirmed it once more. This is why you came to see me. Couldn't you have just ordered me?
He explained, the Special Abilities Act, Section 9, Article 12, stipulates that the scope of an anomaly's activities is limited to the nation that manages them. That is, Korea in this case.
Therefore, you are under no obligation to help Japan. However,
before he could finish, Mr. President struck in his sensitive spot, he stroked his chin and changed the subject.
The Awakened sent by the United States, Alden Horwath, is known by the title Anomaly Hunter. If you can defeat him in combat, it will prove that you are one of the strongest anomalies in the world. An anomaly recognized by the US government.
And also the leader of a religious sect.
That will certainly attract attention from all over the world.
He recalled Ingen's words from that morning.
Did you know we even have viewers from other countries? He gave a professional smile and wondered, was the monster's appearance part of your plan? He hastily denied it. Why would I worry about a monster when there are two anomalies at the scene? What I'm concerned about is what happens next.
Then he suddenly became strangely serious. His tone also changed.
Kim Shu.
For the sake of our country, I want you to eliminate the barbarian.
He showed no fear.
His tone was cold.
You speak as if you're proposing a transaction.
He flinched slightly. Avoiding his gaze, he looked outside and said, from ancient times, religion and politics have always gone hand in hand. That's because both derive their power from the support of the people.
This is the relationship I want to build. A partnership where we can support each other.
Unfortunately, the Korean government does not possess such power. And the Ryman church will only grow stronger.
But if the gap between us widens, it will no longer be a partnership. It will become a one-sided relationship. I'm sure that's not what you want for the future. And it's not what your church wants either.
His words were exactly what he had been thinking. Finally, they arrived at the airport. He stepped out of the car, and President Seo also got out.
He reiterated his purpose. It seems I've said a bit too much.
Especially with such beautiful weather today.
You can take your time to think about your decision.
Whatever you decide, we will fully support you, Awaken Kim Shu. I plan to arrange an official visit to the shrine soon.
Then, we can continue this conversation. It was a pleasure meeting you, Kim Shu.
He had gotten back into the car and driven far away. He still stood there watching, not in a hurry to leave.
Seo Shingu.
As he said, the weather today was truly beautiful.
Perfect for a reunion.
In his mind, old memories continuously flooded back.
After Grandpa passed away, Grandma often traveled abroad.
When she heard about Mom's death, she immediately returned to Korea to take care of the three siblings.
She is a very kind person. Here is some information about Grandma. Name, Go Union. Born, November 11, 1960. Hometown, Seoul.
A phrase she often said was, our family always has problems.
Shu. Whatever you do later, remember to protect yourself, okay? Grandma is truly a unique person. Even if the whole world turned upside down, she still decided to travel to America no matter what.
From a young age, she had to take care of Grandpa. Then later, she looked after us after Dad's accident. Her life was always busy. He saw her, still looking the same as in his memories. Carrying luggage in her hands.
Wearing dark glasses.
Although she was old, to him, she was still very young.
He waved and called out, Grandma. She walked towards him and greeted him back. My grandson. This made him a little awkward. Then both burst out laughing, breaking the atmosphere.
She took off her glasses, revealing wrinkles on her face. She raised her hand and slapped his back hard. You've changed so much.
Before, you'd run away as soon as you saw Grandma. But now you look so sturdy. My grandson, Grandma is so proud of you.
Her sudden change in behavior instinctively made him scared, raising his hands to cover his head.
He cried out, annoyed, Grandma. After so long, shouldn't we hug instead?
She didn't care, scolding him playfully.
Who do you think I am? I knew you'd survive and come back. As long as you have your hands and feet, it's fine. You ungrateful grandson.
He walked behind her, rubbing his shoulder where he had just been hit.
He thought, Grandma is still as fierce as ever.
She spoke as if she had just been on a trip. And indeed, going to another dimension was like going on a long journey.
Although Ingen and Mahjong also returned from Ridge, I should have anticipated this.
The two, grandmother and grandson, walked side by side outside.
She asked, so, how was your trip to the other dimension?
He carried her luggage and replied, it was all right.
I even joined a religion. She nodded and asked again, you finally found faith, did you?
He didn't deny her words. I even built a shrine before you arrived.
If you want, you can go see it right now.
She suddenly stopped and turned to look at him.
It seems the trip helped you mature. I heard you were behind the purification in the central region, right? You've truly grown up. You've become an amazing person.
She gently stroked his hair. Then she hugged him tightly,
pouring out her heart. Let's call it even for disappearing and making Grandma worry for 5 years. Thank you for coming back, my little puppy. When Grandma heard you weren't coming back, even though I had returned to the country, I thought you didn't want to see me anymore.
But the ticket was a pre-booked travel package.
It would have been a waste to cancel.
As emotions surged, her words and expression made him freeze.
Are you serious, Grandma? Oh, you came by private jet, didn't you? How was it? Was it comfortable? A barrage of questions made her pause for a few seconds. Thanks to you, Grandma had a top-notch flight.
They even sent a private plane just to pick me up. And I came here with a friend from America.
But just now, it seems some people in black clothes took her away.
He was surprised, thinking, a friend? The two walked and chatted happily. She put her hand in her pocket and continued the previous conversation.
She said she wanted to meet you.
I'm not a bad person, so don't worry.
He didn't understand what she meant. He wondered, what do you mean, bad person?
He recalled President Seo's appearance in the car earlier.
By the way, I was also planning to go to the airport.
Consider it a shared ride.
He felt a little worried thinking about the other person's identity. Wait, Grandma. Who exactly did you bring with you?
A clear blue sky, with clouds floating in the air.
The dazzling sunlight shone down on a meticulously designed villa.
In front of the door stood a stone lion. The two walked up to Luna and Leo, who were waiting at the door. She spoke first, I heard you all took care of my grandson when he was in another dimension.
Thank you very much, children.
Leo placed a hand on his chest and bowed in a noble manner, replying, not at all. It is we who have been blessed by His Holiness. We are merely returning a small part of that grace.
In contrast to Leo's respectful and observant demeanor, Luna was quite open.
She clasped her hands in front of her chest, her eyes filled with admiration and praise.
Oh my goodness. I even thought you were His Holiness's aunt. You're so incredibly young.
He stood beside her, eyes wide, mouth agape in surprise.
Aunt? She couldn't stop smiling. Aunt, huh?
This pretty girl certainly knows how to talk. She also smiled and introduced herself, I am Luna Leventon. The other two stood beside her, eyes wide and mouths agape, exclaiming, unbelievable.
Luna can really charm everyone.
Luna walked over to stand opposite Grandma Kim, speaking flattering words that green tea girls often say. We are His Holiness's closest advisors. You can treat us however you like.
Because you're our grandma too. Grandma Kim, praised repeatedly, took her hand and replied, is that so?
It seems I have another grandson and granddaughter I can rely on. He couldn't stand the flattery from these two anymore. He raised a hand, pretending to cough lightly, interrupting the conversation between the two.
Grandma, about the friend you wanted to meet me. You said she's coming straight to the Ryman shrine, right? Aren't you tired?
She glanced at him and replied, I already made an appointment with my friend, she'll be here. I want to take this opportunity to meet the people you trust and the God you put your faith in. She walked over to stand in front of the goddess statue, which had its hands clasped in prayer.
Its face was completely covered. She couldn't help but wonder, looking at this statue, it doesn't have a face?
He and the other two followed behind. He explained, Ryman once said that the statue having no face carries a profound meaning. Sometimes, what cannot be seen holds more meaning. To some, it might be the face of a praying mother. To others, it might be the image of a father. Because the image of a loved one in each person's heart is different, I left the statue without a face as a way to embrace everyone.
He seemed a little lost in thought. But it's a pity I can't contact Ryman anymore. There isn't even one statue with her face. She hesitated slightly and asked, should I pray? He immediately replied, of course. Ryman loves everyone.
But I'm sure she'll love you even more, Grandma. She smiled kindly and began to tease him again.
Remember how much you hated going to church back then? Who would have thought it would turn out like this?
Then she knelt down, clasped her hands in front of her chest, and began to pray. Thank you for taking care of my grandson and bringing him back safely. Although he still has much to learn to overcome the challenges this deceitful world throws at him, please guide him. Lead him to the right path. Leo walked over from a distance, placed a hand on his chest, and bowed, reminding him, a representative priest needs to bless her. He flinched as if he had remembered, exclaiming, "Oh, I almost forgot. I'm the temporary priest here."
He walked over and knelt on one knee opposite Grandma Kim.
He clasped his hands in front of his chest, his whole body seeming to glow.
May Ryman's protection always be with you.
Seeing this, she opened her eyes. She smiled, looking at him with satisfaction. After finishing her prayer, she prepared to stand up and said, "The garden near the entrance is absolutely beautiful.
May this old woman take a stroll around for a bit?"
He stood up first, offering a hand to help her up.
"Of course. I'll take you for a walk."
However, she flatly refused.
"I want to walk with Luna and Leo. There are many things I want to ask those two young ones." He suggested, puzzled, I can."
Before he could finish, she turned and reminded him, a good leader should give subordinates some time to talk behind their back.
His face darkened, his head full of question marks, thinking, she wants to take those two away to badmouth me, doesn't she? Before leaving, she didn't forget to remind him, my friend really wants to meet you. Consider it a good deed. Chat with her for a bit. Who knows, you might learn something useful.
He stood still, watching the three figures chatting happily in the distance.
He turned and walked in the opposite direction. But Grandma left. And I don't know when her friend will arrive. Wait, I just felt mana somewhere far away. An extremely pure and gentle source of mana.
He recalled his conversation with team leader Kim that morning. Shu, I don't know if you're aware, but your grandmother is currently traveling with a very important figure who has arrived in our country. He seemed to realize, smiling and muttering, the friend Grandma brought with her is the guest President Seo Shingo personally had to greet.
My grandma.
I knew she was hiding something from me. A middle-aged woman slowly walked towards him. Two bodyguards stood guard at the door. She was called a prophet, famous for being able to see the near future. She is also an important awakened, highly valued by the United States. The president personally requested that awakened Kim Shu be the one to take care of Ms. Emma Miller. She walked up to him, smiling as she greeted him. It's a great pleasure to meet you, Shu. You're very much like your grandmother. No wonder Union kept talking about you the whole flight. He also smiled back. It's a pleasure to meet you too, Ms. Emma Miller. He was also surprised by her Korean proficiency and exclaimed, Ms. Emma, I didn't expect you to speak Korean so fluently. She replied without boasting, I learned it through Union. Though I must admit, I cheated a little. He recalled Secretary Kim's reminder that morning. Shu, I don't know if you're aware, but your grandmother is currently traveling with a very important figure to our country. That person is called a prophet, famous for being able to see the near future. Shu, you must be very careful. Even a slight exhaustion of Ms. Emma Miller's power could become an international political issue. At that time, I asked a foolish question, and what does protecting such an internationally important person have to do with me? He also explained, Miss Emma is your grandmother's close friend. Your grandmother might have told her a lot about you. We were informed that she wants to meet you. Returning to reality. He looked at her, she was a little different from the person Secretary Kim had described. He couldn't help but think, an S-rank awakened from America, and she's my grandmother's friend? I wonder what it feels like to possess S-rank prophetic abilities. Seeing his contemplative expression, she gently spoke. It seems you're curious about my secret. Actually, there's nothing special about it. I'm just here as Union's friend. Struck in his sensitive spot, he asked doubtfully, are you reading my mind? She denied it. Not exactly reading. It's just an old woman's intuition. Or something similar. He said nothing more, sinking back into his thoughts. How did they meet? First, the president. I can't guess anyone's true intentions today. They're truly on another level. She gestured for the two bodyguards behind her to step back. He decided to voice the thought stuck in his mind. I heard you wanted to meet me. Is that why you approached my grandmother? Did you use your prophetic abilities to arrange this meeting? Building a friendship with Union, I became her friend simply because the opportunity allowed it. However, some might call that destiny. Suddenly, red panels the size of an iPad appeared before his eyes, making him recoil in fright. Grandma Emma's ability. The two seemed to have been transported to another space. He wondered, is it related to the system? Her whole body glowed with a shimmering light as she calmly explained, just as you are Ryman's representative, I am the representative of the Earth monitoring system.
My prophetic ability was granted by the system when I was chosen as its representative.
This ability is limited to those who belong to the system. Those outside that boundary cannot use it, including unawakened individuals or those with different standards like you, Shu.
He thought, different standards? She's talking about exceptions like me. That's why these notification windows don't show anything.
She continued to explain, that's because even though they have returned to Earth and operate under the same rules, the source of their power comes from other dimensions. Therefore, even if I reveal my abilities, there's nothing I can share with you.
Honestly, calling me an observer would be more accurate than a prophet.
I merely observe the flow of this world on behalf of the system and share what I see. In the endless, interwoven events of this world, the God you serve and the reality I represent both have a certain connection. That's why I wanted to meet you, to see what kind of person you truly are. After understanding everything, he asked curiously, so, after meeting me, what do you think? She gave her assessment, the shrine you built is beautiful. After meeting you in person, I have made my own decision. At the very least, I can confirm that you still love this world. He bowed his head and thought, now I understand. She might not look at me favorably, but that doesn't mean she's hostile towards me, he voiced his thoughts.
Among all the awakened I've met on Earth, you are the most interesting. Did you really come all this way just to meet me?
She covered her mouth with her hand and smiled kindly, replying, consider it a small pleasure for this old woman.
He asked, now that you've met, are you going back to rest? She thought for a moment and replied, not yet. I still want to travel around Korea a bit more. I promised Union that I would eat galbi, bulgogi, bibimbap, and even fried chicken with beer by the Han River. After realizing how much I love Korean food, I even thought I'd stay a little longer. Seeing her eyes light up when talking about food, Shu thought exasperatedly, is she really just here to eat? He quickly stopped her, no, you can't do that. If you do, a US-Korea war might actually break out. She turned to leave, waving goodbye to him, thank you for your time, Shu. I'll be leaving soon.
Union gets scary when she's angry, she might scold me for spending too much time with you.
He watched her retreating back and thought, did she really leave? I thought she came to give some kind of warning.
While walking, she suddenly stopped. Turned her head to look at him and hinted a reminder, entities from outside the boundary will bring darkness. Shu. The light that you and your goddess bring, I
hope it's enough to pierce through that deep darkness. Her words made doubts resurface in his mind, deep darkness. I have another thing to ask Ryman now. There are countless questions I still don't have answers for. I wonder what our goddess is doing right now. As soon as he arrived home, Sizian's clear voice rang out, are you happy to see Grandma?
No, Shu replied, looking tired as he walked in.
Yeah, Grandma said she'd come visit us again tomorrow.
She said she wants to invite her friend from America out to eat, so I already gave her my credit card. The little girl and Ingen, who were folding clothes on the floor, replied, welcome home, big brother.
Seeing the little girl didn't seem to want to ask anything more, Shu asked with a hint of doubt, Sizian, Grandma is playing with her friend, don't you want to go play with her?
The little girl replied matter-of-factly, there's no other way. Adults and kids alike want to spend time with their friends. Just like I have to fold clothes even though I don't like it, but it's okay, because Grandma promised to spend time with me, right? The cat also seemed to understand its owner's intention, meowing a few times.
Sizian finished folding clothes, stood up, and left, saying, I'm done.
I'm going to my room to play with Snow now, then turned to the cat and called, let's go, Snow. Shu was speechless with surprise.
Has Sizian also gone back in time? Where did she learn all that?
He exclaimed, Kim Sizian, well done.
He then turned to his younger brother and asked, Ingen, do you know who Grandma's friend is? Ingen ignored Shu and continued putting the folded clothes into the closet. He replied matter-of-factly, no, how would I know? Shu continued to ask, then do you know who the Prophet of America is?
Only then did Ingen stop what he was doing and look at Shu in surprise.
Who doesn't know? The great Prophet of America, Emma Miller, right? She often appears on the cover of Wicca magazine.
With an excited expression, he raised his index finger and continued, don't be surprised, it's her. The close friend who came to visit Grandma from abroad.
Ingen didn't believe his brother.
He looked at Shu annoyed, feigning anger and reproach, come on, at least make a joke with some effort.
Do you know that America is 43 times larger than Korea?
Shu mumbled a reply to dismiss the matter, yeah, I know.
Ingen continued, and you know our Grandma is an unawakened person, right? You must also know that the Prophet is the most important person in America.
Even the richest people in the world begged to meet her once and were all rejected. I thought you'd know how to keep your mouth shut better, being the Pope and all. Shu wanted to explain to his brother that what he said was true, but couldn't make him understand. He clenched his hand into a fist.
Wait, I'm telling the truth.
Ingen was annoyed that his brother still wouldn't stop repeating Shu's earlier statement.
Our grandma is really Emma Miller's friend? Unbelievable. Shu didn't give up. He followed behind, explaining, Ingen, I even rode in the same car as the president. He personally asked me to go to Japan to help.
So I'm planning a short trip to Japan.
What do you think?
Ingen sighed exasperatedly as his brother kept recounting unimaginable stories. With a teasing tone, I can already see the headline in tomorrow's newspaper, Pope of the Ryman Church.
Turns out to be a professional liar.
He was cut off mid-sentence when Shu smacked him hard on the head from behind, causing a huge bump to appear.
He turned to Shu and mumbled, Are you being sent to deal with Orochi? The news has been all about that lately. Shu crossed his arms, adopting the posture of a father scolding his child, and asked, You know about it? So what do you think I should do? Ingen rubbed his head and replied frankly, If a national-level monster appears, supporting Japan is obvious.
Inviting you, an anomaly with power comparable to a nuclear bomb, might not be the wisest choice. But Korea's international influence has weakened after recent events related to the gates. If you step forward, our country will have a chance to regain its prestige.
Did you think only a few people on MedUp felt national pride because of you?
After hearing his brother's analysis, Shu exclaimed, You're exaggerating too much.
I'm not that important. The two looked at each other for a moment, then Ingen broke the silence. Oh, come on. Why are you suddenly being so humble?
Then Shu hit him again.
Whack. Inside the minister's office, located in a skyscraper. Shu sat on a chair next to Minister Yusiono.
Shu stated his decision, although I've already informed team leader Dong Si, I still intend to join the support team in Japan.
The minister was delighted to hear Shu's decision and replied, I bet the president will be very happy to hear this news.
After he agreed, the government immediately issued an official statement. It was as if everything had been planned in advance.
All news outlets reported it. Urgent news, Anomaly Kim Shu will join the special task force in Japan.
Kang Chae and other government officials are scheduled to arrive at Gimpo in 2 days. Minister Yusiono had formed a support team, and among the assigned members was Kang Chae, known as the strongest awakened in the government sector. Shu sat on the plane with his arms crossed over his chest and his legs crossed.
I departed that same day, at 7 p.m. All media outlets were buzzing with news about this event. KBC News reported, President holds press conference, announces official list of delegates to Japan.
Expresses gratitude for Korea's concentrated support. Korea-Japan relations strengthen, increased aid praised. Meeting between the barbarian and the Black Pope stirs media. On the Ryman Church forum, a post was shared, Everyone, is the barbarian the bastard, or is the Black Pope the bastard? Below it was another post, Just thinking about it makes my blood boil. But if it's the Black Pope, does he even stand a chance against the barbarian? The number of anomalies defeated by the barbarian is countless. Below that was an image of Luna in her glorious armor. Further down were various comments. I don't think the barbarian is a bastard, nor is the Black Pope. Black Professor commented, Bastard, bastard. There were also comments defending him. Green Pope said, Everyone else is fake. Only the Pope is real. Below, Red Pope then wondered, Why are those two fighting? A user named Cana explained, How could they not fight? Isn't this the perfect opportunity for the barbarian to test his strength? It seems the US is using this opportunity to test his power. Another user named Oyisu commented, Orochi is gone. We have to help Japan, or it'll be our turn next. Below that, Ryman Jong retorted, Japan isn't weak, they just lack ordinary people. Most of the awakened there are very strong. Some even reached disaster grade. Suddenly, a comment with many replies caught the attention of the person scrolling. A user with the nickname Buddha Hansuk wrote, Ryu Jinjang is in Japan. Below, discussions started buzzing. Red Pope, Iker, Ryu Skuk, and my Mangji Vesos then jumped in to explain, Heavens, how could everyone forget he was once expelled by Russia for daring to threaten them? Ararara also added, must be a fan of Ryu Skuk. An announcement sounded, currently, we are on a private flight provided by Japan. We are beginning our descent to Narita International Airport. Upon arrival, we will proceed to the mission location under the guidance of the Japanese Bureau of Anomalies. Shu was still engrossed in the online comments. And all the news channels are only focused on whether I'll fight the barbarian or not. Isn't the outcome already clear? Or is it just me who thinks so? Who is this Ryu Jinjang person? Team leader Kim's voice broke Shu's train of thought. Shu, is everything alright? Shu startled and replied, Oh, team leader Kim. Everything. He was cut off mid-sentence by Kim Dong-si's question, Are you going alone?
Then Kim Dong-si casually sat down in the seat opposite him.
Shu nodded and explained further, yeah, it seems Luna and Leo want to stay at the temple to guide the new followers.
They're also making more bracelets. Hearing this, Kim Dong-si touched his forehead and said awkwardly, so, can I get another one? I heard it helps with headaches.
Shu broke into a sweat hearing this, but smiled and replied, I'll definitely save one for you, Team Leader Kim. Kim Dong-si quickly stood up and thanked him, it's all because I'm too stressed.
Thank you.
I need to confirm a few things after we arrive, so please rest until we land.
After Kim Dong-si left, Shu thought, I wonder if Luna is okay?
Even without me there, Minsu will probably take care of things.
He recalled her expression at the time. Welcome, new believers.
This will be a great opportunity for them to take care of our new group of followers.
Is the Pope leaving me alone to reinforce the temple? There will be many more trips to Japan, but training the first batch of believers only happens once, right?
Seeing Luna's fearless demeanor made not only Shu but also Leo sigh in despair. Pope.
The temple. Back to reality.
Shu closed his eyes peacefully. If they cause trouble abroad, it will be difficult for me to handle them. A voice called out, awaken Kim Shu, waking him. Kang Chae, in proper attire, stood before him and introduced herself, it's an honor to meet you. I am Kang Chae, a member of the Special Task Force directly under the Ministry of Defense.
I am the leader of this support team. I wanted to meet and greet you before the mission begins.
Shu looked at her, assessing her.
So she's one of the few S-rank awakened still working for the government, Kang Chae.
Shu also stood up and greeted her back, hello. I am Kim Shu, leader of the Ryman Church.
Shu realized, it seems the terrorists' feelings for Kang Chae weren't rivalry, but an inferiority complex.
I can feel a terrifyingly powerful mana flow, far surpassing that terrorist. She saluted him in a military fashion, showing respect. Thank you for apprehending the terrorists, including Li Sihi, and for protecting our country.
Shu couldn't help but appreciate her actions.
Even though she's considered one of the strongest awakened in the nation, she's humble enough to thank me for my actions.
She understands humility, but also exudes clear confidence.
It must be thanks to her that the Ministry of Power Management has survived for the past 5 years. She added, during this mission, I will provide my utmost support when you engage in combat.
Shu felt she had the aura of a warrior rather than an ordinary awakened. He replied, yes. Thank you. Although I've been to many other dimensions, I've never been abroad. She looked at him with a hint of surprise and replied, is that so? It's an honor to accompany you on your first overseas assignment. 3 hours later, the plane landed at Narita International Airport, Japan.
Shu and the others had just disembarked and walked out when they saw a crowd of protesters being held back by security guards who ordered, step back.
Shu and the others, not understanding what was happening, wondered, what's going on?
Among the crowd, voices shouted, we don't need your help. A staff member, worried about the negative impact on the nation's image, continuously explained to calm them down, reinforcements from Korea have arrived.
Please make way. The plane was sponsored by the Japanese government.
Shu observed the situation from a distance and understood part of the story. He thought, it seems they have no intention of moving according to the plan. The crowd still refused to compromise and shouted louder, as if wanting Shu and his group to hear, whether you're from America or Korea, please withdraw. The Japanese can and will defeat Japan's monsters themselves.
We don't need foreigners. Shu looked at the crowd and said to Chae, who was standing beside him, I didn't expect Japan to oppose outside intervention to this extent.
She replied, they insist they can handle it themselves.
Team leader Kim couldn't stand it and quickly ran over to the two, saying, there must be some misunderstanding somewhere.
I'll go check. He ran out and stood in front of the agitated crowd, introducing himself, I am Kim Dong-sik, from the Korean Bureau of Anomalies. I would like to meet and speak with the representative awakened from the Japanese side. One of the awakened in the crowd suddenly used a skill and immediately attacked, sending him flying far away.
He said in an annoyed tone, I told you. Go back. Kim Dong-si, not expecting this situation, instinctively shouted.
Shu and Chae worriedly stepped forward to help him, calling out, Team Leader Kim.
He landed safely and replied awkwardly, oh my. Thank you.
The people behind them were in a chaotic uproar like a marketplace.
What was that?
The awakened, having calmed down, realized his excessive action and quickly explained, he suddenly approached me. Shu was now thinking, there must be areas where people have been injured or suffered damage from the monster. But even in this situation, these awakened still insist on handling it themselves.
For them, even a major disaster is just work, or is this a matter of pride?
I remember something similar happening at Euro University Hospital.
But I didn't expect such people to be everywhere. Shu angrily shouted, you dare use a skill on someone who has no intention of fighting? Now everything is fair.
Shu also utilized his skill, causing his sharp eyes to glow with a blue light. His entire body emitted immense power. The skill he used was usually only for heretics or those who refused to listen to his people.
Intimidation.
Immediately, the system also announced, active skill, intimidation, unknown level, has been activated.
Your divine power is overwhelming the target.
Shu extended his hand forward. Divine power surrounded him as he threatened, I will use my power to show you why we are here. From a distance, a voice rang out, stopping Shu's next action.
Wait. I apologize for our disrespect, awaken Kim Shu.
At this moment, team leader Kim was clinging tightly to Shu's waist, continuously pleading, please.
Stop.
Shu, who had his hand raised in mid-air, had to stop. He looked in surprise at the group of people approaching.
Leading them was Ryu Jinjiang, who continuously apologized, this is our fault.
I believe excessive nationalism made us fail to recognize the true purpose of this visit.
I sincerely apologize. I am Ryu Jinjiang of the Japanese Bureau of Anomalies. After introducing himself, he turned to Team Leader Kim and asked worriedly, Team Leader Kim, are you injured anywhere? I assure you he will be punished appropriately. Shu couldn't help but marvel internally, his Korean is really good. Was he born here? Team Leader Kim sighed in relief and replied, yes. I'm fine.
Then he said to the others, Alden Horwath and the Awakened from America have already arrived at the main camp.
Let me take you there. After everything was settled, everyone, guided by Jinjiang, got into cars and headed to the main camp.
In the car, Team Leader Kim greeted Jinjiang warmly like an old acquaintance, long time no see, Ryu Jinjiang.
He replied, yes. It's good to see you again, Team Leader Kim. I'm glad you're okay.
Then he turned to Shu and bowed, apologizing, Mr. Kim Shu, once again, I hope you forgive our misunderstanding.
Shu replied amicably, it's not your fault.
Shu thought to himself, it seems he's acquainted with Team Leader Kim.
Ryu Jinjiang. Is he the one who appeared in the news recently? He was branded a traitor and a liar.
But looking at him, he doesn't seem like an irresponsible person at all. Receiving Shu's reply, he felt a weight lifted from his chest.
Thank you for your understanding.
The atmosphere fell silent again, then Chie, sitting next to Shu, asked, is your mother still well?
This surprised Shu, whose mind was full of question marks. Jinjiang replied, she's fine. She's probably on Dama Island now.
She's been staying there ever since I came to Japan.
She can see the Busan coastline from afar.
Shu glanced at Chie, thinking, it seems Kong Chie and Ryu Jinjiang are close enough to know each other's family matters. What are these flowers?
Shu saw white and pink flowers suddenly appearing around the two. And so the questions began. Will the sun rise? Will the sun rise? And light my day?
Perhaps the sun will rise. And shine on my eyes.
Shu's eyes widened and his mouth formed an O. What the hell? Did this webtoon genre just turn into a musical? What's happening? I suddenly feel like I missed something.
At this moment, Chie also had her own thoughts.
What if he had no other choice but to come to Japan? I must ask Team Leader Kim about this after the incident. Upon arrival, Shu looked around and asked. Is the main camp a school? Ryu Jinjiang quickly explained, yes. We evacuated the nearby residents and borrowed this abandoned building. Please come this way. We will start the planning meeting soon.
You will coordinate with the American team for this mission. Shu and Chie followed his instructions to the door and replied, understood.
I get it.
He added, since the meeting is mainly for the reinforcement forces, I will wait outside in case you need anything.
Shu opened the door and entered the room. Before entering, he didn't forget to say, thank you. As the two entered, someone inside spoke. You're finally here, awaken Kim Shu. Awaken Kong Chie. The two also greeted back, hello.
After the greetings, the room fell silent.
The atmosphere was incredibly stifling. Shu looked around at the people in the room, assessing them. It's really quiet.
I can immediately tell who the barbarian is.
An announcement sounded, an unknown source of power is exerting pressure on you. Shu realized it wasn't magic. Mana. Nor divine power. This is pure power generated from will. So that's it, this is the power of the anomaly representing Earth.
As the two entered, the barbarian, with his massive, bulging muscles, slammed the table and stood up, his face grim. The man in the polite suit also quickly stood up.
Ah. I will translate.
Shu smiled and immediately replied, no need. The system screen displayed a notification, passive skill, language blessing has been activated.
Shu introduced himself, I am Kim Shu.
He was surprised but replied, Alden Horwath.
Interesting. You speak Korean, but to me, it sounds like English. Shu smiled amicably and replied, that's one of the blessings my God bestowed upon me. But he thought to himself, sounds like something out of a medieval movie. He approached Shu, glaring down at him. It seems your God is very generous. Shu replied without fear, I wonder about that too. Because with strangers, she's always gentle. He sneered, his tone contemptuous and indifferent, is that so? I always thought the gods in your world were just trash. That's why I killed all of them. Jingyu couldn't understand how both of them could remain normal under such terrifying pressure. A thought flashed through his mind, could this be the power of anomalies? But that moment, Shu was finding it interesting, realizing this was also a form of challenge. Alden Horwath, however, paid no attention to Jingyu's distressed expression. I believe Kim Shu has awakened. And just him and I are enough to carry out the mission to eliminate Yamada no Orochi. Jingyu felt abandoned and panicked. Thank you for proposing that idea. But this is Japan. It's natural for awakened from each nation to participate. We will strive to provide our full support. The tall, long-haired man glanced at him, showing displeasure. But I wonder, is it necessary to sacrifice other lives when we already have enough firepower to eliminate the enemy? I don't want to carry the guilt if Japanese awakened die unnecessarily. Sim Jinbya knew he couldn't change Alden's mind now, so he could only humbly accept Alden's request. If the US representative is still firm on this plan, I will not interfere further. Other issues we can resolve through diplomacy. Proceed with your plan. Alden, seeing he had the upper hand, puffed out his chest. Of course, we essentially have two weapons of mass destruction here. Bringing weaker awakened to the battlefield would only be a waste. You made the right decision. We can continue the meeting. Shu was somewhat surprised by his words, as that was exactly what he wanted to say. He thought, killing an entity on the verge of divinity is not easy. Especially those like Ryman, who have reached a certain level of divinity, are almost impossible for mortals. However, like many gods from other dimensions, those who are almost divine can still be killed when they are on the verge of disappearing. It's very possible he destroyed fallen gods in his dimension. Anyway, among the awakened I've met on Earth, he's clearly the strongest. Sky gradually brightened. Chie said she would arrange a helicopter. She asked Shu to confirm if he was sure he didn't need any more information about Yamada no Orochi, and he simply replied that the meeting had provided all the information he needed. Yamada no Orochi. It first appeared in Japan and has not yet been recorded in the International Monster Database. The codename is taken from the monster in Japanese legend. Like all national-level disaster monsters, it has caused severe damage. It is reported to resemble a dragon. People say it controls dragon-like flying monsters. 5 hours ago, it stopped moving and entered a dormant state. Thanks to that, we will have more time to evacuate residents. She asked again, awaken Kim Shu, are you sure you don't need assistance? Of course, the answer she received was still much the same as before. Yes, please don't worry. Focus on saving as many people as possible. Shu said to Kim Dong-si, hey, you don't worry about me either, team leader Kim. But actually, Dong-si was worried about something else. Shu, please don't smash the barbarian's head into the ground again, please. In contrast to him, Chea remained serious, I understand. A moment later, the helicopter arrived. Alden believed this mission would not be easy because the flying monsters made movement in the surrounding airspace more difficult than ever. He showed no signs of worry. He continued to say to Shu, you have many useful abilities. Also, I heard the reporters want to come along to film the battle. Most anomalies don't like to reveal their fighting style to the public, you're a rare case. But if he knew what Shu was really thinking, he would probably be surprised. Those reporters had the exact same expression as Su Semyon when he begged me to cooperate with them. Haha, I can't miss such a good opportunity. He was utterly bewildered by Shu's gleeful, grinning face. Shu's subsequent words made him even more uneasy. Only the weak or insecure are afraid of revealing their abilities, right? Or are you afraid? When he said he found Shu more arrogant than he expected, Shu retorted, it would be better if you hid that ambition. Anyway, I've never hidden anything, so there's no need for us to be polite with each other. Hearing this, he understood why Shu was so confident. I see. Just then, the helicopter's announcement sounded. We are approaching the target. Warning, passive skill, max-grade divine protection has neutralized the dense toxic gas in the air. You are consuming a large amount of divine power. It was then that Shu understood why that monster was classified as a national disaster. The toxic gas it emitted not only harmed awakened individuals but also made it difficult for ordinary people to live in the area afterward. And above all, it was very difficult to purify with ordinary divine power because divine power on Earth had only recently begun to be unleashed.
Shu believed that if he hadn't come, it would have been a disaster, and he also believed the pilot would be fine for a short time as the helicopter had been reinforced. Suddenly, Alden Horwath said, "Before, I once fell into a trap set by an enemy tribe, a tribe that specialized in using poison as a weapon. I was once trapped in a cauldron full of deadly poison. That happened over 20 years ago. Since then, most poisons no longer have any effect on me." He said this primarily to show off to Shu. Then he proudly beat his chest. "Ah, poison like this? To me, it's nothing but fresh air." Hearing this, Shu sighed exasperatedly. Most other people would call that psychological trauma. "Your antiquated way of thinking is really effective, though." He said that, but he didn't deny Alden's ability. Anyway, an anomaly is an anomaly. It seems this poison doesn't affect him. How fortunate. Suddenly, the monster woke up and roared, causing other monsters to gather. Alden opened the helicopter door and shouted, "I was once disappointed that my world had no dragons." "Does your world have dragons? How does it compare to that place?" Shu thought that wasn't something to compare. "If this black smoke monster were stronger than the Dragon King, I wouldn't have needed to go to Eden at all." The barbarian was extremely pleased to hear Shu say that. "Aha, I knew it. People from other worlds are truly different. I'm even more looking forward to fighting you after dealing with this monster." Closely, dinosaur chicken piece. This is real combat power. At this point, Shu understood that the fight between him and Alden was what Alden truly desired. But when he heard Alden call him a dinosaur chicken piece, he was a little surprised. Dinosaur chicken? With that, he jumped off the helicopter and attacked. "I'll strike first." Alden jumped straight down to where the dragon lay amidst the toxic gas. The dragon opened its mouth wide and let out a ferocious roar. Of course, Alden didn't pay it any mind. He just used his axe to chop away the spraying toxic tendrils, then rushed towards it. It seemed Shu was quite impressed with what Alden was demonstrating. "Well done, Anomaly. This battle is truly dramatic." Perhaps it's due to the increasing number of believers. There's no status window. And causality doesn't seem to interfere. If you think I'll jump down like before, you're mistaken. Shu immediately summoned a magic orb in his hand. It emitted a sparkling white light. His hair fluttered in the wind. Active skill, Holy Spear F Flux activated. Lightning crackled around Shu's hand. He raised his hand high to the sky and brought down a fatal blow on the dragon, killing it with a single strike. "Alden, I hope you got out of the way in time." Giant pillar of light struck the dragon, causing it to shriek in pain. Lightning bolts convulsed the dragon, piercing through its body in all directions. Shu coldly snapped his fingers, ending his terrifying attack. Amidst the white light, rocks and debris flew everywhere. The scene looked as if it had just been visited by a Z-bomb. The national-level disaster monster was eliminated in just over a minute. Specifically, 1 minute and 12 seconds. Yamada no Orochi. No biological signals. Total combat time, 1 minute 12 seconds. National-level disaster monster, Yamada no Orochi, has been eliminated. No allied casualties. Thanks to the skill of Korean anomaly Kim Shu, the situation is under control. This utterly surprised those observing the battle on screen. "Prime Minister, how? What the hell did we just witness? What did that anomaly do?" At this moment, the screen suddenly showed Shu hitting Alden. This alarmed them. "Prime Minister, the battle has begun." Sasaki was also furious at this sight. "Those anomalies are fighting. Those idiots." Alden thought Shu was a coward because he attacked from a distance. He even told Shu that he had no warrior's honor. But Shu didn't care much for the insults and only found the words somewhat familiar. "It feels like I've heard those words somewhere before. Could it be related to the orc friend?" Shu shouted, "Warrior's honor, huh?" With that, he jumped down and indulged Alden's wish. "Why don't you attack from long range?" "Alright then. You want to fight close quarters, right?" Shu's eyes flashed with cruelty. "Then, why don't we settle this right now?" But before he could do anything, Alden quickly spoke up. "Wait. All I needed to do was confirm if you are truly an anomaly. My order was to confirm your identity and find a way to get closer. Now I'm certain you are indeed an anomaly. So, we don't need to fight anymore." Shu heard him say that and scoffed. "I thought you were so eager to fight me." Alden immediately retorted, "I only said that because I believed a heartfelt fight was the fastest way to understand each other. But now it's no longer necessary." Alden slapped his chest. "Although the gods in my world were all pathetic, I can feel that the god you serve is truly a great existence. Allow me to express my respect to your goddess." I am certain she is truly a genuine god. And I, Alden Horwath, anomaly of the United States, officially recognize you, Kim Shu, anomaly of Korea.
I am certain we will become great friends. I have sensed the potential between us.
Although Shu agreed to his invitation of friendship, he was actually utterly speechless internally.
Did his personality completely change? Alden was delighted when Shu agreed. Then, my new friend, why don't you put down your spear? Join me in my tribe's traditional spring bath ritual? Shu calmly raised his spear. Alright, let's be friends.
His eyes immediately switched to a murderous mode.
Of course, if you survive. Alden could only widen his eyes in terror at this point. Shu was utterly thrilled. Come here.
From the helicopter, the pilot felt utterly exasperated by what he was seeing on the screen.
Those anomalies are starting to fight.
No, rather, one guy is beating the crap out of the other.
Somewhere else, Japanese Prime Minister Sasaki was utterly furious. Those fools. He also couldn't understand why America wanted to use Alden as a test subject and Japan as a testing ground.
He was even more surprised because, in the end, only one person participated in defeating Yamada no Orochi. Not only did our Awaken do nothing, but Kim Shu defeated it with a single blow.
In a way, we inadvertently gave Shu an international debut. Not just Japan, but the entire world, everyone witnessed this live on television.
Clearly, the Korean president anticipated this. That's why he proposed the live broadcast.
A Korean anomaly is even stronger than Alden.
The situation is truly bad. Anyway, at least we've seen his abilities with our own eyes.
Therefore, we must act quickly. Thinking quickly, he immediately ordered, call President Seo Shingo right away.
And also, prepare the best conditions before Pope Kim Shu arrives. On Shu and Alden's side, the scene of Alden being utterly thrashed was being broadcast live.
The comments section below was incredibly lively.
Everyone was excited to witness this huge spectacle.
I never thought our Pope was so strong.
Seeing Alden raise his hands in surrender on the screen, the comments kept scrolling. Your Holiness, please don't hit the barbarian too hard, you might break him.
I never thought I'd worry about a barbarian. If he breaks the barbarian, will it cause diplomatic trouble? Anomaly verification, complete. Shu just smiled and retracted all his magic.
The sky had cleared again, changing from a noxious green to a refreshing deep blue with clouds. The sun shone brightly. Shu gently closed his eyes, feeling a bit of nature. A pair of giant white wings appeared in the sky.
Alden looked up, stunned.
The scene at this moment was truly beautiful. Shu returned safely, and of course, he couldn't avoid being surrounded by reporters and journalists.
They asked him dozens of different questions that he couldn't possibly answer all of. Did His Holiness spread those wings to purify the contaminated vicinity? Could the skill His Holiness used when fighting the monster belong to the Ryman Church? The mission only required eliminating the monster. So why did His Holiness decide to purify the surrounding area? Was this an additional request from the Japanese government? Please share your thoughts on why His Holiness suddenly decided to fight Alden Horwath.
When asked why he fought Alden, before Shu could answer, Alden cut him off.
About that.
I, Alden Horwath, along with the anomaly from Korea, Kim Shu, have decided to become close friends. From now on, my friends' enemies will also be my enemies, and I am also planning to visit Pope Kim in Korea in the name of building trust between us.
Alden's earnest answer made Shu frown.
I thought you earned your tribal leader position through brute strength, turns out you climbed to the top through politics? When Shu asked him to confirm this, he stammered, don't misunderstand, these are just habits I've cultivated over 20 years as a leader. But the reporters didn't seem to hear Shu's comment, as they then only focused on asking about the future relationship between Korea, the US, and Japan.
So, does that mean the relationship between the US and Korea has become closer than before? Is that what you mean? In the future, how will Korea-US-Japan relations develop? Shu raised his hand, signaling everyone to calm down. I will answer all questions at the upcoming press conference. For now, there is something more important than international politics or personal circumstances. The Yamada no Orochi incident caused many innocent lives to be lost.
The first thing we need to do is pray and hope for the best for them and their families.
Shu felt incredibly guilty. Although Yamada no Orochi was defeated, there were lives I couldn't save.
If their deaths are forgotten just because of me, that would be incredibly heartbreaking and regrettable.
Ryman wouldn't want that to happen either.
The image of goddess Ryman clasping her hands in prayer appeared in his mind. Let's pray, hoping Ryman will guide them to a warm place.
But that was in the past. The Yamada no Orochi incident was officially concluded as of now.
Upon returning to his room, a warning appeared, stating that he was approaching the permissible limit. If he continued to interfere in this world, he would be punished by causality. He himself was somewhat worried.
It's dangerous. It must be because I was abroad this time and on live broadcast, so I overdid it. The contaminated area was also much larger than I thought. Team leader Kim Dong-si was overjoyed to see Shu. Shu, I'm happy for you. Thank you for not smashing Alden into the ground like you did Choi Seo-jin when you fought Alden. Truly impressive. Kong Chae was calmer. Now I understand why you didn't need reinforcements.
She continued, once again, on behalf of Korea and the Ministry of Power Management, I extend our sincere gratitude for your assistance this time.
After this event, Korea has significantly enhanced its international influence.
You must be very tired.
Please rest. I'll be in my room. If you need anything, just find me. Shu smiled. Thank you, he thought to himself.
Talking to Chae always feels like communicating with a real soldier.
Suddenly, Dong-si spoke up. Oh, right. I just received news. Ryu Jinjang and another guest will be coming to see you in 30 minutes. While you wait, would you like some coffee? Shu quickly replied, yes, please. The more sugar, the better.
Immediately after, he looked quite pensive. Just as Kong Chae mentioned. The weakening of Korea's Ministry of Power Management.
Ryu Jinjang's move to Japan, and the relationship between Kong Chae and Ryu Jinjang. There were too many unanswered questions, so Shu asked Dong-si, now that I think about it, Ryu Jinjang used to be a member of the bureau, right? Why is he working for the Japanese government now?
I remember seeing news about him swearing to protect Korea to the very end.
Yet now he's left us.
Even so, he doesn't seem like the type of person who would betray so easily.
It seemed Dong-si understood Shu's hidden meaning. Your intuition is completely correct. Ryu Jinjang is a very focused and responsible person.
He would never lie just to cover up the truth. Ryu Jinjang has never once betrayed his homeland, Korea.
Ryu Jinjang is a disaster-grade regressor.
He spent 15 years in another dimension under the name Xenas. As a high-ranking official of a magic tower, with the help of his master, he studied magic to find a way back to Earth. After returning, in an interview, Ryu Jinjang once said that to be able to return to his family and friends in Korea, he underwent countless experiments.
Hearing this, Shu realized that interdimensional travel was not an ability ordinary humans could possess.
That means his master was in existence who had reached a divine realm in that other world.
As he took the coffee cup, Shu silently gave thanks. It's also thanks to Ryman that I was able to return.
Dong-si continued, after returning, Ryu Jinjang began working as a government-affiliated awakened. He also trained other mages like Kong Chae. Even compared to people like Choi Seo-jin or Kong Chae, Jinjang was still an outstanding and superior mage. Thanks to him, many awakened joined the government forces. After that, Ryu Jinjang was regarded as a hero. Whenever gates opened in Korea, the awakened would unite under one belief: help Ryu Jinjang. That was the golden age of government-affiliated awakened. Ryu Jinjang's move to Japan was not actually his choice. On June 12, 2020, a massive chaos gate opened in Busan. At that time, the government decided to concentrate all resources, including Ryu Jinjang, to seal the Busan gate. However, just 2 hours after all resources were poured into Busan, an even larger gate appeared in Taejun, a spatial opening phenomenon. A terrifying gate, equivalent to the first one, 2 chaos gates opened simultaneously. The ruins in Busan and Taejun today are proof of that horrific event. Shu was stunned. The entire country almost collapsed while I was stuck in Eden? As I continued, because the government had committed all its key forces, including Ryu Jinjang, to Busan, they were forced to negotiate with the NAC to deal with the Taejun gate. Negotiate sounds gentle, but in reality, it was a threat. In exchange for the NAC sending its key forces to Taejun, they demanded that the Korean government expel Ryu Jinjang. Shu was utterly surprised to hear Dong-si's story. What? Expel him? But the story continued. Ultimately, Ryu Jinjang was forced to move to Japan. Very few people know the truth behind this. The NAC's real goal was to take down the pillar of the government's awakened forces. Toppling Ryu Jinjang meant weakening the Korean government. When Shu asked, and they actually accepted that? Dong-si said, yes, because at that time they thought they had no other choice. Ryu Jinjang requested that everything be kept secret and quietly left, for the country, for his family. Hearing this, Shu immediately realized, the NAC's goal is to create a new order, a new power, a new leader. They're crazy enough to do anything to satisfy their ambition. If I recall what the NAC tried to do to me, it's not too surprising. The government at that time could only watch helplessly. What didn't work with me, succeeded with Ryu Jinjang back then. Shu expressed regret, if only you had cooperated with the media and press back then. Dong-si, however, believed, the truth is nothing when faced with overwhelming power. I only share this truth with the hope that one day,
people will not forget that loss. You could call this a confession. Shu, you are the Pope, aren't you? Shu looked down. I didn't think you would speak about religion so sincerely. Dong Si just smiled. I guess, when faced with insoluble problems, religion can also become a refuge. Suddenly, a knock on the door sounded. Pope Kim Shu, I am Ryu Jinjiang. Then the door opened, and two men entered the room. The silver-haired man introduced himself, hello. Please forgive our late visit. It's an honor to meet you, Pope Kim Shu. My name is Sasaki Hiroto, Prime Minister of Japan.
Knowing this was an important person, Shu didn't want to disappoint him.
The Prime Minister of Japan? Is this him? Just yesterday I was riding in the same car as the Korean president? And now the Japanese Prime Minister himself has come to meet me?
Shu smiled, placed his hand on his left chest, and politely replied, My name is Kim Shu, head of the Ryman Church.
Shu and Sasaki shook hands as a greeting ritual.
Shu told him, I can understand Japanese comfortably, so you can speak in any language you wish.
The other man was no less polite than Shu, that's an impressive ability. Actually, I came here to personally thank you for what you've done.
With that, Sasaki looked at Jinjiang. I brought Jinjiang along to assist in our conversation, but I'm sure he also has many things he wants to add. Jinjiang heard this and hesitated, Prime Minister, when it's just the two of us, it's fine, but right now.
Sasaki understood Jinjiang's intention and added, Isn't this a private occasion, Shu?
Shu, however, didn't notice Jinjiang's awkwardness. He even thought, Ryu Jinjiang seems closer to Prime Minister Sasaki than I thought. It even feels like the Prime Minister sees him as a son. Seeing that the situation didn't seem too tense, Shu smiled, but it's also good to see the Prime Minister show so much affection for Jinjiang. Realizing he might have gone too far, Sasaki kindly apologized, My apologies, it seems we've strayed into personal matters. Please allow us to converse with you here. Jinjiang also said, sorry for the abruptness. Shu remained polite, It's alright, I didn't mean to rush or anything. Dong Si, seeing the two visitors, had already rushed into his room. The Prime Minister himself came to visit. The three of them sat down to begin their conversation. Sasaki spoke first, I apologize for disturbing your rest. Shu maintained his polite demeanor, It's no problem at all. The silver-haired man suddenly bowed, Pope Kim Shu, on behalf of Japan, I extend our gratitude for eliminating Yamada no Orochi. Thanks to you, we defeated that monster with minimal casualties. You also purified the contaminated area. I don't know how to repay you adequately. Shu crossed his arms and replied, No need. Whether it's Korea or Japan, however. To borrow President Seo Shingo's words, being the leader of a nation means all important matters happen in the shadows. He asked Sasaki a question whose answer he already knew, Prime Minister, you're here to make an offer, aren't you? The real reason you came. The Japanese Prime Minister smiled faintly, I find our Pope very astute. First, Jinjiang told me what happened at the airport. I want to apologize for that. Although no one was injured, the situation at the time was quite dangerous. You must have realized it at the airport, it only takes a few extremists awaken to speak up, and the relationship between Japan and Korea quickly deteriorates. Hearing this, Sasaki said, Jinjiang's arrival in Japan was the starting point of everything. Although I believe there is a destiny between our two neighboring countries, I always wish to maintain good relations with South Korea. Suddenly, he said something completely unrelated to his previous statement. Pope Kim Shu, what do you think about building a shrine for the Ryman Church in Japan? Seeing Shu's serious expression, he immediately explained. Religion is a belief that transcends national borders. I believe that if the Ryman Church builds a shrine in Japan, the cold relations between Japan and South Korea could warm up like a spring breeze. If people of the same faith begin to appear, don't you think the mutual hatred would also fade away? It's only been a few hours since your name was announced to the Japanese public, so I think this is the best time to make this offer. Hearing this, Shu realized why Sasaki had called him Pope from their very first meeting. I wondered why he called me Pope right away, turns out there was a hidden agenda behind that title. Finally, it was time for him to see the Prime Minister off. Before leaving, he said, tomorrow, when we meet again, will be our first official meeting. For now, please chat with Jinjiang and rest comfortably. Shu politely thanked him, Thank you, Prime Minister. Shu thought, he wants me to act as if this meeting never happened. After that, he closed the door. Suddenly, Jinjiang spoke up, I knew it, politicians are all like cunning foxes. Don't you trust the Prime Minister? He turned his head to look at him, putting on a cool, aloof expression. Of course not. Hearing this, Jinjiang wanted to know the reason. May I ask why? Shu looked outside where the sky was still pouring with persistent rain. Although I'm considering expanding the church to Japan, I'm not naive enough to believe that a religion can resolve all tensions between the two countries. He felt that he didn't need to worry too much about that relationship.
But that's not a problem I have to solve. I'll do whatever is necessary. I think you understand what I mean. Hearing this, Jinjiang felt dissatisfied. Using a religious faction to resolve conflicts is entirely possible.
Of course, he had a basis for his statement, with the appearance of the first anomaly in East Asia, Kim Shu, and Japan receiving direct assistance during the national disaster. He reinforced his belief, thinking, furthermore, the Japanese government no longer has to rely on extremist awakened individuals.
We can use reason and politics to quell all opposition and begin rebuilding relations between the two countries.
Prime Minister Sasaki was not a dreamer, but a natural-born politician.
Jinjiang asserted, Pope Kim Shu, you are underestimating your current influence.
Shu, however, thought, I think that applies to others too, Jinjiang. He then observed him for a moment and realized, I sense trustworthiness and responsibility in Ryu Jinjiang's eyes. People like him are easy to spot when they lie, so it's best to make him tell the truth from the start. Thinking this, he acted, approaching him closer.
Ryu Jinjiang, may I ask you directly?
And of course, he agreed. Seeing this, he went straight to the point without beating around the bush.
Actually, I heard about your Japanese naturalization from team leader Kim.
My relationship with the NAC isn't exactly smooth, so, if I can take care of everyone in the NAC, have you ever thought about returning to South Korea? No, perhaps they would be willing to overlook it if we provided a satisfactory explanation.
Hearing that question, he gave a gentle smile and walked towards the balcony door. Although
2 years have passed, every Monday, a little Japanese girl still sends me a letter.
She always thanks me for saving her family and says she wants to be like me.
Looking out the window, Jinjiang continued. At first, I didn't even understand what she wrote, but over time, I gradually understood. I also have the Prime Minister, who treats me like a son. Here, I have people who would try to keep me if I left, and now in South Korea, I have you, Shu. As long as you know the truth, that's enough for me. Seeing the firmness in his words, Shu felt somewhat relieved. He has a clear stance. Luna would probably really like him. Then he asked his age, how old are you? He replied with 2 different ages, on Earth, I'm 31, but in the other world. That answer was a bit awkward. Perhaps Shu understood, so he said, your Earth age is fine.
Shu smiled warmly. I'm 27.
What do you think about us being friends? Jinjiang seemed quite surprised. Perhaps he had never received such an offer before.
Friends?
Jinjiang was so excited that he agreed without hesitation. Of course.
What man doesn't have a drink or two with friends?
Shu also felt the same, suggesting, in that case, why don't we go for a drink? A few days later, news about Shu spread across electronic newspapers. Most of it was about how the Japanese Prime Minister had treated him well for what he had done for Japan. Shu was currently in the airport waiting lounge, scrolling through these news articles and feeling a flutter in his heart. Ryman would surely be happy to see Japan and Korea gradually mending ties. She always loved peace. I'll tell her when I can contact her. But he also felt a little sad because Ryman had been appearing less frequently lately. Before, she used to drop by to check on us. Now I'm a bit sad she visits less often.
Chae informed him, awaken Kim Shu, it's time to board.
He turned off his phone, ready for the flight.
Ah, yes.
He asked her, as if to confirm one last time, you and team leader Kim are staying, right?
She nodded.
Yes, we received orders to prepare for negotiations with the Japanese Bureau of Awakened. We also plan to assist with disaster recovery in Sendai. Suddenly, Shu recalled what had happened a few nights ago when he and Jinjiang went drinking.
During their drunken conversation, Jinjiang had admitted something. Chae and I used to be in love, but in the end, we couldn't be together.
She became a symbol for South Korean awakened, and because we understood each other too well, had to accept each other's choices. Then he called Chae over. Chae, I had a drink with Jinjiang recently, but he seemed to be looking at his phone the whole time. Said he hasn't dated anyone since he came to Japan. It's like he's waiting for someone to call. Then he concluded with a playful jab to tease her.
I'm quite curious, I wonder who he's waiting for.
His words truly made Chae's eyes widen in surprise, and of course, a little embarrassment.
Seeing Chae's expression, Shu was even more amused to tease her. Ha, but I'm sure you don't want to know, right?
Chae could only hide her embarrassed expression by trying to walk faster and maintain the most normal tone possible. The boarding gate is right here. Then the moment of farewell arrived. He said goodbye to her. Well then, Chae, see you soon in Korea. Chae smiled, saying something to him with many different layers of meaning.
I hope so too. Thank you for telling me, Shu.
Perhaps he also understood the deeper meaning in her words. So when the plane took off, he truly felt at ease. Such a relief. I wish them both the best. At the same time, he also demanded Jinjiang treat him if they got back together. Jinjiang, if things go well, you owe me a meal. 3 hours later, the plane landed at Incheon International Airport in South Korea. Shu was greeted with such an enthusiastic atmosphere that he couldn't believe it. Kim Shu. Kim Shu. Kim Shu. Pope. Look over here. Glory to Ryman. My Pope. I love you. Shu didn't know what to do but widen his eyes in surprise. What? This is really scary. The city at night was magnificent, with towering buildings interspersed, and colorful neon lights blending together, enhancing the exquisite beauty of the grand scene. Inside a luxurious room, a voice echoed, Alden, from what you've seen, you think the Black Pope will be useful to us? Is that what you mean? Alden replied, yes. Alden was currently enjoying himself, holding a glass of wine, soaking in a bathtub, and admiring the beautiful scenery outside. The voice continued, the purifiers are definitely behind the terrorist attack on the Ministry of Power Management in South Korea. It seems they've started clashing. Alden calmly replied, demonic energy. Kim Shu knew about demonic energy beforehand. Hearing his calm voice, the other voice seemed to shout, startling him, Kim Shu knew about demonic energy beforehand? That damn kid is the real deal. I'm serious. After a pause, the other side adjusted his voice. I heard China has deployed a large number of troops near the Yalu River. The red circles symbolize key locations. Since the lost land may contain resources from other dimensions, including mana stones, it's very likely that the South Korean government will consider expanding its territory northward. Alden regained his composure, sipping the wine in his hand. The phone on the other side spoke again, now South Korea has an anomaly. Their government won't let those lands go to waste. He asked again, so what's my role? The other side seemed to have been waiting for the desired question. Are you kidding? The person on the other end of the line continued, until you receive further orders, I want you to continue building a positive relationship with Kim Shu. I will provide information about influential people in South Korea, for you to use as you see fit. There will also be information related to the purifiers. Alden turned to look at the glowing phone screen and asked again, you mean you want me to be a spy and befriend Ryman? He showed reluctance. Hey, I'm currently representing the US government. Don't you understand that anything I do will affect the entire US government? The other side seemed not to care much, still saying bluntly, nothing is more important than diplomacy these days. Good luck. With that, he hung up the phone. Alden exclaimed, hey. Continued to refill his glass with wine, the fragrant aroma spreading throughout the room. He couldn't help but sigh. Ah. Bringing the glass to his lips, a few thoughts crossed his mind. In other words, everyone involved with the Ryman Church, including Kim Shu. The train of thought lingered in his head. Recalling the scene where he was chased by Shu, he couldn't help but feel admiration. Well, he deserves it. The wound on his face was still fresh. Just thinking about him makes me shiver. Clink. The glass was placed firmly on the edge of the bathtub. He seemed unwilling, but still had to accept what had happened. But it's true, people with shared goals easily attract each other. He stood up, his muscular body surrounded by a thin mist of steam, droplets of water gently rolling down his skin, and made a resolute thought, I will be his friend. That afternoon at Incheon International Airport, the weather was very pleasant. Inside the waiting lounge, it was chaotic, with shouts echoing nonstop. Ra! Kim Shu! Kim Shu! Kim Shu! Pope! Look over here! Please look over here! Kim Shu stood there, looking bewildered, covering his mouth with both hands, his whole body frozen. Oh! Ryman! Ah! Footsteps echoed clearly on the lounge floor, and he was still surprised. That's the Ryman Church. It's the Saintess. Two people, a man and a woman, walked towards him, surrounded by a brilliant aura. He was even more surprised, everyone bowed respectfully before him. They spoke in unison, welcome back, Pope. He looked at the group of people bowing before him, a series of thoughts rising in his mind. Is this really South Korea? I wouldn't be surprised if they called me master again. He suspected, the only one who could come up with something like this. Shu looked at Luna and spoke up. Hey, Luna, what the hell is this? This is your fault, isn't it? Luna still had her head bowed, her lips curving. Ah. Luna looked up, calmly speaking despite his face contorting with various emotions. Once one becomes a member of the church, serving the Pope, who represents Her Holiness Ryman, is only natural. Even in Eden, it wasn't easy to achieve such a thing.
He stood there, helplessly saying, but was it necessary to this extent? Luna had now walked up to him, her face full of a dangerous expression. You must have tons of questions about what happened during your absence. But for the past 3 days, we have followed the teachings of the new saint. What do you think? She began to barrage him with questions. What did the monster in Japan look like? Were you still happy in Japan without me? Are the Japanese people influenced by Ryman's doctrine? He suddenly felt small under her rapid-fire questions, his expression uncomfortable. One of those was a personal question, wasn't it? Shu looked towards Leo, complaining, Leo, you should have stopped her. Leo stood there, pushing up his glasses, and said sternly, Your Holiness, you should have anticipated this when you entrusted everything to me and Lady Leventon. Hearing that answer, he felt even more helpless. Ah, are you a child? He looked at Luna, raising his hand to signal her to stop, speechless. Did you even rent a bus to bring everyone here? Where did you learn how to rent a bus? Luna stood to the side, excited. Oh, one of our followers is a commercial bus driver. He sighed tiredly, let's go home. I'm tired. His heart was full of complaints. Let's go home. I never thought returning home would be so exhausting. After much difficulty, he finally emerged from the waiting lounge. Just as he reached the exit, a man, holding a bouquet of flowers, his face beaming, greeted him. Welcome back, Awakened Kim Shu. You are a hero of South Korea. He stood there, surrounded by cameras capturing every moment. The president stood there, behind him a banner welcoming his triumphant return. He awkwardly approached, accepting the bouquet from the president. The president kept talking beside him, Pope, look at the camera. That's right, look at it. He was extremely curious, why is even the president here at the airport for this? The two posed for the cameras, and in the distance, the photographer's voice echoed, one pose, please. Thoughts still swirled in his mind. I know politicians always try to build a good image, but this is. The president whispered, thank you for accepting our offer. He turned, smiled, and humbly replied, saving people is my duty. There's no need for an offer. The president looked at him, a slight smile on his lips. I know you think that's the right thing to do, but most people wouldn't be able to act like you. He turned and shook Shu's hand, the flashing lights of the cameras quickly capturing the moment. He spoke up, thanks to you, South Korea can make new political decisions. Outside, the photographer's voice echoed again, please link arms with him. The president continued, the changes you create will affect everyone, Pope Kim Shu. Finishing his sentence, the president bowed respectfully. I will do my best not to disappoint you. A hint of sarcasm flashed in his eyes as he thought, I'll have to see if he keeps his word. The president handed him the flowers and asked again, are you going home to see your family? He held the bouquet in his arms and smiled, no, I have urgent work to do. I'm going back to the shrine. The president also noticed, not wanting to waste his time. Is that so? I hope to see you again soon. Everyone gradually dispersed, and the president also said goodbye and walked away. At this moment, only Shu remained, watching his retreating figure. He thought to himself, he's a strange person, but I like his straightforwardness. A data panel appeared before him. It was the Expand Japanese Followers quest. He was annoyed. Why would a quest like this appear right now? I need to focus on reorganizing the church first. Returning to the shrine, a group of people had been waiting for him for a long time. Seeing Shu appear, they all bowed respectfully and said in unison, welcome back, Pope. He helplessly questioned Luna, what have you all been doing? Luna followed behind, gleefully clasping her hands together, demonstrating love and compassion, qualities necessary in the Ryman church. She stepped forward, looked at the crowd, and said, all right, everyone, you may disperse. They replied in unison, yes. After everyone had left, Luna took out a piece of paper, cleared her throat, and began seriously, now, let us quickly report on the new followers, Your Holiness. The total number of people currently undergoing training is 142. All of them are being taught to awaken, and thanks to the Holy Scripture I translated, they are learning about the ideals of the church. Shu listened seriously to the report, stroking his chin. 142 people, not too many, not too few. I believe the number will increase further, but this is a good start. Luna then spoke up, surprisingly, the White Radiance Society currently has 190 awakened individuals. He was surprised, saying with a hint of jealousy, they have 48 more than us. Did they team up with the NAC to recruit? Luna still smiled reassuringly, there will surely be a wave of new people when news of your heroic actions spreads. We just need to show them. She continued, since the growth of the Ryman Church also depends on you, the new followers will become stronger under your guidance. So, what do you plan to teach them? Hearing this, he felt more confident. Let's see. Another data panel appeared, a newly unlocked category. From now on, you can use the education category. This category allows you to adjust the development direction of church followers. You can choose between two paths, scripture study and combat. Scripture study, followers will gain experience by studying doctrine.
Combat, gain experience by combat training.
He became interested.
Oh, now it really feels like playing a strategy game.
The stat panels are even more detailed than when I was in Eden. He raised his hand and began selecting on the data panel, extremely excited. No need to think. I choose combat.
Scripture study would be suitable if this world were peaceful, but it's clearly not. After making his choice, he had another question.
Wait, will the entire church be holy knights? Leo stepped forward to explain.
Your Holiness, there's no need to worry about that. Even priests can learn a lot from combat, like myself, for example. Hearing this, he breathed a sigh of relief.
Ha, you're right when I think about it.
Luna beside him also chimed in, even so, they're all bookworms. Leo didn't forget to add, he laughed scornfully, better than those idiotic shield-bearers who can't even remember Ryman's teachings. Luna, standing next to him, didn't like what she heard at all.
She immediately retorted, do you want a taste of my shield? Leo didn't back down.
You should remember that the Pope is also a priest.
He even holds the title of commander of the Holy Cavalry and Holy Knights. The atmosphere between the two was thick with tension. Shu suddenly remembered, right, the Archbishop and the Knight Commander have never gotten along, have they? I forgot, since Leo and Luna are both considered prophets, I didn't pay attention.
Neither of them would yield, finally turning to him for judgment.
Your Holiness. He didn't know what to say, feeling extremely awkward, and replied,
Looking at the two before him, sparks flying, he found it even harder to judge. You two argue, and I'm the one who suffers.
Among the 36 stratagems, running was the best.
He turned to leave but was pulled back by Luna's sleeve.
Where do you think you're going? You still have work to do.
He shivered, stammering, I
don't know. I want to go home.
Luna, still gripping his sleeve, exclaimed, Your Holiness, our church is short on funds. Her voice was low, almost threatening. Although you've made an agreement with Leader Choi Seo-jin, we still have to pay for training 140 people.
And with the increasing number of followers, finances will be a big problem.
He still stammered, about that, we've already signed a contract with Japan.
Seeing Luna's displeased look, he quickly turned back to explain, nothing purifies demonic energy and monster toxins better than holy stones, right?
They've agreed to buy all our inventory, and Representative Choi has already started thinking about making more bracelets. I'm sure he'll call us soon.
He glanced at Leo, asking about the situation. Leo, how are the low-grade bracelets coming along? Leo replied, we've started making them with the new recruits. Luna's expression returned to normal.
She smiled cheerfully again after hearing Shu's confirmation.
See? Our finances are stable.
The three voices happily echoed throughout the shrine courtyard.
You must be tired after everything in Japan. His voice also rang out, everyone should rest too.
Just as he was relieved to have finally dealt with the two in front of him, I want to rest a bit too, a follower behind him suddenly announced, Your Holiness, we have guests.
The follower continued, they said they are important people. He thought, who could it be?
I don't think anyone I know would dare call themselves important. Just as he was thinking, Alden appeared in the distance, running towards him with a beaming smile.
He waved, hey, my friend from Japan. I've brought gifts.
He and the other two were both surprised and bewildered.
Why is he here? Alden ran up. Oh my goodness. His eyes landed on Luna, and he immediately exclaimed, who would have thought there'd be such a beauty here? You should have told me. If I'd known, I wouldn't have dressed like this, ha ha ha. Luna looked at Shu, suspiciously asking, Your Holiness, who is this crude muscle pig?
Hearing that, Alden was not angry, on the contrary, he became even more interested. A beautiful rose always has thorns, and a hero will never leave a beauty alone.
I found the meaning of my life in South Korea. Luna couldn't stomach his words.
Her recently quelled anger flared up again.
She growled, what did you say? Seeing Luna's angry expression, he chuckled. Luna, he can't die. Feel free to hit him.
His words added fuel to the fire. She grabbed her mace and lunged forward, I'll hit this guy until he can't utter such irritating words.
Alden was startled, I didn't expect this girl to be so aggressive. He shouted, wait. Hold on. But Luna didn't listen to him.
A piercing scream echoed throughout the shrine courtyard.
In a flash, Alden was seen lying on the grass, clutching his face. He was helpless. Do people in the Ryman church have a habit of hitting people on their first meeting?
Beside him, Leo was struggling to restrain Luna. He carried her like a child, her face struggling, truly like an angry child. He held her and advised, Lady Leventon, calm down.
5 hits are enough.
Shu stood there, his lips curving.
He thought to himself, he's still fine after Luna hit him 5 times?
He's not just an anomaly, his body must be really tough. Alden was still sprawled on the ground, raising an arm to stop them, his voice trembling, wait, Pope Kim Shu.
I said I brought gifts.
He sprang up, shouting, I'm here as a representative of the United States. Shu leaned into Luna's ear and whispered, let's hear what he has to say, but if it's too bad, you can hit him again. His voice was just loud enough for Alden to hear.
Alden complained, can't you whisper quieter? Shu didn't reply to him. He turned to Luna and Leo. You two go somewhere else for a bit. I'll talk to him alone.
The two, not wanting to look at him any longer, replied, all right. After the two left, Shu sat down at Alden's level, looking at his timid expression. He gently said, what kind of US representative is so chatty?
Now, tell me about your gift.
Alden put his hands on the ground, leaning towards him and asked, is the Ryman Church really a criminal organization? Lightning crackled in Shu's hand as a warning. Be careful, it's all useless stuff.
Alden flinched, raising his hands to block. This is something you truly need, I guarantee it.
He stood up, the lightning in his hand still not receding, listening to Alden's presentation. Information about the purifiers, who caused the terrorist attack at the Ministry of Power Management in South Korea.
He gradually realized something. Since the spatial gates opened on Earth,
gods and demons from other dimensions have begun to arrive here, but I'm sure you already know that, right?
After a pause, he continued, since then, Earth entered an unprecedented era.
The US has closely monitored all major changes, including organizations with suspicious activities, or those that seem to be hiding something. Among them, the organizations we are monitoring include the White Radiance Society, the Purifiers, and
the Ryman Church.
He heard the name of his own church and loudly asked, confused, why us? Alden crossed his arms and explained, because you, Kim Shu, are an anomaly. You saved another world, Eden, from demons and returned with an absurd amount of power. He stared at Shu, continuing, you are the strongest awakened in Asia, and since divine power began appearing on Earth, your Ryman Church has been expanding its followers at an astonishing rate.
Initially, the US was very concerned because an anomaly's interference would be very troublesome.
However, it seems the Ryman Church is actually restraining other suspicious organizations, and you are the most battle-hardened pope I've ever seen, I guarantee that.
He looked at Alden's actions, speechless, thinking, are there other popes on Earth?
He rambled on for a while, finally concluding, I have completed the report on the Ryman Church.
Now the US will no longer suspect you. He looked at Alden. Thank you.
In his hand, a confidential document gradually appeared.
The US assesses that South Korea cannot control other suspicious organizations.
He asked suspiciously, what do you mean?
He handed the document to Shu. That was before you appeared. Don't you want to check if the gift from the US is real or fake? He took the document and opened it. So this is the information the Ministry of Power Management has?
Looking at each line in the document, he thought awkwardly, I'm too proud, but the information from the US matches what I know quite well.
It's almost all verified. The White Radiance Society and the Purifiers.
Even the NAC, an organization with shady connections to both sides. What I know so far is that the White Radiance Society is linked to otherworld gods and opposes demons at the spatial gates. His thoughts delved deeper. As for the Purifiers, they use vessels to summon demons or demon lords.
Then, through that, they eliminate the weak in the name of purifying the world. Data on these organizations is still very limited.
He carefully examined each piece of information on the page. Some powerful people in the country are also involved with the Purifiers.
I guess they want me to investigate directly.
I thought the information would be manipulated as usual, but giving this to me must be Emma's intention.
But why give it to me like this? After receiving the information, he turned his back.
Good, thanks for the gift.
Goodbye. Alden was bewildered.
Ha! But I don't have a place to sleep here. He turned back, saying disgustedly.
So what?
Sleep in the subway. Alden complained, how can you be so cold?
Returning to the city late at night, only a few lights shone in the apartment buildings. In one apartment, a voice rang out, I'm home.
He stepped through the door, his face tired and worn.
Ah, I'm so tired today, Inguk. Pop. Confetti flew everywhere.
He covered his eyes to shield them from the confetti. Inguk, holding a confetti popper, smiled gently. You just turned the whole world upside down, big brother. Shu playfully scolded, are you crazy?
Inguk teased him even more. I saw the picture you took with the president, it's no joke. Are we going to be globally famous now?
Reporters are swarming like crazy, the whole neighborhood is packed with people.
Shu was genuinely embarrassed, not knowing what to say. Seeing his brother's expression, he became even more playful. Do we need to hire bodyguards? What if we can't walk outside like celebrities?
He followed behind, thinking, it's possible.
After all, the kid hasn't awakened yet.
He looked at Inguk, gently saying, also, since Grandma is coming over, we'll have to move somewhere bigger.
The residents in this apartment building will probably be annoyed. He thought to himself, I need to move, find a safer place for the kid.
A gust of wind, a clear voice called him, Shu.
Sizian rushed over, excitedly asking him, how was Japan?
He smiled gently. Wonderful. He handed the bag of items in his hand to the little girl.
Sizian, I bought some souvenirs, for Snow too.
The cat seemed happy to also have a gift and meowed. He sat down and played with the small cat with a fishing rod toy.
Inguk saw this and asked, what? Where's my gift? Shu, still playing with Snow, said, Inguk, you're old now. Why do you need gifts? Just check your account. Inguk quickly opened his phone.
The screen showed a balance change of plus 5 million won. He immediately changed his attitude, becoming enthusiastic, his eyes sparkling.
What would your holiness like for dinner tonight? Please choose between heaven, earth, and sea. Shu chuckled, oh my god, that expression. It's giving me goosebumps. He looked at Inguk.
Consider it a reward for increasing subscribers.
I want Korean beef.
Inguk rubbed his hands together, respectfully.
Your wish is my command. Sizian, playing with the kitten, also agreed, Brother Shu, Snow likes this too.
He looked at the joyful atmosphere filling the house, thinking, it's so good to have the whole family happy like this.
The family finished dinner and gathered together to watch TV. The news bulletin on TV showed 4 p.m. The time when children should be running and playing.
There are children playing in the yard of Hope Orphanage. The TV showed images of the orphanage director, Mr. Lee Won-hyung, who had adopted children who lost their parents after the Spatial Gate event 5 years ago. The TV showed the person being mentioned.
Mr. Won-hyung spoke, since the Busan Gate event, government support has decreased. I know many people are struggling.
Shu rested his chin on his hand, listening boredly. I just want to take care of these children for as long as possible.
I believe that's my mission.
He thought to himself, looking at those kids, they must be around Sizian's age. Sizian was sitting on the couch at this moment, the sound from the TV still playing. I think in these times, helping each other is necessary. If possible, please support Hope Orphanage a little.
The little girl's eyes were now welling up. Seeing those kids makes me feel so bad. Memories flashed in his mind. If Grandma hadn't raised Sizian and Inguk, they would probably be growing up in an orphanage now. This really bothers me.
Sizian turned to look at Inguk, her voice shy.
Do I still have pocket money, big brother? Can't we help a little? Inguk looked at her, then picked up his phone. Of course we can.
Suddenly, Shu snatched the phone from Inguk's hand.
Wait, Inguk. Interrupted, Inguk looked bewildered. Shu looked at the little girl and promised, Sizian, I'll take responsibility. I'll help that orphanage, don't worry. Her eyes lit up. Really?
He smiled, saying, instead of just helping once, it would be better to provide long-term, more fundamental support.
What do you think? The next morning, at the church shrine, Luna and Leo were being consulted by Shu. He spoke up, what do you all think?
Luna agreed, our church has plenty of funds, so helping children is something we should do.
In the main hall, Shu sat on the Pope's chair. I see that. If you two agree.
Leo expressed, it would be strange not to help.
The goddess is always merciful to children. Shu looked at the person standing next to him, Minsu. Are you free tonight? The other two spoke in unison, what about us? Minsu, holding a stack of documents, replied, me? I've finished urgent filming, so I have time.
Shu then said, then let's go see the Incheon Sea together tonight. The suggestive remark made him blush with embarrassment. Incheon, a beach with a beautiful, poetic landscape, clear blue water, and a towering lighthouse.
Incheon Black Market. The atmosphere here was incredibly lively.
On the crowded street, stalls were set up on both sides. Merchants eagerly called out to customers, creating a bustling and vibrant commercial area with various types of stalls.
On this side, they sold medicine, recovery potions here. Cheap, super cheap healing potions. On that side, sold out. Plenty more inside. Another had all models available.
We have dragon claws of all sizes.
And another, repairs.
specializing in repairing and selling protective gear.
Come take a look. Kim Shu was walking down the street when a merchant suddenly called out to him, "Hey kid, need anything? I'll give you a soft price."
He was surprised by the way the merchant addressed him.
Kid?
Seeing the peaceful and innocent beauty of this black market, the person accompanying Kim Shu was very surprised.
This place is nothing like the black market I imagined. It's crowded and bright.
Feeling that something was missing, Minsu added his observation of the market, and it seems safer than I thought. Seeing Kim Shu say this, Minsu quickly said, calling it a black market is a thing of the past. Now it's one of the main places for players to buy things. Kim Shu and Minsu walked and chatted animatedly, mainly because of the cheap prices.
Look over there. Kim Shu had to admit the prices here were really cheap. Oh, it's really cheap. Minsu enticed him to buy something. If you're interested, try buying something.
On the street, a group of people in black clothes and glasses suddenly appeared, walking around the market, attracting the attention of Minsu and Kim Shu. Those players wearing bracelets are members of the Yahello guild. They are responsible for market security. Minsu, like a tour guide, introduced everything to Kim Shu. This type of market model is essential whenever there's a chaos gate attack. It used to be managed by the government, but 3 years ago, it was transferred to the Alliance. Receiving Minsu's information, Kim Shu felt a coincidence and became suspicious.
3 years ago was when Jun Young went to Japan, right?
He then probed Minsu for more information.
This place is managed by the National Awakened Alliance? Minsu wasn't sure about the market's manager. You could say that.
At the same time, 2 thugs were hiding in a small corner, as if waiting for their prey to appear. Minsu explained further to Kim Shu, who didn't understand, directly under the Yahello guild, a large guild within the alliance. At this moment, 2 people, 1 adult and 1 child, were walking through the crowd, looking very much like someone.
As if sensing danger, Kim Shu turned to look. But isn't this still South Korean territory? Why doesn't the government have any authority?
Seeing his question, Minsu enlightened him, that just shows how much the government's role has been curtailed. In the distance, the figures of the 2 people had disappeared.
Minsu was still talking about the Alliance's activities.
The Alliance regularly sweeps this area, catching criminals in hiding.
Kim Shu frowned and retorted to Minsu, but they don't catch everyone, do they? Kim Shu voiced his thoughts.
I guess those who cooperate or are useful are still overlooked.
Minsu showed disappointment with that approach. It's sad, but it's true. The atmosphere around Kim Shu began to darken, as if foreboding.
A place beyond the government's reach, with money constantly flowing.
It's truly an ideal hideout for those rats.
The dense demonic energy surrounding this entire market made Kim Shu feel uneasy. This demonic energy I'm feeling in this market. Kim Shu's face was full of vigilance as he looked around. According to information from Alden, the US detected activities related to the purifiers in this black market, and my sensing demonic energy here proves that information is correct. At this moment, the system panel appeared with a notification.
Demonic energy reaction detected. Active skill detect demonic energy has automatically activated. Demonic energy reaction is increasing and spreading.
Kim Shu realized the US's contempt. His face darkened with anger. The US knew about this, but because they saw South Korea as weak, they didn't even bother to report it.
It seems they think we're trash.
Interrupting Kim Shu's thoughts, Minsa turned to inform him, Your Holiness, from this point onward, even the Yahello Guild doesn't send patrols.
This is a dangerous area.
The door in front of them was opening, and thick black energy still permeated the dangerous area. Minsu was hesitant when Kim Shu wanted to enter the dangerous area.
I guessed you would go this far, but, are you sure?
Kim Shu was not afraid, but cheerfully reassured Minsu, Don't worry, I won't be the one in danger. Minsu calmly replied, as if he already knew, I know, but I'm still worried. Kim Shu walked ahead, turning back to instruct Minsu to stay outside.
Brother Minsu, stay here. If anything happens outside, report it to me immediately. Thank you for leading the way.
Seeing him about to go in alone, Minsu warned him to be careful.
Inside, please be careful.
Kim Shu stepped into the dangerous area, cursing the criminals hiding there.
Damn purifiers, they really know how to hide. This time, I have to find out what they're planning.
Entering the dangerous area, Kim Shu noticed that the atmosphere here was different from the safe zone.
The atmosphere has completely changed.
Kim Shu was walking down the street, lost in thought, when someone blocked his path, looking for trouble.
Hey, you look normal, walking alone. Did you come here by mistake?
A man with half his face disfigured, bandages wrapped from his mouth to his neck, walked ahead of his 2 subordinates, probing to see what Kim Shu was doing there.
Or are you on a quest? Did you make an appointment to get in here? He pretended to be a good person, offering help. Just say what you need, or do you want to sell something, kid? Seeing the scar-faced thug's invitation, Kim Shu couldn't help but wonder, so there are guides here too? Kim Shu showed no fear towards the scar-faced thug and his subordinates. It seems business is even more prosperous than I thought. Good. What's that saying people often use? The bald subordinate behind was annoyed by Shu's arrogant attitude. Look at this kid's face. So cocky. Hearing Shu's fearless words, laughed aloud. Ha 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 ha. The scar-faced thug, as if challenged, stepped forward and grabbed Kim Shu's collar, threatening, if you made it all the way here, you're definitely not a rookie. Kids usually just hang around the upper areas. The scar-faced thug's face darkened, his eyes filled with malice. Just tell me. I can tell your taste just by looking at your face. Whatever fun you want, I'll arrange a wonderful night for you. The system panel immediately displayed a notification. Will to destroy evil activated. Retrieving player's criminal record. Charges, murder, assault, human trafficking, and 24 other charges. Instead of being scared by the scar-faced thug's threat, Kim Shu remained calm. He pulled down his mask, provoking, a wonderful night, huh? He let them see his face, speaking with an expectant tone, sounds appealing. As soon as Kim Shu removed his mask, revealing his face, they almost immediately recognized him. Huh? That face looks familiar. The bald subordinate behind him seemed to recognize him, his voice trembling. It's him. The subordinate screamed, filled with horror as he recognized Kim Shu. The anomaly. The Black Pope. Damn it. Seeing their reaction, Kim Shu was smug about his identity. Looks like I'm famous, huh? The Black Pope, indeed. Kim Shu arrogantly challenged the scar-faced thugs group. Alright, who wants to have a wonderful night with me? Seeing his direct challenge, they were provoked but could do nothing. You. The scar-faced thug, unable to bear his anger, lunged forward, throwing 3 knives and shouting, get out. Seeing the scar-faced thug make a move, Shu's face lost its playful expression and became serious. Kim Shu used his skill, neither fast nor slow. With just one hand, Kim Shu swiftly caught the 3 knives the scar-faced thug threw, catching them without any difficulty. Knives rested neatly in Kim Shu's hand. He gripped them so tightly that they seemed about to break. Shu used his skill to destroy the knives in his hand. Kim Shu didn't forget to taunt the scar-faced thug. Meeting for the first time and you're already so eager? You're making me anticipate this. When the scar-faced thug saw Kim Shu's display, he knew his own level and was terrified. He stumbled back in horror. Wait. Streams of energy quickly shot out and struck the thugs, making them scream without a chance to resist. After thoroughly beating them up, leaving them bruised all over, Kim Shu walked over, grabbed the scar-faced thug by the collar, and taunted, Two-Faced, huh? What a ridiculous name. I should have split your face in half to match the name, shouldn't I? Seeing Shu's threat, the two-faced thug begged for mercy, please, spare my life. I'll do anything you want. Seeing Kim Shu use his skill, the two-faced thug trembled and cried out in fear, please, your holiness, don't kill me. Shu appeared magnanimous towards the two-faced thug, but his implication was sinister. Don't worry, I am a follower of the Ryman church. I don't kill people so easily. Kim Shu suddenly brightened. He smiled cheerfully at the two-faced thug and made a request, are there any shops around here that sell the best goods, right? Lead me there. The two-faced thug led Kim Shu to a dark place, where apartment buildings were built tightly together, all old and dilapidated, looking like an abandoned area. Inside a luxurious bar, there were large wine racks, and bright lights shone everywhere in the establishment. The two-faced thug led Kim Shu inside the bar. Inside, a middle-aged man and a red-haired woman were standing, looking at each other. The red-haired woman, the owner of the place, saw the unfamiliar Kim Shu and asked the two-faced thug, I haven't seen this person before, Two-Faced. Is he your guest? The two-faced thug, threatened by Kim Shu, fearfully lied, yes, he's my regular customer. The owner was satisfied with this answer and readily asked Kim Shu, good. Looking for anything special? He looked at her warily. The best thing you have. The owner smugly introduced her newly acquired merchandise to Kim Shu. You're lucky. We just got fresh stock. The woman placed her hand on a young boy's head. The boy's face was pale with fear, but the woman didn't care, introducing him like an item. Young, healthy, no diseases, no parents. The boy's hand, which was holding the middle-aged man, was suddenly pulled away by the man, startling the boy. The boy looked at the middle-aged man with a fearful face and teary eyes, but the man remained cold, showing no sympathy for the boy. Seeing this, Kim Shu couldn't hold back. He was furious, his face contorted with anger. He roared at the wretched group, you bastards, have you all lost your humanity? Kim Shu was so angry that he used a massive and powerful surge of divine power. The owner saw him use divine power and recognized it, becoming terrified. Divine power. He's a.
The woman's eyes widened, her pupils shrinking as if she had encountered something truly terrifying. Recognizing Kim Shu's identity, the owner unleashed a powerful surge of demonic energy, lunging forward like a moth to a flame, screaming, "Black Pope!" Seeing the woman madly rushing towards him, Kim Shu calmly crossed his arms as if waiting for her to come closer.
Can't beat me, so you're trying to take me down with you?
Not letting the woman achieve her goal, Kim Shu began to channel divine power into his hand to attack her. Using dark magic while pumping demonic energy, just like Li Sihe. As if seeing an opportunity, Kim Shu channeled his strength backward, preparing to attack. A direct punch to the red-haired woman's stomach sent her flying backward before she could react, his eyes glowing, looking very cool. Kim Shu's punch sent the woman flying far, crashing into furniture and shattering it. The owner fell straight to the ground, her body covered in various wounds, big and small, blood flowing everywhere. Kim Shu walked over to where the woman had fallen, while she was trying to get up after that bone-shattering punch. Not giving the woman a chance to stand up, Kim Shu channeled divine power once more, intending to finish her off once and for all. Seeing Kim Shu brutally tormenting the woman, the three onlookers trembled with fear, worrying if they would suffer the same fate.
After torturing the woman inhumanely, he calmly taunted the gasping woman. You thought stuffing yourself with demonic energy would make you stronger? How laughable. All you purifiers are fools. The boy, seeing this brutal scene, hid behind the middle-aged man in fear. At this moment, Kim Shu called out to the man, "Hey, you! Director!" Kim Shu reminded the man with his death god-like demeanor, "Stay here with the child. Ensure his safety until I'm done. If you dare to run, I will turn your life into a hell 1,000 times worse than what you fear now." After instructing the old man to guard the child, Kim Shu pondered, looking at the woman's corpse. Standing alone, Kim Shu suspected something was hidden in the basement. This basement was the source of the demonic energy spreading throughout the entire black market. A dark, gloomy color enveloped everything, thick demonic energy, and terrifying screams and cries for help from innocent captured people. Please don't kill me, please, save me, Mom, Dad, Aisha. Kim Shu's face was covered by a large smudge, obscuring one cheek, taking away his radiant, glorious appearance. He looked sorrowful. He looked at the dark magic spreading in the air, tinged with a gloomy, dark hue, judging that it was underground. The source of the dark magic spreading throughout the black market. Amidst the dark impurities, the frightened cries for help from many people echoed, please save me, help, Mom, Dad, A. Kim Shu slowly walked down the stairs leading to the dungeon. The dark aura showed no signs of diminishing, on the contrary, it was even denser and gloomier than above ground. 3 glowing red eyes stood out in the dark space. A monster with sharp fangs, it looked like a huge dinosaur, raising claws covered in sparks. Its eyes glowed brightly. It howled and roared. Kim Shu calmly raised his hand, unleashing Bluegold divine power. He swung his hand, and the divine power transformed into a brilliant, flashing attack. The monster chose to face the attack, the sparks around it gradually weakened, while Kim Shu's divine power struck its hideous face. It couldn't withstand it, its mouth let out a muffled howl, roaring in endless pain. Kim Shu's attack continued to flash, powerfully striking it. Kim Shu's divine power didn't diminish in brightness after the attack, it gathered around him like a sparkling galaxy. He was surprised, they've already summoned demonic beasts? Kim Shu frowned, his eyes lit up, what exactly are they doing down there? The barbarian, Alden Horwath, handed him a file. He started a conversation, you know about the purifiers, right? He stood opposite Kim Shu and explained, under the purifiers are various organizations, called altars. The group that just attacked the Korean Ministry of Power Management was one of them. Kim Shu took the file and opened it, examining it carefully, while still listening to Alden Horwath. We don't know how many altars are operating in Korea, but perhaps that depends on you, Kim Shu. In the gloomy, cramped room, more than 5 people were locked up, communicating with the outside only through an iron mesh. They looked as if their life force had been drained, crying out weakly and desperately for help, please save me, please, help, Dad, Mom. 5 people appeared to be dead, blood splattered across the floor. They lay in the center of dark magic circles. The magic array had likely been formed earlier and perhaps hadn't been activated yet. Kim Shu stepped into the magic array. He began to speculate, carefully looking at the scattered corpses. An altar is truly a place of sacrifice, a place to offer tributes, he thought, not noticing the man in the white robe standing opposite him. He wasn't even a man, but merely a dry skeleton, with glowing eyes and a grotesque smile. His withered arm swung up, and immediately, a strangely shaped dark monster, like a dragon, emerged from a gloomy spatial gate. Heaven and earth shook, rocks and dirt flew everywhere, and the altar emitted a blinding light once more. Kim Shu intently looked at the girl on the ground. He whispered. Humans for sacrifice to summon a demon lord? While Kim Shu was distracted, 3 monsters had appeared unnoticed. They roared, wanting to attack him. Roar! Roar!
Kim Shu stood opposite them, staring at them. Kim Shu's divine power surged.
He quickly used his glowing eyes to strike fear into them. His hands unleashed an attack.
And immediately, the monster received a devastating attack, quickly splitting in half. The other 2 were also severely wounded by the immense pressure of the attack.
Kim Shu's aura overwhelmed them, and then, they died instantly. The skeleton watched Kim Shu kill all the monsters it had summoned, yet remained calm.
I heard you're the one who destroyed the altars seeking vessels for incarnation.
A demon lord possessing a body is the best way to retain power when summoned. What a pity. A huge loss. Demonic energy still emanated from him. He let out a grotesque smile.
But the people of this world have already sided with us.
Slaves of Ryman. This time, you're too late.
He used his magic to see Kim Shu's past, then calmly said, "Oh, a grand priest from another world."
Kim Shu felt as if struck by lightning. He was surprised.
That's what they called me in Eden.
He questioned, You're also from Eden? The skeleton's aura erupted fiercely. Rage flared within him.
Since your sudden appearance, we lost our foothold in Eden.
If he hadn't led us here, we would have been completely annihilated.
He extended both hands forward.
Dark flames suddenly flared in his hands. He recounted, "When I arrived, I realized this place is your true home.
A world full of chaos, sin, and suffering." In his eyes, this was a truly wonderful world.
He remembered the people locked in the dark room, with sad, gloomy faces.
Even when unity is needed, they still point weapons at each other. Just stir up a little greed, and they will willingly sacrifice their own kind. Kim Shu flinched, his eyes wide.
I didn't see any demons from Eden when I was on Earth. What happened in Eden again? He grabbed the skeleton's collar, angrily demanding, "That bastard you call him, where is he?"
Kim Shu's other hand was unleashing divine power, preparing to strike the skeleton.
It cried. Wah!
Finally, it calmly replied, "Anyway, my role ends here. Even if Eden loses, this world will still collapse." Thought of the knights discussing amongst themselves, then cursed. Those fools will endlessly slaughter each other due to their boundless greed.
Even that damned goddess won't be able to save you this time.
Kim Shu was surprised. He knows I can't contact Ryman. Kim Shu's hand still gripped the skeleton's robe collar, his other hand flared with stronger divine power, threatening, "How can you be so confident?"
What do you know? It explained, this place isn't like Eden. I'm the only one trying to protect everyone here.
He spoke of the mysterious man behind everything. He is a man who keeps his identity secret, my faith.
He showed me the future, that no matter how I fight, no matter how strong I become, I cannot prevent what is to come.
Continued to ask about Ryman. You think the goddess you believe in?
Demonic energy spread, his face twisted and sank into the darkness. It's too late.
Die in despair, powerless before destruction.
Such an end is fitting for one who was alone, isn't it?
He vanished like dust. Kim Shu angrily released his hand. I still had so many questions for him.
The magic array glowed fiercely and expanded, the dark light flaring up once more.
He was surprised by the rapid transformation. Kim Shu glanced to one side. A swarm of thousands of bats flew out from the magic array, densely packed.
Escaping the magic array, they flew into the sky, carrying gloomy lights. Kim Shu immediately gave chase. He was bewildered, sacrificing themselves willingly? Even though I dealt with most of the demonic beasts, there's no way to leave peacefully now. Someone's desperate cry rang out again, "What, Mom?" Kim Shu stopped.
He looked into the room, separated from the outside only by a mesh, allowing communication with those outside. Inside the room were victims with sorrowful faces. He mused, there are still survivors. He clenched his fist. First, I must save them. Then he stepped into the center of the altar. The altar lost its gloomy color, replaced by a beautiful blue like a galaxy. He closed his eyes, and a powerful light flashed. That light shone throughout the room. The sobbing children stopped crying, looking on curiously. There are 13 survivors, nearly half of them children. They must have been kidnapped from somewhere, just like that boy. He opened the door and asked, "Are you okay? I'll get you out right away." Beautiful blue light permeated every corner of the room, bringing with it the color of liberation from captivity. The children were surprised. He said sincerely, "I'm sorry for being late." The children continued to cry. He looked sorrowful, deep in thought, they're definitely not okay. He looked at the crying girl, tears streaming down her face, his heart aching. Seeing someone sacrificed right before their eyes, how many people could remain sane after that? Kim Shu extended his hand, and a light emanated from it. He reassured them, "It's all right now, you can rest easy." The people locked in the room were too exhausted to maintain a stable state of mind, they fell back asleep. A group of people rushed, searching for something, their footsteps growing louder. The room door was kicked open by a man in a suit. Kim Shu was inside that room. The man in the suit questioned, "Who are you? State your identity." Kim Shu was uncooperative, hands in his pockets. "Who knows? Who do you think I am?" The other men in the team surrounded Kim Shu, weapons in hand, ready to attack. He asked the man, "By the way, you guys arrived really fast, only about 10 minutes, right? Are you from Red Lotus?" The leader quickly replied, his voice rising, "That's right. You've intruded into an area under Red Lotus's jurisdiction without permission. Don't expect to leave easily." Kim Shu glanced at him, his eyes showing anger. "Oh, really? That's a big deal then. In that case, Red Lotus will have to bear a heavy responsibility." A masked man arrived behind them, then ordered, "Lower your swords." He stepped forward, patted the man in the suit on the shoulder, and ordered, "Step back." The man was surprised. "Team leader." The masked man quickly, with a gentle demeanor, apologized, "I think my teammates are a bit tense due to the yellow code. Please accept our apologies for the inappropriate reaction, Pope Kim Shu." Kim Shu glanced over. The others in the room were surprised, whispering to each other, "The Pope? Kim Shu? Why is that anomaly here?" Kim Shu looked at the masked man. "At least someone understands the situation. We've met before, haven't we? I thought you'd come to visit at some point." He gave a practiced smile. "I'm a little disappointed you didn't come." The man had removed his hood. Beneath the thick hood was a masculine man, Oh Jun-gu.